Hey guys. You are watching Your Anime World, how are you all? Please support to subscribe this channel for watching new interesting stories. So in this video, we will see what if Harry Potter awakened the phoenix within and became unstoppable. Here is short summary. 1 visitor. 1 secret. 1 spark of ancient power. When Harry inherits the blood of the phoenix, he doesn't just survive, he rises to change everything. But before we start, if you want more stuffs like this, then please support to subscribe this channel and share with your friends. Let's start the video. Voldemort was back and Harry was being forced to spend the summer with the 3 people outside of Voldemort that would prefer to see him dead. Yes, this summer was definitely going to cap off a bad year and begin another that promised to be just as bad. Uncle Vernon parked the car in the drive of number 4 Privet Drive and immediately went inside, leaving Harry to struggle with his trunk and Hedwig's empty cage. For her own safety, Harry had sent Hedwig ahead so she wouldn't fall under the scrutiny of the Dursleys. Harry made sure to thump his trunk heavily on each stair as he dragged it up to his room. He blatantly ignored the way his uncle's purple face appeared around the living room door and shouted at him to be careful. All Harry wanted to do was lock himself in his room and fall into bed. Though he didn't want to, he knew he would simply lie there thinking about the events of the previous year. He shoved his door open with a thump and came to a startled halt just inside. Sitting on his desk gently stroking his owl was a young woman. She had shoulder-length blonde hair that was pulled to the side and tied with a black ribbon over her right shoulder. Her eyes were a deep midnight blue and her fingernails were painted black. She was wearing a long black leather cord around her neck with a charm dangling from it down into her cleavage, clearly visible peeking over the top of the white tank top that did nothing to hide the fact that she was wearing a deep red lacy bra. Her short denim skirt left nothing to the imagination as both of her heavily black booted feet were propped up on the arms of Harry's desk chair, affording him a clear view of her matching knickers and really long tanned legs. Harry's breath caught in his throat and his cheeks flooded with heat. He tried to speak but no words came out. The beautiful blonde turned to him and smiled at him in such a way that Harry felt he would never stop blushing. He was sitting in a chair in the kitchen drinking a butterbeer and staring absently at the knickers dangling from his finger when he heard the distinctive crack of several people apparating. Had he not in that moment remembered that Ginny, and only Ginny, had thought to let him know he was being rescued, he might have found himself in a position even harder to explain than the one he was in. His current one being sitting half BPD in the kitchen with nothing on but a pair of very nice fitting jeans, or so he'd been told, and his wand strapped to his forearm in a holster. He tried not to think about the knickers dangling from his finger. "You're earlier than I expected," he said simply, getting to his feet and casually pocketing the knickers. Then he smiled brightly. "Hey, Gin." Unsure of what she had just popped in on, Ginny decided to hell with playing things safe and deduced you hadn't lived until you'd made at least one cheeky comment a day. "Nice knickers, Harry." Harry scratched the back of his head, ruffling his hair and allowing Ginny and the other members of his rescue party to get a nice long look at him. This Harry was an entirely new one. Whatever he had been doing over the last month and a bit, the knickers were a clue as to some of his activities, but Ginny wouldn't ask him about that until later. Had left him with a very nice body, all firmly toned muscle and a good 8 inches on his height. No more glasses left his eyes to draw you in and drown you, and he had a confidence about him that probably had a lot more to do with the dangling knickers than his new physique. As none of the others seemed capable of responding, they were expecting the mopey and angry teenager of Ron and Hermione's correspondences. Ginny took things into her own hands. She alone had had a little warning. "Why don't I help you pack?" she offered, already moving out of the kitchen. "I'll help." A pink-haired young witch volunteered, eagerly rushing after Harry and Ginny and tripping up the stairs. With a laugh, Harry helped her up and led them both to his room. "You must be Tonks," he smiled, opening his bedroom door. "How do you know that?" She frowned, her gaze flicking over him assessingly. "I have my ways." Tonks was impressed and was about to make an attempt at getting more information on said ways when Harry flicked on the light and Ginny's mouth fell open. Never having seen or heard a description of Harry's room, Tonks saw nothing wrong with it. She looked around at the clothes on the floor, the books scattered across a desk and overcrowded bookshelves, and frowned. What do you mean what?" Ginny gasped. "Harry, what did you do?" Harry looked around his room, taking his time to answer. True, it was bigger than it had been, the result of some nifty spell work by a very enticing owned, and maybe his bed was bigger and new and there were an awful lot more magic books and potion ingredients lying around, but he didn't think that Ginny's reaction was really warranted. Friend of mine told me it was about time I did something for myself. So you magically expanded your room? Ginny asked incredulously. Harry nodded. Bought new furniture too. The books are mostly from a raid on the Potter Vault, but the clothes are the result of a very long day in Muggle London with the most stubborn witch I have ever met who wasn't a Weasley. Ginny wasn't sure whether or not she was supposed to be insulted but let it slide in favor of asking him some more questions. Tonks meanwhile was busy examining an interesting book she found lying on Harry's bed about metamorphagy. How do you plan on packing this stuff? Was the first question Ginny managed to articulate. I picked up a trunk like Moody's in Diagon Alley. 7 compartments, 5 of which have been magically expanded. When we get home you and I are going to have a very long talk. Harry merely nodded and then, seeing that Tonks was still absorbed in his book, he quickly waved a hand and all of his belongings, including the book Tonks was reading, returned to their rightful place. Tonks looked slightly embarrassed when she realized she had been no help at all. Right then, let's go. Ginny and Harry shared an amused look as Tonks led the way out of his room, floating his trunk along in front of her. When they returned to the kitchen it seemed the others had gotten their thoughts in order and Remus Lupin stepped forward to greet Harry warmly. Amused, Harry greeted his old Dada professor and then turned to greet the real Mad-Eye Moody. How are we getting wherever it is we're going? Harry asked. They wanted to fly, Ginny told him before anyone else had the chance. But when I convinced them to let me come I also convinced them that flying all the way was stupid when a portkey would work just as well. Harry snorted at the idea of several full-grown witches and wizards giving in to the wants of a 14-year-old girl, finding it rather amusing. Remus looked as though he wanted to contradict Ginny, but Moody was shoving the end of a rope at him and ordering everyone in his gruff voice to grab hold. There was a brief few moments of anticipation before Harry felt the familiar tug behind his navel. The world around him became a swirl of color and then quite suddenly he was standing on the pavement on an ordinary street in London. He raised an eyebrow at Ginny, but Moody handed him a piece of paper. Memorize it. Harry did as he was told and immediately another house squeezed itself into existence between 2 houses, pushing the others aside like it was nothing. Everyone was looking at him expecting some sort of reaction, so he gave them one, just not the one they were expecting. Fidelius Charm, nice. By now Ginny had become used to this new Harry while the others were still trying to reconcile this new version with the one they knew and were expecting. It helped, of course, that she was the only one who had been regularly corresponding with Harry through letters delivered by fire. The letters he sent to Ron and Hermione were all begging for news and the anger and the depression they expected. His letters to her were different, they were full of life and showed a side of Harry that, while it may have always been there, had been hidden until recently. She knew not the reason for this change, but she welcomed it. Quick, Harry, inside. Harry allowed Remus to hurry him inside. He had a few moments to look around at the dark and grimy hallway before Tonks caused a ruckus behind him by tripping over a rather ugly umbrella stand made from what looked like a troll leg. Curtains to his left blew open and the portrait of an old woman started shouting about mudbloods and blood traitors sullying her home. While everyone scrambled about, Tonks apologizing profusely, the portrait screaming about betraying the purity of blood, and the sounds of several people hurrying up from a basement floor, Harry snorted at the portrait. It seemed no one had ever merely snorted at her before, because for a moment she actually paused in her screaming to glare at Harry. She started screaming again almost instantly and a very hairy man came bursting into the hall. He was probably about to start yelling right back at the portrait when Harry said 3 words that shut everyone up. Tom Marvolo Riddle. In the stunned silence that followed, Harry walked to stand directly in front of the painting and stared the woman straight in the eye. You heard me, Harry told her sharply. Your beloved Dark Lord, purest of the pure bloods, is nothing but a half-blood ashamed of his heritage and deluding the wizarding world into seeing him as something to fear. The woman in the painting appeared to swell with indignation, but before she could start her tirade again, Harry cut her off. Shut it, woman. Caught off guard by the power and force in his words, the painting did shut up. The hairy man and Remus moved forward to close the curtains around the portrait and then turned to Harry. Harry, I see you've met my mother. Ginny directed him up the stairs to the room he would be sharing with Ron. Harry was more than a little annoyed by that fact, but he had already thought up a few ways around that inconvenience. Before he opened the door he turned and gave Ginny a smirk. "Play along." Ginny merely nodded, having no idea what he meant, and then Harry opened the door. Hermione had been about to throw herself on him in a tight hug when she really saw him and was brought up short. Ginny had to control the urge to laugh at the look on Hermione's face. She and Ron stood frozen in place, mouths hanging open as they took in Harry's new appearance. He was wearing more clothes than when Ginny and the Order had rescued him, but the sight was no less effective. As well as his new snug-fitting black jeans. He was wearing black dragon hide boots and a green t-shirt that he had been told showed off his now clearly visible green eyes. Neither Ron nor Hermione knew what to say. "Harry." Hermione gasped. "You look amazing." Harry shrugged, affecting an indifferent facade so different from his recent behavior with Ginny. Harry actually enjoyed the way Hermione's face drooped at his behavior. "So," he asked casually, walking slowly around the room. "Been too busy to write?" "Harry, mate," Ron started preparing to make his excuses. "We wanted to write but Dumbledore," Ron broke off when Harry snorted. "We really did want to write, Harry," Hermione reassured him. "You know that's funny because if I had really wanted to I could have found a way to write when a person I cared about was stuck with no way of knowing what's been happening." He threw a wink at Ginny when the others were too busy studying their feet. His voice started to get louder as he really embraced the role of abandoned friend. "I was there. I saw him return. Didn't you think I deserved to know what was going on? What was being done?" Hermione stuttered a response that was too jumbled for him to understand, and Ron just started to turn red. Ginny, standing behind them, was having trouble controlling her laughter. "While you were here, while you were with the Order, I've been stuck with the Dursleys worrying that Voldemort is killing more people. While you've been here, where it's all happening, I've been spending hours staring at the ceiling knowing that I should be, out there doing something." "We really tried, mate," Ron said weakly. "Dumbledore made us swear we wouldn't tell you anything. Even if we could, we wouldn't have anything to tell," Hermione whispered. "All we've been doing is cleaning." Harry gave a disbelieving grunt but flopped back onto the bed he assumed was his and did some more of the aforementioned ceiling watching. He tried very hard not to smile. If they knew even a bit of what he had been up to this summer, before Ron or Hermione could do any more damage control, Fred and George appeared out of thin air with twin cracks. "Ah, Harry," Fred greeted. "We thought we heard your voice," George finished. "Gred, Forge," Harry greeted. "Heard anything interesting?" Both twins frowned and then looked down at the flesh-colored strings they were holding. They gave him suspicious looks but then let it go in favor of exchanging information. "Nothing. There's some sort of charm on the door." "Too bad," Harry said in a voice devoid of emotion. Ginny was going to have to give him props for the superb acting job. "Hey, Gin," Harry said suddenly, propping himself up on his elbows. "Yeah?" she asked warily. "How was your summer?" he asked pleasantly, flashing her one of the smiles she had been treated to earlier. She rolled her eyes and threw a pair of Ron socks at him. They were the closest thing she could reach, but Harry merely snatched them out of the air and tossed them at Ron, hitting him in the face. "Meeting's over," Harry said in response. "Your mum's coming up the stairs." Mere moments later Molly Weasley bustled in announcing dinner would soon be ready and they should move down to the kitchen. Hermione gave Harry a funny look but he chose not to notice as he followed Ron and the twins down to the kitchen. Ginny followed quickly, catching up to him on the stairs, standing close enough that she could whisper into his ear. "You know Lupin's probably told Sirius about the knickers." Harry shrugged. "Just as long as your mother doesn't find out I think I'm safe." "You'll tell me everything." Harry turned to look at her as they moved down the hall to the kitchen. "You?" "Yes. Not the others." Harry shook his head, pulling her to the side and allowing Hermione to pass. She threw them a curious look over her shoulder but didn't stop to ask. "They can't know, Gin, I don't want them to." "But you're going to tell me." Harry smiled. "Maybe I like you. Maybe you have a girlfriend." Harry shrugged. "I wasn't lying, Gin. The others, Ron and Hermione, are supposed to be my best friends but you were the one who wrote to me. You were the one that made an effort to ignore Dumbledore. They were my best friends, they should have been the ones to ignore Dumbledore to keep me informed. Not the best mate's sister who was finally over her crush." Ginny smacked his arm lightly but she couldn't exactly find fault in his logic. She was moving toward the kitchen again when the tense of what Harry said sunk in. "They were your best friends." Harry pushed her playfully into the kitchen, allowing everyone to catch the tail end of their conversation. I found myself a very cute redhead. Ginny smiled brilliantly and practically skipped to her spot at the table. Ignoring the funny and suspicious looks everyone was giving him, Harry followed Ginny to the table and took the empty seat beside her. "So," Harry said casually, leaning back in his chair and surveying the remaining Order members in a way that suggested he expected someone to speak. Sirius, who had been bouncing in his chair, took the opportunity to get something off his chest. "What's this I hear about you in a pair of red knickers?" Ginny snorted, refraining from saying "I told you so" as everyone in the room who hadn't been at the Dursleys froze and turned to look at Harry. Mrs. Weasley had gone white and seemed to be struggling for the words to express exactly what she was feeling. Ron's mouth had fallen open and the twins looked as though Christmas had come early. "Well," Harry said thoughtfully, running a hand through his hair and reminding Sirius of James. "There was this girl." "Was?" Sirius interrupted. "Visiting family on Privet Drive," Harry nodded solemnly. Ginny thought she might crack a rib given the way everyone was hanging on Harry's every word. "Who will now be returning home with a few of her virtues nicely sullied." Ginny choked, having unwisely decided to take a sip of butterbeer, and Mrs. Weasley dropped the knife she had been spelling to dice some carrots. The twins were looking at Harry with something akin to disbelief. Little Harrykin sullying virtue. Sirius looked a little proud, Ron rather awed, and Hermione disgusted. "Harry," Hermione scolded. "That's a horrible thing to say about someone." "How should he have said it?" Ginny asked mildly. "That a girl staying with family on Privet Drive will be returning home having sullied Harry's virtues." Harry laughed at that, but Hermione pursed her lips dangerously, suggesting to Harry that after dinner he would be treated to one of Hermione's famous morality rants. "Dinner," Mrs. Weasley announced, in a desperate attempt to change the subject. She would be having a discussion with her husband later concerning Harry, and a talk the two needed to have. Like Mrs. Weasley, Harry was more than happy to change the subject. He felt that when it came to telling lies and half-truths, the less said the better. Then again he figured Mrs. Weasley wouldn't be too keen on the new subject he wanted to discuss. "What are you doing to stop Voldemort?" Harry asked once everyone was comfortably seated with plates full of food. Ron, who usually inhaled his food, nearly choked when he flinched at the name. Harry ignored the way most of the table flinched at the name and raised his eyebrow, waiting for an answer. Sirius, more than willing to tell Harry more than any of the Order members thought he should, answered as vaguely as he could to satisfy the glare Mrs. Weasley was sending his way and the desperate need Dumbledore had to protect Harry's youth. His vague references to a weapon they were guarding did nothing to satisfy Harry's curiosity, mostly because after a couple of weird dreams and some quick conversation with a certain unspeakable, Harry had already dealt with this so-called weapon and was just allowing the Order to keep Voldemort occupied. He was after some real news. Surely Dumbledore had something up his sleeve. If he did, Sirius either didn't know it or wasn't willing to share it. "So basically, you're doing exactly what Voldemort is doing," Harry summed up. "You're waiting around doing nothing under the guise of preparing for a war that has already begun." That didn't go over very well, but Harry thought someone should point it out. After all, he couldn't figure out what the Order was doing to actively stop Voldemort from gaining too much power. Harry's "it's not that easy," contradicted Mr. Weasley. "Fudge is still refusing to believe that you know who has returned, and he is actively trying to discredit anyone who believes otherwise." Harry shrugged and passed Ginny a bread roll before she even had the chance to ask. She gave him a smile, but her eyes were shooting him a look that told him quite clearly they were going to talk even if she had to tie him down. "Well, nobody said you had to do it in the open." "What do you mean?" Bill asked warily. "We fight dirty," he said simply. "Take them out before they take us out." "What do you mean, take them out?" Mr. Weasley frowned. Harry shrugged, casually reaching for the salt. "We kill them." Despite being forced up to bed straight after dinner, Harry knew what the main topic of conversation was down in the kitchen. His pronouncement had gone over as well as a nuclear bomb, and more than one adult had looked at him in concern throughout the meal. Even Hermione had watched him carefully while he ate his way steadily through Mrs. Weasley's cooking, occasionally shooting him worried or pitying looks. It was obvious she thought this was some form of lashing out or some sort of destructive behavior brought on by the return of Voldemort and witnessing Cedric's death. Nothing he'd said to her as they left the kitchen could convince her otherwise. But Hermione wasn't really the problem. Sure, she would watch him like a hawk over the next few weeks and catalog any weird behavior, but he could work around that. After all, he had spent the last 5 weeks working around the Order members secretly watching over him. No, what was causing Harry some concern was that his reckless behavior would bring him under the ever more watchful eye of Dumbledore or his other professors. While he had managed to avoid detection over the summer, trying to continue with his plans and his freedom during the term would be a lot harder. He thought about all of this while he changed into his pajamas and prepared for bed. Ron was already in bed, lying on his back and staring at the ceiling deep in thought. Harry didn't notice the way Ron kept glancing over at him or how his eyes widened as he realized how much Harry had truly changed once his shirt was off. Going back to studying the ceiling, Ron spoke, refusing to look at Harry as though embarrassed to even be discussing what he wanted to discuss. "Harry, mate." "Yeah," Harry replied, absently wondering about Ron's sudden fixation with the word mate. "Were you?" He trailed off, not sure how to put what he wanted to say in words or just really embarrassed to do it. "Were you serious about that stuff?" he finished vaguely. Harry looked up from where he was wrestling elbow deep in his trunk for a book for Ginny and raised his eyebrow at his friend. "I say a lot of stuff, Ron. Can you be more specific about that girl?" Ron said after a very long pause. "Ah," Harry breathed with sudden understanding. It amused him that Ron was still so awkward about the topic when he knew he was about to spend a good hour discussing the finer details with Ginny. "You want to know if I was joking about the virtue sullying, right?" "Right," Ron croaked. Harry sighed heavily. He knew that many of the blokes in 6th and 7th year frequently talked about their exploits with the girls at Hogwarts. It was almost a rite of passage to talk about your experiences with your roommates, to brag about your conquests. This was not one of those situations. It was not Harry Key dotting a girl for the first time. Well, it was, but that was years ago now, and it wasn't about reaching bases and scoring experience. It was bigger than that, but Harry knew he would never tell Ron that. "Look, mate, it's not really any of your business, but if you must know, yes, I met a girl, yes, we dated for a while, and yes, we shagged. I'm not giving you any details." Ron was silent for a very long time, and Harry thought he'd actually fallen asleep until he spoke. "I get it, Harry. Sorry. Don't worry about it." Ron went back to staring at the ceiling and contemplating what he had learned, and Harry continued to wrestle in his trunk. It was starting to look like he was going to have to get in there to pry the damn thing free, and he really didn't want to do that with Ron around. He'd get all curious and then mention it to Hermione, who would get all excited and ask him how it worked. He didn't know how it worked. It's not like when he bought it he asked for all the finer details. Finally he freed the book and placed it on the nightstand, making a show of then getting into bed and turning out the light. Just when he was sure Ron was drifting off, he spoke again. "Harry." "Yeah, what's up with you and Ginny?" Now it was Harry's turn to take a few quiet moments before he answered. "She's a good friend." Satisfied for the moment with that answer, Ron drifted off. 20 minutes after Ron's snores filled the room, Harry was out of bed, snagging the book from his nightstand and moving quietly out of the room and up to Ginny's. He found her sitting in bed in the dark waiting for him. He locked her door behind him and joined her on the bed. She lit a candle on the nightstand to give them a little light, but not enough to really draw her mother's attention. "Did Ron ask you about your girlfriend?" "Yeah, I fed him the same story I fed everyone else downstairs. That she was visiting family and now she's gone." Harry nodded. "Tell me everything." And so he did, starting from the very first day of the holidays when he had returned home from King's Cross to find Ali Martin sitting on his desk stroking Hedwig, to the hours before Ginny and the Order came to collect him from the Dursleys. He skipped over 1 or 2 details, planning to tell her later when she had had time to process everything. He talked for nearly 3 hours and Ginny let him, holding all her questions until he was done. "And then I went down to the kitchen and that was when you arrived." For several minutes after Harry finished speaking, Ginny just sat and stared at him with her mouth open. She closed it eventually, but she continued to stare at him as she arranged her thoughts and began to order some of the questions she had for him. She decided to start, like he had, from the beginning and asked her questions in order of their relevance to his story. "She was just waiting for you to get home," Ginny clarified. Harry nodded. "And she took you into a trunk like yours that was spelled to experience time differently." "Yeah," Harry agreed. For you it's only been 5 weeks since the holidays began. But for me it's been just over 2 years. So you're really 17, I guess. It's weird because I feel 17, I'm taller and stronger but technically I'm only 15 even though I've had 2 more years to learn. How did you get our letters? Harry scrunched up his nose in a pained manner. Ally had this clock that would show us what time it was outside of the trunk and then we'd send our house elf to check for mail every couple of regular days. I never pretended to know exactly how it worked and she never tried to explain it to me. Did you come out very often? Only once or twice in the first few months, mostly to go shopping. Ally said I needed new clothes. Then after that we came out more and more, spent more time in my room at the Dursleys. For a while it was really hard to keep time straight but the stronger I got and the more stuff I learned the less time we spent in the trunk. The last 2 weeks we didn't spend any time in there. I think she actually took the spells down so she could use it again. Ginny took her time deciding what to ask next but in the end her choice was a simple one. You told me all about how she trained you but you never said much about her. Who is she? I'm assuming she's the owner of the Knickers. Ally is unique, and I'm not just saying that because I love her. Her mother was hit with Avada Kedavra right before she was born. It was only the quick thinking of her aunt that saved her, she literally had to be cut out of her mother. Technically that means she survived the killing curse though not directly like I did. When she was 10 her aunt was killed by a basilisk and it nearly killed her but she was saved by Phoenix Tears. That's a little weird, Ginny whispered, not missing the similarity between Ally's story and Harry's. How come I've never heard of her? Because when she was healed by the phoenix some of its blood mixed with hers. I'm not following, Ginny told him. She's nearly 300 years old, Jin. He wanted to go back to sleep but despite the early hour he couldn't. There was no way he could simply roll over and go back to sleep because the moment he'd woken one thing had been absolutely clear, though he was sure he'd gone to bed alone there was definitely someone else in his bed with him. That someone was curled into his side, right leg thrown over his, right arm splayed across his chest, her breath warm against his neck. 2 days ago he would have blushed hard enough to do a Weasley proud and leapt out of bed desperate to get as much distance between them as possible. But that was 2 days ago. In the last 2 days Harry had blushed harder than he thought possible. He'd heard more innuendo, seen more cleavage, more legs, more knickers, than he ever thought he would. By now he felt immune to embarrassment. If he could survive yesterday's shower incident, he could survive anything. He was completely and utterly, 100%, immune to anything this girl could throw at him. He was giving up, he'd tried, really he had. He'd fought really hard to ignore her, to hope she'd go away and leave him to brood in peace and he'd lost spectacularly. This strange girl had won. Then she shifted in her sleep and he realized he wasn't as immune as he'd hoped. Ally Martin had forced her way into his life 2 days ago and she was definitely not going anywhere soon. She'd followed him around the house whenever she could be sure the Dursleys were out. She'd appeared out of nowhere several times while he was avoiding Privet Drive and she'd even walked into the bathroom while he was in the shower participating in activities brought about by the fact that he was a typical teenage boy and a very attractive girl, who insisted on wearing really short skirts. Wouldn't leave him alone. And all the while she talked. Harry was pretty sure he now knew more about Ally Martin than he did about Ron and Hermione and he was pretty sure the reverse was true. No matter how hard he tried, she had this way of making him talk, frustrating him to the point that he'd answer her questions just to shut her up. And now here she was taking over his very small bed despite the fact that he knew she had a perfectly good queen-sized bed in the apartment in her magical trunk. The trunk which had taken up residence at the end of his bed forcing him to stuff his in the bottom of his wardrobe. Yes, Harry Potter was giving in. As if she could hear his thoughts, and Harry wouldn't put it past her, Ally spoke surprising Harry because just seconds ago she'd been asleep. We're going shopping today. He would have groaned and protested if he thought it would have done him any good. Why? Because your clothes are horrible and your room is a depressing reminder that the Dursleys treat you like dirt. He couldn't argue with that, his clothes were horrible and his room still looked like it belonged to Dudley even after he'd been sleeping in it for 4 years. What did you have in mind? Ally merely smiled at him and Harry had the discomforting feeling he had just sold his soul. 3 hours later he knew it was worse than that. Ally dragged him to Muggle London and straight to a small street lined with clothing stores, places he never would have shopped in if he were with the Dursleys because of the rather high price attached to the items. To Allie, money was no problem. The first store they went to, she pointed him to a chair near the window and told him with nothing more than an arched brow that he was to stay put while she did the actual shopping. It wasn't until Allie and the young shop assistant, another bubbly bee, gave him a huge pile of clothes and directed him to the change rooms that he thought to ask how she knew his size when even he wasn't sure, a side affect of only ever wearing Dudley's cast-offs. "I measured you," she explained, passing him some jeans he was to try on first. When Harry asked incredulously, he didn't remember being attacked by Allie with a tape measure. "You were asleep." Anyone else and he would have found that disturbing, but it was Allie and it seemed the sort of thing she would do. While the store girl giggled at the mere idea, Harry just rolled his eyes and tried on all the clothes he was handed. He tried on jeans, after jeans, t-shirt, after t-shirt until Allie was satisfied. An hour and a ridiculous amount of cash later they left the store weighed down with more shopping bags than Harry thought was necessary. And they weren't done. They hit several more stores, buying Harry jackets, hoodies, shoes, boots, even a hat that Allie insisted made him look say, "Why?" She refused outright to shrink their bags so they would be easier to carry on the grounds that Harry needed to fully experience spending a ridiculous amount of money on clothes. He probably would have had more of a leg to stand on had he not been feeling exuberant over finally having his own clothes. The fact that they were pricey designer labels that Dudley would kill for was just a bonus. They had lunch at a small cafe surrounded by more bags than was probably healthy. Harry couldn't help noticing that they seemed to be on the receiving end of some rather envious looks. When he mentioned this to Allie, she pilfered a French fry from his plate and smirked. "It's not the clothes they're envying." "Well, no, I suppose they do envy those, it's us." "Us?" he questioned, slapping her hand away before she ate all of his fries. She kicked him lightly under the table and he surrendered a solitary fry. "Yes, she agreed. They're a bunch of 15-year-olds out for the summer break wishing they could be us, or at least with us." "I have no idea what you're talking about." Allie sighed dramatically and leaned forward as though to emphasize her words, or at least have more hope of them getting through to Harry. "We look very glamorous right now," she explained slowly. "We're two good-looking people surrounding by £1,000 or so worth of clothes. I bet you £10 they think we look downright say, why?" "You're joking," he murmured incredulously. It was one thing to be envied and hero-worshipped in the wizarding world, there he expected it, but in Muggle London. Perfectly serious. "But I don't look glamorous," he protested. "Have you looked in the mirror since I slipped you that potion this morning?" Harry thought about it. He had looked in the mirror several times since she slipped him the first dose of what she dubbed Phoenix-endorsed healing juice, but he couldn't say he'd noticed much of a difference. He also couldn't say he knew what it was supposed to do. Allie could tell from his blank look that he had no idea what she was talking about. "You don't look so scary pale anymore," she explained. "The potion will hopefully repair whatever damage living 10 years in a cupboard did to your body." "Oh." She stole his last fry and then tossed some money on the table. "You ready?" Harry just nodded. He was still thinking about what she'd said. This potion was supposed to, make him look healthier like he would have had he not spent so long in a small dark space. As he gathered more than half of the bags he couldn't help feeling a little happy with the idea. Maybe he would finally catch up to Ron, or at least not be so damn pale and skinny. Those happy thoughts lasted about as long as it took to reach the furniture store Allie had in mind. There they spent 15 long minutes choosing the right mattress. It would have taken less time, but Allie insisted that she test the mattress and then disagreed with Harry's choice twice. Harry watched as she bought first a large queen-sized bed, then a nightstand, then a desk, a comfortable chair and a large bookcase. When Harry tried to remind her that his room was too small to fit it all, she gave him a look that left him in no doubt that whatever she bought she would make fit. It seemed like hours before Allie was finished buying every conceivable item for his bedroom. She paid for it, declining a delivery, and discreetly sent it all home with a wave of her wand. She and Harry quickly followed, arriving in Harry's room with barely space to breathe and proving Harry right in his assumption that his room was far too small for all the furniture she'd bought. "Go stand near the door," she instructed. Going to stand by the door involved climbing over several boxes and squeezing between others. Finally, when he was out of the way, Allie shrunk all of the new furniture. Together they moved it all in front of the door in a neat pile with all of their other shopping. Right, she announced. Anything in this room you want to keep? Harry looked around the room and considered it. He took in all of Dudley's old and broken toys, all of the books he'd likely never read and the other odds and ends. In the end the only things worth rescuing were his school things and the photo album containing pictures of his parents. Those he and Allie collected and put with his new things by the door. Then he stood back and with another wave of her wand she vanished the contents of the room. Gone were all of Dudley's old belongings, gone was his old bed and all of his old clothes, his old school trunk, anything that wasn't brand new disappeared, even the old curtains. The room looked remarkably bare but still not big enough to fit all of his new furniture. Harry knew what was coming next, still it didn't prepare him for the changes Allie wrought in his room. First she magically expanded it so it was more than twice its normal size. Then she enlarged the window, turning it into a large bay window with a comfortable-looking window seat beneath it. Before she did any more she opened the double window allowing fresh air to wash gently through the room. She didn't stop to ask Harry about colors, instead she immediately changed his walls to a deep red that matched his cherry wood furniture. She replaced the carpet with floorboards and created heavy cream-colored curtains for the window. The last thing she changed was his wardrobe which she enlarged making it a walk-in robe with both shelves and hanging space for his robes. What do you think? It was obvious how much she already loved it, and Harry couldn't deny that it was 100 times better than it used to be. Allie smiled brightly when he grinned and then jumped up and down with excitement. Anyone watching would have thought it was her room given just how excited she was. Right, furniture. Working together it took them very little time to magically assemble all of Harry's new furniture and arrange it in a way that both Harry and Allie could agree upon. That took a lot longer than actually assembling the furniture. Each piece was put together and then carefully placed in the room. Harry was so happy to have his own little space that he didn't mind that most of the time Allie got her way. When they were done Harry could honestly say, for the first time ever, that a part of Privet Drive felt like home. Thank you. He and Allie were lying together on his bed, staring at the ceiling which was charmed to always show a clear night sky. He looked at her as he spoke and for the first time in the 3 days he'd known her was actually glad she was so stubborn. You're welcome. They lay together in silence for some time before Harry broached the subject he had been trying to ignore since she arrived. I'm ready, you know. Allie rolled onto her side and studied him. I know but there are a couple of things we need to do first. And what are they? Harry asked, rolling onto his side so that he was facing her. We need to put wards around this room to make sure your relatives don't come in here. We need to strengthen the wards I put up when I got here so the ministry doesn't know we're doing magic and we need to go to Gringotts. I understand the first two but why do we need to go to Gringotts? I have some books in my vault and a potion that we're going to need, she explained. I also need to introduce you to Pip because she's going to be the one going to Anne from the trunk. Your house elf. Yep. Alright, let's order a pizza and then we'll start with the wards. That night after strengthening the wards that enabled them to do magic without the Ministry of Magic noticing and putting up gentle muggle-repelling charms around his door to ward off the Dursleys, they made a quick trip to Diagon Alley before climbing into Allie's trunk. It would be 3 days before Harry was once more spotted at number 4 Privet Drive by the Secret Order members watching the house. At first Ginny thought he was joking but then she realized how serious he was and she was completely gobsmacked. 300 years old. How old did she look? Ginny had 100 questions to ask but only one simple thing escaped when she opened her mouth. She must have been so alone. Harry smiled sadly in agreement. She's waited 300 years for something like that to happen again, so she doesn't have to be alone anymore. You don't mean? Yeah, I survived the killing curse and I was saved from death at the fangs of a basilisk with phoenix tears. Apparently Fawkes mixed some of his blood in with his tears. What? Ginny asked weakly. Are you sure? Harry nodded slowly. She said she could tell the moment it happened but it took her this long to find out who I was. That's a little romantic, Ginny remarked obscurely. Did she always know you would get together? And, how old does she look? About 20, something about doubling the age she was when she got the infusion of phoenix tears and blood. She thinks I'll age until I'm 24 and then stop. As for the other thing, I don't think it was her plan or anything I think it just happened. All she was hoping for was a friend, someone she could always come back to. That's so sad and so scary, Ginny admitted. The idea that Harry would live for such a long time terrified her. Would she have to watch her closest friend remain the same as she grew old? Still, it was a small price to pay when she thought about the girl that had captured Harry's heart being alone for nearly 300 years. Deep down, Ginny was still a romantic even if some of the joy had been tainted by her possession in first year. I can't believe everyone thinks you spent your summer moping, she giggled suddenly. They have to, Harry reminded her quietly. Allie and I talked about it and we agreed that seeing as you were the one who stood by me and made an effort to keep me informed, just generally befriended me, that you were the one I'd tell. Why did you need to tell anyone? If something were to happen then it's important that someone know everything. Is that a possibility? Something happening? Harry shrugged. It was always a possibility that something went wrong, that he or Allie would be hurt or get in trouble, especially after the sorts of things they had been doing and were planning to do. Does she know you're safe? Her question reminded Harry that he had something to give her, though the connection was a little shaky. We can tell, I think it's a Phoenix thing. That's good. Harry grabbed the book he'd left on the end of the bed and handed it to her. She frowned but opened it and found it to be a handwritten journal of sorts. She looked up at Harry questioningly. It belongs to Allie. It's a record of all the spells she learnt that she thought you might find handy. I can't take this. Trust me, you can. It's only one book, she has dozens more. Dozens. She's been around a long time, Jin. Doesn't that bother you? Harry considered the question. Did it bother him that Allie was more than 200 years older than him with loads more experience? No, it doesn't. She may have had longer to learn this stuff but she was pretty lonely. She was one of a kind, mostly human, different from everyone around her, it was hard. Besides, he grinned. She doesn't act her age, no one ever knows. They talked for a long time, some more about what Allie taught Harry and some more about Allie herself. Harry was more than happy to talk about her, for the first time he had someone he could talk to about her. They talked in whispers well into the early morning when Ginny finally fell asleep with her head resting on Harry's shoulder. He maneuvered free and snuck back into the room he shared with Ron. It took him until dawn broke before he finally drifted off. For a long time he simply lay in the dark listening to Ron's snores and thinking about all the ways he had changed and grown while his friends had stayed the same. He could see how easy it was to be open with Ginny. At the same time he was growing up and changing. Even if he did cheat using a charmed trunk, Ginny had grown up enough to talk to him without letting her silly old crush get in the way. When she was ready to be a real friend to him, he was changing with her. For Ron and Hermione the changes were negligible. Ron had grown like he always did and discovered a new vocabulary. Hermione hadn't changed at all. Admittedly, they would need the time to grow and change as he did, but the wait would be difficult. For 4 years Ron and Hermione had been his best friends, they were his first friends, his family. Now things had changed. Harry had his own family, had a godfather and a secret girlfriend. He had Ginny. He wasn't the same Harry that depended on his two best friends for everything. He was confident, independent, he wasn't even all human anymore. He wasn't even sure how to start telling them. Giving it up is a painful waste of the few hours he had to sleep. Harry rolled onto his stomach and pulled his pillow over his head in a futile attempt to block out Ron's snores. He would never know that Mrs. Weasley spent the entire night in an uneasy sleep worried for his well-being. He would never know that Hermione had fallen asleep making a list of his odd behavior, and he would never know that at that precise moment while he was blocking out snores and fading into sleep that Albus Dumbledore was sitting, tired and hunched, at his desk pondering what had brought about the frightening changes in Harry. The way he saw it, it was the result of one of 3 defining events. 1. Harry's new demeanor was the result of witnessing firsthand the death of Cedric Diggory at the hands of Peter Pettigrew. 2. It was the long overdue result of being touched so closely by a piece of Voldemort. And 3. His deep desire to protect Harry at all costs working against him when Harry was forced to not only witness but participate in Voldemort's return. It didn't matter, the results were the same. Harry appeared to no longer oppose killing people, and this would mean he would have to be watched far more closely. Ginny gave a frustrated sigh and looked up from her book at the other people crowded around the kitchen table waiting for breakfast. Ron was staring hopefully at his empty plate while Hermione, sitting next to him, worked on a summer essay for potions. Sitting at the end, Bill was talking with their father in hushed tones, most likely something about the order. Watching Bill, it occurred to Ginny that he may actually be able to help her. "Bill?" she asked, not caring at all that she was interrupting a private conversation. If they really wanted to talk about the order in secret, they shouldn't do it in a house shared with Harry. "Yeah, Ginny. Have you picked up any French spending all that time with Fleur?" Bill frowned, but whether it was at her question or the insinuation behind it, she couldn't be sure. "Not really. Why? I need someone to translate something for me." "Well, I can ask Fleur to have a look at it," he offered. "But I probably won't get it back to you until tomorrow night." "Nah, I'll just get Harry to do it when he gets up." Hermione looked up from her potions assignment looking startled. Ron even looked up from his empty plate to give her a funny look. "Harry doesn't speak French," Hermione frowned. "He can't help you, Ginny." Hermione's tone had taken on a rather condescending slant. She was looking at Ginny with pity. Ginny had the feeling Hermione thought she was relapsing into her old Harry crush days. "I can find you a dictionary if you want. I think I have one from 2 years ago." "You have what from 2 years ago?" Harry asked, breezing into the kitchen and taking the empty seat beside Bill. Hermione opened her mouth to explain and probably managed to make Ginny seem stupid at the same time, but Ginny beat her to it. She got up and moved to sit beside Harry and opened the book she'd been reading, Allie's journal, to the pages giving her such problems. "I can't read this part," she explained. Harry snorted. "I told you her writing was bad," he said without looking. "Her writing's fine, Harry, but she wrote this part in French." Harry looked down at the book with a frown. At that moment Mrs. Weasley interrupted by serving him breakfast and cutting off his view of the book in front of him. It gave Hermione the opportunity to mention Ginny's misguided request that Harry translate it and once more offer up the use of her dictionary. Harry shot her a disapproving look at the way she was talking to Ginny, like she was a small child. "Thanks, Mrs. Weasley." Harry picked up a fork and started eating while looking at the page Ginny had shown him. He nodded in sudden understanding. This is her research for the Department of Mysteries. That caught everyone's attention as so little was actually known about what went on in that particular department at the Ministry. The Order members present were particularly interested, and Harry couldn't help smirking at the perfect opportunity Ginny had inadvertently presented him with. Ginny nodded. "What does it say?" "It's the instructions to the wards surrounding the Hall of Prophecy," Harry explained. "She's just talking about the charms on the prophecies themselves, you know, how only the person the prophecy is about can remove it from the shelf, and what happens to someone who touches someone else's prophecy." "Do you think there is a copy of Trelawney's prophecy in there?" Ginny asked with genuine interest. She was even more annoyed that she didn't read French now that she knew what was written was so interesting. Harry shook his head. "Most seers don't remember their own prophecies," he explained to his captivated audience. Hermione was focused intently on him because she loved learning anything new. Ron was more interested in his food, but Mr. and Mrs. Weasley and Bill were keenly paying attention. "I'd have to give up a copy of my memory to be stored in the hall." "You don't want to do that?" Hermione asked, fascinated despite her much vocalized skepticism toward the art of divination. Harry shook his head. "Do you know what the Hall of Prophecy is to most people, Hermione?" She shook her head. Bill and Mr. Weasley leaned forward in their chairs as though in anticipation of what he was about to say. "Power. It's the power of knowing something others don't. It's the knowledge to control the outcome of events. It's everything Voldemort needs to win his war, and it's the misguided reason Dumbledore is wasting time having the Order guard it." You could have heard a pin drop, such was the weight of the silence in the kitchen. Harry feigned ignorance and continued to read through the French portion of Allie's journal for anything Ginny might find interesting. He refused to make things easier for anyone by saying more on the topic of what he, and several others, felt was Dumbledore's slow descent into Old Coot territory. While ordinarily Hermione would have broken the heavy silence with questions, now she was too stunned, sending alarmed looks at the Order members present. Sirius' arrival did nothing to lessen the tension. "Geez, who died?" he joked, grabbing a plate and helping himself to some toast. He froze when no one responded. "No one died, right?" "No one died," Harry assured him. He placed his fork down on the table and resigned himself to the fact that he would have to broach the topic because everyone else was so stunned. "Then what happened?" "Oh, they're just surprised that innocent little me, Ginny snorted, but he chose to ignore her. Knows more about the Order than Dumbledore thinks I'm ready to. Oh, Sirius asked with interest. What do you know that Dumbledore doesn't approve of? Harry grinned and changed the subject slightly. Did you know that the Department of Mysteries at the Ministry has an entire team devoted to researching love? Really? Sirius did seem surprised, though his surprise was more to do with his inability to see the need for such a study. Yep, confirmed Harry. It's fascinated them for years, at least. Now they know that love is supposed to be experienced, felt, not researched. And how do you know that? Mr. Weasley asked, almost demanded, of Harry. How's Ruby Reed? Harry asked, and Mr. Weasley's eyes widened. You're playing a dangerous game, Harry, Bill cautioned. Meh, Harry blew off the concern like it didn't mean anything. Ruby's a friend of a friend, he went on to explain. She hauled me into the Lonely Wench a week ago to consult on gift ideas for the Big 300. Sirius choked on a piece of sausage and Ron turned an interesting shade of pink. Bill gaped like a fish while both his parents swelled with anger. Ginny started giggling uncontrollably and had to stuff her fist in her mouth to stop after her mother glared at her. Hermione was confused. What's the Lonely Wench? It's a pub, Ginny giggled, still finding the entire thing hilarious. A wizarding pub somewhere off Diagon Alley that, but she dissolved into giggles and was unable to finish her explanation. Harry, happy to help, picked up where she left off. The Lonely Wench is an old and unique pub, he explained. And by unique I mean they have good fire whiskey and a brothel. Hermione's eyes popped out of her head and Ginny fell out of her chair, she was giggling so hard. Harry, Hermione shrieked. What? I didn't go for the say. He assured her. I went for the really hot barmaids, he joked. Hermione looked like she was about to hit him, so he thought he better be serious again. Look, Hermione, the place is licensed, not all of the waitresses work upstairs, and it's a very fun place to spend a Friday night. Bill snorted. It's a whorehouse, he scolded. It's dirty, has a bad reputation, and plenty of people go missing from there and turn up months later in Siberia still drunk and smiling. Harry grinned. I know. We're counting the days until Aiden Wims turns up. How many has it been now? Sirius asked, though he immediately wished he hadn't as Mrs. Weasley turned her glare on him. According to Ruby, 32 days, she's still waiting for him to get back so they can get married. Aiden Wims, Ron murmured. Isn't he keeper for Puddlemere? Yep, replied Harry, putting extra emphasis on the P. Oliver's ecstatic. Ron launched into a Quidditch ramble about Puddlemere's chances now that Wims was unable to play, distracting all of the Weasley men and Sirius and making Hermione roll her eyes. Harry managed to sneak out of the kitchen while Mrs. Weasley was focused on yelling at Sirius for not, in turn, yelling at Harry. Ginny caught up to him on the stairs. You know you're taking me there for my birthday, right? Absolutely. Things were tense in the kitchen of Grimmauld Place, headquarters of the Order of the Phoenix. They always were when an order meeting was in progress, but tonight's meeting was especially tense because no one was entirely sure how to bring up the topic of Harry's knowledge and mild belief that Dumbledore was an old coot. Finally, as the meeting was drawing to a close, Mrs. Weasley brought it up. Harry knows about the Hall of Prophecy and that the Order is guarding it. The silence in the kitchen was so complete it's a wonder none of the Order heard Harry and Ginny snickering from upstairs, where they were using Harry's new talents to eavesdrop on what even Dumbledore thought was a secure room. Excuse me. Dumbledore's all-knowing and often superior. Look slipped, he almost sputtered, genuinely shocked. How? McGonagall questioned through pursed lips. Her lips were held so tightly together to stop herself from smirking at the astonishment on Dumbledore's face. It was not every day you saw the great Albus Dumbledore taken by surprise. It was Bill who answered. He has friends in very high and very low places. I'm not sure I understand, Remus spoke up. Dumbledore had now gone white, though he wasn't saying anything. He had lost his annoying eye twinkle. He has several friends within the Ministry, Bill elaborated. I asked around today at work and the goblins aren't talking, but one of the witches who acts as a wizarding representative swears she's seen Harry several times this summer, and every time he's with the same bee. Owned. According to her, his accounts have been activated frequently and have been connected with several larger vaults. Were you able to find out who the bee owners or which vaults his have been connected to? Dumbledore asked, speaking for the first time, since he'd lost his firm knowledge that Harry was innocent and safe. Bill shook his head. Whoever she is, she's really well respected by the goblins. I couldn't get anything on any of Harry's vaults because sometime over the last few weeks his status has changed. Several bewildered looks were thrown his way. Bill shrugged. I don't know why. The only thing I did find out was that an emergency trust fund has been set up for Ginny. What? Mrs. Weasley gasped. Someone set up a trust for Ginny. For quite a bit of money, too. I don't know what Harry's up to. Why set up a vault for Ginny but not Ron? Professor McGonagall snorted at this. Really, Bill, isn't it obvious? He looked at her blankly and McGonagall found herself sharing a moment of exasperation with Tonks and Hestia. They're close, much closer than Harry, Ron and Hermione are, Tonks explained. That's your fault, Dumbledore. She was the only one who kept in contact with him while he was at the Dursleys. Dumbledore showed no signs that he was wrong in his decision to withhold information from Harry. It blew up in your face, Albus, Moody grunted. He's been all over London, in and out of Diagon Alley. He knows more about this war than you do, Dumbledore, Mundungus supplied. How so? Mr. Weasley asked. He could honestly say he hadn't even known Dung was present until he'd started speaking. And now he sounded like he had some information. He and his girlfriend nearly killed 6 Death Eaters 3 weeks ago. Harry nearly took of Malfoy's arm. I never seen a bludgeoning hex that powerful. Dumbledore sighed heavily and the Order couldn't help but hold their breaths. They respected Dumbledore but some members couldn't help but question his adamancy that Harry be allowed to have a childhood, especially given the fact that he'd never had one before and wouldn't know what to do with one. It seems that Mr. Potter will need to be watched more carefully from now on. We cannot afford for him to learn too much or to put himself at risk. I will take measures to ensure he is unable to leave Grimmauld Place until September 1st. Dumbledore fled before any of the Order members could question him. This just came for you, Ginny greeted Harry with a yawn. She slid into the chair beside him at the kitchen table and handed him the letter that had appeared like so many before it in her room in a flash of blue flames. Thanks, Gin. Harry took the note and pocketed it. Did you get any sleep last night? Ginny nodded through another yawn. A little. Harry studied her closely, aware of Mrs. Weasley covertly doing the same. Harry had been at headquarters for 2 weeks and though he was spending plenty of time with his friends he was bored with the constant cleaning. The only fun he really got to have was under the cover of darkness. He and Ginny were using her room to train and the strain was starting to show on Ginny. Maybe we should skip tonight, Harry suggested in a whisper. Ginny looked like she wanted to say no but she really needed the sleep. Harry smiled at her and went back to his breakfast. The twins were the next down followed by Ron and Hermione who were arguing. It sounded like Ron had been unlucky enough to be passing by when Hermione discovered the new addition to the house elf heads. Harry figured he would save Ron some trouble and cut Hermione off as soon as she sat down, muttering darkly about improper care and Avery. Actually Hermione, the reason Kreacher is now hanging with his ancestors is because Ginny and I removed that portrait of Sirius Mum yesterday and he jumped in front of my severing charm. Hermione opened her mouth, no doubt to hotly scold him for his uncaring attitude and probably his misuse of magic underage but Mrs. Weasley actually cut her off. I had wondered who managed to remove that horrid thing, she said. However did you manage it? The old bag used blood magic to stick her portrait to the wall, Harry said darkly. A splash of blood and a good severing charm and the thing was gone. That's horrible, Hermione exclaimed. Surely you didn't use your blood, Harry. Harry shook his head and Ginny held up her hand to show her hand perfectly clear of any scars or marks. I had to, she said. It wouldn't work with Harry's. Really? Hermione asked, intrigued despite her obvious disgust at the use of blood. Why not? Harry shrugged and offered up what must have been the 100th lie he had told since arriving at Grimmauld Place. Not pure enough, I guess. At that moment a barn owl swooped into the kitchen depositing half a dozen letters in front of Mrs. Weasley. Harry took his letter and opened it with a bit of apprehension. If the letters were going out then it meant Dumbledore had finally filled the position of defense against the dark arts professor. Whether it was a competent wizard or a ministry chump was yet to be seen. He breathed a huge sigh of relief when he read the title of the set book. It was one he had and it was an excellent guide to start with. Whoever their professor was they had obviously taken into account the pathetic teaching they'd had previously. Harry was passing his letter to Ginny for her to have a look at when Hermione shrieked and started bouncing up and down in her chair in excitement. "I'm a prefect," she announced happily. Harry and Ginny exchanged amused looks with the twins but chose not to say anything. "Congratulations, Hermione." Mrs. Weasley beamed. A sudden choking noise had everyone looking at Ron, who was turning a startling shade of red and holding something shiny in his hand with a stunned look. "Oh, Ron!" Mrs. Weasley shrieked, diving on her youngest son and giving him a rather large hug and a key. She looked almost close to tears, she was so happy. Harry gave what little of Ron he could see around Mrs. Weasley an amused smile. The twins looked disgusted, but Ginny was paying no attention to Ron, rather she was looking at Hermione, shooting her an angry look. Harry turned to see what Hermione was doing and found her staring at him in bewilderment. "What? I thought for sure you'd make prefect," she answered in a whisper too low for Ron to hear. Harry snorted. "Why would Dumbledore make me prefect when he thinks I'm mentally and emotionally unstable?" Harry asked, not bothering to keep his voice down. "Harry, he doesn't think that," Hermione admonished. Actually Hermione, he does," Ginny corrected. "He talked to Sirius about it." Hermione looked horrified but didn't say any more. Ron was at this point free of his mother's embrace and asking in a quiet, hopeful voice if he could have a broom, as he already had an owl. "Oh Harry, can I borrow Hedwig to send a letter to my mum and dad? I think they'll be really excited. Prefect is something they can understand." "Sorry, Hermione, you'll have to use Pig, Hedwig isn't here." Hermione was so excited about telling her parents it didn't even occur to her to ask where Hedwig was. After all, as far as she knew, everyone Harry would bother writing was in the room with them. "Why don't you all spend the day having fun?" Mrs. Weasley suggested. "You can give me your book lists and a list of anything else you might need and I'll get it today." "Harry, dear, I'll need your key." Harry handed over his letter and then began to pat himself down in hopes of finding his vault key in one of his pockets. He had a much more reliable method of accessing his accounts now and very rarely used the key. The last time he remembered using it, he had been wearing the same jeans and he found the key in the very bottom of his pocket. He handed it to Mrs. Weasley and followed the other Weasleys and Hermione out of the kitchen to spend the day playing games of exploding snap and losing spectacularly to Ron at chess. It was while Harry was losing for the second time to Ron that Molly Weasley gathered her things together and flowed to the leaky cauldron. She fought her way along the surprisingly busy alley. It seemed that given the late release of Hogwarts letters, everyone was arriving at the same time to collect their things. There was even a queue at Gringotts. Molly joined the line behind a black-haired family of 4. The queue was slow-moving. Molly had only advanced a handful of steps when a young bee-owned woman entered, completely ignoring the line and approaching one of the many goblins bustling about, this one with a stack of parchment balanced precariously in his arms. Whoever the woman was, she was obviously important, because when the goblin looked up to tell her to join the queue like everyone else, he dropped his parchment and started stuttering apologies. The young woman, Molly still couldn't get a good look at her, smiled good-naturedly and bent to help the goblin pick up his scattered parchment. The goblin then scurried off, leaving the young woman to wait. Molly's turn finally came and she approached the available goblin. She had no idea what the people in front of her in the queue had been doing, because it took her barely 30 seconds to explain what she wanted and be directed to an available goblin and cart. She tried to get a better look at the bee-owned as the goblin led her out of the marble hall, but she was turned away. She saw the young woman be greeted by the head goblin and then watched in amazement as the head goblin himself led her to an available cart. Just as her own cart started tearing down the rails, Molly could have sworn she heard Ragnarok instructing the parchment-carrying goblin to compile the requested documentation of Potter assets. Molly made a mental note to speak to Dumbledore, a note she underlined when she entered Harry's vault to find it rather emptier than the previous year. She decided not to bother Harry with it until they knew something more. Pocket weighed down considerable by Harry's gold and heart swelling with pride at Ron making prefect, Molly Weasley headed back out into the sunshine of Diagon Alley to complete her shopping. "I could have done without the escort," Harry muttered darkly as he and Ginny passed through the barrier onto platform 9 3/4 together. Ginny gave Harry a look that quite clearly told him to quit complaining. "It's not like they know you could hold your own. If you want to pretend that you're still the old Harry, you have to deal with the consequences." Harry frowned at her as they began moving after Ron and Hermione toward the end of the train. Something wrong, Jin? He asked cheekily. She glared at him but then she smiled. I'm good, I'm free from Mum, we can train in the open and you my dear Harry will have plenty of time to sneak out of Hogwarts to meet up with your girlfriend. Harry's eyes glazed over slightly at the prospect of so much freedom after a month trapped at headquarters. The appeal of all that freedom was of course the chance to meet up with Ally. Harry shook his head to find Ginny giving him an amused look. Come on, Romeo, let's find a compartment. They did find a compartment that was mostly empty, its only occupant the bee-owned and slightly crazy Luna Lovegood. She was perfectly happy to read her magazine while Harry and Ginny chattered easily with Neville who had arrived shortly after them. Plenty of people stopped by to say hello but most of them just wanted to gawk at the boy who lied, the idiot claiming Voldemort had returned. Harry barely noticed the attention, he was so busy building a tower out of exploding snap cards. While they worked Neville told them about his summer, even Luna joined their game. Harry was just placing the last card on the tower when the whole thing exploded throwing them all back into their seats. Laughing, Harry raised his wand to repair the damage done to not only the compartment but Neville's eyebrows when the door opened and Cho Chang stepped inside. Hello, Harry, she greeted shyly. Oh, hey Cho, Harry said absently, turning his back on her to fix Neville and winking at Ginny. Did you need something? No, just thought I'd say hi. Oh, well hi. Bye, Harry. Blushing Cho fled the compartment. Ginny threw a chocolate frog at Harry. That was mean. Harry just shrugged and tossed a licorice wand at her. They had launched an all-out sweet war, which both Luna and Neville had refused to join, instead hiding in one corner of the compartment and discussing the articles in the Quibbler, when Ron and Hermione finally returned from their prefect duties. Ron walked right into the middle of their fight and copped a chocolate frog to one ear and a box of Bertie Bott's to the other. What's up with you? Harry asked, ducking another frog and noticing that rather than being angry Ron had just slumped into an empty seat and started eating the frog Ginny hit him with. Malfoy's a prefect. Harry gaped at Ron in disgust and was consequently thwacked in the face by a licorice wand. Who else made prefect? Ginny asked, tapping Harry's cheek apologetically. Daphne Greengrass is the other Slytherin. Hermione then supplied a list of prefects and aside from Malfoy Harry thought they were all pretty decent. I don't really know much about Daphne, Hermione finished. She seems nice though. She doesn't agree with most of the Slytherin ideals, Luna said, surprising Hermione who had not even realized she was there. Who are you? Ron asked rudely. Luna Lovegood, Ginny supplied, glaring at her brother. She's a Ravenclaw in my year. Luna locked eyes with Ron and it wasn't long before he was looking away, the tips of his ears turning red. After that conversation fell into its normal pattern, Ron and Hermione bickered, Harry and Ginny went back to creating a card castle and Neville talked to them all about his new plant. Hermione had just suggested they put on their school robes when the compartment door flew open and Draco Malfoy's sneering face appeared. Well, what have we here? He drawled, eyes roving over the compartment. Harry didn't bother to look up from his cards. Tell me, Malfoy, how is dear old daddy's shoulder? Malfoy froze for a second before his eyes narrowed and he glared at Harry. There's nothing wrong with my father's shoulder, Potter, but I think there's something wrong with your head. You know it's funny, Harry continued in an even tone. I could have sworn that I hit him with a bludgeoning hex when I crashed his little get-together this summer. Harry looked Malfoy directly in the eye for the first time and was satisfied to see that Malfoy had understood his words perfectly and that he now looked a little frightened. I have no idea what you're talking about, Malfoy snarled, but the effect was dampened by the force it took to keep his voice from cracking. Go back to your compartment, Malfoy, the big boys are playing now. Why you? Harry cut Malfoy off before he even got his threat out, though how he did this no one was entirely sure. All they knew was 1 minute Malfoy had been about to make some sort of threat and the next he was frozen, unable to say or do anything. You will leave now. Malfoy fled and Harry turned back to his cards with a smirk. That was just way too easy. Harry, Hermione began but he cut her off unintentionally. Oh, excuse me people, I've got a date with a Bones. Harry was up and out of the compartment before anyone could respond. He darted out into the corridor and hurried after the bee-owned Hufflepuff that had just passed by his compartment. He barely noticed the way every girl in the corridor gaped at him as he passed, or the few boys that did, he assumed they were all gaping at him because of the lies the Daily Prophet was spreading about him. He wasn't entirely wrong. People were staring at him because of that, but also they were staring at him because he had changed a lot since they'd last seen him looking broody and depressed. Susan. The girl in question turned in surprise at being addressed by Harry, but she stopped and waited for him to catch up. "Hello, Harry," she greeted warmly. She seemed genuinely happy to see him and was looking at him with none of the distrust most people looked at him with these days. "How was your summer?" He smiled cheekily back at her. "Bloody brilliant. Yours?" "It was good," she replied, ignoring the way her two friends behind her started giggling. "Did you need something?" "Actually yes," Harry informed her. "Dumbledore's been checking my mail." "Why?" Susan questioned. Harry rolled his eyes. "I did some things over the summer that, while perfectly normal for everyone else, are apparently not something I can indulge in." Susan raised an eyebrow, intrigued to hear that the boy who lived in his biggest supporter seemed to be on the outs. "What on earth did you do?" Harry smiled. "Met a girl, fell in love, launched an attack on several key Death Eaters, you know, the usual for me." Susan giggled. "What do you need?" Harry withdrew a thick wad of parchment from the back pocket of his jeans and handed it to her. She glanced down and found the front of the package was addressed to her Aunt Amelia. "Can you send this to your aunt?" "Sure thing, Harry." Susan smiled brightly and left with her giggling friends. The walk back to the compartment he was sharing with his friends consisted of even more strange looks. It didn't help that Harry eyed up one of the sixth-year girls that hadn't changed into her robes yet and was still wearing a rather snug pair of denim shorts. No one spoke for a long time after Harry returned to the compartment. No one knew what to say. The first person to broach the topic of Harry's strange behavior was, like always, Hermione. Though she had the sense to wait until they were in the carriages, making their way up the drive of Hogwarts, so he was unable to escape. "What did you mean when you said that thing about Malfoy's father?" Harry stayed silent for so long Hermione thought he hadn't heard her. He continued to gaze out the window for a long time. She had given up all hope of getting a straight answer when he spoke. "I was out shopping with a friend and we stumbled across a Death Eater, tea party I guess you could call it. Lucius and I fought and I nearly severed his arm with a bludgeoning hex." "How come no one knew about that?" Ron asked. "Ginny knew," Harry shrugged. "And done." Though Hermione was far from satisfied with the answer he had given, she let it slide. She would think of more creative ways to get the truth out of him when he least suspected it. It wasn't healthy to bottle that much fear and anger. "That's a very interesting tattoo, Harry," Luna commented. "Does it always move like that?" Harry looked down at the flame tattoo that had appeared on his left wrist shortly after meeting Allie. It usually only moved when she was near, but she had mentioned the possibility of renting a room in Hogsmeade to be closer to him. "Not always, it's charmed to follow my heart," he answered cryptically. Luna nodded as though she understood exactly what he meant. Harry frowned and spent the rest of the journey up the long drive studying the Ravenclaw fourth year. Luna knew a lot more than she let on, it was obvious in the little comments she made. When the carriage came to a stop, Harry got out first and offered Luna a hand down. She smiled vaguely at him and he knew he would make a point of getting to know the very strange girl. Inside, the Great Hall was filled like usual with students talking loudly and animatedly, a bubble of excitement filling the atmosphere as they waited for the sorting to begin. Luna mumbled a goodbye and left for the Ravenclaw table while Ron, Hermione, Neville, Harry and Ginny found seats together at the Gryffindor table. Ron stared longingly at his empty plate while the students around him talked. Hermione was studying the staff table with her nose crinkled in thought. "Hagrid's not here," she informed them. "I saw Professor Grubbly Plunk leading the first years. Must still be on assignment for Dumbledore," Harry said absently. He was locked in a hateful stare down with Snape. "There is also no Dada Professor." Harry wrenched his gaze from Snape's and studied the rest of the table. There was an empty gap between Professors Flitwick and Sprout. He did find someone, didn't he? Hermione chewed her lip anxiously. "This is our all year. Relax, Hermione," Ginny soothed. "They're probably just running late." At that moment McGonagall entered the Great Hall leading a line of terrified-looking first years up to the front. Harry smiled, thinking about how scared he'd been at his own sorting. Ron grumbled about being starved and Hermione shushed him. Silence fell in the hall as everyone stared at the old wizard's hat. A tear opened near the brim and the hat sang a song about uniting the houses and standing together in order to defeat an enemy. Honestly, Harry tuned much of the song out, he got the gist and figured that was enough. If he needed more information he could always ask Hermione about it later. Once the sorting was completed, Dumbledore stood to make his announcements. Before we begin our feast, I would like to introduce to you our new Defense Against the Dark Arts professor. He gestured to the doors at the entrance to the Great Hall and continued on with a smile and small flourish of the hand. The doors of the Great Hall flew open and in walked a young woman with shoulder-length blonde hair and blue eyes. She was wearing tight black jeans and black boots. Her hair was pulled over her shoulder with a black ribbon and she was wearing a loose-fitting white shirt. There was a long black leather cord with a pendant hanging around her neck. Professor Ali Martin. Harry swore very loudly. Hermione arrived in Gryffindor Tower quite a while after Harry, which was both a good and a bad thing. She arrived with the impressionable and still mildly terrified students in the middle of what could only be described as an explosion. It seemed that most students had already escaped to their dormitories. Those that hadn't been lucky enough were curled up on chairs as close to the walls as they could get. Ron's mouth fell open and Hermione forgot what it was she had been about to tell the first years. Instead they stood, mouths open, leaders of an equally stunned though more terrified group of 11-year-olds. Ginny stood in the center of the room trying to calm down Harry, who was pacing furiously back and forth before her. Ginny had her wand in her hand, though she wasn't pointing it at anyone in particular, instead it was held firmly at her side ready to be used at a moment's notice. Harry was pacing up a storm, oblivious to everyone but Ginny, it seemed. "Harry, breathe," Ginny ordered. "Dumbledore's going to notice if you blow up the tower." Harry continued to pace, apparently he didn't even hear Ginny. Behind Hermione a first-year girl whimpered. She didn't blame the girl for being scared, the atmosphere in the room was positively pulsing with magic. "The room isn't fireproof." Ginny tried again. It didn't help at all, but he did start to rant a little. He started out mumbling, too quiet for anyone to actually hear, but the more he spoke the louder and more intent he seemed to get. Hermione found herself backing towards the portrait hole without ever thinking of doing so. He wasn't making any sense to her, but at least Ginny seemed to understand him. "I need to hit someone," he concluded, breathing heavy. "No, you need to calm down. Your clothes are starting to smoke, and while I'm used to seeing you go up in a pillar of fire, I don't think anyone else is quite ready for the full Harry effect." It was only after Ginny pointed it out that Hermione and Ron noticed their friend was starting to smoke. Alarmed, Hermione prepared to perform a water charm. Luckily she didn't need one. Harry stopped pacing and closed his eyes, breathing steadily until he was back to a normal rate. Calmer, his clothes stopped smoking. "Now you can go hit someone," Ginny told him simply. "I'm not opposed to giving Dumbledore a good smack." At that Harry actually smiled. "Thanks, Gin, but I think I'm just going to go to bed." Hermione tried not to appear shocked when Harry gave Ginny a one-armed hug and key at the top of her head. "Night, Gin." He had disappeared completely before Hermione regained her wits and remembered the first years she was chaperoning. In a quick burst of motion she directed the girls and boys to their respective dormitories and almost pounced on Ginny. Ron just nodded sleepily at his sister before heading toward the boys' staircase. He paused, foot hovering over the first step, when Ginny called out to him. "Yeah, if you wake up in the middle of the night and Harry's on fire, just put his bed out." "Right," he promised with a bewildered look. "Night, Ginny." "Good night, Ron." Ginny made her way to her dorm room, trying really hard not to notice Hermione scurrying after her. When Hermione followed her into the fourth-year dormitory, Ginny had enough. "Leave off, Hermione, he just got into an argument with Seamus." Taken aback, Hermione said nothing for a few moments. Ginny ignored her to the best of her ability and started getting ready for bed. When Hermione still hadn't left and Ginny was returning from the bathroom, she sighed and sat down of her bed, gesturing for Hermione to join her. "What do you want me to say, Hermione?" "I want you to stop what you're doing." "Excuse me." Hermione sighed and crossed her arms, making a point to lock eyes with Ginny. "You're enabling Harry to hide from what he's feeling. What I just witnessed in the common room is a perfect example of why you need to stop what it is you're doing." Ginny looked at Hermione blankly. It was late, she was tired, and she had no idea what Hermione was insinuating. "Huh." Hermione gave Ginny a look that suggested she was stupid for not following and then uncrossed her arms to place them in her lap. She looked down at her hands for a moment, ordering her thoughts and then turned her confused logic on Ginny. "You don't know Harry like Ron and I do," she said eventually. "He doesn't like to talk about things, he'll let them eat at him until there's nothing of him left unless you force it out of him, make him confront what it is he's feeling." Hermione. "No, Ginny, let me talk." Ginny rolled her eyes, but thankfully Hermione didn't notice. "I don't know what it is that's going on between the two of you. I mean, I know you had that crush on him, but I thought Harry had a girlfriend over the summer, and well, I think you're so happy that Harry's treating you like his best friend that you're overlooking what Harry needs." Hermione. "When Harry left for the Dursleys he was broken, he'd just witnessed a murder and been forced to participate in you-know-who's return. He had to fight to escape and he blames himself for not being able to save Cedric. We were worried that he would spend his summer agonizing over the events of last spring. We were wrong, at least when he's brooding about it he's facing it. What he's doing, pushing it to the back of his mind, covering it in a confident tough attitude, is not healthy. Ginny, what happened downstairs is further proof that he's not coping." Hermione. "I understand that you like being Harry's best friend, but if you truly love Harry, if you want what's best for him, then you will force him to come to terms with what happened. What he's doing now is not healthy and will only hurt him more in the long run. It will hurt you." Ginny gave her a few moments to breathe and appear to be processing what Hermione had been trying to tell her. When she was sure Hermione was finished talking, she spoke. "Are you done?" Hermione nodded, though she looked disappointed that Ginny wasn't falling over all apologetic and repentant. "I know you're worried about Harry, Hermione. I know what it is you're trying to tell me, but the thing is Harry's okay." Hermione started to protest, but Ginny held up a hand to stop her. "Harry had nightmares, he brooded," she assured Hermione. "Then he met a girl, and do you know what that girl did?" "No," Hermione admitted, she knew nothing about Harry's girlfriend. "She talked to him non-stop for 2 days about anything and everything. She forced him to confront what he was feeling, forced him to come to terms with Cedric's death and Voldemort's return. It's one of the reasons Harry likes her so much. He may not be completely over it, he may still have the occasional nightmare, but he's okay." Hermione looked thoughtful for a moment, but deep down she remained unconvinced. "What happened in the common room? What happened down there," Ginny interrupted, "has nothing to do with Cedric's death or Voldemort's return." "Well, no, that's not true. Seamus saying he and his mum believe the Daily Prophet set Harry off, but it was just the last straw. I'm not going to insult you by lying, Hermione, but I'm not going to break my word to Harry and tell you what it was about. I will tell you that Dumbledore did something that really pissed him off, and that is why he was so angry." "The swearing at dinner," Hermione guessed. Ginny laughed, neither confirming nor denying Hermione's words. "He's got detention with McGonagall tomorrow night for that." That sat in comfortable silence for several minutes. Ginny kept glancing at the clock, trying to think of a polite way to get rid of Hermione so she could go to sleep. Hermione was thinking over everything Ginny had said, analyzing and reanalyzing what she'd had to say in the hopes of discovering a slip-up, a hint about what Harry had been up to. Eventually Ginny threw nicety to the wind and told Hermione to bugger off so she could sleep. That night Ginny went to bed with a headache while Hermione lay awake for over an hour thinking about Harry and all the ways he had changed over the summer. She thought about every action, every word, in an attempt to solve the mystery that was Harry James Potter. They had a routine. Every morning at 5 o'clock Harry would get up and spend 2 hours working out. He would run for an hour on a Muggle treadmill and then spend another hour doing push-ups, sit-ups and lifting weights while Allie had her turn on the treadmill. Then at 7 o'clock they would have breakfast, shower and prepare for the day. The days were busy, both were doing everything they could to prepare for Voldemort. From 8 to 12 every day Allie tutored Harry in potions, transfiguration, charms and ancient runes. They would break for an hour for lunch, and then from 1 to 4 Allie taught Harry everything she knew about defense against the dark arts, and that was quite a bit. She taught him about fighting hand to hand and with a sword. By 4 o'clock it was safe to say that Harry was exhausted, but he then spent an hour studying occlumency, a form of magic dedicated to protecting the mind from mental attacks. Both were hoping it would help keep the strange dreams Harry was receiving from Voldemort at bay. It was a very intense training program, but Harry's progress spoke for itself. With all of the physical training he was fitter, healthier, more muscled and a hell of a lot faster than he had been. He was no longer the scrawny, pasty boy he had once been. With the help of Ali's healing potions he had caught up to what he should have been, and the exercise and workouts had done the rest. Harry felt much better, much more confident in himself. Even better, in his opinion, was that Ali had given him a potion to correct his eyesight. With perfect vision he no longer had to worry about losing or breaking his glasses. Of course, even with the perfect eyesight it didn't stop Ali from getting him specialized contacts. These contacts were an experiment done by the Department of Mysteries at the Ministry, an attempt to even the odds for Aurors. The contacts were a clear lens spelled to see through invisibility cloaks, not unlike Mad-Eye Moody's magical eye. These contacts fused permanently with the eye and would last as long as Harry had his eyes. He was hoping that was longer than Moody. Ali took a pair for herself and often tested them when training with Harry by slipping under his cloak and seeing how long before he could find her. As much as Harry enjoyed these physical changes and the changes to his magical abilities, he felt confident that he would be able to easily sit his owls for almost all of his subjects. It was the other change to his life he enjoyed the most. That change was his relationship with Ali. Things between Ali and him had become more and more intense, culminating in a rather explosive snogging session one afternoon after she wiped the floor with him while they were training. Their relationship developed very quickly after that, much quicker than either anticipated. It wasn't until Ali's birthday in October that the true extent of their relationship was exposed. With Pip's help, Harry organized a nice dinner. And an even better dessert. They skipped dinner entirely. When Ali emerged from the bathroom wearing nothing but underwear, she found Harry waiting for her on their bed. Really, the fact that they never felt it necessary to get a second bed should have been a clue. He was dressed to impress, nice jeans and a nice green shirt, but that wasn't what caught her attention. In his hands he was holding a narrow velvet box. Her birthday present. She smiled excitedly and forgot all about getting dressed. She practically bounced over to him in her excitement, wondering when he had gotten the chance to sneak away to get her a present, given the strange time difference between her enchanted trunk and the real world. He pulled her down onto the bed beside him and kissed her gently on the lips. "Happy birthday, Als." Smiling, she eagerly took the box from his hands and opened it. Her breath caught in her throat. Inside the box was a delicate white gold link bracelet with a heart-shaped pendant inlaid with a diamond and engraved with her initials. What really caught her attention was not the bracelet or the diamond but the inscription. The way the letters were done implied they were charmed. And there was only one charm you put on inscriptions on jewelry. "Oh, Harry," she exclaimed, fingering the delicate A&M. "It's beautiful. I'm glad you like it. Do you have any idea how hard it is to organize stuff around the time difference?" Ali laughed and held out her wrist so he could put the bracelet on. She held it up and admired it some more before looking at Harry. "I love you, Harry Potter," she told him in a whisper. "Good," he replied. "'Cause I love you too, Ali Martin." He kissed her then, his hand cupping her cheek. Her arms came up to wrap around his neck and she fell back onto the bed, pulling him with her. "We have dinner," he murmured through their kiss. "Dinner can wait," she informed him, her hands sliding down his shoulders until they were pressed against his chest. She started to unbutton his shirt, her lips moving away from his mouth to trail light kisses along his jaw and down his neck. "Dinner can definitely wait," he agreed as she finished unbuttoning his shirt and began to push it off his shoulders. His skin felt hot everywhere her lips touched, and it didn't occur to either of them that it was a little hotter than it should have been. Harry reclaimed her lips even as she began to work on his jeans. He distracted her when he ran his hand up her thigh, leaving a red-hot trail wherever his fingers touched. His fingers continued to dance over her skin while she worked frantically to get his jeans off. Frustrated, she flipped him onto his back, breaking his to trail burning kisses down his chest and stomach until she reached the waistband of his jeans. He raised his hips and allowed her to pull them off. It felt like just seconds later he was tearing off her underwear. Neither noticed, so caught up in the moment that the burning heat they were feeling wasn't normal. Or that the sheets beneath them were starting to smoke. They came together in an explosion of pleasure and magic. The sheets beneath them burned but neither felt the flames. As they collapsed back onto the bed, neither noticed the burning on their wrists. Miles away, Lord Voldemort fell to his knees, his skin burning, tugging painfully in every direction as though he were being torn apart. His screams were felt by every one of his Death Eaters as their master burned alive. Ginny Weasley was bored. Even the jokes Sirius was telling her twin brothers couldn't hold her attention. Across the table from her, Ron and Hermione were huddled together arguing quietly about the latest letter they'd received from Harry. Ginny almost felt sorry for them. Almost. They'd been on holidays for 4 days now and trapped at Grimmauld Place for 3 of those 4 days. Each and every one of them had been spent cleaning. She now knew how a house elf felt, though it didn't endear Hermione's spew idea to her any. Almost as soon as they arrived at Grimmauld Place, headquarters of Dumbledore's Little Order of the Phoenix, the man himself had cornered each of the Weasley children and Hermione and told them, ordered them in Ginny's opinion, that they were not, under any circumstances, to tell Harry more than a, "Hello, I'm fine." It was obvious from Harry's first response, the day after they arrived at headquarters, that being kept in the dark was only going to piss him off. While the others were fretting over Harry's well-being, he must be feeling awful after watching Cedric die. Maybe it's best he doesn't know. Ginny snuck away with Hedwig and wrote Harry a rather detailed letter informing him that Dumbledore was being a controlling old coot and that she would do everything she could to keep him informed. She'd been hurt when Hedwig had returned with letters for Ron and Hermione, both containing several choice words on the apparent weakness of their friendship, but nothing for her. It wasn't until she went to bed that evening that she found the letter sitting on her bedside table. There was nothing but her name written on the front of the envelope, but it was enough for her to recognize Harry's writing. Her ridiculous crush had been good for something. Ginny. First things first, hey, how are you? Cleaning is very boring, but it's a great way to think about things while looking busy. Thank you for letting me know what's going on as best you could. Ron and Hermione have been really vague. I think they're trying to allude to bigger things, but it's not working. They're really bad at it. Glad to know that Sirius has some company, though I'm not sure you should leave him and the twins unsupervised. They've been waiting years to get a hold of a real-life marauder. Do you know what's weird? Weirder than you writing to me. I am glad you've gotten over that being shy thing, by the way. I'm actually glad I'm stuck at the Dursleys. And I know what you're thinking. You're thinking that my grief over Cedric's death and Voldemort returning has addled my brain. But you're wrong. What's addled my brain and thrown me completely off balance is, in actual fact, a 5'7" B-owned who won't leave me alone. I swear, she followed me everywhere for 2 days before I finally gave in and gave her what she wanted. Don't worry, I'm safe from her, I think. Anyway, this B-owned, I'm not telling you her name because then she'll think she's won. She's reading over my shoulder and making snappy comments about me being unreasonable because I stole her chocolate, which she hasn't. Well, she has a little. When I finally agreed to do what she wanted, she dragged me to London and bought me clothes. I am now the proud owner of clothes that actually fit. But that's not the point. The point is that while you're stuck cleaning, I'm at Privet Drive learning everything I can to prepare for Voldemort. Bet you won't even recognize me. My letters might be a bit odd. Where I am, time seems to run a bit differently. Blondie rigged this envelope to transport letters directly between us. Just put the new letter in the envelope and tap it with your wand. Don't worry about the flames, I'll get your letter and can send them to you the same way. Just don't move the envelope from your room. Keep me updated and I'll tell you what I can about Blondie's boot camp. Harry. P.S. Try to get your own room. You're going to need it. Since that very first letter, she and Harry had exchanged letters every evening, all 3 of them. She couldn't help noticing how much more Harry's letters contained. He seemed to be doing so much in so little time. No matter, she still had a far greater idea of what Harry was really up to than any of the Order members or his best friends. It was kind of satisfying. She was staring off into space, wondering about Desert and what to say to Harry in her letter later when Snape started screaming. He didn't normally have dinner at headquarters, but he'd arrived early for the next Order meeting and her mother had bullied him into some food. He sat at the opposite end of the table from Sirius with Professor McGonagall, constantly scowling at everyone. His screaming took everyone by surprise and they all leapt to their feet, wands drawn. Snape clutched his arm tightly and clenched his jaw, trying to hold back his shouts. His eyes were watering and they were wide with fear of the unknown. He slumped forward onto the table unconscious and everyone just stared at him in shock. It wasn't until the following morning that she got the chance to send Harry a letter telling him all about Snape's sudden torture. He seemed to think his 3-word response explained everything. Harry chomped on a piece of bacon listening to the conversations around him with only detached amusement. Ordinarily he would find it hilarious the rumors being spread around about well he supposed girlfriend was a good enough term. Only she wasn't Allie Martin, girlfriend, she was Allie Martin, professor. He was going to kill her when he finally managed to corner her. Harry greeted Ron and Hermione with a very fake smile when they joined him for breakfast. Ginny, seated across from him, started sniggering into her porridge. Having slept on it, she now found the whole thing rather funny. Harry gave her a dark look but was interrupted by McGonagall handing out timetables and consequently blocking his view of Ginny with his. "Ooh," Hermione said excitedly. "We've got Dada today." "Fantastic," Harry muttered darkly. That was all he needed, an hour with Allie without being able to grill her for lying to him. Hedwig interrupted his dark muttering by arriving with the other post owls. This surprised Hermione greatly. Hedwig had not made an appearance until their very last day at Grimmauld Place, and as far as she knew everyone Harry could be talking to was at Hogwarts. She didn't say anything as Harry was glaring at the parchment tied to Hedwig's leg as if hoping it would burst into flames. She really hoped his dark mood lifted before class started. Harry tried not to take out his displeasure on Hedwig, instead he gave her the rest of his bacon and removed the letter. He tried to stay angry but the innocent note did exactly what it was supposed to and calmed his mood greatly. With a heavy sigh he shot a quick glance up at the staff table and locked eyes with Allie. He rolled his eyes and she smiled brightly back. They would still be talking but Harry knew that he wouldn't be nearly as angry during their talk as he would have been without her little note. "Anything good?" Ron asked with a mouth full of toast, earning himself a reproachful glare from Hermione. Harry smiled despite himself. One day, he promised himself, he would learn to hold a grudge against her. "Very good," he told Ron but offered no explanation. He slipped the note into his pocket and actually looked at his timetable. As he did he couldn't help wondering why, just why, they always ended up sharing potions with the Slytherins. His classes that morning were eye-opening for more than just his teachers. Hermione spent most of the morning with her mouth hanging open. Each task he was given, first in Transfiguration and then in Charms, he completed perfectly on the first try. His teachers were baffled though they were quite happy with his sudden ease at his tasks. Hermione was not happy at all, she was furious. Every time she tried something Harry was finished before she was and his was much better. She was so frustrated that by the end of Charms her work had become sloppy and she was making simple mistakes. McGonagall began her Transfiguration class by giving them a stern talking to about the importance of owls. Much of what she said was things she had said the year before when questioned about the sudden increase in their homework load. Though this time she did go into far more detail as to the kinds of things they would be expected to know when it came time for their exams. Once her lecture wound down she set them about revising everything they had learnt in the last 4 years. She told them it would be an excellent way for them to learn what areas they needed to study for the upcoming year and which topics would need extra special revision. McGonagall passed around a variety of objects to each student and gave them a sheet of transformations to conduct. Hermione eagerly took the objects and sheet she was given, happy to prove how much knowledge she had retained. It didn't take much for her to look better than the others. Most students seemed to have forgotten the basics over summer and were having to quickly drag out the old knowledge from whatever dank and dark place of their brains it had gotten lost in. Harry had no trouble at all. In under 2 minutes he had all of his work done and was sitting back to observe the chaos around him. It didn't take long for McGonagall to notice his lack of participation and swoop down on him. "Mr. Potter, is there a reason you are not working like the other students?" "Yep," Harry assured her. "I'm finished." McGonagall blinked and then looked down at his desk. Her eyes shot back to him and narrowed sharply. With a wave of her wand she returned each object to their original condition and asked him to perform the spells again. They were both the focus of the entire class by this point, and while the old Harry would have floundered under such a public eye, the new Harry had no problem performing the right spells and wand movements. McGonagall seemed at a loss for words. While Harry had managed to grasp Transfiguration in the past, he had never shown the kind of commitment to his lessons that would have enabled such perfect transformations on the first go. McGonagall was more shocked than she should have been after the things she'd heard from Sirius and the elder Weasleys. "Very good, Potter." Charms went much the same, Professor Flitwick was delighted by Harry's work and offered 10 points for grasping the new concepts so quickly. Hermione was far from happy and Ron felt he was starting to look bad and vowed to at least practice the spells once after initially learning them. At lunch Ron looked like he wanted to run and hide from Hermione as she seemed to be about one more spell from erupting like a volcano. He stuck it out only because he wanted to know where Harry's new talent came from. Hermione waited until Harry's mouth was full before she began her tirade. Harry couldn't do anything but listen to her rant and fire a million questions at him. "Have you just been faking this whole time?" she demanded when she was done. Harry swallowed his food and gave Hermione a rather disappointed look. "Hermione," Harry said calmly, "I have 3 words for you: Voldemort is back. I spent the first 5 weeks of my summer knowing that if I were to have any chance of surviving, of beating Voldemort, then I needed to know more. I revised everything from first year up, read all our textbooks again to prepare for Voldemort's return." Hermione looked ashamed. It never occurred to her that there was an honest and good reason behind Harry's sudden improvement. She thought he'd cheated. He was right, of course. With Voldemort back they needed to work very hard to survive whatever he threw at them. "I'm sorry, Harry," Hermione whispered. I didn't think." Harry didn't even feel a little guilty about the half-truth. It was true that he had gone over the old material, but that was mostly just out of boredom. All his real talent came from having a teacher who gave excellent rewards for success. Harry was lost in thoughts about the reward he'd got for mastering the new material when Ginny came up behind him and grabbed him by the ear. "Ouch!" Harry yelped. "What the hell, Gin?" Ginny yanked his head toward her and hissed in his ear. "You are so dead." She calmly released his ear and took the empty spot beside him. "Don't be such a baby." It was then that Harry knew he was in trouble. Big trouble. It was lucky Ginny was running so late for lunch he was able to escape with Ron and Hermione for Dada before she really got worked up and dragged him from the table. Hermione was bouncing all the way to class, babbling about what she'd overheard in the girls' bathroom before lunch about how awesome Professor Martin was. Ron kept making comments about how good-looking she was and how young. Harry smirked the whole way, not saying anything. The classroom was empty when they arrived and Hermione forced them to take seats at the front, not that Harry was complaining. If he was sitting at the front he would have more opportunity to glare. She took out the textbook, quill and parchment and bounced excitedly in her seat. Harry couldn't be sure what exactly it was that was making Hermione so excited. Surely it couldn't just be the fact that they had a competent professor for their all year. Everyone else was seated before Allie arrived. When she did, Harry wanted to bang his head against the table. No wonder Ginny wanted to kill him. Gone was the loose-fitting shirt of the night before and in its place she was wearing a relatively snug t-shirt. Most people's mouths fell open in shock and Hermione gasped. Harry wondered if he'd done something bad in a past life to deserve this torture. "But you're pregnant." Allie smiled brightly and turned sideways, poking out her belly to emphasize the curve of her stomach. "That I am, Hermione," she agreed with a smile and a wink that made Harry want to sink into the floor. 5 months and loving every minute that I'm dosed up on Madame Pomfrey's morning sickness cure." "Oh," Hermione muttered, looking slightly embarrassed. "Sorry, I'm just surprised." Allie nodded. "Well, I figured with Voldemort back you could use a good teacher even if I am pregnant." "You believe everything Potter and Dumbledore are saying?" Seamus asked incredulously. Every eyes in the room was on her as she paced back and forth in front of her desk. Allie paused to eye him up and down. "I'm not sure about Dumbledore, he is a bit mad," Allie answered evenly. "But Harry," she looked at him and smiled. "I can't say I believe everything he says. He'd lie to me right now if I asked if he thought I looked fat." Harry snorted. "I don't have a death wish, do I? But about Voldemort, yes, I believe him." "Why?" Parvati inquired. "There's no evidence. Honestly. 'Cause he's so darn cute." She patted his cheek sarcastically as she walked past and he glared at her. "I hate you," he hissed just loud enough for her to hear. She ignored him and continued on as though she hadn't even seen him. "Seriously, I believe him because I'm not stupid. I saw what the last war did to people." "How could you see that?" Dean interrupted. "You were so young." "I'm older than I look," Allie answered. Harry snorted and returned her look when she shot him a withering glare. "As much as I wish it were possible, I don't think one little rebounded killing curse could kill him." She let that sink in and then clapped her hands together. Right then, if you're out of questions, let's start working on some defense. Okay people, Ali said. Things away and line up against the back wall. The students hurried to do as instructed, and once they all had their backs against the wall, she waved her hand and the tables and chairs moved to the sides, leaving a large space free in the middle of the room. She told them to move into the middle of the room and line up facing her with an arm's length of space between them. Right then, robes off. While Harry tugged his school robes over his head, the others looked confused, some shifted uncomfortably. They looked from Ali to their friends, unsure what to do. Ali sighed patiently. How many of you didn't think to get completely dressed this morning? A handful of people raised their hands. Unsurprisingly, Ron was one of them. That was your first mistake. Can anyone tell me why? Because we'll be standing here half BPD. Ron suggested. Before Ali could tell Ron he was wrong, Harry answered. Because fighting in robes is a stupid inconvenience that the wizarding world hasn't outgrown. Yep, Ali agreed. You'll find it very hard to do this. Ali made to move and then thought better of it. Well, I didn't think that through, she muttered, her pregnant belly not really allowing her to pull off what she had been planning to demonstrate. What I'm saying is you'll find it very difficult to move quickly and effectively with a robe billowing around your legs. Oh, Hermione breathed. Harry could tell by the look on her face that she was seeing the validity in Ali's words and thinking about the uniforms Muggle soldiers wore. There are 3 things you need to do to be prepared to defend yourself against attack. The first is to dress appropriately. Your clothes need to be close-fitting with enough flexibility to move freely. The second is to have your wand easily reachable. Lavender, where is your wand? In my pocket, she answered nervously. Can you get to it quickly? I think so. Then do it, quick as you can. Lavender's hand dove into her robes and she pulled out her wand. Slower than she would have liked, as the length of it was difficult to negotiate out of her pocket. Ali shook her head. Too slow, a Death Eater has just killed you. Hermione, where is your wand? In my bag, she admitted sheepishly. You're deader than dead, Ali informed her. 5 points from Gryffindor for being unprepared. Harry, Ali turned her attention to him. Where is your wand? In my hand, he answered. Everyone turned to gape at him while Ali just smiled. 5 points for being prepared. Tell me, Harry, how did you get it into your hand so quickly? Harry held up his arm for the others to see. Ali knew perfectly well how he'd done it. She'd taught him the trick after all. Strapped to his right forearm was a leather wand holster like the Aurors used. One flick of my wrist and it's in my hand. Hermione was a little disgruntled, but Ali was moving on. You don't need anything as fancy as Harry's holster, but you need to have it somewhere you know you can get it quickly. The third thing you need to remember to be prepared for an attack is that 90% of the time you'll be outnumbered and outclassed. Don't act rashly and escape as soon as possible. Now, we're all adults here, unless you in your underwear robes off. Grumbling unhappily, the rest of the class pulled off their robes. Most of the girls were dressed under their robes, though a little less conservatively than they ordinarily would have because of the warmth of their robes. Ron was not the only one still wearing his pajamas underneath. Ali tsked disappointedly. Next class you will be dressed appropriately for physical activity and will leave your robes behind. Understood. Everyone nodded. Good, now let's talk disarming spells. The class was split into pairs to practice disarming each other. They were odd in number and, after proving far more prepared than anyone else, no one was willing to pair up with Harry. Ali had him demonstrate his skill at disarming and then he got to sit out while the others practiced. Though most were capable of the spell, they were slower and tended to give their opponent time to get their spell in first. They sat side by side on the edge of Ali's desk, not speaking a word to each other as they watched the rest of the class practice. The longer he sat there, the more Harry began to feel his control on his emotions slipping. He was sitting so close to her, closer than he had been in weeks, and while a part of him, a very large part of him, wanted to slam her down on the desk and do some very creative things, another part, even if it was relatively small in comparison, was seething over the fact that she hadn't once in the weeks leading up to the new school term thought to tell him about her new position as Hogwarts' new Dada professor. He could feel her eyes on him, but he couldn't make himself turn and meet her gaze. As long as he didn't look her in the eye, he could keep a hold on the anger he had a right to feel. After 20 minutes of practice disarming, Ali moved all of the furniture back to its original position and motioned the class to have a seat. Meeting her eyes for the first time, Harry felt his resolve immediately weaken. He offered her a sarcastic smile and took his seat between Ron and Hermione. This unfortunately put him directly in front of Ally, where she was still seated on the edge of her desk. He hoped no one noticed the staring contest they were locked in. A nervous cough by Neville, who was actually completely oblivious to the tension, was what had Ally tearing her eyes away from Harry's and jumping to her feet so she could pace while addressing the class. "This year is going to be different," she informed them. "It is going to be hard. It is going to be tiring. Most days you will leave this room exhausted. But you will finish this year with a better understanding of defensive and offensive magic." She paused in front of Hermione and raised her brow. Hermione snapped her mouth closed. "Over the next month you will learn every spell, every jinx, hex and curse, that any other student entering their 5th year should." She stopped pacing and faced the class, taking time to lock eyes briefly with every student. Most of them shrank back under the sudden intensity of her gaze. Harry childishly poked his tongue out before he could stop himself. Hermione kicked him sharply under the table. "Previously, perhaps with the exception of Remus Lupin, you have had some of the worst instructors ever to come out of this school. As such, you are the most underprepared group of 15-year-olds I have ever met. I plan to fix this in 1 month." Having said what she needed to say, and in such a way that she knew Harry would be laughing his ass off about later when they were alone, Ally sat back on her desk and waited for the questions she knew were coming. It took a little longer than she had hoped, as it turned out the students were far easier to intimidate than she'd anticipated. Well, that or they were simple, speechless with awe. Finally, unable to take it anymore, and practically bouncing out of her seat with excitement, Hermione blurted out the first question. "How do you plan to teach us everything we, as 5th years, should know in just 1 month?" Ally smiled and would freely admit that it was not a nice smile. Rather, it was the smile of someone who was both very good at getting what they want and leaving no pretenses that it was ever painless. It was a smile that had previously, once before, scared a wizard selling magical items illegally to muggles to hand himself over to magical law enforcement rather than find out exactly what it meant. Ally clicked her fingers and writing appeared on the blackboard behind her. It was a series of instructions, a study schedule. "Copy this down. This," she gestured to the schedule behind her, "is your Bible for the next 4 weeks. There are 40 chapters in your textbook. The first 5 contain everything you should know by the end of your 1st year. You will read those 5 chapters, practice or revise the spells in those chapters and present your own personal notes on them next Monday at the beginning of the lesson. For the next month our lessons will be based solely on getting you physically fit and capable of defending yourself. Spells will be learned on your own time." Several people opened their mouths to object and then thought better of it. They were hoping that this sudden switch in personality was due to pregnancy hormones making her crazy and not what they could expect for the rest of the year. They were, of course, sadly mistaken. Harry felt a little sorry for them, at least when Ally had taken this no-nonsense attitude toward his lessons. They had generally been followed shortly after by a snappy comment, some rather lewd innuendo, or a smack to the back of his head if she was feeling particularly peeved. "Next week you will read the 5 chapters for 2nd years and so on until you have learned everything you need. After that, well, we'll have some fun." Ally winked at them and they all stared back at her open-mouthed. After some silent time spent reflecting and dissecting everything Ally had just said, Hermione raised her hand shakily. She was equal amounts impressed and terrified of Ally. "What happens if we have questions about the material? Will there be question time at the beginning of each lesson for us to ask about the things we are revising outside of class? And will we be tested on what we have learned?" Ally smiled a genuine smile and the class visibly relaxed. "My office door is always," Harry coughed, "mostly open. Any questions you have you can come and see more outside of class. The rest of this year will progress normally and at a slower pace, but for now it is important that you be up to a normal standard for students your age. And as for being tested, the notes you turn into me will be entirely up to you. I expect you to make note of techniques you use to practice, questions you ask and the answers you get. I want you to write down things like, 'Took 13 bloody tries to get this bastard,' that is how I will know you did the work. You will not be properly tested until you have caught up to a 5th year level, and then, well, I have some ideas." The class audibly gulped. "Homework," Ally announced brightly. "Consider your wardrobe and work on grabbing your wand quickly. I want you to come in next lesson and be able to retrieve your wand without giving your opponent time to kill you 6 different ways. Now shoo, I want a word with Mr. Potter." The class gathered their things and left, talking excitedly about the lesson despite the fact that they hadn't learnt any new spells and their new teacher was coming off just as scary and psychotic as the fake Mad-Eye Moody. Ron and Hermione looked like they wanted to stay, but Harry told them he would catch up to them later. Once the room was empty and silence had descended, Ally closed and warded the door. "How'd I do? How'd you do?" Harry asked incredulously. "What the hell are you doing here, Ally? You needed a Dada professor and you know we need to be close. You lied to me, you said Hogsmeade. This isn't Hogsmeade." Ally walked right up to him and pushed him backward until he thumped into her desk. She pushed him down until he was seated and moved to stand between his legs, her hands gripping the front of his shirt. "That's not close enough," she informed him, dotting his chin lightly. "And right under Dumbledore's nose is better," Harry muttered as she moved her along his jaw. "Merlin Owls, the man already thinks I'm acting strange. What the hell made you think it would be a good idea to put everything we've been doing at stake for closer proximity?" "You're not really angry," she told him. "We haven't seen each other in weeks." She at the corner of his mouth and then his lips. "Too long," Harry agreed, capturing her lips in a deep key. He wrapped his arms around her and tugged her as close as he could. "I'm still mad," he said when they broke for air. "Uh-huh," Ally agreed, dotting him before he could say more. "We're not putting anything at stake." She nibbled on his bottom lip. "Dumbledore won't get in our way." They ed for a long time before Ally broke away giggling. Harry raised an eyebrow at her and in reply she grabbed his hand and placed it on her stomach. "She's kicking." Harry smiled and bent down to place a key on her belly. "I think she missed you." "Ginny wants to kill me," Harry remembered suddenly. He'd been so busy trying to pretend that he didn't know Ally that he had forgotten entirely about Ginny's threat. Dotting his, whatever she was, after not seeing her for so long seemed much more important than Ginny's empty threats. Even if he was technically still sort of mad at Ally. "You didn't tell her," Ally reminded him. "I thought she'd have more time to get used to the idea when I finally did tell her." "How was I supposed to know you would be here?" "You didn't tell me," he reminded her. "I'm sorry." Harry sighed and at her nose. "I know, and I'm not really mad." The corners of Ally's mouth twitched. "Okay, not that mad, I just wish you'd told me." "I know. I should go." "Stay?" Ally asked, dotting him again in hopes he would be distracted. "I can't. My room tonight." Harry at her quickly one last time before pushing her back a step and slipping off the desk. "I'll be there. I love you. I love you too, Owls." Harry didn't realize just how long he and Ally were locked up in her classroom snogging until he checked his watch to figure out where Ron and Hermione would be. He hurried to the Great Hall and slid into the empty seat beside Hermione just in time for dinner. Ginny smirked at him knowingly, which then turned into a glare. He chose to ignore her, instead concentrating on Ron and Hermione's conversation. "Well, I think it was a fantastic lesson," Hermione said primly. "It's not my fault you didn't get dressed this morning. How was I supposed to know we'd be taking our robes off?" "Harry managed to get dressed," Hermione reminded him. Harry rolled his eyes. This time he hadn't even had to say anything to get dragged into one of their arguments. He tried to ignore them as best he could, but then Hermione addressed him directly and he knew she would just get pushier if he didn't answer. "What did Professor Martin want, Harry?" Harry very nearly asked who Hermione was talking about. There was something just plain wrong about thinking of his girlfriend as a professor. "We just talked about the things I've studied and she tested me on some stuff," he lied easily. "You know," Hermione said thoughtfully. "It will be interesting to see what kinds of things she teaches us. I really like her take on being prepared for an attack, especially what she said about dressing appropriately." Harry nodded in agreement, pictures of Voldemort tripping over his robes in a fight making him smile. Ron didn't look as happy, but that was mostly because he was still suffering the embarrassment of attending class in his pajamas. "I can't believe she's pregnant," Ron muttered. "Do you think Dumbledore knew?" "Of course Dumbledore knew, Ron," Hermione frowned. "She would have had to tell him when she went for the job. If she wasn't honest then she wouldn't even be here. Do you think she'll continue teacher after the baby is born? I wonder when she's due." December 10th, Harry answered easily. And she's got a house elf that will take care of the baby while she teaches. Ron looked at him funny and Hermione raised her eyebrows. What? I asked, he said defensively. It's funny, Hermione said quite suddenly, looking directly at Harry. Did you notice she has a tattoo? Who has a tattoo? Harry frowned. He wasn't paying as much attention to the conversation as he could have been because Ginny had just caught his eye and rather viciously bit the end off a pork chop. She may have been further down the table sitting with her other friends, but Harry got the distinct feeling she was imagining he was the pork chop. Professor Martin, Hermione answered, not taking her eyes off of Harry. She has a tattoo just like yours in the same place as yours, and it was moving like yours started doing yesterday. Really? Harry asked vaguely. He'd just caught Fred and George giving him a knowing look out of the corner of his eye. What was with people and giving him funny looks? What it was they thought they knew was beyond him. He made a mental note to make his investment in their joke shop official, maybe see if any of the properties he or Allie owned would make for a good joke shop. Harry's focus snapped back to Hermione and he frowned at her. He really needed to start paying more attention to his bossy friend. Sorry. Honestly, Harry, Hermione scolded. I was asking you where you got your tattoo, you've never really said. Harry held up his wrist and studied the flaming design thoughtfully. The gentle movement made by Allie's proximity made it seem like flames were licking at his wrist. Oh, just this place in Muggle London, I had a spell put on it later to make it move. Hermione scrutinized him closely for a few moments and then seemed to decide he was telling the truth, a good thing as he was lying through his teeth. But then how do you tell your friend, who has no idea what you were really up to over the summer, that the reason you and your Dada professor have matching tattoos is because the first time you cemented your relationship and one of the unforeseen side effects was the mark of the phoenix that reacted to each other? Harry shook his head. There was no way he was telling Hermione that. It was bad enough Ginny knew. She'd laughed for a full 10 minutes when she'd gotten all the details. Why'd you get it, mate? Seemed like a good idea at the time. Ron began to wonder aloud about the prospect of getting a tattoo. He'd just asked Hermione whether she thought a dragon or a Gryffindor lion was a better idea when Ginny appeared, seemingly out of nowhere, and grabbed Harry by the ear once more. You'd look stupid with a tattoo, Ron, she snapped, and then promptly dragged Harry from the table and out of the Great Hall by his ear. She practically threw him inside the first empty classroom she found. She shut the door, locked it and rounded on Harry. Before she could say anything he held up a hand to stop her and waved his wand at the door, casting several spells that would ensure they remained uninterrupted and that no one could overhear them. When he was done he waved at her to go on. It only made her madder. How could you not tell me that your girlfriend is pregnant? Ginny demanded. I thought we were best friends, but you hid something like this from me. How could you do that? Do you not trust me? Ginny, I trust you more than anyone in the world. Except Allie. Except Allie, Harry agreed. Harry trailed off, not sure how to put into words exactly what he was thinking and feeling. Rather than yelling, Ginny gave him the time he needed to think. There were a few things I left out before, Harry told her slowly, unsure of how she would react to the news that there was more she didn't know. Allie and I worked for months together in the trunk before I made a move. You made the first move. Harry wasn't sure, but he thought Ginny sounded a little skeptical. He probably should have been offended. He chose to ignore her. Ginny liked to take every moment she could to mock him for that. The first time we had was on her birthday about 4 months after we started, training in the trunk. I told you all about it. What we weren't anticipating was the effects of that moment. The baby, Ginny guessed, glaring angrily at him. Harry sighed. Ginny was so angry she seemed to have forgotten half the stuff he told her. Harry shook his head with a laugh. We were in there for nearly 2 years, Gin. Your math is a little off. No, what happened was a lot more complicated than that. We caused a major magical explosion that nearly killed Voldemort and cemented our relationship. That thing with Snape and the others. Harry nodded. That was because you and Allie had for the first time. Harry nodded once more, thinking carefully over how to word what he had to say next. He'd told Ginny all about his nervousness regarding just about every part of his relationship with Allie. He'd told her, afterwards of course, when he too was perfectly capable of laughing at his own stupidity. Ginny knew all about their first key. their first everything. She'd asked for all the details, but she had never gotten all the details on the final deed. Just enough to laugh for 10 minutes straight. We weren't anticipating the amount of raw power something like that would generate between us. Or the fact that we nearly burnt the bed down around us. Our bedrooms are always extensively warded now, we have to charm our sheets to be fireproof. Ginny snorted. She knew that Harry's emotions sometimes caused him to start smoking, but the idea that he and Allie had nearly burnt down their bed because they were so wrapped up in Say was funny. This doesn't change the fact that you didn't tell me, it also doesn't explain anything. Harry almost growled. Look Ginny, I'm trying to explain to you just how important that night was, for more than the obvious reasons. It was then that something Harry had said earlier sank in. She didn't think he'd been referring to some silly belief that Say really changed things that much, especially at such a young age. What do you mean cemented? Harry smirked. Phoenix is made for life. Oh. Ginny's eyes widened and her mouth fell open. Oh. And then she started laughing. This wasn't the same kind of laughing she'd done when she'd heard about all the bumps in Harry's road to intimacy with Allie. This was an almost hysterical laugh and she was crying. Once the laughter subsided, Ginny stood crying with a smile on her face. That's so romantic. Harry chose to ignore that. He'd heard Ginny saying numerous times how sweet and romantic it was how Allie spent nearly 300 years waiting for him. It was something of amusement to him that tough little Ginny Weasley could still have such a fairy tale view of something like his love life after what happened in her second year. Harry held up his left arm to show her the tattoo Hermione had just been questioning. That's when we got these. They stay still when we're apart, but when we're together they move like real flames. We can feel each other, like warmth spreading through our bodies, and we can always find each other. We're magically bonded, Ginny, we're essentially married. Ginny slumped onto the desk behind her and took a deep breath as she tried to process everything Harry was telling her and stop her tears. She'd known from the start that Harry and Allie were different, sharing the blood of a phoenix had changed them, but she'd never realized just how much the phoenix influenced them. They were bonded, married, tied together for the rest of their lives by a magical bond that no one else had a chance of truly comprehending. For them, the rest of their lives were a lot longer than most people would experience. It was endlessly depressing in a terribly romantic sort of way. Whatever might have remained of her old crush faded away. That still doesn't explain why you didn't just tell me Allie was pregnant. I thought I'd have more time, that I'd be able to break it to you slowly. I was hoping you could meet her and we could tell you together, Harry admitted. I know she'd love to tell you how many hints she had to drop before I keyed her. I know you'd love to get the whole story from her perspective. I just wasn't ready, Ginny. Harry, Ginny started, but Harry shook his head, cutting her off. It hasn't even been 3 months, Ginny, and I know it seemed like more for me, but it's still so hard to wrap my head around. For years the only family I've ever had was the Dursleys, and then when I got to Hogwarts I met Ron and Hermione. I've always just been this scrawny little kid with a scar on his head, famous for something I don't remember. And that was okay because it never really touched me. It became my life. I adjusted to being famous, to having people who cared about me even if I had to go back to the Dursleys every summer. And then last June happened. Voldemort. Yes, Voldemort, but also Cedric. I was a mess, Jen. Just when I was getting used to being happy, when life was getting better, it all changed. Cedric died so Voldemort could return. And then, what? Ginny interrupted sharply. What do you mean Cedric died so Voldemort could return? I thought you said Wormtail killed him right off. Harry slumped down on an empty desk looking defeated, much older than he should. I lied, he told her after a very heavy silence. The last of Ginny's anger vanished at the look of remorse and guilt on Harry's face. Why? Harry's eyes took on the haunted quality they always got when he talked about that night. Gone was the happy look of someone taking pride in his family, the family he created. They couldn't use my blood, he explained quietly. It was screaming in my head, this knowledge that no matter what happened they couldn't use my blood. Cedric was there, tied up next to me, and he was nice and he was normal, everything the spell needed, and I wasn't. They tried to use me. Wormtail cut my arm with the knife, but my blood just, Merlin, it just melted the knife like acid. The thing that Voldemort was didn't see any of it, but Wormtail knew. So he used Cedric. It was the first time any of my phoenix traits showed, but I was too scared, too confused to really take in what was happening. I passed it off as something to do with the protection my mother died to give me. Cedric couldn't handle it. The spell called for the blood of an enemy and Cedric's wasn't strong enough to satisfy the stronger requirements Voldemort built into the spell. Wormtail tried to angle me over the cauldron when he realized Cedric's blood wasn't enough, but I burnt through the ropes and managed to break free. I couldn't leave, couldn't run. Wormtail stunned me and conjured heavy chains to hold me. We both knew what was coming, me and Cedric, and he just looked at me like he was hoping I could do something, and he was bleeding into the cauldron and I knew. You can't kill something that doesn't exist. I couldn't move and then Wormtail stabbed Cedric in the neck. I told everyone he died quickly, didn't feel a thing, that he was happy over winning the tournament. It was what they needed. His parents didn't need to know that their son died bringing Voldemort back to life, that their son wasn't strong enough for Voldemort's purpose. I could have survived Ginny, one splash of my blood would have been enough, but I couldn't allow Voldemort to exist with Phoenix blood in his veins. Does Voldemort know? Ginny whispered. She had never heard the full story of that night, only the altered version everyone else had gotten. She felt that a little of Hermione's worry was justified. No, his knowing serves no purpose. For now there are only 4 people who know the truth. Does it make him weaker, having Cedric's blood? Harry nodded and then he seemed to shake himself out of the darker mood. Voldemort's not as strong as he thinks, and that half-blood murderer is going to die. Ginny smiled slightly, understanding the conversation was over. She moved forward to hug Harry. Congratulations Harry, you're going to be a great dad. Thanks, Gin. Harry released her and took a step back. Would you like to come meet my mate Ginny? Absolutely. They didn't talk about what she had just learned, there was no need. It hurt to talk about and he still had the occasional nightmare, but it was in the past, he had worked past it. Ginny didn't need to hear more. She watched Harry take down his wards around the door and then she followed him. The closer he got to Ally the truer his smile became. No matter what Hermione kept insisting, Ginny knew Harry was going to be just fine. This is getting ridiculous. Hermione huffed, throwing herself into a chair in a corner of the Gryffindor common room. What do you think he's up to? Ron shrugged. He wasn't nearly as frustrated as Hermione by Harry's regular disappearances, mostly because he'd been doing his fair share of disappearing. As far as he was concerned, as long as Harry was too busy to notice he was secretly practicing for the Quidditch tryouts, then everything was okay. Hermione didn't share this simple view. She was determined to discover where Harry snuck off to. Despite what Ron said she knew Harry had been sneaking out at night, she was sure it was Harry she'd seen sneaking out of the common room the night before beneath his invisibility cloak right before curfew. It hadn't occurred to her, for even a second, that Harry could have lent his cloak to someone else. Or that the figure she swore was Harry was actually Ron sneaking past a frustrated Hermione so he could drop by the kitchens without a lecture. Tonight Harry had disappeared shortly after dinner, and though Hermione had tried her best to follow him, he knew far more about the secret passageways and shortcuts of Hogwarts than she did. The fact that he had intentionally ditched her irked her. She looked around the common room searching futilely for the answers to her many questions. They didn't jump out at her, so she resorted to cataloging her questions out loud to Ron. He did his best to ignore her and concentrate on the Quidditch magazine he was reading, but Hermione's voice, at times like this, was like a jackhammer, chipping away at the wall Ron tried to hide behind. I just want to know what really happened to him over the summer, she grumped. When he left at the beginning of the summer he was brooding terribly and he was really angry. What happened to him at the Dursleys? Though he knew the question was rhetorical, Ron felt he needed to say something, if only to keep Hermione from yelling at him for not paying attention. I don't know, Hermione, does it really matter? Of course it matters, Ron. Hermione argued. No one goes through what Harry did and gets over it in just 5 weeks. Don't you remember the way he yelled at us when he first got to headquarters? How he was all distant and angry at us but was confident and happy with almost everyone else. Well, we didn't exactly write to him, Hermione, Ron reminded her, though the moment he spoke he knew she wasn't really listening. For all Hermione knew, Ron could have actually just given her all the answers she was looking for. He was beginning to wonder why it was he put up with being ignored constantly. He changed so much in 5 weeks. For Merlin's sake, Ron, he grew almost a foot. He did say the Dursleys were actually feeding him, Ron offered, though even he knew that simply feeding him properly couldn't account for all of the physical changes Harry had undergone. Still, this was a magical world they lived in. He has a whole new wardrobe, no glasses, and a mysterious ex-girlfriend that no one, not even the Order members who were watching him at the Dursleys, knew about. He's lying, Ron, and it's not healthy. He needs to talk about what happened last June. He can't just bottle it all up. He talks to Ginny. The moment he said it, Ron knew it was a mistake. To Hermione, the idea that Harry was talking to someone that wasn't either of them was just not acceptable. He had asked Harry about his new relationship with Ginny, and Harry had admitted that Ginny had found a way around Dumbledore's ban on informing him. Ron could understand why Harry had gotten closer to Ginny. At first he wasn't exactly happy about it, but Harry had continued to make time to spend playing chess or talking Quidditch with him. Hermione was likely to feel as though her position in Harry's life had been usurped. It wasn't like they had a lot in common outside of the fact they were both raised by Muggles. Hermione's eyes blazed and she searched the room for Ginny. The moment she found her, seated in the opposite corner of the common room reading, Hermione was out of her seat and charging across the room. Ron hurried after her, intent on saving his baby sister from his friend. "Hello, Ginny," Hermione greeted kindly. "What are you reading?" She tried to read the title on the cover, but there wasn't one. "Hi, Hermione." "Hey, Ron." Ginny shut the book she was reading and rested her arms on top of it. Hermione and Ron sat down across from her and Ginny just studied them. Ron tried to warn her without saying anything or drawing Hermione's attention, but Ginny chose to ignore him. She threw him a quick look that said she was perfectly capable of handling this. Having lived with Ginny for most of his life, Ron was in no doubt that Ginny could handle herself. He just didn't feel she should necessarily have to handle Hermione. "What's up, Hermione?" "Well, Ginny, I'm worried about Harry." "Why?" Ginny questioned with a hint of exasperation. How many times were she and Hermione going to have this conversation? "Why?" Hermione repeated hysterically. "Why are you worried about Harry?" Ginny reiterated. Hermione floundered. How could no one see what was so obvious to her? How could two of his best friends be so blind? How could Ginny, the one who spent the most time with Harry, be so completely blind to his distress? Did she not see that he was acting out? That his spending so much time with Ginny was, in itself, a sign that not everything was okay. Hermione was determined to help Harry, find out his secrets and set everyone straight. "How can you not be?" Hermione demanded. "He's not acting like himself. And that's a bad thing." Ginny questioned honestly. The old Harry was unsure of himself, he never stood up for himself and he had no idea how to talk to people. He was unhappy. "That's not true. Hermione, Harry has been through a lot. He's faced Voldemort 4 times and survived. He's been the cause of not only his parents' death, but he also had to watch Cedric get killed. He found a good thing over the summer, Hermione. Why would you want to take that away from him?" Ron nodded in agreement, though Hermione only seemed to take this as evidence that he was falling for the same tricks as Ginny. Or that he had more information to work with. Hermione made a note to keep a closer watch on Harry and Ron's interactions. "He's not dealing with anything this way, Ginny, he's just blocking it out and acting irrationally." "He's what?" "Harry's not acting irrationally. If anyone's acting irrationally, Hermione, it's you. There's nothing wrong with Harry, he's happy. You just refuse to see it because it doesn't fit with your view of the world. Maybe, Hermione, you don't know Harry as well as you think you do." Hermione glared at Ginny but didn't have anything to say in response. She was too angry to articulate anything. Ron, on the other hand, was glad for Hermione's silence. It meant he could finally speak, though he knew he was at risk of a scolding. "Do you know where Harry is, Gin? I was hoping for a game of chess." Ginny glared at Hermione through narrowed eyes and then turned to her brother, her face lighting up in a genuine smile. "Sorry, Ron, Harry's got a meeting with Professor Martin and Professor McGonagall. Can I play instead?" "Sure, let me just get my set." Ron smiled and took off for his room. As soon as he was gone, Hermione leaned forward eagerly. "Why's he meeting with McGonagall and Martin?" "That's none of your business, Hermione. If Harry wanted you to know, he would have told you." Hermione started to retort, no doubt something about being Harry's best friend and deserving to know what Harry was doing, but Ron came back and started setting up his chess board for a game. Both ignored Hermione as best they could while they played, even going so far as to pretend she wasn't there. They had barely begun to play when Hermione stormed off, muttering about inconsiderate Weasleys and something about irrational boys. Halfway through what was proving to be an almost challenging game for him, Ron tried to subtly ask after Harry. Jin. Yeah, Ron. Harry is okay, isn't he? Yes, Ron, Harry's okay. They were silent for a few more moves and then Ron spoke again. He's got a girlfriend, doesn't he? Ginny was quiet for a long time. Harry had told her that if specifically asked she could admit at least that much. What was giving her pause was the fact that it was Ron asking and not Hermione. Had everything really changed so much that Ron was figuring things out before Hermione, or had Ron always been this observant and chosen not to say anything? Yeah, he does. Are you okay with that? Ron asked, refusing to take his eyes off the chessboard. His ears were turning slightly pink. Ginny smiled brightly at Ron, unable to believe how sweet he was being. She would have to make a note of this moment in case it never happened again. I'm happy for him, Ron, I really am. She's good for him. You've met her. Yeah, you'd like her. She's got Harry wrapped around her finger, but I think she's just a little wrapped around his as well. It's the girl he met this summer, isn't it? The one he said was visiting family. Ginny didn't say anything, but in a burst of understanding Ron must have read everything he needed to know on her face. He was really starting to impress Ginny, and she knew that she would be spending more time with him in the future simply because somehow, without her knowledge, her youngest brother had started to mature. It was a slow process, but given his previous jealousy of Harry, Ginny was already impressed. She wasn't really visiting family, was she? You don't need to tell me, Ginny. I figure you promised Harry you wouldn't say anything. What makes you think it's the same girl? Ginny asked curiously. Ron looked thoughtful for a moment and then he got a faraway look like he was remembering something. I asked him about her a few times. The way he spoke about her, he shrugged. Maybe I'm just being stupid, but the Harry that showed up at headquarters had grown up a lot. Whoever she is, whatever she did, he needed it. You know, Ron, I'm impressed. He grinned sheepishly. Don't tell Hermione I said that. Sometimes with her it's easier and quieter to play dumb. I can understand that. They didn't speak again about Harry until Ron had beaten Ginny at not just that game but the next. Ginny helped Ron pack up and then wished him good night. She was about to leave when Ron's voice stopped her. Do you think he'll ever tell me? Ginny smiled. You're being very mature about this, Ron, and when Harry finally notices I can guarantee you'll know before Hermione does. Thanks, Jin. She'd just stepped onto the girls' staircase when she turned and addressed him. How come you're being so mature about this? No offense, but I sort of assumed you'd get all moody and jealous again. Ron blushed furiously and refused to meet her eyes. I talked to Mum about it, he admitted sheepishly. Ginny gaped at her brother and watched as she escaped up the boys' staircase. The whole world has gone insane, she muttered to the now empty common room. Harry threw himself sideways, landing in a crouch to avoid her knife. He leapt to his feet and launched himself at Allie, ducking her right fist and catching her in the ribs with a kick. She careened backwards, feet lifting off the floor, but managed not to fall. She stumbled, trying not to lose her balance, and in that moment Harry knew he had her. He spun around, kicking her feet out from under her. She fell and he crouched over her, knife pressed lightly to the skin of her throat. Give. Allie nodded and he stood before offering her a hand. She took it and allowed him to pull her to her feet. While she rubbed her shoulder, he retrieved her knife from its position embedded in the wall. Ah, she groaned, taking the offered knife and replacing it in her wrist sheath. I'm getting too old for this. Harry snorted. He found it very hard to believe that Allie would ever be too old for sparring. Somehow I doubt that. Well then, I'll be too pregnant to let you wipe the floor with me. Harry, busy replacing his own knife, slipped, slicing a long line into his arm. He barely noticed the blood dripping onto the floor. He was too busy staring at Allie with his mouth open. What? Harry. Allie scolded. You're bleeding all over the floor. Harry didn't hear her. He hadn't heard or seen anything since she mentioned the word, pregnant. Allie paid no attention to his vacant stare as she grabbed his arm and stripped off the sheath to get a better look at what he'd done. It didn't look that bad. All it needed was a little water and a bandage and he'd be perfectly fine by tomorrow. It's not that bad, she informed him. She looked up when he didn't say anything. Harry. She frowned when he didn't respond. Harry. He looked at her suddenly, eyes wide with confusion and a little panic. What? I said it doesn't look that bad, it should be healed by morning. Oh. Harry looked at his arm and began to feel something like relief. What she had said had been nothing but a joke. He started to breathe again and really take a look at his arm. It didn't feel nearly as bad as it looked. Okay. Allie tugged on his arm and started dragging him to the bathroom. Honestly, she muttered to herself, though Harry could actually hear her. He cuts himself open and doesn't make a sound, but I tell him I'm pregnant and he freaks. Harry collided with the doorframe and added a blood nose to his suddenly growing list of concerns. Ginny snorted, spraying orange juice across the table and subsequently spoiling Hermione's breakfast. She tried to apologize, but she was too busy choking on both juice and a laugh to really get the words out. "What's so funny, Ginny?" Sirius asked, offering Hermione a napkin. "What are you reading?" Ginny flipped the book she was reading closed and showed the front cover to Sirius and the others at the table. She used her index finger to mark her page. The book was actually a handwritten account, almost a journal bound in brown leather. Sirius read the title aloud with raised eyebrows. 101 Ways to Get a Girlfriend, 65 Ways to Keep Your Girlfriend and One Very Good Reason to Avoid the Entire Thing by Harry Potter, edited by that owned girl you found in my bed. "What is that?" Hermione gasped, mouth falling open in surprise. "This," Ginny answered with a laugh, "is what Harry's been doing to amuse himself while he's stuck at the Dursleys." "But what is it?" Ginny burst out laughing and was unable to verbally respond. Instead she opened the book to the second page and handed it to Hermione. Inside there was a note scrawled to Ginny on the back of the title page. "Gin," Hermione read aloud, "Dudley took your advice and came to me for help. And I put this together and gave it to him to study. It was hilarious. She thought you'd like a copy." "Harry, you gave Dudley advice?" Ron asked incredulously. "Hold on," Hermione interrupted before Ginny could respond. "There's a postscript. Ginny, H excels at page 115, A." Before Ginny could stop her, Hermione flipped through the pages until she found page 115. Her eyes widened and she turned a very interesting shade of red before slamming the book shut and practically throwing it at Ginny. "Ginny," Hermione gasped, scandalized. "Yes." But Hermione couldn't say any more. Flushed with embarrassment, she quickly excused herself from the table and darted out of the kitchen. "What's wrong with her?" Ron asked. "Who cares about that?" Fred asked. "Yeah," George agreed. "What's on page 115? Ginny's eyes danced with laughter as she handed the twins Harry's dating guide for Dudley. They flipped through the pages and came to a stop on page 115. "Way to keep your girlfriend number 9. Let your fingers do the walking and the rubbing and the," Fred trailed off, looking a little flushed. "Blimey," George yelped, snatching the book from Fred. His eyes got bigger and bigger the further he got down the page. "You sure you should be reading this, Gin? And can we print it and sell it?" Fred asked. Sirius, who was becoming more and more curious by the second, snatched the book out of George's hands to see what all the fuss was about. By the time he was finished reading the now infamous page 115, he was unsure whether he should be concerned or go with his first instinct and be more than a little impressed. Sirius let out a low whistle before ensuring the twins and Ginny were still involved in publishing chatter and flipping to the front of the book to reacquaint himself with the world of dating and a good part of the female anatomy. They'd been back in the real world for less than an hour and they were already making plans. There were so many things that had to be done and Harry wasn't sure he was going to have the time to do them, what with keeping up appearances for the Dursleys and the Order. He was searching through his wardrobe looking for a specific t-shirt and listening to Allie reel off a list of things they needed to do. "We need to go to Diagon Alley for Dragonhide gear, visit Gringotts and change our vault status, buy some new clothes, get lunch, make an appointment at St. Mungo's," she trailed off when there was a heavy knock at the bedroom door. Considering the mild muggle-repelling charms still on the door, whoever was there must have really wanted to talk to Harry. "Get that, would you?" Harry's call was muffled by all of the clothes surrounding him. "It's probably Dudley." Allie climbed off the bed, did a quick check to make sure she was completely dressed, and then answered the door. It wasn't Dudley. Standing, with fist raised to knock again, was instead Petunia Dursley. Her mouth gaped open like a fish when she realized her nephew hadn't been the one to open the door. "You're not Dudley." Petunia might have responded had she not caught sight of Harry's room. She was torn between demanding to know who Allie was and demanding to know what had happened to the tiny little dump that had once been Harry's bedroom. Sensibility kicked in and she had to swallow back the bile rising in her throat when her own mind answered her second question. Magic. She decided to ignore the room and turn her cold stare on Allie. Allie wasn't fazed in the slightest. "It's your aunt," she informed Harry. Then she turned her attention to Petunia. "Would you like to come in? Harry's in the closet." From the closet came the distinct sound of someone choking on a held laugh. Moments later, Harry emerged looking for all the world like he wanted to key her. He handed her the jacket she wanted and turned to face his aunt, tugging on his t-shirt. But not before his aunt got a good look at him and wondered what he had been up to achieve the kind of body Dudley would quite happily have killed for. She assumed it was magic. She pursed her lips and spoke with the disdain she always felt when looking at or even thinking about Harry. "You will be here at exactly 7 o'clock for dinner. You will be wearing something nice. You are not to be late." Why?" Harry asked. For a moment Petunia lost the disgusted look she got when thinking of Harry to be replaced by a look of dislike that bordered very closely on loathing. "Marge is coming to visit." Harry froze, a look of complete horror taking over his features. That was the last thing he ever wanted to hear his aunt say because he knew there was no way he was going to get out of having dinner with Aunt Marge. She always did like to have Harry close by to torment. Harry shuddered and didn't bother to hide the horror in his voice when he answered his aunt. "I'll be there." His aunt nodded and turned to leave, offering one last nasty look at Harry's now very large and tastefully decorated room. She paused when Harry spoke, though she didn't turn to face him. "Set a place for Allie," he instructed. Petunia merely nodded, though she didn't look terribly thrilled with the idea. She still didn't really know who Allie was. Once she was gone, Harry slumped onto the bed with a heavy sigh. Allie smirked at him, and for the first time ever he had the feeling he was actually going to enjoy dinner with Aunt Marge. If his uncle didn't murder him first. They appeared in a shadowy alcove off Diagon Alley. After a quick look around to ensure no Death Eaters were around, Allie and Harry pulled the hoods of their jackets over their heads to shield most of their faces and headed down the alley toward Gringotts. The goblin on the door gave them a suspicious look but did nothing to prevent them from passing. It took them well over an hour to sort out the changes to their vaults. They added Harry to the titles on all of Allie's vaults and the deed to the properties she'd acquired. Likewise, Allie was added to Harry's vault and the deed to his parents' house in Godric's Hollow, what was left of it anyway. Despite the long time spent dealing with legal documents, Allie almost bounced out of Gringotts. She was determined to spend a decent amount of money on some standard dragon hide gear. By the time they sat down to eat lunch in the leaky cauldron, Harry was weighed down by the heavy dragon hide boots, gloves and jackets and several other heavy packages full of books they'd found in a seedy-looking shop down Knockturn Alley. He took very little comfort from the fact that they were finished in Diagon Alley. He had a feeling that after the visit to St. Mungo's, Allie would find some excuse to splurge on a bunch of baby stuff they wouldn't need for a while. He knew he was going to let her. Being raised by muggles but never actually being around babies, everything Harry knew about going for prenatal checkups came from what little television he'd been lucky enough to see. Things in the wizarding world were very different. They entered the waiting room at St. Mungo's and Allie motioned for him to take a seat while she let the young witch behind the desk know she was there. Given the fact that the waiting room in the maternity ward was empty apart from Harry and a middle-aged man, who was frantically pacing back and forth, it was obvious they wouldn't have long to wait. That was a good thing, as just being in the room made things all too real for Harry's liking. He accepted the fact that Allie was pregnant, even going so far as to acknowledge that they were having a baby, but that was in the future. Right now Harry had his mind focused on other things, things which given Voldemort's current activities seemed like they should have more of his attention. He didn't notice Allie sitting down beside him and picking up an old copy of Witch Weekly. He also didn't hear Allie's name being called until Allie thwacked him with her magazine. Shaking his head, Harry got to his feet and followed Allie down the hall to an examination room. The whole experience was surreal. The ancient Mediwitch instructed Allie to lie down and then performed a bunch of complex wand movements that produced a series of colored sparks. Harry had no idea what that meant, and given the scrunched look on Allie's face, she was just as clueless. Another half a dozen wand movements and a rainbow worth of colored sparks later and the Mediwitch was nodding happily. A scary sight on the wrinkled and leathery face. "Well, it's good news," she croaked. "Excellent news, in fact. The baby's okay." Allie wanted clarification. Perfectly healthy, assured the Medi witch. Just over 4 months, I'd say. All limbs and digits accounted for. Harry's was relieved. Just because he wanted to be coasting along in denial didn't mean he wasn't invested in the well-being of his child. Do you want to know the say? Harry and Allie exchanged looks and entered a silent battle of wills. They'd discussed this the night before. Harry had been adamant they find out to make it easier to narrow down the list of prospective names. Allie wanted to remain in the dark, perfectly content to battle it out with Harry for both male and female names. It was one of the rare occasions where Harry won. We'd like to know, he answered, shooting Allie a smug look. Congratulations, it's a girl. True. To Harry's prediction, Allie started making a list of things they would need for the baby. Every now and then she would grin stupidly and exclaim that they were having a girl. Harry decided it was best to humor her. With an amused smile, Harry draped an arm across her shoulders and gently steered her away from the stores that catered to babies, or more accurately to mothers itching to spend a fortune on their unborn children. They were approaching the leaky cauldron when a flash of movement caught Harry's attention. He was about to dismiss it as average street movement when he caught the sounds of muffled screams. Allie stiffened, having heard it as well. He released his grip on her and they separated, moving apart and moving slowly toward the source of the noise. From the mouth of an alley, Harry caught a flash of white own hair and the whipping of black robes. He sped up and then peered around the corner into the alley. Pinned against a wall at the end were a teenage boy and a woman, obviously his mother. The boy was silent while his mother begged to be left alone. 4 wizards Harry recognized from that night in the graveyard were stalking closer. He looked behind him at Allie and held up 4 fingers. She nodded and he held up 2 fingers to let her know of the 2 muggles being attacked. She nodded again and then Harry did something most people would consider stupid. He stepped right into the alley and called out, "Oi, who wants to kill Harry Potter? Why are we here?" Harry asked Allie suspiciously. Up until 2 minutes ago his hand had been making quite a happy journey north up her thigh. Now the back of his hand was slightly red and he was fully clothed. He wanted to blame it on hormones but he had the feeling he'd been set up. "I didn't tell you?" Allie asked with a frown. Harry just gave her a pointed look that told her quite clearly he had no idea why he was standing in front of Professor McGonagall's office door when they could have been locked up in her rooms doing things it was best no one knew about. "What you said," Harry told her in annoyance, "was, I'm craving bacon." Harry, "We're going for bacon, which if you ask me is a bloody stupid reason not to have say." "Did I?" Allie wondered with a small smile. "Yes," Harry nodded. "That's what you said, that we were going for bacon and then halfway down to the kitchens it's suddenly all, I wonder what McGonagall's up to. And I really hope you weren't thinking that in your office." Harry shuddered. "There were just some things you shouldn't be thinking about when your boyfriend's hand was sliding up your thigh while his lips were doing interesting things to your own." "I don't know what you're implying, Harry, but while we're here," she raised her hand and knocked politely on the door. Harry gave her a dark look that was cut off when Professor McGonagall opened the door. She was expecting them, Harry could tell. McGonagall ushered them in and Harry shot a poisonous look at Allie while McGonagall had her back turned. Allie poked her tongue out at him and took a seat in front of McGonagall's desk. "What can I do for you, Professor Martin?" "Mr. Potter." Harry took a little comfort from the fact that Professor McGonagall was just as in the dark as he was. Though he still wished he'd had a little knowledge to prepare himself for whatever Allie was planning. He hadn't had nearly enough time or a cold shower to be comfortable talking to McGonagall just yet. "There's no place for Harry in my class," Allie said without preamble. "Excuse me?" McGonagall questioned sourly. Harry's mouth fell open. Of all the things he'd ever thought he'd hear Allie say, this was not one of them. Allie smiled widely. It wasn't a smile that boded well for his future, it was the same sort of smile she'd worn that time she'd told him he'd had enough practice so she'd be throwing real knives at him. Harry tried not to look like he wanted to run away as McGonagall flicked her eyes over him. "I'm not sure I understand," McGonagall said eventually through thin lips. "There's nothing more I can teach, Harry," Allie explained. "He's far too advanced for my 5th-year class, he's too advanced for my Newt classes." Harry tried not to feel smug. It wouldn't do to be too pleased with the sudden praise. McGonagall was a very observant woman and Harry was pretty sure that if he started thinking nice thoughts right then about Ally they would be written all over his face and they certainly wouldn't be G-rated. I see, McGonagall said stiffly. While she and many of Harry's other teachers had noticed his great improvements in his classes, she couldn't exactly say he was up to Newt's standard. Though he had always been very adept at defense against the dark arts. When he was given competent instruction in any case. I would like to offer Harry a different opportunity, Ally went on, one that would benefit him more than being bored in my classes. There was a beat of silence and Harry caught Ally's narrowed eyes. It occurred to him that he should probably make some sort of token protest just in case her hormones got the best of her later and she decided to punish him for not automatically jumping to her defense. Even if she may have had a point. Harry had spent the last 2 weeks of classes wandering around acting as a teaching aide or just sitting in a corner and completing his homework for his other classes. It left his evenings remarkably free. I'm not bored in your classes, Harry protested half-heartedly. They're fun. Ally gave him a suspiciously sour look. Thanks, but that's not my point. I want to start an advanced defense class for a select few of my students and I would like Harry to run it. What? Harry gaped. Since when? This first Harry had heard about any advanced classes. He was actually a bit mad, were they not communicating anymore? Harry supposed Ally might have actually mentioned something about it earlier in the week but he'd been occupied making a rather ingenious potion that was going to allow Ginny to sneak into Dumbledore's office for a good snoop without the old coot finding her. Harry started to scowl, that hadn't gone well. It seemed that Dumbledore had even fewer answers than Harry and a hell of a lot more questions. Mr. Potter, McGonagall scolded, snapping Harry out of his thoughts. She took a moment to consider her words before speaking very carefully. Harry took the opportunity to slap an innocent look of contemplation on his face with what he hoped was a touch of awe. While Potter has always been rather adept at defense against the dark arts, I hardly think his skills are such that he could drop the class just when he should be studying for his owls. Actually, Ally contradicted, they are. I'm wasting his time and I think that given the stress I will be under come December it would be, shall I say prudent, to begin an advanced class now. Ah, Harry said suddenly. He understood now what Ally was doing and while he couldn't say he was exactly happy about it being sprung on him in front of McGonagall he did think it would be a good opportunity to test his skills and evaluate those of the other students. You want me to? Yes, Ally agreed. You'll have a say. And come December. If you agree. From her position behind her desk Professor McGonagall watched this exchange with raised eyebrows. Harry and Ally were practically communicating without words. It was unusual to say the least. Most irritating was the fact that she still had very little idea as to what exactly it was that Professor Martin was asking. If Harry was as adept as she claimed then McGonagall could see benefit in his starting an advanced class especially with the return of Voldemort. While she'd been lost in thought Harry and Ally had come to an agreement. Professor McGonagall, with your permission I would like to start an advanced Dada class. Professor Martin will select students she thinks are skilled enough and I will work with them, Harry told her. It will essentially be a study group. With the headmaster's permission I see no reason for you not to. There was an uncomfortable moment where they all contemplated just how well that request could go. Yes, it was a great idea but given the headmaster's current opinion of Harry's sanity and his overly suspicious nature regarding anything anyone in his school did that was new, especially Dada professors, well it might take a little convincing. Harry realized Ally was hoping McGonagall would prove quite adept in that department. I would also like his help with my younger classes, Ally put in. Harry would demonstrate spells and physical demonstrations that my pregnancy doesn't allow. Why have you come to me with this? Surely the headmaster would have been a better option. In response to her question McGonagall received 2 identical looks, both clearly saying they thought the answer was obvious. McGonagall returned the look with one of her own. Enlighten me. Professor Dumbledore has made it a point to exclude Harry from many important decisions regarding his own life, Ally answered, surprising McGonagall. Mr. Potter. Harry took his time answering, ensuring that McGonagall thought on his words rather than dismissing him instantly as she had so often before in favor of trusting Dumbledore. I spoke with Sirius. McGonagall's eyes widened and she glanced sharply at Ally but Harry didn't notice, and he mentioned several things in passing that raised some questions. I asked Dumbledore specifically about them over the summer and he told me I was too young to understand, that it wasn't anything I should trouble myself with. I came to you with this, Minerva, because as Harry's head of house you have some say in this and because I trust you to judge this fairly. What Ally really wanted to say was that she'd actually tried to get a meeting with Dumbledore, but the moment he'd realized that Harry would be there too he'd suddenly become extremely busy. Ally had made one more token attempt to get in to see him but had resigned to doing it with just McGonagall's permission. McGonagall considered everything she had been asked and told and weighed each heavily before giving any sort of answer. I shall consider it, but Dumbledore will have the final say. Harry nodded and seeing that as a dismissal got up to leave. Ally joined him shortly outside McGonagall's office. They began walking in silence toward the kitchen. Harry didn't need to ask to know that Ally really was craving bacon now. They never did make it to the kitchen though because Harry shoved her into the first empty classroom they came across and warded the door. Sometimes I forget how sneaky you can be. I'm choosing to take that as a compliment. Oh, it is, Harry assured her. You just gave us the perfect opportunity to handpick and train the best students here. I could key you. Ally smiled brightly and at him instead, a soft lingering that scattered his thoughts just enough that it took him a few moments to start talking again. This is bloody brilliant, Als. She nodded. Ginny thought so. Harry opened his mouth, paused and closed it again. He sighed heavily. He supposed this was what happened when you left your girlfriend and best friend alone together. They started plotting things and leaving you out of the loop. He could see that having his best friend and girlfriend getting along so well was going to end badly for him. Still, it could have been worse. They could have hated each other and put him in the middle. You can observe my classes next week, covertly, and help me choose the students. If we take 1 or 2 students from 4th year and up we can train them up properly to not only protect Hogwarts in the event of attack but set them up to act as a strike force to actively hunt down Death Eaters. I know just where to start. It didn't matter to either of them that they hadn't yet received approval, it was just a matter of time. Not that they required approval, they would go ahead with or without the headmaster's permission just to stake it to the Ministry and their stupid misguided attempt to deny Voldemort's return. With bacon? Ally asked. With bacon, Harry laughed. Harry Potter hit the floor with a startled yelp. He lay there, face down on the floor, for a few minutes just breathing. Finally he rolled onto his back and looked up at the ceiling. It was boring gray stone, nothing special there. Harry sighed deeply. Was it really necessary to toss me out of bed? Ally's head appeared over the edge of the bed and she gave him a deceptively sweet smile. Yes it was. Why? He asked, raising himself up on his elbows to get a better look at her. Quidditch tryouts, she reminded him promptly. She handed him the clock from his nightstand to show him he was running late. Angelina may kill you. Thanks ever so. Ally lounged comfortably in her big bed and watched Harry rush around gathering his discarded clothes. He sat on the edge to tug on his boots and then leaned over to give her a quick map, she reminded him between keys. Right. He snatched the Marauder's map from her outstretched hand and then headed to the door. He was halfway across her living room when he had to double back for his broomstick. She met him at the bedroom door with it in her hands. Thanks. He gave her a quick peck on the lips and dashed across the living room, out into her study and then out into the Dada corridor. He skidded into the great hall with just enough time to snag some toast and run down to the Quidditch pitch. You're late. Angelina scowled. Then she took in his rumpled appearance and last night's clothes. Long night, Potter. Very long night, he agreed, smirking at the obvious implications. Harry was putting a potential reserve seeker through her paces when it happened. At first it was just a dull ache behind his scar, but before long the dull ache had turned into a throbbing that made his eyes water. He called a halt to the potential seeker and tried to enforce his occlumency shields, but it didn't help. Whatever Voldemort was doing, wherever he was, it was making him really unhappy. Harry tightened his grip on his broom and started to drift toward the ground. Another forceful tug had his eyes closing and his teeth clenching. He barely had time to shout out before his head exploded with pain and he was falling. Though he didn't know exactly where he was, he knew who he was, or more accurately, whose eyes he was currently seeing through. Voldemort looked down on a cloaked figure and sneered. It felt to Harry as though he was the one sneering, but he ignored that minor detail. He had very little time to do what had to be done. It was only at times like this, when Voldemort was feeling so strongly about something, that he let his guard down enough for Harry to see his thoughts. It was during these times, while Voldemort was distracted with whatever it was that made him so emotional, Harry had almost unlimited access to his thoughts. It wasn't a pleasant sensation, sifting through the dark thoughts of the most evil wizard, but it was a necessary one. It was these times that Harry was able to garner information he and Ali could use to bring down Voldemort and his followers. Hoping that Voldemort was angry enough to give him the time he needed, Harry began sifting through Voldemort's surface memories. When those only served to answer the question as to why Nott was being tortured with the Cruciatus curse, subsequently giving him material to have Nott arrested, Harry delved deeper. In the last moments before Voldemort gained back his control, Harry caught the details of a plan to infiltrate the Ministry of Magic and a fleeting decision to train some new recruits with a little Muggle torture. With a counter-attack firmly in mind, Harry withdrew from Voldemort's mind sharply. Ginny Weasley heard her name shouted and turned just in time to see Harry fall from his broom. Before she'd even thought about it, she was tossing the quaffle to Katie and pushing her broom as fast as it could go toward Harry. The twins weren't far behind, but she knew they wouldn't make it. She pushed her broom harder, praying that by some miracle she would reach Harry before he hit the ground. Someone was screaming behind her, but she didn't know who. He was just out of reach, a mere 15 feet from the ground, when his eyes snapped open and he gave a startled yelp. Faster than Ginny thought possible, Harry twisted in midair and landed with a thud on the ground. On his feet. Ah! He yelped and flopped backward, landing on his back in the grass. Ginny landed and ran to him. She was the first to reach him, but every single person who was trying out was close behind. His eyes were closed and his face was scrunched up in pain. His hands were clenching and unclenching on the grass beside him. "Harry!" Ginny screamed. "Are you all right?" "Bloody brilliant," he hissed sarcastically. "Breaking a leg is always a laugh." "You broke your leg?" someone from the crowd asked Harry. "Of course I broke my leg," Harry snapped. "I fell 50 feet and landed on my feet." At that moment, a panicked pregnant Dada professor shoved her way through the crowd with no regard to the second year she almost trampled. Her face was white and she took one look at Harry and had to resist the urge to slap him for scaring her. She settled instead for a snappy comment. "You faced Voldemort and a fall nearly kills you?" she asked with an edge of hysteria in her voice that went unnoticed by all but Harry and Ginny. Harry smiled at her, though it became more of a grimace. "Help me up." Shaking slightly, Ali ordered everyone back to their tryouts. She conjured a stretcher and the twins positioned Harry on it before rushing off to save his broom. Ali directed the stretcher up to the castle and Ginny quickly followed. Neither spoke until they reached the front steps. "Are you okay, Professor?" Ginny questioned. Ali took a deep breath and Harry titled his head back to get a good look at her. "I felt him fall. He hasn't been so close to death since our bond was initiated." She shuddered. "It's not something I want to experience ever again." "Sorry," Harry said simply. "Voldemort took me by surprise." Both Ali and Ginny looked at him in surprise. It was not something they'd expected him to say. Though really, they should have known he would have a good reason for falling off his broom given how good a flyer he was. The last time he'd fallen off his broom it had been because of Dementors. "Though you could block him out?" Ginny asked, confused. She knew for sure that one of the things he'd learnt during his trunk time was how to block Voldemort. "Normally, he can," Ali explained in a whisper as they moved through the halls, past curious students and up to the hospital wing. When Riddle is really feeling something, all Harry can do is ride it out. Ginny let that sink in as she pushed open the door of the hospital wing and let Ali drift Harry through the door. Madame Pomfrey took one look at who was on the stretcher and sighed in exasperation. "Mr. Potter, what have you done now?" She gestured for Ali to deposit Harry on one of the beds. "I fell 50 feet off my broom and landed on my feet," he explained with a wince as he was shifted onto the hospital bed. Madame Pomfrey gaped at him. "You landed on your feet?" She gasped. "I think I broke my leg," he informed her. Her wand was instantly trained on his leg while she murmured spells under her breath. She frowned, did one more spell and nodded. "Yes, your left leg is broken, but it's not serious. You will need to stay off your feet for 2 hours. You can stay here for that time and then you may return to the Great Hall for lunch." When she was finished healing the minor break, and muttering under her breath about the miracle of him still being alive, Madame Pomfrey went into her office, leaving Harry alone with Allie and Ginny. Allie cast a quick silencing charm around them just in case. "What did you find?" "Attack tomorrow night on some muggles," Harry answered quickly. "It's a test for the new recruits." Allie nodded. "Anything else?" "I've got enough to arrest Nott and to stop Ministry infiltration." "How long?" "For the Ministry." Allie nodded. "A month, maybe more. We'll need to wait until everyone is in position before we take them out." Allie nodded, lost in thought and plans for what they could do with this information. She rubbed circles on Harry's arm with her thumb while she was thinking. "We can take the Muggle attack easy." Allie nodded. Even if she was heavily pregnant, it would be no trouble for her and Harry to stop the new recruits. It was the Ministry infiltration that gave her pause. They would have to consider the different ways they could attack. Through her silencing charm she could hear someone approaching. She quickly keyed at Harry's cheek and removed the charm. "Take Ginny tonight and deal with Nott." Ginny's eyes widened, but Allie was already moving out of the room, pausing briefly in the doorway to greet a frantic Hermione. Ginny's wide eyes turned on Harry, but he just smiled encouragingly. There was no time to demand an explanation as Hermione scurried over, pale-faced and shaking. Ginny could relate. Watching Harry fall had taken years off her life. "Harry, are you okay?" "I'm fine, Hermione, just a broken leg." Hermione reached out a shaky hand and squeezed Harry's arm tightly. "What happened?" Harry shrugged. "My scar started to hurt really badly." Hermione's eyes widened and she opened her mouth to start in on Harry about going to Dumbledore when the door to the hospital wing burst open and a grinning Ron hurried into the room. The twins were close behind him carrying Harry's broom. "I made keeper," Ron shouted. "I'm on the team." Hermione shot him a dirty look while Ginny glanced nervously at the closed door of Madame Pomfrey's office. "How's the leg, mate?" Ron ventured, quailing slightly under Hermione's glare. Harry had to suppress a laugh, but he wanted to avoid being on Hermione's bad side. "It's fine, Ron, congratulations on making the team." "Thanks mate, it's brilliant. I was so nervous but I pulled through. That last save I made. Perfect." Behind Ron's back Ginny exchanged amused looks with the twins. None of them were planning to bring up just how bad his nerves had been or how he'd spectacularly fumbled that first goal. It was better to let him have this. They had to be nice occasionally. Sometimes. Rarely. "What about the reserve team?" Ginny asked, a sudden sinking feeling taking over her stomach. Solemn looks formed on all three of her brothers' faces. "Sorry, Gin," Fred replied. "You weren't there and Angelina had to make a decision." Ginny gave a disappointed sigh, but then she caught Harry's sympathetic look and she remembered that if what he had planned tonight was any indication, she was going to need all the free time she could get. It would take a lot of work to keep up with Harry and Allie. Quidditch could wait, bringing down Voldemort was far more important. "Oh, Ginny, I'm so sorry." Hermione pulled Ginny into a hug and Ginny had to marvel at her strength. "There's always next year." Ginny grinned. "And there'll be positions on the starting team then." That's the spirit. He knew the moment they appeared on the old country lane that something was wrong. There was a stillness in the air, the night was completely silent. He was moving toward the house before Ginny had the time to notice the absence of sound. The front door of the Nott home was hanging off just one hinge. There was a bloody hand print smeared across the wood. Harry held a finger to his lips to keep Ginny quiet and pulled out his wand. Ginny did the same and then with a simple look Harry led the way into the house. The first thing they noticed was the smell. The acrid smell of burnt flesh hung in the air. Harry barely acknowledged it, his senses were focused on something else. He crept steadily into the house, eyes darting quickly around the room. Ginny followed nowhere near as gracefully. Her boots were slipping and siding on the wooden floor. She chanced a glance down and felt her stomach lurch. Blood. The floor was covered in blood. "Harry," she hissed as quietly as possible. When he turned to look she pointed down at the floor. He barely glanced down before nodding, he'd already noticed the floor. Absurdly Ginny wondered how he managed to walk without slipping. They peered around the corner into the living room and the sight that greeted them made Ginny's heart stop. She glanced at Harry to find him already moving into the room. He crouched down and pressed his fingers to the side of her neck. A woman, Ginny could only assume she was Mrs. Nott, was lying face down on the floor in a pool of blood. It was she who had caused the bloody trail from the front door. Harry flipped her over and frowned. "She's still warm," he said, and Ginny suppressed the urge to gag. How was he so calm in the face of a dead woman? Ginny was pretty sure she wasn't even feeling it, that the true extent of what she was witnessing would only hit her later. Who did this, Harry? Not, he said simply. And he's still here. That just made Ginny feel so much better. Harry got up and started moving out of the living room and up the stairs. Ginny was about to ask how he knew where he was going, but then she noticed the bloody footprints that he was following. She trailed him and the footprints up the stairs and toward a bedroom. The door was open and, from the decor, the room belonged to a young boy. Oh God! The owner of the room, the young boy of about 7, was dead. He lay on his bed, eyes staring unseeing at the ceiling. There was a huge gash on his forehead and his chest was slashed to ribbons. Harry didn't bother to check this one for a pulse, he knew there was no chance of finding one. Still, he moved further into the room and looked around. Ginny couldn't turn away. As much as she wanted to turn from the scene, the gore held her attention. It consumed her, it was all she could see. She wasn't ready for this. That was when they heard it. A slight whimper coming from somewhere in the room. Harry stilled and tilted his head to the side, Phoenix-enhanced ears listening intently for the sound. It came again and Ginny watched as Harry slowly lowered himself to the floor. He was moving so slow Ginny thought he might have been under a spell. Gradually he moved so that he was lying down on his stomach, eyes looking under the bed. He didn't even appear to notice that he was lying in blood. Ginny shivered at the horrible thought. "Hi," he whispered, and Ginny crouched to see a small dark figure under the boy's bed. Harry rested his hands under his chin and just watched the figure calmly. There was another soft whimper, but Harry made no move toward the figure under the bed. "My name's Harry," he ventured calmly. "Can you tell me your name?" There was another whimper, this one longer and containing a word so quiet Ginny couldn't make it out, but Harry managed. "Hi Lydia," Harry greeted. "Do you want to come out from under there?" There was another whimpered word and Harry smiled. "That's okay, you can stay there." Harry simply lay on the floor, calmly studying the figure under the bed, and it occurred to Ginny that she was standing in a doorway, her back open to the world with a killer on the loose and, if Harry was to be believed, one that was still in the house. She turned around, slowly so she wouldn't startle the girl under the bed, and darted her eyes up and down the hall, wand at the ready. She was frantically trying to remember everything Harry had ever taught her about these sorts of situations. Not a single part of her had expected to be putting the knowledge to use quite so quickly. "Are you going to hurt me?" This time the voice was strong enough for Ginny to hear. "No," assured Harry, "I'm not going to hurt you. But I would like to know who hurt your mummy and brother." "Daddy's a bad man. I know, kiddo. Did he do this?" "He said Mummy was bad and he had to teach her a lesson. He hurt her and I ran away." "Running away is good," Harry assured the terrified girl. "He hurt your brother too, didn't he?" Ginny didn't hear the girl's answer, she'd just seen movement at the end of the hall. It could have been a shadow, but given what had already happened in the house she wasn't ready to chance it. She raised her wand, trying to control the slight shake of her hand. She saw the flicker of movement again, if it was not he seemed to be moving away. "Harry," she hissed. "There's someone here." Behind her Harry started moving. "Lydia, I need you to do something for me, I need you to stay under there until I come back. Can you do that?" "Good girl." He crossed the room in just 2 long strides and was beside Ginny as quick as possible. He peered into the hall, his eyes seeing far more than Ginny's could. She pointed wordlessly to where she had seen the movement. He nodded and told her to stand guard over the room. If anything moved she was too stunned and ask questions later. "If it's not," Harry added, "hit him with something else as well." And then he was gone, stalking down the hall like a lion hunting its prey, and Ginny was alone standing guard over a terrified little girl. The words "not ready" echoed in her head as a painful reminder that she had no idea what she was doing. It had seemed easy back at Grimmauld Place, the reason Harry was teaching her how to hold her own held very little weight in the safety of a hidden house. Now she was putting the limited skills she had gained to work, standing guard over a terrified 8-year-old girl who had just seen her mother and brother murdered and no doubt knew that she would be next. "This is bad," she moaned to the accompaniment of another scared whimper from under the bed. It was ridiculously easy to track down Not. Mrs. Not had obviously fired off a decent scorching hex as the Death Eater was dragging the smell of burnt flesh wherever he went. Harry tracked the scent down the hall and then down a set of stairs that lead into a big open kitchen. Nott was nowhere to be seen, but he was definitely close. The smell of burnt flesh was stronger than ever. It tickled Harry's nose and he knew he would be smelling it for a few days. "You know, it's funny," Harry stated conversationally, twirling his wand in his hand. "I came here prepared to kill you, maybe even take out some of your family if they stood in my way, but you did it all for me." Nott didn't answer, but he shifted and alerted Harry to his hiding spot. He smiled grimly. "Give yourself up and I'll hand you to the Aurors. And if I don't?" Harry grinned darkly and shot a stunning spell toward Nott. He rolled out from his position behind a row of cabinets to dodge Harry's spell. He fired a cutting curse, but Harry ducked and shot 3 quick spells at Nott. Nott managed to block the first and dodge the second, but he was too slow to avoid the third. A cutting curse caught him in the chest and he crumpled. Wand trained on the fallen Death Eater, Harry moved forward and kicked the wand from Nott's lax fingers. Cold, angry eyes glared at Harry and his mouth moved soundlessly. "I don't know why you killed your wife and son, and I don't care," Harry told the dying man. "Voldemort will fall at my hand, and you, Death Eater, are merely the beginning." Reaching down, Harry grabbed Nott's wand and snapped it in two. He tossed the pieces to the floor just out of the man's reach and turned swiftly. He paused when Nott spoke, his voice heavy and full of pain. "My daughter." Harry turned back and glared at the fallen Death Eater. "You should have thought about her before you decided to kill your wife and son." With one final glare he hurried back up the stairs, calling a greeting to Ginny lest she stun him. She studied him carefully before lowering her wand and stepping aside to let him into the room. "Find some parchment and leave a note for the Aurors," he instructed Ginny. He tossed her a thick envelope from the inner pocket of his jacket. "Put this with it downstairs near the first body." Ginny nodded and darted out of the room, leaving Harry to deal with Lydia. Harry was exhausted and Ron had the good grace to inform him of this when he fell into a chair in the Gryffindor common room Sunday morning. He'd been up all night with Lydia in the infirmary, giving Madame Pomfrey what details he could about Lydia's experience and keeping her comfortable while simultaneously trying to find somewhere she could stay. He wanted to go upstairs, crawl into bed and sleep until breakfast on Tuesday. It wasn't going to happen. While he tried to catch a nap on the couch, Hermione and Ron sat on the floor beside him, going over the multitude of reasons why Ron's astronomy homework was not acceptable. "Where were you last night, Harry?" Ron asked, hoping to, and successfully, diverting Hermione's attention away from his homework. "Ginny. Martin. Infirmary. Lydia," grunted Harry in response. Harry was drifting off and didn't realize how incoherent his response actually was. Ron looked at him funny. As a regular speaker of the half-asleep gibberish, Ron had followed most of what Harry had said. Hermione, just generally fluent in boy, got just as much as Ron. Though, she added a little more disapproval in her interpretation. "Who's Lydia?" Frustrated with his friends and too tired to realize it wasn't their fault he hadn't slept in 24 hours, Harry offered them both a half-hearted glare. "She's a kid," he bit out. "I'm going to take a nap." He never made it off the couch. Suddenly Ginny was there. She was still in her pajamas and she was a mess. She looked like she hadn't slept, her eyes were a deep bloodshot red. Her hair was a tangled mess and she was shaking uncontrollably. The trio just stared at her, stunned. "How can you stand it?" she whispered brokenly. That was when Harry knew. The night before had finally hit and Ginny was feeling everything she hadn't been able to when they entered Nott's house. She was reliving all the blood, the way the little boy was spread over his own bed while Lydia cowered underneath. He saw it all in an instant and he didn't know what to do. He'd never really reacted this badly all at once. He lashed out, paced, hit things. Ginny was just breaking down. And then she was falling. Harry caught her and immediately swept her up into his arms. He held her close and she sobbed uncontrollably into his chest. Suddenly Harry was wide awake and ready to take charge. He knew Ginny didn't want everyone seeing this, she didn't want her emotional breakdown public knowledge. Holding her closer, Harry barked out orders. "Hermione, get her some clothes and whatever else she'll need. Ron, get my cloak and tell the twins to meet us in Martin's office." For a moment both stood frozen, but then they seemed to realize what he was getting at and burst into motion. Ron was back first with Harry's invisibility cloak. Harry snatched it from his friend's hands and told him to wait for Hermione to come back with Ginny's things and then to bring them down to Professor Martin's office. The suggestion that this was family only and Hermione wasn't welcome was not lost on Ron. Contrary to popular belief, he wasn't all that stupid. The fat lady had barely swung her portrait closed before Harry was draping the invisibility cloak over them. He moved quickly through the halls, taking every shortcut he knew, never once feeling Ginny's weight slowing him down. Ali's office was empty, just as he'd expected it to be. He had to use his foot to knock on the door to her suite, and when she opened the door she looked nowhere near surprised to find Harry holding Ginny in his arms, hidden under his invisibility cloak. Harry had to admit, if he had been thinking clearly he probably would have been expecting some sort of reaction from Ginny. "Put her on the couch," Ali suggested, dragging the cloak off them and tossing it aside. By now Ginny had stopped her sobbing, but she was still shaking and tears were still leaking down her cheeks. "You need to change," Ali informed him suddenly, pushing him toward her bedroom. "Your clothes have blood all over them." Harry frowned and looked down. He could hardly see the blood on his black clothes, but he knew the mere sight of it could set Ginny off again. Leaving Ali to keep an eye on Ginny and watch for the Weasleys' arrival, Harry darted into the bedroom and quickly changed into some of the clothes he left with Ali. He was coming out of the bedroom zipping up his jeans when Ali ushered the Weasleys in. Much to Harry's relief, Ron had been able to shake Hermione. Ali and Harry took a step back and let the Weasley boys comfort Ginny. She was rocking back and forth, sandwiched in a three-way brotherly hug and whimpering about the horrible things she'd seen. "Why'd you bring her here?" Harry shrugged. "She needed privacy and I would have taken her to the infirmary, but I thought Madame Pomfrey might tell someone. I used up all chances at confidentiality when I took Lydia to see her." Ali nodded while studying Ginny. "Grab a calming draft." "Yeah, she's going to need it." One calming draft later, Ginny had calmed down enough to speak without sobbing. Her brothers were curious about what had happened to their sister. They hadn't seen her so distraught since the diary incident in her first year. The first words out of her mouth were a question directed at Harry and Ali, who had settled comfortably onto the coffee table in front of her. "Why aren't you reacting?" Ginny wanted to know. "How can you be so calm?" "Say," Harry answered. "Lots of say," Ali agreed. That didn't help Ginny at all, and she made her thoughts quite known. To her, in that moment, it didn't matter that Ron and the twins were sitting next to her, providing her with her only comfort. She was angry, she was tired, and she was scared. "How can say possibly make it better?" Ginny demanded. "How can it prepare you for what we saw last night?" "Wait," Ron interrupted. "What did you see last night?" Ginny ignored him. "How do you do it, Harry? How did you look at the body of that woman, the body of that little boy, and not react? How do you kill someone and not feel it?" Harry was quiet for a long time. Ron was sputtering incoherently and the twins were looking at Harry funny. Ali was studying Ginny with an intense look that Ginny found unnerving. In the months she had known Ali, she had never once come under such close scrutiny. Despite the fact that she was the one in distress, that this whole thing was about how badly she was coping, or how well, depending on your perspective, she shifted uncomfortably. She had the feeling she had failed something, that last night had been a test and she had failed miserably. "We're different, Gin," Harry said finally. "Als and we were born for this, we trained for this." Ginny scoffed, finally taking her eyes off Ali. "How do you train for this, Harry? You can learn all you need to be in a fight, but how does that prepare you for the things you see, the things you will have to do?" He cried, Ali said suddenly, and everyone whipped across to look at her. What? Harry, she reiterated. "He cried like a baby the first time he killed someone," she explained. "You don't ever get used to it, Ginny, but you find ways to deal." Harry was right, though. We were born for this. Harry's got his thing with Voldemort forcing him to be this way, forcing him to prepare to face things most people shouldn't have to, and I. You have Auror training and time in the Department of Mysteries, Ginny finished. "Right. I still don't believe that training, no matter how much, can truly prepare you for what happened last night." "What happened last night?" George demanded. "This is war, Ginny," Ali snapped, he patience waning. "You do what you have to do to survive. If that means killing, then that's what I will do. I have seen more than you will ever see, Ginny. I have seen countless wars and been involved in more fights than anyone should ever have to be involved in. I do what I have to." Ginny looked toward Harry for support, but he was focused on Ali, an apologetic look on his face. He sensed her eyes on him and turned to her with a frown. "What do you want me to say, Gin? I don't like it, I don't think I ever will, but Als and I were made for this, we're strong, we're fast, we're bloody good at it." Last night I killed a man, but I saved his daughter from sharing the fate of her mother and younger brother. Was that wrong? What the blood hell happened last night?" demanded Fred. "You may have been made for this, but I'm not," Ginny croaked. "I'll protect Hogwarts, I'll fight when I have to, but don't ask me to do what I did last night, not yet." Harry growled in frustration and scrubbed a hand over his face. "Look, I can handle the Muggle raids tonight and we can put off the Ministry until the baby's born. I'm not going to ask you to do something you're uncomfortable with, but Merlin, Gin, this is war." They sat in silence, Harry struggling to overcome his temper. He was too tired to handle the accusations Ginny was throwing at him. He was too tired to defend his actions. Ron and the twins were confused. They understood all too well that the only reason they were there, the only reason they were hearing this, was because Ginny needed the familiar, needed the comfort of family. Why she needed the comfort they were beginning to get an idea, but they were still struggling with it. Allie was just pissed, and it may have been her hormones clouding her judgment, but she had been under the impression that of all his friends Ginny was the one to support Harry unconditionally. What the F is going on? Startled eyes leapt to Ron, who was turning pink after his outburst. He grinned sheepishly but didn't bother to apologize. Harry was involved in things, dangerous things by the sound of it, and he was involving Ginny. Ron didn't care if Harry was his best friend. No one hurt his sister without some kind of explanation. Harry sighed. "There are some things you should know." If Ginny were there, Harry knew she would be rolling her eyes at his grand entrance. But she wasn't, and he was a little too busy being amused by the stunned and angry looks on the faces of 5 Death Eaters to really focus on such things. It didn't take long for the Death Eaters to realize he was Harry Potter and that there was no way they were going to let the opportunity to hand him over to Voldemort go. Lucius Malfoy was the first to react. "Well, if it isn't Potter," he sneered, turning his back on the Muggles to face Harry. "Malfoy." Harry quirked a brow at him and titled his head to the side as though considering his options. He had the upper hand. Not one of the Death Eaters would be expecting him to put up much of a fight. They would toy with him, waste time showing how superior they were. Harry wasn't going to give them the chance. "This is going to hurt," he cautioned. The Death Eaters looked confused for just a moment before Harry started moving, firing spells on them without seeming to pause for breath. Of course they weren't members of Voldemort's inner circle for nothing. Within moments they were reacting, casting shields to deflect what curse they could and dodging to avoid those they couldn't. Allie hit one Death Eater from behind with a cutting curse to the back of the neck. The Muggles shrieked as blood splattered the Allie, but Allie was already moving on, the Death Eater she'd hit collapsing as his lower body stopped responding to commands. Harry dodged an unforgivable from Malfoy and fired back a powerful scorching hex that filled the already smelly Allie with the stench of burning cloth. He took the opportunity to fire several simple spells at another Death Eater, managing to trip him up with a jinx and then stun him. Malfoy recovered quickly and Harry leapt to the right to avoid being hit with another unforgivable while firing back several stunners, each of which Malfoy blocked or avoided. Allie ducked to avoid a wild spell and crept up behind a Death Eater who had been hit by one of Harry's immobility jinxes. She gripped his head and wrenched it to the side, killing him instantly. She twisted suddenly, using his body to block a killing curse. Dropping her human shield, she dodged to the right and fired a bludgeoning hex at her attacker's knees. The spell hit its target and the Death Eater toppled, his knees shattering, no longer able to hold his weight. The Muggles continued to scream, having no way to escape as the fight kept them cornered and they tried to avoid the strange lights flying about. As Allie's bludgeoning hex took out the 4th Death Eater, Harry sent one just as powerful at Malfoy's chest. Malfoy tried to dodge it, but he wasn't fast enough. Harry's spell hit him in the shoulder, throwing him off balance. His wand flew from his slackened grip and he staggered. His shoulder was a bloodied mess, his arm attached by nothing more than a few bits of muscle. Malfoy glared at Harry and disapparated before he could be killed. Harry sagged briefly, attempting to catch his breath, before moving forward to collect the fallen Death Eater's wands. Allie turned her attention to the Muggle witnesses and started working on a memory charm. Harry placed the wands of the dead on their chests and shot off a quick alert spell to the MLE. By the time he was done stunning and binding those still alive, Allie had finished with the Muggles and was waving her wand over her clothes, magically removing the blood spatter. She turned her wand on Harry and removed the dirt and blood he'd managed to get covered in. "We'll be late for dinner if we don't leave now," Harry muttered unhappily. As much as he'd love to avoid the whole thing, he knew it would be better to just go along with his aunt and pretend like he could stand Marge. "MLE will be here soon," Allie added, holding her hand out to Harry and leading him out of the alley when he took it. They were 2 steps out of the alley when a shimmer in the air caught Allie's attention. Turning, she caught a flash of silver as an invisibility cloak was tugged hurriedly into place and they found themselves faced with an invisible Mundungus Fletcher. "Say a word about this," Allie warned with a growl, "and I'll make sure Dumbledore knows you were shirking your duty." Dung gave her a funny look but nodded at them. He hadn't seen anything that really warranted telling Dumbledore, and Allie looked a bit frightening when she threatened people. Especially given the fact he was invisible didn't seem to be a problem for her. Harry offered Dung a smirk before disappearing around the corner with Allie. Once at a safe distance they vanished. Harry's prediction that dinner would be interesting proved to be true. They arrived back at Privet Drive in time to deposit their shopping in Harry's room and greet his Aunt Marge when she arrived. Harry had to smother a laugh when she flashed a scornful look his way and then did a startled double take when she actually took in his well-fitting and tidy clothes and the fact that somehow he'd made his messy hair look intentionally so. She gaped like a fish for a few moments while her brain tried to cope with its sudden lack of insults and grievances. Harry had a great deal of fun making it worse for her. "Aunt Marge, I'd like you to meet my girlfriend, Allie Martin." Allie smiled brightly and offered a cheerful wave. Aunt Marge looked as though she were going to need a rather large helping of brandy with dinner. The appearance of her favorite, overweight nephew seemed to rally her nerves somewhat. By the time she'd finished trying to engulf Dudley in a hug, succeeding only in gripping handfuls of excess blubber, she was prepared for dinner and a good dig, or 5, at Harry. She started with a tried and true favorite. "Still here, I see," she offered coldly, or as coldly as possible, with Allie sitting across from her and displaying startling manners for someone willing to date Harry. "Yep," Harry agreed happily. "I'm still here burdening your poor brother with my worthless presence." "Don't be cheeky with me, boy," Aunt Marge warned, while Uncle Vernon glared a warning with his eyes. It may have been his imagination, but for just a moment Harry could have sworn that Aunt Petunia had smiled. "Scary." Harry opened his mouth to comment, but Aunt Marge seemed to have realized Harry wasn't about to roll over and play dead like one of her dogs and turned her attempts on Allie. Aunt Petunia's skewed sense of etiquette made her leap in and start questioning her guest before Aunt Marge could make her family look even worse. "So Ally, tell us about yourself." Despite knowing how his aunt took pride in the image she projected on the neighbors and strangers alike, it still took Harry by surprise when she was polite to Allie. She didn't even look like she was doing it just to save face. She actually appeared interested in the girl Harry was dating. Harry was a bit concerned that the world had turned upside down while he'd been training in Allie's trunk. "Well, I was born in this tiny little village in Denmark that you've probably never heard of, but we weren't there for long. My parents were there on work. That work got them killed and my aunt brought me back to Britain and raised me until she was killed when I was 10. I've pretty much been on my own since." There was a bit of an awkward pause after Allie had finished because no one was really sure how to take what she'd said. Or the fact that she said it in such a matter-of-fact way with something that most people would consider a smile. Harry tried not to laugh. He knew that Allie didn't really have much feeling in regard to the deaths of her parents, having never known them and because of the time in which she'd been raised. She'd had 300 years to get used to the idea that she didn't have parents. "That must have been hard," Aunt Petunia ventured eventually. Allie shrugged it off, but Aunt Marge took the awkward atmosphere as her chance to look superior. In her opinion, it was unlikely an orphan had made much for herself. "Probably a dropout," she sneered inwardly. "What is it that you do?" she snapped, taking a large sip of brandy and ignoring the pointed look that Aunt Petunia tried to give her. "I make an insane amount of money working for the government," was Allie's bright response. "What is it you do?" Deathly silence followed, only to be broken by Harry's sniggering and Uncle Vernon choking on his food. Harry could honestly say he'd never had a better dinner with Aunt Marge. Hermione was getting herself all worked up. She'd paced the length of her dormitory, walked an agitated circle around the common room and snapped at a poor, innocent, muggle-born first year that had the audacity to ask for some help with a cleaning charm. She felt horrible for that last one and had immediately apologized and offered up whatever help the kid required. Then she went back to her frustrated flipping of the pages in her ancient runes dictionary. She was purposefully being left out of the loop. She was being left so far out of the loop she was surprised she could see the loop. It hurt, it frustrated her to no end. Ron knew more than she did, and he was the most unobservant, uncaring, unemotional person she knew. Why did he deserve to know and she didn't? Of course she couldn't be sure that what she so desperately wanted to know and what Ron knew were, in fact, one and the same, but she was beyond caring about such a minute detail. Harry, one of her best friends, was hiding things, a lot of things from her. Ginny, her only true female friend, was in on it and was now somewhere in the castle bawling her eyes out over some drama that Hermione knew nothing about. It was killing her. That was why she went down to the Great Hall early for lunch and ran straight into the end of Harry's confrontation with the oldest not child. She first realized something was wrong when she saw the crowd of students huddled around the bottom of the stairs and the entrance of the Great Hall. They formed a large ring of observers around a small cluster of people. In the middle of things, Harry stood over a fallen fifth year, his wand aimed loosely at the boy and his heavily booted foot pressing onto his chest. Nott was bleeding from a split lip and his hands were scrabbling helplessly at the stone floor. Harry had a satisfied smirk on his face. Behind Harry, a few paces back, stood Ron. He was holding a young girl in his arms and she had her face buried in his neck. Ron was giving Nott one of the most hateful stares Hermione had ever seen Ron give. Beside Harry, Professor Martin stood with the Auror Kingsley Shacklebot, whom they had met during the summer. Professor Martin was explaining something to Kingsley but had not once taken her eyes off the fallen student. Spotting the Weasley twins at the bottom of the stairs, Hermione made a beeline for them. "What's going on?" Both boys glanced at her quickly before turning their attention back to Harry. Surprisingly, it was Luna, standing in front of Fred, who answered Hermione's question. "They're arresting Nott for Death Eater activities. Harry took him down." Hermione blinked. She didn't think she'd ever heard Luna say so much at one time that actually made sense. Nor had she ever pictured Luna as being aware of the things going on around her. Then she actually thought about what Luna said. She glanced back at Harry as he loomed over Nott uneasily. He was a Death Eater. Hermione didn't want to believe that anyone as young as Nott could be a Death Eater. She also didn't want to believe that Dumbledore would let someone like that attend Hogwarts. Why did Harry capture him? This time it was Fred who answered. He was standing really close to Luna, actually leaning his chin on her shoulder. Hermione was on such an angle that she couldn't see the long stretch of rubbery ear trailing from between them. If she had, she would have realized how Luna knew so much and she wouldn't have been looking at Fred so funny. Harry hears things. The girl Ron's holding is Nott's sister. She told Harry a few things and he got a little angry. George snorted but refrained from commenting. He confronted Nott and got attacked for it. Harry took him down pretty quick and then Martin arrived. Oh. The four stood in silence and watched as Kingsley spoke first to Nott and then to Ron. The whole while Professor Martin stood beside Harry. She was standing close and they were speaking hurriedly. Harry never once removed his foot from Nott's chest. It wasn't until Kingsley was finished talking and had conjured heavy chains to bind Nott that Harry released him. After a last exchange of words with Harry, Kingsley disappeared with Nott via portkey. Immediately the gathered students dispersed. The excitement was over. Not that that would stop the inevitable gossip. Hermione was almost bursting to talk to Harry by the time the crowd thinned enough for her to get close. The moment she got her chance, she was intercepted by Ron, now free of the little girl and looking just as mad as he had before. His bad mood made a nice distraction and, though she was desperate to pin Harry down and get his account of the afternoon's arrest, her loyalty to Ron won out and she changed direction to hurry after him. She completely missed George's comment as she hurried to catch up with Ron. "And she's masterfully intercepted by Weasley," he muttered to his brother and Luna. Luna giggled and handed back her end of the extendable ear. With a knowing smile and a wave she wandered off vaguely in the direction of the Ravenclaw common room. The twins shared a bemused look over her behavior before turning to hunt Harry down in the crowd. They found him down the corridor a little, being ushered into an empty office by McGonagall. They arrived at the door just as McGonagall was closing it. She gave them a stern look and likely would have closed the door sharply in their faces had Lydia not suddenly darted out of the office. The little girl took shelter behind the twins, hiding from McGonagall's chilly gaze. She shut the door on them. That went well. Lydia looked up at Fred funny but didn't say anything. She wasn't sure what to do. Fred and George took pity on her and guided her away from the office and back toward the great hall with the promise of good food and some ice cream. Lydia took them both by the hand, shrinking slightly as they approached the students gathered around the tables for lunch. Many of them shot her looks of confusion, but she ignored them as best she could. Fred and George kept her occupied while they ate with silly jokes designed to keep her mind off her family and their minds off what was happening between McGonagall, Martin and Harry. And that was how Molly Weasley found them. "What have you done?" It was the quiet calm of her voice that really got Harry thinking. Up until now he and Ally had done whatever needed to be done, regardless of Dumbledore and his order. But this was the first time that they had done anything so close under the Order's nose, or at least in sight of an Order member straight enough to willingly talk. Ally was already talking, giving the standard story they gave anyone that stumbled on them or saw them doing something they ordinarily shouldn't. "You know I'm an Auror," Ally explained. "I may be teaching here, but I still have contacts, still keep my ear to the ground and listen for news. You saw the paper this morning," she reminded the Transfiguration teacher. "What happened to Nott last night was my doing. I got the information and handed it over to the MLE. I had no idea what he was going to do, but I took Lydia away as soon as I found out. Harry was talking to her this morning when he learnt something about young Master Nott he didn't like." McGonagall gave Harry her sternest look, and he remembered why it was he had such respect for his teacher. She stood by her beliefs and wasn't afraid to stand up to Dumbledore when she knew he was wrong. The problem was that she had come to see Dumbledore just as others had, as being near omniscient. Given a little nudge and the right information, he knew that she would be a formidable ally. For now he would have to rely on the students he could gather. Harry shrugged uncomfortably. "We were talking about being orphans and I mentioned that my relatives were not very nice people, that they made me sleep in a cupboard." Harry shuddered. "She told me what it was her brother and father used to do to her." McGonagall didn't need to ask what had been done to the young girl. She wasn't sure she wanted to know all the details. Just the look in Harry's eyes was enough to tell her it was bad. It took her a moment before she could find the words to speak. "What will happen to the girl?" Harry smiled. "She's going to be part of a very loving family." McGonagall glanced across at Ally, who nodded her knowledge and agreement with what had been arranged. "Very well." Harry rose, acknowledging her words for the dismissal they were. He knew that there was still a lot for Ally and McGonagall to discuss and that it was none of his business. Or at the very least, it wouldn't become his business until Ally told him about it later. He paused at the door when Ally spoke. "Oh, and that'll be detention for fighting with a student." Harry left the room with a groan, not seeing the slight twitch of amusement of McGonagall's lips. "Gummy bears," Harry muttered to himself, ducking behind a hedge. "Gummy bears." He crept along the hedge and pushed open the small cast-iron gate. He could hear music and laughter drifting toward him and cursed a blue streak at Ally and her bad timing and Ginny and her stupid breakdown. He wasn't being fair, he knew that, but right that moment he was facing the possibility of at least half a dozen Death Eaters crashing what was turning out to be a family barbecue. People were going to get hurt, and what with there being just the one of him, things were going to get very interesting. The kind of interesting that usually ended with him bleeding and surrounded by the bodies of Death Eaters. The sudden silence of the music caused a round of indignant shouts which quickly turned into screams. With a few choice words, Harry darted through the open gate and sprinted toward the back of the house where Death Eaters were circling the Muggles. If Ally were there, he would have gone in, wand blazing, shooting spells off like there was no tomorrow. But Ally wasn't there, and instead he threw himself behind the barbecue and peered around the corner, taking in the positions of all the Death Eaters. There were 11 of them. 9 trainee Death Eaters and 2 from the last war to supervise. He took them out first. 2 near simultaneous stunners felled them both before they knew what hit them. He ducked back behind the barbecue and waited for the chaos to break out. The second the arguing started, Harry flung his arm out and fired 2 curses at the fallen Death Eaters to prevent the others from reviving them. That done, Harry rolled out from behind the barbecue and fired a mixture of stunners and simple curses at the trainee Death Eaters. He hit 2 with stunners and another with a body bind, but the others were fast and they knew what they were doing. Harry shot some painful curses at the fallen trainees to keep them from getting up and then ducked back behind the BBQ. He wasn't as fast as he should have been, and a stinging hex caught his left arm. Ignoring the pain, he stood and made a tricky swishing movement with his wand that sent a wave of power at all of the standing Death Eaters. Those smart enough to duck avoided the spell, but another two were sent flying, smashing onto the decking and skidding into the glass sliding door. Harry could see the scared family members huddled inside. The more curious had their faces pressed against the glass to see what was going on. He was in no doubt someone would have called the police already, which meant he didn't have long to finish things. Dodging several nasty curses, at least one of which he recognized as the Cruciatus, Harry attacked the two Death Eaters on the deck with a rapid succession of spells that left them bruised, bleeding and unable to stand. He felt a spell whiz past his ear and ducked just in time to avoid a killing curse thrown at his back. Throwing up a shield, he spun around and fired back. Spell after spell bounced off the Death Eaters' shields and Harry struggled to attack all four at once. A sudden idea had him stopping his assault and concentrating instead on his shield. He let the Death Eaters attack him, all the while he studied their positions and the way they moved. In an instant he dropped his shield and vanished with a grin. He reappeared seconds later behind them and managed to fell two with stunners before the others had noticed. Keeping his shield up, he moved forward, deflecting spell after spell. When he was standing close enough, his shield reflected some of the curses back on their caster. The two trainee Death Eaters threw themselves in opposite directions to avoid the stray spells. Harry bound one in ropes and hit the other with an imperious curse. "Stop," he commanded, and the imperious Death Eater froze in his attempt to get up. He could hear sirens and knew he had just minutes to get this done. Reaching into his pocket, he pulled out a handful of large red coat buttons. He placed one on the chest of each of the fallen Death Eaters and made sure their wands were attached to their bodies. That done, he touched the nearest button with his wand to activate the portkeys. All 10 of the Death Eaters vanished. They would reappear in moments in the middle of Auror headquarters. It would be a nasty surprise for whoever was stuck on night duty. Satisfied, Harry turned back to the remaining Death Eater. He watched for a moment as the Death Eater struggled to fight the imperious curse. He failed miserably and Harry smiled grimly. "This is what you're going to do." Harry dashed into the Great Hall and reached for a piece of toast just as all of the food disappeared. He slumped into his chair with a groan. This was just a lovely way to continue what was becoming the longest day in history. 3 days with hardly any sleep did not a happy Harry make. If he didn't get any food, he knew he wasn't going to make it through the day without falling asleep. An angel in the form of Ron handed him a napkin filled with toast. "Best mate ever," Harry muttered tiredly, cramming a large piece of toast into his mouth. Ron smiled grimly. "Rough night." Harry Mo.Ned. 10 seconds away from getting caught by the police. Ron looked around to check that Hermione was well out of earshot. The fact that Neville was within earshot didn't seem to be as much of a risk as the nosy brunette. "You take care of it." Harry nodded and swallowed a mouthful of toast before he answered. "Did one better." Catching a glimpse of bushy brown hair, Harry stuffed another piece of toast in his mouth and shrugged. He would have to fill Ron in later. It gave him a great feeling of relief to know that Ron had at least some idea of what he was up to. With Ginny going all emotional on him, it might even be a good idea to put Ron through his paces. None of which he could bring up with Hermione targeting him like a heat-seeking missile. "Harry, you missed breakfast," Hermione admonished. "Where were you?" "You'll see," he smirked. "I'll catch you up. I won't be in classes today." Harry pushed away from the Gryffindor table and left before Hermione could ask too many questions. "Harry!" Her voice shrieked after him. "You can't skip your classes." As he reached the doors, he could have sworn he heard something about owls and irresponsible behavior. If he hurried, he could make it before anyone arrived. He managed it by taking a few shortcuts and secret passageways. He just had time to leap onto the desk before he heard giggling in the hall. A bit of concentration and some flexing of his muscles and Harry was Arthur's intimidating sight. He settled himself comfortably on Ali's desk and waited for the students to arrive, wondering how long it would be until anyone bought up the rather large and imposing thing sitting on Ali's desk. He yawned widely, startling the first group of fourth years entering the room and causing them to leap back with a shriek. He grinned lazily at them and settled more comfortably. Ali appeared suddenly behind the group of startled fourth years and ushered them inside. They gave her desk a wide berth and took seats up the back of the room. Ali patted him mockingly on the head and perched gingerly next to him. Once the class was settled, those in the front leaning as far back in their chairs as they could, Ali stood and nudged Harry off her desk. Luna trailed in at the last moment, offering a dreamy smile to Ali and giving Harry a strange look. He gave her a very toothy smile and then chuckled when the entire class flinched. Ali smiled widely and greeted the class. Write any questions before we begin. Quite a few of the students looked like they wanted to ask but none put their hand up. They may have been a few weeks into classes but Ali still presented an often scary and unknown element. Mostly, her hormones had the entire school walking on eggshells, certain that one wrong answer or question could have them strung up like that dark wizard from her last trip to China she'd taken great pains to tell them about in excruciating detail. Luna, typically unlike the rest, raised her hand eagerly. Yes, Luna. How does a phoenix become a panther? There was a moment of stunned silence before the class started to snicker, not bothering to hide the fact that they were laughing at her. Ali smiled widely and clapped her hands together happily. She bounced slightly on her toes in excitement. Luna, you have to be the most observant person I have ever met. Take 100 points for Ravenclaw. Luna smiled and tilted her head in acknowledgement. Harry ambled toward her, propped his front legs on her desk and gave her a big lick up the side of her face with his rough kitty tongue. She giggled and pushed him away. His front paws hit the floor with a soft thud and he started to prowl up and down the aisles between the desks. It gave him a nice feeling watching all of the students shrinking in their chairs to avoid the huge black cat stalking them. They had one student for the Adata already. The rest of the morning wasn't nearly as productive, and when he and Ali bumped into Professor McGonagall on the way down to lunch, Harry had no qualms about telling her so. Do you find us all completely stupid? He asked in frustration. McGonagall quirked a brow and looked to Ali for an explanation. Ali laughed. I think Harry is suffering from a lack of talent. Not his, she clarified when McGonagall looked confused. We've been looking for Adata members all morning and so far we've only found one suitable student. Shield charms, Harry muttered darkly. Can't even perform simple shield charms. Ali rolled her eyes and received an oddly amused look from McGonagall. Given that your venture seems to be failing, Potter, perhaps I should expect you in my class this afternoon. Professor, I can honestly say I will never enjoy your class more than I will this afternoon. Excellent, McGonagall agreed. Then you won't mind that I'm giving a test. Harry stopped dead in his tracks and just gaped at McGonagall. How in the name of Merlin was that fair? And had McGonagall always had such a sense of humor? Harry turned his head to the ceiling and shouted to whomever might be up there listening. Was I a mass murdering king in a previous life? His only response was a rather large water balloon courtesy of Peeves. Bloody hell, Harry, I kind of liked my eyebrows. Harry laughed. Sorry mate, I'll put them right again. Harry raised his wand but Ron stopped him. Best wait until we're done, no point putting them back if you're going to blow them off again. I didn't mean to blow them off, Harry apologized, trying and failing to hold off a laugh. You just catch on a bit faster than Jin, I wasn't expecting you to duck. Of course I'm quicker than Jin, I've got 5 older brothers. And she's got 6. Well yeah, Ron agreed, but we weren't going to fight with her. Harry had to concede that Ron probably had a point. With all of those boys in one house there was bound to be some rough play going on. Ginny, being the youngest and only girl, probably didn't get to see much of it. She had been coddled, spent most of her time with her mother in the house while the boys played outside. Harry had heard Ginny complaining more than once that she was never allowed to play Quidditch with the boys. An active childhood, surrounded by brothers, would definitely give Ron added experience in ducking unexpected spells and flying limbs. Ginny may be a fast learner, but Ron had that added experience and the drive to prove himself just as good, if not better than his baby sister. Harry had hoped that he would have a little help while Ali was pregnant and Ginny was learning what she could and couldn't do. An idea started to form in Harry's mind and he moved away from Ron to slump onto one of the chairs they'd pushed to the corner of the room. It wasn't the best place to be putting Ron through his paces, but the empty classroom on the 7th floor was far enough out of the way that no one was going to stumble across them accidentally. Think you can work on this with Ginny? Get her to teach you everything I taught her. Ron nods. As long as we can find somewhere to do it. I'll find you somewhere, the twins too. What are you thinking, Harry? What Harry was thinking and what he explained to Ron was that the Advanced Dada group could serve more than one purpose. As a group, the Adata would provide Hogwarts with generals to direct the students should Voldemort and his followers attack. Like he and Ali had discussed, on a smaller scale the Adata could be broken down into pairs and used as a strike force. With enough training and the right partner, any member of the Adata could do what he and Ali had been doing. Searching out the information and gathering what they could to take action against certain Death Eaters. Ron thought it was a brilliant idea and eagerly volunteered to be taught by his sister. Good, now we just need to avoid Hermione. Ron's face fell and he shifted uncomfortably. She's being a nightmare, Harry. She spent all last night while you were in detention trying to get answers out of us. You know how she is about this though. I know. Harry and Ron exchanged uncomfortable looks. They were both extremely aware of the way they were excluding Hermione and, if they hadn't found her tucked away in a corner of the library researching allies straight after dinner, they might have felt a little guilty about it. Will she find anything? Ron asked, breaking the silence. Harry honestly didn't have an answer. Hermione was one of the smartest people he had ever met. When she focused her mind on something, she could do anything. She'd been the one to discover what kind of monster was hidden in the Chamber of Secrets by Salazar Slytherin. She'd done most of the research for the fourth task and she put way more effort and research into her homework than was even close to necessary. Harry was pretty sure that, given the right facts, Hermione just might come to the correct conclusion on her own. He just really hoped she didn't do it until he was ready. He needn't have worried. While Harry and Ron were mucking about in an empty classroom on the 7th floor, Hermione was buried amongst a dozen or so books that she hoped could help her find out more about Ali Martin. She'd been in there for nearly 3 hours and the most she'd come up with was that Professor Martin's full name was Alexandria Leah Martin. And that she'd gotten by asking the woman herself earlier. She'd tried estimating Martin's age based on the information she'd let slip during classes. That she was alive during the last war, that she'd been in China during a certain Quidditch game, but it hadn't yielded any results. Even with a 10-year space for wiggle room, there was still no record of an Ali Martin born in the last 30 years. There wasn't one born in the last century. The only Ali Martin she'd been able to find was a squib living in Bath and she was 107 years old. Frustrated, Hermione snapped the book she was reading closed and tossed it onto the table. It made a heavy thump and sent a cloud of dust into the air. She sneezed and looked around warily for any sign of Madame Pants. Irritated but unwilling to give up, Hermione reached for a book on awards given to Ministry of Magic workers and leafed through that. She was distracted by a fascinating tale about Mad-Eye Moody when he was just a young Auror and didn't hear Ginny come in. She looked up from her book when Ginny slumped into the chair beside her and shoved several of Hermione's books out of the way to make room for her own. She raised her eyebrow in question but Ginny didn't notice. She was too busy reading the titles of Hermione's books. Hermione, what the hell are you doing? I'm researching Professor Martin. Why? Ginny had a pretty good idea why someone would want to research Martin, she just hadn't realized Hermione had come across something worth researching. They were only 5 weeks into the term. Ginny couldn't imagine what it was Martin had done that had gotten Hermione into research mode so intensely. And so quickly. She hadn't used any Phoenix powers in front of people, she hadn't been particularly flirty with Harry. At least no more than she had with half of the boys in 5th year and over, and she hadn't done or said anything suspicious. So what the hell was Hermione researching? What do you mean why? Ginny offered Hermione a look that clearly told the bushy-haired 5th year that she thought she was a little stupid. Why are you researching a professor? Hermione opened her mouth and then closed it with a snap. Why was she researching Professor Martin? How could she explain to Ginny that the young professor just rubbed her the wrong way? That she found some of the things Martin did strange and out of place when you tried to put them into context? How could she explain that everything about Professor Martin seemed to contradict the person she presented herself to be? Hermione found it a lot easier than she would have thought to convey her suspicions and frustrations to Ginny. She talks about events that happened decades ago as though she was there, but she looks to be in her mid-20s. She talks about working for the Ministry of Magic in 3 different departments for so many years that either she was working for all 3 at once or she's lying. She talks to the students like she's only been out of school for a handful of years, but she can discuss Transfiguration achievements from 50 years ago with McGonagall. She discussed Transfiguration achievements with McGonagall. Ginny shook her head. Wait, never mind. Ginny knew she may very well regret what she was about to ask, but she had to do it anyway. What do you think you're going to find? I don't know, admitted Hermione. I just think that with the history we have of defense teachers who are incompetent or Death Eaters impersonating ex-Aurors, I think that it's worth looking into. Ginny couldn't argue. Hermione's reasons were valid and she was right about the things Martin had done and said. She could only hope that Harry got the chance to come clean to Hermione before Hermione found out on her own. Did you hear what happened in her class with the fourth-year Ravenclaws on Monday? You mean the Panther thing? Hermione shook her head and crinkled her nose. I can't believe Dumbledore allowed her to leave a Panther alone in her classroom. Hermione looked completely horrified. But that's not what I was talking about. She awarded Luna Lovegood 100 house points for asking how phoenixes become panthers. Luna is the most perceptive person I have ever met, Ginny murmured. That was a brilliant question. Hermione gawked at Ginny, letting the book on Ministry awards slip from her fingers. Ginny, it's not a brilliant question. Phoenixes can't take the form of other animals, I checked. I even asked Professor McGonagall and she said it was impossible without magical intervention, and even then she said it would take an extremely skilled witch or wizard to overcome the phoenix's powerful magical nature. Luna got 100 house points for no reason. Ginny shrugged. Did you ever think that maybe Luna knew something no one else did? That maybe Martin is an exceptionally powerful witch who transfigured her pet phoenix into a panther? That maybe Luna was awarded those house points for being able to see beyond the magical transformation to see the true nature of things? Hermione mouthed wordlessly. There was nothing she could say to that. Luna's really strange, but she sees things a lot of people don't. Mostly I think she's just lonely. She doesn't have a lot of friends in Ravenclaw. That's awful. Ginny shrugged. It's going to change soon, though. Harry likes Luna. Hermione dropped the heavy book she'd just picked up on the table, and subsequently her finger. Shaking her finger in an attempt to relieve the pain, Hermione gaped at Ginny in shock. Harry likes Luna. Ginny snorted but decided not to correct Hermione's assumption. Where was the fun in that? Hermione was looking at him funny again, and if it wasn't for the fact that he'd spent more time in the bathroom that morning than he was willing to own up to, he would have thought there was something on his face. She kept looking up from her breakfast to give him funny looks. Then after a while of scrutinizing him, she'd look at something over his shoulder, shake her head, and mutter something he couldn't hear before going back to her breakfast. Harry let it go on for about 5 minutes before the appeal of out-glaring Snape wore off and he had to ask her just what the hell was going on. Nothing, Hermione insisted, her cheeks turning pink as she tried to look anywhere but at Harry. Ginny giggled and moved further down the table to sit with a few of her friends from her year. She looked back at Hermione and giggled again. Harry rolled his eyes and then looked to Ron for a possible explanation. Ron shrugged, as in the dark as Harry was. What's so interesting about the Ravenclaw table, my own? Ron questioned around a mouthful of food. Ravenclaw. Harry turned around to follow the path Hermione's eyes had been tracking all morning. He found himself locking eyes with Luna, who smiled vaguely at him. Oh, that reminds me, Luna. Yes, she called back across the aisle. We're starting, he began to shout, then shook his head. Could you just come here? Luna nodded, rose from her seat at the Ravenclaw table and drifted across to Harry at the Gryffindor table. She was completely oblivious to the many eyes watching her. Hello, Harry, she greeted, taking Ginny's abandoned seat. Hello, Ron, hello Hermione. For reasons Harry didn't know, and probably didn't want to know, Hermione turned bright red and stared down at her plate. Ron gave Hermione a strange look before exchanging equally confused looks with Harry and Luna. Anyway, said Harry slowly, offering Hermione one last weird look. Martin's advanced Dada class is meeting tonight, he explained to Luna. We're meeting at 7 o'clock in a classroom on the 4th floor. She wants to talk to you before, so I thought I'd take you up after dinner. Do I need to bring anything? Harry shook his head. Just dress like you would for her classes. Luna nodded, snatched up another piece of toast and drifted out of the Great Hall after offering Harry a quick peck on the cheek. Hermione nearly choked on her bacon. What on earth is up with you? Harry demanded, just as the Morning Post owls burst into the hall. Nothing, Hermione insisted as Hedwig and 2 brown owls swooped down on Harry and a small gray one dropped a copy of the Daily Prophet in front of Hermione. Unusually, Hermione didn't open her paper straight away. The last few days Hermione had torn into the morning paper with an enthusiasm no one else could match. An up-and-coming journalist, striving to be the next Rita Skeeter, was doing a spectacular job of piecing together his and Allie's exploits. Though nothing had yet been linked to him, Bianca Days knew what she was doing and, despite reporting with Rita's ferocity, she hadn't yet gotten anything wrong. Days had correctly pegged that one or two individuals were actively striking out at Death Eaters and had taken great pleasure in offering up the evidence Harry and Ally had handed over to the MLE. Opinion was changing, and while most people still considered Dumbledore an old coot, they were coming around to the idea that maybe, just maybe, there might be something to those Voldemort rumors. Hermione had so eagerly been following Days' articles that Harry knew something big was going on when she didn't immediately disappear behind the paper. It didn't occur to him to run while he still had the chance. Professor Martin is starting an advanced defense class. Harry froze like he'd been hit with a body-bind jinx. He had been dancing around the problem of Hermione and the Adata for a few days and still hadn't figured out what to do about it. He knew where Ally stood on the matter. As the teacher, she'd had the final say on exactly who would be a member, and she had openly stated that Hermione wasn't ready. Logically, Hermione was the perfect choice for any sort of advanced study group. As Ally had pointed out, Hermione rarely took her nose out of a book. She'd been useful in all of their adventures, like the Philosopher's Stone and Sirius, but she still based a lot of her focus on book learning. And that gave Harry a brilliant idea. "Hermione, you're a genius." Hermione, who hadn't said more than her question about Martin starting the Adata, beamed a little confusedly at him. Ron, who had been subjected to several one-sided arguments from Harry about Hermione and the Adata, looked equally confused. "I am. Yes you are. Ron, can you take Luna to meet with Martin tonight?" Ron nodded. He was still just as confused, but now he was also visibly preening with the knowledge that there was an Adata class and he was a part of it. Even if he did have to escort Luna to her meeting with Martin beforehand. "What are you going to do?" "I'm going to introduce Hermione to Al's library." "You're gonna what?" Ron asked incredulously. After all that protesting about Hermione not being ready just yet to know about Harry and all his secrets, or at least the ones Ron was privy to, he was just going to take Hermione into her idea of heaven and give her the research material to figure it out on her own. "Have you gone barmy?" Ron wanted to know. Harry shrugged. "It's possible. I'll take Luna to meet with Martin, but you can be the one to tell her you've lost your mind." Harry winced. Maybe he should have thought a little more on the idea before bringing it up. "Harry, we can't be here," Hermione hissed from behind him. She sounded scandalized, and that amused Harry a little more than it probably should have. "Relax, Hermione, it's fine." Hermione wanted to believe him, but there wasn't a part of her that thought breaking into the Dada professor's office was a good idea. She thought that Martin was a competent enough Auror that her office may be set up along the lines of the fake Moody's. She was expecting lots of dark arts detectors and maybe a few wards on the door. She wouldn't have been so disappointed when Harry effortlessly opened the door if she had known that he was keyed into all of the wards and could invite anyone through without trouble. As it was, Hermione was disappointed because, despite her desire to prove that Martin wasn't all she seemed, she liked the idea of a woman moving so swiftly through the ranks of such a difficult and important job. "Why are we here?" Hermione whispered, wringing her hands anxiously as she watched Harry close and lock the door. Just to annoy her, Harry took a seat in Ally's chair behind her desk. Hermione's eyes widened and she looked around nervously. Harry laughed out loud and gestured for her to take a seat. "She knows we're here, Hermione, you can relax." Hermione took a seat, but, until Professor Martin told her in person that it was okay to be there, she didn't trust that Harry was being truthful. Harry leaned back in the chair and put his feet up on the desk just because he couldn't. It made Hermione nervous. "You know how you asked me about Martin's Adata class this morning?" Hermione nodded. "Well, the idea is to gather together the best defense students at Hogwarts, those that are the best in a certain field, and create an elite class. She wants to train a select number of students to defend Hogwarts should Voldemort attack, because with Dumbledore too busy with the Order, nobody is paying attention to what we're doing." "That's not true, Harry. Dumbledore is doing everything he can to protect us." Harry shook his head. "Hermione, Dumbledore is focused elsewhere and he's not paying attention to me, his greatest asset against Voldemort." "Harry, this isn't something you can do. You're so young. It's not up to you to fight Voldemort. You shouldn't have to. Leave it up to Dumbledore and the Order." Harry smiled sadly. "That right there is why you're not in the Adata. You're smart enough to know that war doesn't work like that. Just because I'm young doesn't mean I can sit back and let the adults handle it. Voldemort dragged me into this fight. Hermione, and Dumbledore is leaving me in the dark. Voldemort has made it a point to come after me 4 times, and I know, Dumbledore knows, that he will again. If working hard to learn everything I can to defend myself, and if teaching others to do so is all I can do at the moment with Dumbledore and the Order watching my every move, then that's what I'll do. I don't understand why you think I'm not capable of being in the Adatta when Ron is, when Luna is. What made it so hard to deal with Hermione in this was she honestly didn't see it. She couldn't see why Ron and Luna were better to have than her. It was because she was so smart, because she was so good at learning everything her teachers threw at her, that she failed to see what Ron and Luna had. Have you ever sat down and talked to Luna? Really talked to her? Well, no, Hermione admitted. Last time I talked to her was when you attacked Nott, and she didn't say much. Luna may not be as smart or as clever as you, but she sees a lot more than people give her credit for. That ability is very handy in an attack, and Ron, well, you've played him in chess. He plans out everything half a dozen moves ahead. He could organize the entire school into a fortress with defenses so solid only the people we wanted in could get in. He may not be as smart as you, and he may think that studying it's stupid, but when it comes to protecting Hogwarts he is leagues ahead of you. Hermione had no words to accurately describe how she was feeling. She had never before felt like there was something she couldn't do, that there was something she couldn't learn. Why am I here then? Harry smiled. You're here because you're bloody brilliant when it comes to books and research. Hermione smiled a little sadly, but if there was something she could do to help Harry and prove that she could be just as useful in times of war, and she wasn't all that convinced Harry was going about this the right way, then she was happy to do it. In a way she understood that this was just another way for Harry to organize an elite group. He spoke as though he could read her thoughts. Martin and I can handle the physical aspects of this war, Hermione. I know you want to know what happened to me over the summer, and I know I haven't been all that honest with you recently, but I need your help. Feeling slightly better about her ability to be useful, Hermione sat up straighter. I don't agree with everything you're doing, but I do agree that there is a war coming, and it isn't a bad thing for us to know how to defend ourselves. What do you need me to do? With a goofy smile, Harry got to his feet and moved around the desk to tug Hermione from her chair. Trust me, you're going to love this. He pulled her toward the other end of the room where there was another door, Hermione assumed led to Martin's private rooms. Just as he had when it came to entering her office, Harry just pushed on inside. He led her into a small living room and over to a trunk in a corner of the room. She watched with a frown as he opened the trunk and swung one leg into it. When he started climbing down, Hermione realized it was a magical trunk and peered over the edge to watch as he descended a ladder pinned against one side. Are you coming or what? He shouted up to her. With a bit of nervous shakiness she climbed into the trunk and followed Harry down. When she reached the bottom of the ladder she turned around to look at Harry and her mouth fell open. She was standing on the edge of what had to be a very large room, perhaps the size of the Gryffindor common room. The room was lit by a dozen or so torches and was filled with stacks and stacks of books all piled haphazardly into twisting columns. There had to be hundreds of them, and Hermione could hardly breathe with want to explore. Oh Harry. Welcome to the Martin Library, Harry announced with a laugh at her delighted look. Hermione bounced excitedly, loving every second she got to spend just looking at all those books. Her fingers itched to explore the piles and piles and piles. You may not be able to organize an army, but I think you can handle this. He looked around him at all the books and ran a sheepish hand through his hair. We've sort of just been piling them down here when we find them, he explained. Hermione moved forward as though in a trance, fingers dancing delicately over the titles of several books. There were books she'd found mentioned in Books in the Library, books she imagined were locked up in the restricted section. There were large leather-bound volumes covered in dust and small cloth-bound ones covered in what she really hoped wasn't blood. Hermione was in heaven, she wanted to weep. It's beautiful, she whispered in awe. Where did they all come from? She'd just registered Harry's comment about finding them. There's a lot about me you don't know, Hermione, and I'd like to keep it that way until I'm ready to tell my secrets. He tried not to notice the slight fall of Hermione's smile, but he wanted to be honest with her on this at least. The books here have been taken from the homes of Death Eaters, from the Potter Vaults, from Ministry archives, from dead Aurors, from just about anywhere. There's some really useful information buried here, information that might help us stop Voldemort if we could just find it. I'll do it, Hermione interrupted, throwing her arms around Harry in a very tight and happy hug. There are things I want to know, but you've definitely bought yourself some time. Harry laughed. Thanks, I think. So you're all wondering why you're here, Ally began as she wandered around the room in front of the 10 students, handpicked for the Adata. Most of you are probably thinking you've got detention, only you're not sure what you did. The students were seated on 3 couches in a semicircle toward the back of the classroom. It was a big old one that likely hadn't been used in decades. They all exchanged looks before turning their confused expressions on their often eccentric Dada professor. Well, you'd be right. You do have detention, twice a week for the rest of the year. She raised her hand against the sudden onslaught of protests, and such was the power of her presence and, well, the general scariness that was a rather pregnant XOR that they immediately quieted. Now you're really wondering what you've done. What did you do to deserve so many detentions? Maybe you're thinking about going to your head of house, maybe you're thinking I've gone a bit mad because of hormones, but what you should be thinking is why the hell am I so lucky? They looked back at her like she was crazy, and given that the twins and Ron had a little more insight into what was going on, they also had a little more to support her craziness. Ally spun around, hands moving faster and faster as she spoke and merely glancing over her shoulder when Harry slipped into the room. You're special, so special that Harry and I, she jerked her hand over her shoulder in Harry's direction, have decided that you are good enough to join our advanced Dada group. Shocked and pleased looks took over the confused ones on the students' faces. Of course, they were still a little hesitant because she was acting a bit more exuberant than anyone was comfortable with at 8 o'clock at night. You each have a talent, a gift, that is unique to you and you alone, and we aim to use those gifts. With your permission, Harry interrupted. Ally carried on as though she hadn't heard him. In order to fight this war against Voldemort. For the first time since they had gathered in the classroom, one of the students spoke. You want us to fight the war against you know who? Daphne Greengrass questioned with a frown. Are you mad? Ally's shoulders sagged and she stepped aside to let Harry field that one. He looked briefly like a deer caught in headlights, but then he sighed. We don't want you to fight Voldemort directly, he explained. What we want is to prepare you for what is coming. We want to train you up to protect the school and yourselves when the time comes. Silence, an endless and very heavy silence echoed around the room while those students selected for their brilliance and gifts let his words soak in. Luna was barely paying attention to Harry, her focus solely on Fred, who was stealthily placing itching powder down the back of a 7th-year Hufflepuff's robes. She didn't need to hear the words, she had already spoken to Ally. She was in. She had people to fight for, a father to save and friends to make. Fred was in, all he needed was to know that Harry was in, and the same went for George. Ron was in, ready to do something he was good at. He was ready to outshine Hermione, just this once. Daphne Greengrass didn't need to think on it much. She'd asked around about Ally Martin, had asked her parents and the boy down the lane that worked in the minister's office as an assistant to an assistant to an assistant. Everyone she'd spoken to had one thing to say. Ally Martin asks, you say yes. She was saying yes. Stephen Kennedy hadn't asked around. He didn't know Ally on a more friendly level, and given that Fred was pouring itching powder down his back, he wasn't all that fond of anyone that wasn't a Hufflepuff. Still, he was saying yes because what would look better on his application to the MLE than being a member of an advanced defense group? Jesse Jacks wasn't particular fussed either way. He had a job all lined up even though he didn't finish school for another year and a half. Honestly, he didn't care one way or the other if he joined the Adata. What he did care about was the fact that someone had seen something in him worth taking note of. For someone who had spent his whole life being Andrew's older brother, that actually meant something. Abigail Nathan was in, without question. She was 15, she was owned, and she hated just about every girl in her year. If she happened to pick up something in this class that she could use against, say, Sally Robbins, then she was all for it. So yes, Abby was in. Susan Bones knew exactly why she was there and exactly what her required gift was. She was happy to help any way she could, especially if it kept her family alive longer and if it helped her aunt get one up on Dumbledore. Amelia Bones would have one niece to be proud of. Emmy James was just like Abigail. She had no idea what she had to offer Allie in her Adatta, but given that she was the only child of a poor Muggle-loving family, not unlike the Weasleys, she was eager to help. All of this took mere moments to process. It took those 10 students mere seconds to decide whether or not they wanted to join the fight against Voldemort. It was a sure sign that Harry and Allie had chosen well. Not a single one of them questioned Voldemort's return. "Are you in?" questioned Allie, her voice showing every sign that she meant business. Slowly everyone raised a hand. Allie looked around at the students and smiled a wicked grin. She was going to take this group of poorly educated, defense-wise young people and turn them into a leading force for Hogwarts. They weren't going to know what hit them. She whipped around and grabbed a stack of folders off the desk. There were 10 of them in varying colors, each corresponding to a particular student. "This is how it's going to work." She walked over to the twins and handed them each a purple folder emblazoned with the moniker Weasley's Wizarding Wheezes. With raised eyebrows, Fred and George opened the folders to get a glimpse of what was inside. Allie pointed at a door across from them. "Your lab is through that door." She gave them a moment to process that before she continued. "Your part in this is simple: keep making joke products, keep inventing. All I want from the two of you is distractions and controlled mayhem." "Understood." The twins, who looked as though Christmas had come early, nodded. The chance to continue their work backed by a teacher was an opportunity too good to pass up. "Susan." Allie handed her a blue folder. "You're our contact with the MLE. Without you, Dumbledore will have access to all of the information we are passing to the department. You're going to control what it is the Ministry knows about the goings-on at Hogwarts." Susan nodded, acknowledging the fancy way of saying keep up the good work. "Daphne, eyes and ears in Slytherin House. Any Death Eater activity, anything overheard that could prove useful, you will find out about it and you will use it. I want detailed files of every member of Slytherin House showing signs of sympathizing with Voldemort." Daphne took the green folder handed to her and bowed her head in acknowledgement. "When you're done with that, I want the rest of Hogwarts done." Daphne's mouth fell open, but she didn't protest. Not that there was much point. Allie was already moving on. She handed a yellow folder to Luna and explaining that the Ravenclaw's role would largely involve combing through the information and tips they received for anything useful that the others, who didn't possess her unique insight, might have missed. Daphne smothered a laugh at that. "Ron, your folder contains detailed maps of Hogwarts, the castle, the grounds and every secret passageway discovered by the Marauders." Ron took the maroon folder with a glare directed at Harry and then finished off Allie's instructions. "Defensible positions, weak points and ideal trap points. Got it. Could have picked a better color though." Harry smiled at Ron while Allie handed Stephen a gray folder and gave him the simple instruction of helping Ron. "That's it. You want me to help. Weasley, you have a problem with that?" Harry asked. Stephen smirked. "Are you kidding? I was worried you were gonna have me, I don't know, tracking Death Eaters or something." Harry smirked in response. "That's not your job." He took 2 black folders from Allie and handed them to Emmy and Abigail. "It's yours." Emmy and Abigail took the folders with uneasy looks. Theirs were almost as thick as Ron's and contained a mere profile on known Death Eaters and suspected Death Eaters. "How are we supposed to do that?" Emmy muttered unenthusiastically. Abigail grinned cheekily. "Oh, I've got an idea on that. Why do I not like the sound of that?" Emmy grumbled. "So that leaves you, Jessie, you get the fun job." Jessie was handed a white folder and a leather pouch that rattled as though filled with coins. When he peeked inside to check, he saw that it was indeed filled with galleons. "Anything we need, you're going to get. Potion ingredients for the twins, gear for Ron and Stephen, you're in charge." Blimey, he swallowed heavily, eyeing the bag of galleons like it might bite. Allie moved to stand behind Harry and surveyed the new recruits. "Any questions?" "Yeah, I've got one," Ron volunteered. "Where's Ginny?" Allie smiled. Ginny was sitting on top of a bookcase, disillusioned, cloaked and spelled not to make a sound. She was also bored out of her mind. Professor Snape had been in Dumbledore's office for over an hour and they still hadn't gotten around to discussing anything of importance. Though, Ginny was getting an insight into the greasy-haired professor she could have done without. Who would have ever thought Severus Snape had good taste in music? She made a mental note to slip in a comment about that later in a potions lesson and shifted uncomfortably. She was wondering on the creation of a spell to prevent your bum going numb after long periods of sitting when the old coot finally brought the conversation around to Voldemort. Any new threats? Dumbledore queried. The Dark Lord is taking a break. Even as he said it, Snape sounded confused and wary. An idle Voldemort generally meant he was plotting something, and Ginny could tell it was making her potions professor mighty edgy not knowing. She wondered if it would help the man to know that Voldemort wasn't plotting, just recovering from the bout of unshielded say. Harry and Ally had enjoyed 2 nights ago. Probably not. Best not to make things worse when there was a mass murdering, homicidal, power-hungry maniac on the loose. Ginny wondered how many ways she could come up with to describe Voldemort and his dark ways before Dumbledore went to bed and she could revive her bum. She got to 103. Who knew Dumbledore could work till 3 in the morning? This is a bad idea, Als, Ruby hissed as they made the long walk up the drive at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Did I ask for your opinion? Ally snapped back. She was in a bad enough mood without Ruby doubting her. Yes, you did. That brought Ally up short. She had asked for Ruby's opinion, she remembered that much, but she also remembered tuning her out after the response got a little long-winded and far too reasonable. Ally tried to remember the most important of Ruby's arguments and once more came up empty. Ruby, having known Ally for almost a decade now, knew exactly what her friend was thinking and helpfully rehashed those more significant arguments. Shall I remind you? She didn't wait for a response before she started talking again. I'll paraphrase, shall I? Dumbledore is here, Harry's teachers are here, Harry's friends are here, and there are about 200 students here who live and breathe whatever drama is going on in Harry's life. Clear enough. Yes, thank you, Ally muttered. This drive is way too long. Ruby bounced happily beside her. It just gives me more time to remind you of why this is a bad idea. Oh, I've just thought of something else, you're pregnant. Ruby took the rest of the walk toward the castle to remind Ally and make up a few new reasons. By the time they were knocking on the heavy front doors, Ally was about half a sentence away from banishing Ruby to the Sahara. Unfortunately, she knew it wouldn't stick. Ruby was a great unspeakable, good at her job and even better at getting out of a bind. She could easily find her way out of anything Ally threw at her, and that included popping back from the Sahara in a flash. Ruby was saved a sandy trip by the opening of the front doors. My name is Ally Martin, I'm here about the Defense Against the Dark Arts position, Ally informed the tiny man who had opened the door. She knew, without needing to be told, that this was Professor Flitwick, the charms teacher. Though what he was doing in the castle during the summer holidays was beyond her. Professor Flitwick led the way through the castle and up to the headmaster's office. Much to Ally's joy, Ruby turned her chatter on to poor Professor Flitwick, who had barely made it to the stairs when he remembered why Ruby's name had popped so easily into his mind. How are things, Professor? Still teach your charms? Flitwick started to reply, but Ruby cut him off. Oh, you're teaching Harry Potter. Bet that's an experience, that boy has one wicked sense of humor. You know Mr. Potter? Yep, Ruby announced happily, choosing not to notice the sharp jab of an elbow to her ribs. Met him a few weeks ago, cute boy, seemed nice. Yes, well, here we are. Flitwick looked immensely relieved. Good luck, Miss Martin. Ally tried not to think about all the reasons she wasn't a good choice for the job and instead focused on the list of credentials she had. The list was quite possibly longer than Flitwick was tall. Flitwick gave the password and the huge gargoyle moved aside. I'll just wait here. Ally glared at Ruby and stepped onto the moving staircase. This was her first trip to Hogwarts since she'd graduated herself, way back in the day. It had been well over 2 centuries since she'd been anywhere near the headmaster's office. It was sort of unsettling to realize that in those 200+ years, very little had actually changed about the castle. Idly, as she raised her hand to knock on Dumbledore's door, she wondered how many shortcuts she could remember. Come in. Taking a deep breath, Ally pushed open the door and entered the office. The room itself was exactly as she remembered from all those years ago. The walls still held the portraits of previous headmasters and the fireplace still stood large and imposing. Dumbledore had added his own touch to the room. A wealth of magical instruments, some of which even she couldn't name, were scattered about on shelves and tables. There were a dozen bookcases filled with books and a perch sat beside the desk, a perch that Ally knew belonged to the very phoenix that had given her Harry. Good morning, Professor Dumbledore. Ah, He looked at her over the top of his half-moon spectacles and smiled. You must be Alexandria Martin. Ali smiled and was about to take the seat Dumbledore offered when a commotion broke out above them amongst the portraits of two old headmasters. Both looked up at the sudden commotion and Ali's smile wilted slightly. Great Merlin! A middle-aged witch with curly black hair exclaimed. She was pushing herself to her feet as though she'd just fallen out of her squishy armchair. Alistair! Alistair! She shouted to the portrait next to her. It's little Ali Martin. What? It's who you are familiar with. These two. Dumbledore turned to her with an amused smile. Never seen them a day in my life, Ali replied dryly, offering both portraits of her old headmasters a nasty glare to shut them up when Dumbledore wasn't looking. Dumbledore turned back to her with a chuckle and she forced herself not to respond to the looks she was now receiving from each of the portraits. One was confused, the other bubbling with excitement. If they didn't keep their painted mouths shut, she might just have to see to it they met an unfortunate end in the fire. I understand you are interested in teacher defense against the dark arts. Yes, sir. Forgive me for saying so, but you seem a bit young to be teaching such a difficult course. Ali smiled and tugged a thick parchment envelope from the pocket of her cloak. She handed it to Dumbledore, who took it and shook the pages inside loose. His eyes widened as he read further down the page and then the next and the next. I'm older than I look, Ali informed him a little smugly. She was quite proud of every one of the achievements listed on the pages she had given Dumbledore to prove her capability. Forgive me, but I find this rather hard to believe. I myself have spent considerable time at the Ministry, the MLE in particular, and I have never heard about an Ali Martin. I started out in the Department of Mysteries. Professor, a colleague of mine is waiting for me outside if you would like to speak with her. That won't be necessary, Dumbledore assured her, going back to her list. Up until recently you were working as an Auror for the Ministry. Why the change in profession? This was the part Ali had been dreading. On paper she was perfect for the job, even if her accomplishments and skills were a little on the extreme side for her age. But when she explained why she was in need of a new job, she started to lose some of her edge. I've recently gotten married and am now expecting my first child. Being an Auror did not seem an appropriate job given my condition. Dumbledore frowned. How do you expect to teach if you are about to have a child? I have a house elf who will watch after my baby while I work. I understand the circumstances aren't ideal, but I also understand that things have become quite desperate. I've been told that if you aren't able to fill this position, then Minister Fudge will be sending Dolores Umbridge. Ali couldn't quite mask her shudder of displeasure as she spoke the name of the horrible toad-like women who had been attempting to remove Ali from any position she'd held within the Ministry since the old toad first got the job of Undersecretary to the Minister. Though he seemed a little startled that she would know this, Dumbledore also couldn't hold the small smile of amusement at Ali's obvious dislike of the women. It's true the Ministry is putting pressure on me to make a decision, however I'm not sure that, given the circumstance, you would be any better for the position. Ali refrained from rolling her eyes. She didn't think that would endear her to the old man any. Professor Dumbledore, I understand this decision is not an easy one to make, but I also understand that given the sudden return to power of one of the darkest wizards this world has seen in quite some time, it is better to fill the position with someone competent enough to do the job. Dumbledore didn't react to the way she announced her belief that Voldemort had indeed returned to power. Ali didn't need him to react to know that it had his interest piqued. I know you and Harry Potter are being cast in an unfortunate light by Fudge and the Ministry, but I am neither blind nor stupid. Voldemort is back, and as I am unable to continue fighting him as an Auror, I feel I should at least teach the next generation to defend themselves as best they can. Just to be sure, should the time come, they have the knowledge to fight. She wasn't sure whether it was her calling Voldemort by his name without flinching or her adamance that the students understand how to protect themselves, but she knew from the sudden relaxing of his shoulders that she had won him over. Have you ever taught before? Ali nodded. I have, but not to this extent. I worked for some time as a private tutor. Dumbledore nodded, studying her thoughtfully. I believe, Mrs. Martin, that you have the job. Thank you, Professor. She leaned forward to shake the old man's hand and stood to leave. Be sure to be here on the 29th of August. Minerva McGonagall, our deputy headmistress, will show you around and answer any questions you may have. Ali bowed her head. Thank you, sir. She turned to the door and was halfway there when he spoke. stopping her and forcing her to turn back to him. "Congratulations, Professor Martin, children are a wonderful adventure." Allie smiled. "I've heard they're a right pain in the bum, sir." Allie could hear his amused chuckle as she slipped onto the stairs and closed the door behind her. She breathed a huge sigh of relief and almost skipped down the stairs. Ruby smiled when she saw her. "You got the job." "I got the job." Ruby hugged her friend and started off out of the castle. "I can be there when you tell Harry, right?" Allie smacked her arm lightly and Ruby's laugh could be heard on several floors. It was around midnight when Professor Dumbledore retired to bed, leaving the portraits of past headmasters to speak freely. It was almost the second Dumbledore's cloak swished around the edge of the door that the curly-haired witch was up and speaking. "Allie Martin," she exclaimed to those surrounding her as though it should have the same effect on them as it did her. As the youngest headmaster Hogwarts had ever seen, Annadina Smith was still in possession of most of her memories, or those that her real self held when she was painted. She'd served for 15 years as headmaster before being taken down by a rather dangerous wizard messing about with the dark arts. She remembered Allie Martin well. The exceptional girl had been in and out of her office for the first 5.5 years of her education. She had gotten to know Allie Martin very well over the years she'd attended Hogwarts. There was no doubt in her mind that the Allie Martin who had just interviewed for the Dada position was the very same Allie Martin who had once gotten into an argument with her ancient runes professor over a text that had been translated incorrectly for nearly 50 years. "Well, I always said there was something different about that girl, didn't I, Alistair?" "Didn't I?" The wizard she was speaking to, her replacement, a man who had been pushing 110 when he'd finally met his end, looked at her blankly for a moment as he searched through nearly 400 years of memories. When he finally came across something that seemed right, his mouth fell open and then he laughed delightedly. "That sneaky little witch," he cackled happily. "I'll be damned, Allie Martin." Annadina Smith smirked to herself and exchanged amused looks with Alistair. It was safe to say that whatever Allie had planned, Dumbledore would never see it coming. Suddenly, after nearly 300 years stuck to a wall, Annadina Smith felt she was about to have some fun. Harry lay flat on his back on the floor of the Dada classroom mentally revising the Ancient Runes dictionary while Hermione and Ron practiced their emergency medical skills on his prone form. It was one of Allie's more practical ideas, to teach the students what to do if someone is injured during a fight and you aren't able to get them to help. While Harry was revising, Ron was bandaging an imaginary leg wound and Hermione was hovering behind him waiting to assist if he did something wrong. Harry was pretty bored. Allie had gone over this almost non-stop for an entire day during the summer until he'd gotten everything right. Now she was wandering amongst the students, correcting mistakes and offering helpful advice. She was wandering back towards him to check over Ron's progress when he felt his arm start to itch. He lifted it to see what was tickling him and found a message magically scrawled on his forearm. "I'm not wearing knickers." The words vanished quickly but not before Ron had seen them. He looked at Harry with wide eyes and then shot Allie an embarrassed look. He diverted his eyes quickly when she smiled at him and came to a stop just behind Harry. Ron turned bright red and looked anywhere but at Allie. Harry just smirked and tilted his back to enjoy the view. "How's it going, Ron?" "Fine," he answered in a strangled voice. Hermione looked at him strangely but assured Allie that Ron hadn't made a mistake yet. Harry wasn't sure but he thought she sounded a little more proud than was strictly necessary. With this to distract him, Harry focused his attention on his two best friends and how they interacted. There was a part of him that knew there was an attraction between Ron and Hermione, but watching them while they silently worked on his injuries, he had to wonder what it was they saw in each other. How did Ron put up with Hermione constantly snapping at how incapable he was? How did Hermione put up with Ron, who, Harry had to admit, frequently proved Hermione's theory that he had the emotional range of a teaspoon? Harry mentally shrugged. They'd sort themselves out one of these days and maybe then they wouldn't fight so much. Finally the bell rang and Harry was freed from the floor. Happily he gathered his things together and followed his friends out of the room. He'd barely made it out into the corridor when he was snagged by the back of his shirt by A.B. on fourth year and then climbed like a tree until he was an unwilling participant in a piggyback. He stumbled slightly but managed not to fall, even going so far as to grip the legs wrapped around him to keep steady. Hermione squawked in surprise but Ron kept walking with a grunt and greeting. "Any reason you couldn't have walked?" He asked, the sudden growth on his back. My dorm mates are pissing me off and now they're jealous because I'm talking to the god, Harry Potter. Abs, Harry groaned. In the 2 weeks he had known Abby, she'd grown on him like a weed. So much so that he was suddenly wondering how he'd gotten a little sister with his parents being dead. She was a good kid, smart, strong and apparently incapable of being friendly to any girl her own age. So, any chance of a lift to charms. Harry sighed, today was going to be a long day. Still he could take comfort from the fact that tomorrow was a Saturday and with no Quidditch he would be able to sleep in. His plans of a nice lay-in were shattered the moment dessert was served. No sooner had the delicious-looking dessert appeared on the tables did Dumbledore stand and request silence. As was his power, everyone in the Great Hall quieted to listen to the headmaster speak. If you would, Professor Martin has an announcement that I am sure you will find very, he paused as though searching for the correct word. Intriguing. With a smirk Ali stood and moved to stand in front of the staff table. Thank you, Professor. Now, she said, addressing the sea of students, some of whom had stood to get a better look at her. At the beginning of term I mentioned a test of sorts to discern your abilities in defense. The time has come, I'm afraid, for you to prove to me that you have managed to overcome whatever the hell it is your previous teachers have done and demonstrate that, should you find yourself under attack, you won't die for at least 3 minutes. There was an uncomfortable chuckle at this. No one was really sure if she was joking or pressing a rather dire fact on them. Tomorrow morning at 9 o'clock every student will report here for testing. We're going to have a tournament of sorts where each of you will be ranked. You've got tonight to prepare. There were several exclamations of outrage at the short notice, including a rather surprising and violent outburst from Hermione, who was looking considerably pale at the news. Good luck. There was something almost vindictive in the way she spoke those final words, and Harry was thankful he had been training so vigorously for some time now. Hermione continued to pale and Harry actually began to feel a little concerned when the color still hadn't returned to her cheeks as they entered the Gryffindor common room. Ron seemed equally concerned. Hermione, are you okay? Did you know about this? She asked shakily, her eyes darting between the two boys. Did you know we were going to be tested tomorrow? Her voice rose in panic and she leapt to her feet, pacing back and forth before them. Calm down, Hermione, Ron half laughed. You know all this stuff, you'll define. How could she spring this on us? We have no time to prepare. Harry thought he might try his hand at calming her down. Hermione, haven't you been reading through those books in Martin's library? You've probably picked up more defense spells than the rest of us combined. When in doubt, lie a little. It probably wasn't the best philosophy and was bound to get him in trouble at some point tomorrow, but it would serve its purpose tonight. Although, given that Hermione was very good at her spell work, how well she did tomorrow really depended on whatever physical demands the tests required. When it came to the physical aspects of defense, Hermione still struggled. You'll be fine, Hermione, Ginny assured her, plonking down onto the couch beside her distraught friend and popping her feet up on the coffee table. I doubt Martin is going to make us do anything you couldn't do with your eyes closed. Hermione smiled, slightly reassured, and then spent the rest of the evening poring over all of her Dada notes while Harry and Ron played Exploding Snap. Ginny occupied her time poring over Ron's annotations in his maroon folder. He'd had some brilliant ideas, and just from reading the few notes he'd made, Ginny was pretty damn confident if Voldemort ever tried anything on Hogwarts he'd get his ass kicked. It almost made Ginny look forward to it. Almost as much as she was looking forward to proving herself at Martin's test tomorrow. Hermione was the first up to bed that night after Ginny stole all of her notes. She'd put up a bit of a fight, but Ginny caught her with a tickling jinx until she stomped up to her dormitory with a huff. Harry followed quickly after, darting out of the common room before anyone could see him. It wouldn't exactly end well if anyone saw him heading in the opposite direction of his bed well after curfew. To make things difficult, he tripped over Mrs. Norris almost the instant he stepped out of the portrait hole. She let out an angry squeal and he glared at her. Harry could honestly say he never thought he would find himself participating in a staring contest with Filch's horrid cat. Harry won. It made him all kinds of giddy. His good mood lasted about as long as it took to reach Ali's rooms. When he slipped inside, he found her, not lying in bed like he would have hoped, but dressed in her sneaky black vest and lacing up a pair of dragon hide boots that he knew for a fact she only wore when she was planning on getting into some kind of mischief. They were spelled not to make a sound or leave footprints. He groaned in disappointment, and he could have sworn Ally smiled to herself before looking up. I was hoping to have say. Be a good boy and maybe you'll get lucky. She patted him gently on the cheek and gave him a cheeky grin. He rolled his eyes. Where are we going? Door at the ministry. Department of Records. Joy. A night filled with too much parchment and given, the mess the DOR was in last time they snuck in, he wasn't counting on having say, tonight. Double joy. Why? Because a friend of Ruby's found what he thinks is evidence of Fudge taking payoffs. The idiot kept a record. Harry knew he should have been surprised, but he just couldn't work up the energy to find something stupid Fudge had done unexpected. Not a record as such, no. She blew him a key and vanished. He rolled his eyes and followed, appearing beside her in a dark and very dusty-smelling room. Ally continued speaking like she hadn't just burst into flames and disappeared. This friend of Ruby's thinks he's found a discrepancy in the funding of Fudge's department. Something about spending more money that they're allotted and yet never being in debt. He looked around at the 100+ rows of shelving and turned to bang his head against the nearest one. Can we at least have say in here? Ally's laugh echoed back at him from somewhere around F. I'll take that as a no. I would. Harry stalked after her, following the sound of her voice and wondering if she had always been this annoying when it came to say. Or maybe he was just really horny and that was making him a little cranky. Yeah, that was probably more likely. He turned another corner and stopped dead in his tracks, letting out a low whistle. Ally stood there, her shirt raised so he could see her beeps. That tied you over? She asked, biting her lip in a manner that was far too enticing. I think it just made it worse, Harry grumbled. Ally laughed again, dropping her shirt back into place. He liked her laugh, it always made him smile. Right up until she shoved a box filled with parchment at him and told him to get started. Evil witch, he muttered. Breakfast that morning was different. Harry met up with Ron, Hermione and Ginny at the top of the last staircase down into the entrance hall and was surprised to see the doors to the Great Hall closed. Many students were wandering outside in confusion and Ron, being Ron, trailed after them following his nose. I smell food. Food turned out to be a rather extravagant outdoor picnic. Sprawled on the lawn, just outside the doors, were dozens of picnic blankets, each with a small spread of food in the middle. Harry was kind of impressed, the house elves had outdone themselves. This is incredible, Hermione whispered, taking the lead and moving toward a vacant picnic blanket. There were eggs, bacon, toast, fruit and sausages. There were jugs of milk, pumpkin and orange juice. Breakfast was an enjoyable affair, with friends darting between blankets to meet up with other friends and good food under a nice clear sky. At 9:10 the remaining food vanished and McGonagall stood up on the front steps and announced that they could make their way inside. There was a nervous air surrounding the entire student body as they made their way through the entrance hall and into the Great Hall. The sight that greeted them was incredible. Gone were the long house tables and the staff table. Instead, against the side walls and surrounding the door, stands were built up, filled with enough seats for each student. At the far end where the staff table usually stood was a special section for the teachers to sit. In the middle of the room a platform had been erected. On it, Ally stood holding a large clipboard. Harry took a seat in a middle row with his friends, eager for the show to begin. When the last of the students was seated, Filch closed the doors and a hush fell over the room. Ally smiled. She handed her clipboard to Professor McGonagall, who had joined her on the platform, and addressed the students. When I first started teacher here I was appalled at the level of skill displayed by you all. There were several affronted mutters, but most couldn't deny the crappy instruction they'd had. I understand you can't be held at fault, at least not entirely, so I gave you a hell of a lot of work to do to catch up. I gave you 5 weeks to learn everything you should have already been taught on your own, and today we're going to see what you can do. Because that doesn't sound ominous at all, a voice murmured in Harry's ear and he turned around to find Abby and Emmy sitting behind him. A quick look around showed him that, while he'd been locked in yet another glaring competition with Snape, the Adata members had taken the seats all around him. She tell you anything about this? Emmy asked. Harry shook his head. Owls and McGonagall did it all. Scary, Abby grumbled. No doubt about it. This is how it's going to work, Allie explained. She snapped her fingers and a cloud of black smoke sped down from the ceiling and formed a dummy much like the Death Eater's special form of apparition. The dummy stood looking similar to a store mannequin or a scarecrow dressed in Death Eater robes complete with white mask. Professor McGonagall has helped me create these training dummies. When your name is called, you will come down here and face a dummy in a duel. Each dummy is spelled to know everything you should know and will act just as a true opponent would. It will fire spells at you, dodge them, block them. Anything a student of your level would be expected to know, it will know. Definitely ominous, Emmy muttered. Most students were now shifting uncomfortably. Over the last weeks they had become used to Allie's rather unique manner of teaching. They'd all come prepared like they would for her class, dressed ready for physical activity, wands within easy reach. Still, they weren't expecting this. Dueling other students, maybe, but dueling a dummy that was likely instilled with better knowledge. Yeah, definitely scary. Today, all 1st through 5th years will face the training dummies. You will be scored based on how long you last against each dummy and the number of hits you score. If you succeed in defeating the dummy, it will turn red. Should the dummy succeed in defeating you, you will likely find yourself on the floor out cold. That's horrible, Hermione hissed, though she was one of few who protested. Most seemed to think it was a fantastic and hilarious way to end this thing. You may happily note that the dummies are not programmed with any lethal spells and that Madame Pomfrey and several junior healers from St. Mungo's are ready and waiting to treat any injuries. She smiled as though that was supposed to reassure them. It didn't. As the day progresses, your rank will be displayed. She pointed to a large piece of canvas hanging on the wall behind the staff. Tomorrow the 6th and 7th years will be tested and any students who demonstrate skills beyond that of their own year level will be tested again against the above year's dummies. Any questions? No. Good. And then McGonagall called the first name. Abercrombie, Ewan. A terrified-looking first year stood up in the stands and made his way to the platform. Harry could admit it was going to be tough being the first to be tested. He stepped up onto the platform and stood off to one side looking nervous. Allie smiled and then there was the sound of a gong and the training dummy leapt into action. The poor boy never saw it coming. 3 spells and 2 minutes later he was being hauled off by Madame Pomfrey to be revived. The entire student body was silent, each hoping that he had just been a poor student. They were really hoping he was bad at defense. It wasn't pretty, that was the only way to describe the massacre that ensued. If there was anything to be said about Allie, it was that she never did anything halfway. Just 2 first years managed to defeat their dummies and a few more second years pulled through as well. Madame Pomfrey was hovering anxiously on the sidelines waiting to remove the next unconscious and bloody student. It was obvious Dumbledore was in for an earful when this was all over for even consenting to this. Hermione was refusing to look, instead burying her face in Ron's shoulder. Everyone else was having a great time. Each and every one of them was choosing to ignore the fact that eventually it would be their turn to face a dummy. In turn having their asses handed to them, no doubt, a lot quicker than they would have liked. Ha! Abby cheered gleefully, when a third-year Hufflepuff folded unconscious to the floor of the platform. Take that, Rob. Not a fan? Ron asked in amusement. Abby made a rather unladylike sound that had Emmy laughing. He asked her out. Emmy explained, the 6th-year Ravenclaw had been front and center for that disaster. Ron scrunched his nose up in confusion. He's 13. Yes, Emmy agreed. That was the problem. Abby nudged Emmy with an elbow and kicked Harry and Ron gently. Check it out, she nodded to the platform. This Slytherin's not half bad. Not half bad turned out to mean whooping dummy ass. The third-year girl had obviously taken everything she was taught to heart. Having first Lupin and then the fake Moody obviously helped. She dodged every spell the dummy shot at her and fired back just as many of her own, several of which hit their mark. She was good, more than good. A well-placed stunner had the dummy turning red. Over the roar of the crowd, Ron leaned forward in his seat and spoke in Daphne's ear. She on our side or his? Daphne raised an eyebrow down at the tiny third year but still answered his question. She's neutral, she answered, eyes still on the Slytherin. Her parents are both pureblood but her older sister is married to a muggle. I'd say she'd work with us if it came down to it. Ron nodded. Doesn't want to show her colors in the Slytherin common room for fear of being killed or getting her family killed. Yep. Ron nodded again and then leaned back and tossed one of Hermione's quills at Stephen. Somewhere around the 5th second-year student, Hermione had withdrawn her face from Ron's shoulder and began the much more useful task of taking notes. Ow! Stephen rubbed his ear and glared at Ron. Mate, what the hell? I want her. Stephen gave Ron a look that quite clearly questioned his sanity and his idea of good looking. Ron tilted his head and glared at him for being so thick. Stephen winced apologetically and then sighed heavily. He began to climb down toward the platform and cornered the Slytherin girl. Hermione, having just looked up from her notes, saw the entire exchange and found herself completely taken aback by the change she'd only just then noticed in Ron. He was confident. Ron had been many things before. He'd been quite a few things to Hermione that weren't exactly pleasant or flattering, but never before had he had such an honest confidence. Whatever it was he was doing in the Adatta, and Hermione still had no idea, it had given him something he hadn't been able to find before. She found she was even more attracted to him, and that didn't exactly sit well with her. Ron turned back to her and frowned. To her horror, she realized she'd been staring. She blushed and turned hurriedly back to the platform where a third-year Gryffindor boy was being attacked by a rather powerful tickling charm. She hoped Ron hadn't noticed her staring. He hadn't. He had in fact found himself back in a whispered conversation with Daphne. Hermione scowled. She forced herself to focus back on the third years getting beaten by the training dummies and taking enough detailed notes to not be one of them. By the time the last third year, Jonah Williams, had his A.S. handed to him, she was focused entirely on the task at hand and was unaware of the unexpected flirtation going on beside her between Ron and Daphne. Lovegood, Luna. Upon hearing her name, Luna stood and walked calmly down to the platform. Half the crowd was laughing, having, in their minds, no doubt that Luna would not last long against her dummy. People always underestimated Luna. It was one of the reasons she was perfect for the Adatta. When her opponent appeared on the platform before her, she studied it owlishly. She tilted her head with a look that suggested incomprehension and darted to the left, avoiding a stunner. A quick step to the right and a slight jump had her avoiding a nastier body bind. She did not raise her wand, content to merely dodge the dummy's spells. Just when it looked like the dummy was actually succeeding in experiencing frustration, a special feat given that it felt no emotion, Luna whipped out her wand and moved it in a complicated wiggle. The dummy fell over and turned red. She nodded in satisfaction and walked off the platform. Her name shot to number 1. Nathan, Abigail. The general reaction to Abby's name being called was just a soft clap. She never had played well with others. From the Adatta, the cheering was enormous. Harry even threw in a wolf whistle as she made her way down to the platform. She flipped him off and then got 5 points docked from her house when McGonagall yelled at her. With the exception of that minor incident, Abby looked the picture of innocence standing on the platform in pink Ugg boots and a black cardigan. Then she took off the cardigan and everyone got a nice long look at the back of her t-shirt. In flashing colors, in huge letters, were 3 W's. Ron laughed and high-fived the twins. Down on the platform, Abby was showing off. She was twirling her wand between her fingers while she waited. She looked distracted and unaware, but the moment the dummy apparated onto the platform, she was ready. She fired the first spell, a cutting curse aimed at the dummy's wand arm, before it could get her first. The dummy moved, but not quite fast enough to dodge the curse completely. A deep cut appeared across the dummy's bicep. It did not bleed. It did, however, fire back a curse of its own, a jelly legs jinx aimed at her feet. She easily sidestepped it and fired back 2 quick spells, a stunner and a tickling charm. The dummy was fast, firing spell after spell at Abby, forcing her to move quickly and erratically so as not to get hit. All the while she fired back spells of her own. A weak bludgeoning hex hit her in the chest and she fell heavily to the platform. She lay there breathing heavily for a second and then had to roll quickly to the side to avoid the heavy foot of the dummy. She rolled quickly back again and then fired a curse at the only part of the dummy she could properly see, its crotch. She had to scramble out of the way when the heavy dummy crashed to the platform. The crowd exploded into cheers and Abby glanced up to see her name had moved into first place. "Woo!" she shouted, pumping her fist in the air. Ginny was the next member of the Adatta to face off against a dummy. Her test was the quickest by far. She strode onto the platform looking a little too combat ready for any 14-year-old girl. The moment the dummy's feet hit the ground, she secured them to the floor with a sticking charm. She dodged the jinx it sent in return and hit it with a stunner so powerful it bent over backward. Unable to move its feet, it slumped over at an awkward angle. It turned red. Ginny pocketed her wand and walked off the platform to a stunned silence. Hermione was panicking. She failed to see how Ron and Harry could be so calm when it was just an hour, 2 at the most, before they would be stepping onto the platform and facing the dummies. She knew that the instruction they'd received under Professor Martin this year far surpassed that of their previous years, but she still didn't feel ready. True, she had done everything Martin had instructed to catch up, and she was spending half an hour each night practicing the physical aspects of Dada, but was it enough? Her notes weren't much help, and those who had already faced the dummies couldn't tell her more than how tough it was. Ginny had been no help at all. Of all the students to have faced the dummies that morning, she'd had the least trouble, but all she could tell Hermione was to go with her strengths. It was the advice Moody had given Harry before the first task last year, but she felt it applied here as well. Unfortunately for Hermione, she felt her strength lay largely in books. So not much help there. Ron was cool as a cucumber, laughing away with the other Gryffindor boys and that Ravenclaw 6th year, Emmy that Hermione didn't even know he knew. When she'd tried to ask him what he was planning on doing, he'd told her that, until he could gauge the dummy's abilities properly, his only plan was a good shield charm. Hermione felt the need to point out that he'd never had much practice at shield charms and that he should keep something else in mind just in case. Ron had merely given her a secretive smile and gone back to his conversation with Emmy. Harry, well, she hadn't expected Harry to be worried. With everything that he had been through over the last 4 years, he had gained a certain easy attitude towards anything that wasn't life-threatening. Unlike Ron, Harry did not even have a plan, even one so simple as a shield charm. He'd shrugged when she asked him about it and informed her that the plan was to wing it. Then he'd been drawn into a conversation with the twins and Ginny about a new WWW product that, if she wasn't mistaken, actually sounded useful. Don't stress it, Granger, you'll only end up choking. Hermione looked up at the unfamiliar voice and found that it was Harry's little 4th-year friend Abigail. Hermione had never actually met Abby, she'd only been lucky enough to witness several bizarre encounters that gave off the odd appearance of sibling affection. Not for the first time Hermione wished she was a member of the Adata. Both Harry and Ron were making friends with such a diverse group of people, and she knew, just from the odd overheard conversation, that they were learning a great deal. Unfortunately, she had yet to overhear anything that could actually tell her what it was that the Adata did. You're Abigail, right? Abby nodded. That's me. You were brilliant against your dummy, Hermione complimented. I think you were the first person to truly put up a fight for the dummies. Abby laughed. It was a bit of a slaughter, wasn't it? Martin definitely knows what she's doing. You don't think it's a bit extreme? Hermione was interested to hear a non-Gryffindor opinion of Professor Martin's teaching ability. So far all she'd heard was raving compliments and several dozen rather lewd comments by the male population of Hogwarts. I think extreme is what we need right now. Voldemort's back and life is going to be hell around here soon enough. Without Martin making us work our butts off, we wouldn't stand a chance. I don't want to go home this summer and not know how to help my family should Death Eaters attack. If throwing us in the deep end is the way to make us capable, then that's the way I want it. Hermione nodded. It wasn't like she could disagree with what Abby was saying, it was just that she wished they'd had more warning. Harry laughed loudly, drawing Hermione's attention. She studied his profile while he shoved Ginny. Lunch had long since been cleared away and now the whole school was just sitting around relaxing on the picnic blankets. He's not even worried, she muttered, mildly put out. He's got no reason to be, Abby replied. He's Harry Potter. He's worked harder than anyone to prepare for what's to come. Something like a 5th-year dummy isn't going to be much of a struggle. With another shrug, Abby got up and wandered off to find some of her friends. Hermione watched her change direction suddenly and throw herself down next to Daphne Greengrass and strike up a conversation, nicely cutting off one of Daphne's Slytherin friends. Martin's Adata was definitely changing things for the better. Just a quick glance around showed that students from different houses were mingling far more than they had in previous years. Though it couldn't all be attributed to Allie, her tough approach to inter-house rivalry, consisting of the much scarier threat of being that classes volunteer for spell demonstration, was working wonders. Hermione just couldn't hold a grudge. She still spent a great deal of time in the library studying Martin, but so far the most she'd been able to uncover was a trail leading through every department of magical law enforcement at the Ministry, and had hit a brick wall when she got to the years Martin spent in the Department of Mysteries. Hermione had been expecting as much. The huge cloud of secrecy hovering over that department meant the most Hermione could do was look further back to find the dates Martin joined. It was weird how far back the records went though, almost as if something tugged at Hermione's memory. And her hair. Ron was pulling her hair, trying to get her attention. She slapped his hand away and ignored his hurt yelp. "Come on, Hermione," Harry laughed, shoving Ron, who gave him a fake wounded look. "It's time to face the dummy." And Hermione forgot all about whatever connection her mind was about to make as full-blown panic took over and she focused all of her thoughts on just breathing. Hannah Abbott went first. She lasted 6 minutes before she was hit with a stunner and fell to the floor. Susan Bones lasted 13 minutes and 4 seconds before she was tripped up by a tripping Jinx, and clobbered in the head with a sharp kick. Lavender Brown lasted just 2 minutes before she caught a cleverly timed binding spell and toppled to the platform bound by thick ropes. Crabbe didn't even last that long, falling prey to a summoning charm that whipped the wand right out of his hand and a stunner he wasn't quite able to dodge. Hermione sat on the bench between Harry and Ron, wringing her hands nervously. Harry was reminded strongly of Dobby and had to suppress a grin. "Granger, Hermione." Hermione whimpered and shrank back into her seat, forcing Harry and Ron to seize an elbow each and shove her to her feet. She muttered spells under her breath as she walked toward the platform. From their position in the middle row it was easy for Harry and Ron, and just about everyone else for that matter, to see she was shaking. She waited at one end of the platform, eyes never leaving the spot the dummy would appear. She stood with her feet apart, knees slightly bent so she was ready to move and her wand held tightly in her hand. The dummy appeared, and Hermione felt her mind quiet. She felt all her fears disappear. There was no room for nerves in this. She leapt to the right, avoiding a jet of flame, and fired a stunner. The dummy deflected it with a shield charm and fired off several basic curses in quick succession. She didn't even have time to identify all of them and didn't have the advantage of hearing them as the dummies were mute. She dodged and weaved and fired spell after spell at the dummy. It wasn't long before she felt herself tiring. All of that time she spent inside with her books was working against her now. She needed to end things fast or the dummy would win through simple endurance. Hermione's eyes searched for a way to end things while she continued to dodge and block the dummy's spells. Her breathing was labored and sweat was beading on her forehead when she finally found the end she was looking for. She fired without hesitation, sending a complicated entanglement Jinx she'd come across while reading the 6th year text. Her spell hit its target and the dummy collapsed, its arms and legs snapping together, bound by invisible bonds. Hermione stood perfectly still, breathing heavily, for a few moments. It was almost as though she expected it to get back up. Eventually the sound of the crowd made its way through the haze the fight had induced and she looked up to see most of the school applauding her. She started to blush and glanced up at the ranking. She was number 2. That rankled a bit but she couldn't deny that Ginny had been good. "See, Hermione," Ron grinned, when she took her seat again. "Nothing to it." "Right," Hermione panted. "That was easy." "I think that was sarcasm," Ginny noted, looking at Hermione around Ron. "Cheer up, Hermione, it's over now." Hermione nodded and went back to catching her breath. She did find it a lot easier to join the rest of the school cheering now that her turn had come and gone. "Malfoy, Draco." There was a lot of booing as Malfoy strutted toward the platform with a smug smile. He obviously was under the impression that unlike his fellow classmates who, in his opinion, were unworthy and untalented fools, he was sure to find the task of overpowering his dummy simple. Ron growled down at Malfoy and then glared at the back of Daphne's head. She'd absently reached back and patted his knee consolingly and he wasn't sure if she was humoring him or what. "Bloody git," said Harry. "Idiot's not going to last very long with an attitude like that." "Like that's a bad thing," Ron pointed out. "True." Harry laughed for a full 5 minutes when it was all over. Hermione was forced to cast a silencing charm around him so he wouldn't disturb anyone. To say that Malfoy had been put in his place was an understatement. To say that he'd been slaughtered was too kind. What the smug Slytherin fifth year actually experienced down on the platform was supreme humiliation at its finest. Happily, for the crowd, there was a lot of blood. Malfoy took his usual smug approach to the test. It was oddly reminiscent of the time in third year when he had ignored Hagrid's warning and ended up with a giant gash in his arm. He strutted onto the platform smiling like it was all some sort of joke. He even fired the first spell. Not that it helped. For all his smug, pureblood, superiority, he really didn't last long. Every spell he fired was blocked or dodged, everything fired at him came faster and stronger than he was expecting. It took all of 2 spells and 42 seconds to wipe the smug smile off his pale face. It took 7 minutes and 38 seconds for Malfoy to end up on the receiving end of 3 bludgeoning hexes, a cutting curse, 2 scorching hexes and a tickling jinx. By the time he was felled by a sleep spell, he was bleeding profusely from a deep cut on his chest, an angry-looking head wound that had him swaying and 3 of his fingers were pointing the wrong way. He went the way of everyone else, carted off on a stretcher to the hospital wing unconscious, bleeding and ranking in at just number 6. No one had yet been able to bump Ginny out of first place and Abby was still holding strong at number 3. Geez, check out the look on Snape's face. Fred laughed. Sitting amongst the teachers, Snape had taken on a look that was strongly reminiscent of someone beeping on. McGonagall was attempting to console him on the loss of one of Slytherin's prize students. Her attempts were somewhat hampered by her obvious amusement at seeing the self-appointed Prince of Slytherin taken down a peg or 4. Who cares about Snape? George laughed delightedly. Look at all the Slytherins. Across the Great Hall a sea of Slytherin students were scowling darkly at any student who dared to point out just how pathetic Malfoy's performance had been. One laughing 7th year along the row from Harry was laughing about the terrified and tearful look on Malfoy's face right before the end. Honestly, Daphne sneered. Draco is nothing but a pureblood rich boy with the misguided view that he is somehow important in the scheme of things. Just because Daddy's a Death Eater, he thinks he rules the whole damn house. Not after this he won't. Bet you 5 galleons Dumbledore hears a complaint from Daddy Dearest by Monday, Daphne offered Ron. Huh, he scoffed. Malfoy won't last that long, old Malfoy Sr. will be banging on Dumbledore's door tomorrow night. You're on, Daphne agreed, shaking Ron's hand. He better be, Harry muttered to the twins, under cover of the loud applause being given to the second fifth year to defeat their dummy. He hasn't got 5 galleons. Through the sudden silence, you could hear the twins laughing. Harry looked around confused, but it seemed the rest of the school paid more attention than he did. They were keeping an eye on the order of things. Potter, Harry. It was Harry's turn. Dumbledore was a very old and wise man. He had seen a lot in his lifetime that had given him cause to label the world barmy and move on. He had been witness to hundreds of children growing up and seen more than his share of battles. Some where victory came at a great cost, others where that cost had almost been worth it. He had known many men and women, Aurors for the ministry and dueling champions. He thought he had seen enough in his life to know what came next. And then 15-year-old Harry Potter stepped onto a platform in the Great Hall of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Harry didn't know what to expect. He'd almost thought Allie would skip right on past his name. He knew, logically, that she couldn't do that because that alone would raise questions, but his facing the dummy would raise questions all on its own. A little suspicious of what she had in store, he made his way down the rows and toward the platform. Around him the Great Hall was filled with whispers. No doubt everyone was discussing whether he would defeat his dummy and whether or not he would prove his worth or turn out like Malfoy and be completely humiliated. This didn't bother Harry one bit, mostly because half the members of the Adata and those he shared Dada with were hiding themselves behind hurriedly erected shield charms. It was drawing them some funny looks, but they didn't seem to notice. What did bother him was the smug look Allie gave him as he walked past her. That was more worrying than a bit more gossip amongst the students. This particular version of her smug look was one he was all too familiar with and was usually followed by something he didn't like or Ruby. He had yet to figure out why the two looks were the same, but he was working on it. He stood slightly to the left of the platform's center so he was closer to Allie, as it was best to keep an eye on her at all times when that smirk was in play. There was no doubting, even in the minds of those Slytherin students who so loathed him, that he looked an intimidating sight. Black jeans, dragon hide boots and a black t-shirt that also sported the WWW logo in flashing colors gave him that edgy look usually reserved for people you expect to smoke cigarettes at an early age and steal things. The suspicious look he was giving off also helped with the intimidation factor. Allie clicked her fingers and the Death Eater dummy, apparated, onto the platform. Harry hit it with a nifty little blasting curse he'd found in Allie's Dada textbook, the one she'd used when she was in her 7th year. Then he sheepishly rubbed the back of his neck while the crowd of students and teachers were forced to duck and cover their heads. Little splinters of his dummy rained down over the great hall. Maybe that was a bit stronger than I thought. He turned to Allie with a bit of a laugh and gave her an amused smile. The crowd around him had recovered from the sudden shower of splinters and was staring at him, eyes wide and mouths hanging open. He honestly hadn't intended to hit the dummy that hard, but it was the first opportunity he'd had to test out that spell and he'd obviously forgotten how strong he actually was. It had been a while since he'd fought anyone who wasn't a Death Eater or highly trained ministry workers like Ruby and Allie. The sudden tingling sensation on the back of his neck was all the warning he got. Harry threw himself flat as a spell shot through where his head had been just moments before and struck a 7th-year Hufflepuff in the chest. He spun around quickly and found another dummy bearing down on him. He moved quickly, springing to his feet and firing off a bludgeoning hex. The dummy dodged the spell and shot a disarming spell at him. Harry ducked and hit it with a severing charm that cut it straight down the middle from head to groin. He waited, and then got attacked from behind by a dummy that was obviously covered in silencing charms. "Alexandria Leah Martin, you are a dead woman," Harry shouted as he flipped the dummy that had tried to grab him in a headlock. "Dummy first," she called back. A more advanced dummy he could have expected, but a steady stream of Merlin knew how many dummies was new. Only Allie could be that annoying. He loved her for it, really he did. Just not while he was fighting a dummy that seemed to prefer the Muggle style of hand-to-hand combat over spells and charms. "How many are there?" Harry caught the dummy's extended leg before it could connect and tossed it back, throwing the dummy off balance. He followed it forward and kicked it, keeping it distracted while he whipped out his wand and hit it with a banishing charm that caused another splinter shower. They weren't even particularly difficult dummies either. What the hell Allie was up to was the question in the forefront of his mind. That would be cheating, she informed him. Another dummy lunged at him, almost before it had finished materializing. It kicked him in the chest and shot a stunner at him in the next moment. Harry stumbled backward, taking the kick and using the momentum to create enough room between them for his shield charm. They were close enough that the spell deflected straight back on its owner. The dummy dropped and was immediately replaced by another. This dummy lasted just as long as the others and Harry was able to get behind it. A sharp twist and the head came free in his arms. The body dropped and Harry waited expectantly for the next attack. It didn't come. He kicked the body of the dummy away and tossed the head over his shoulder. He didn't even notice the silence of the crowd as his eyes were focused solely on his girlfriend and her stupid smug smile. He stalked toward her across the platform, oblivious to the astonished spluttering coming from the teacher's table. "What the hell was that?" Harry demanded. "I would also like an explanation." Harry didn't jump, but he did give a barely noticeable startled twitch in Dumbledore's direction as he swooped down on Allie. "That was a 5th-year dummy, 2 6th-year and 2 7th-year dummies," she responded with a shrug. "I'm going to have to do some work with another dummy for tomorrow as you went through those nice and quick." Harry gave her a blank look, not quite sure how he was supposed to respond to that. Dumbledore studied his young Dada professor with a frown. "Am I to understand, Professor Martin, that Harry has just defeated the dummies intended for not only his fellow 5th years but the 6th and 7th years as well?" Harry glared at her. This was just what they needed, a highly suspicious Dumbledore with evidence to prove that something wasn't quite right with Harry. "Yes, sir." She pointed to the students' ranks on the canvas above the teachers' section and both Harry and Dumbledore turned to look. Harry's score was 10 times that of any other students and the difference was such that he'd been placed much further up the canvas than the actual ranking, leaving Ginny with the technical title of first place. "What? I don't get a ranking." Allie gave him a pointed look and turned back to face her boss. "I didn't think it was fair to compare the other students to Harry, I wanted to get a more accurate look at what he can do." "You lying cow," Harry muttered. She just had to open her mouth and dig a deeper and deeper hole. "Mr. Potter." McGonagall shouted and Harry jumped a foot in the air. Give him a Death Eater any day, but McGonagall still managed to scare the hell out of him. 5 points from Gryffindor for your disrespect of a teacher. Sorry, Professor, Harry replied, not sounding sorry at all. Can I go back to my seat now? Only, I want to see Ron face his dummy before dinner. McGonagall glared at him and Harry had to fight not to take a step back. Ali swallowed a laugh while Dumbledore braved whatever it was that had kept him from looking Harry in the eyes. He gave Harry a piercing blue stare that Harry assumed was supposed to make him break and divulge all of his secrets. He raised an inquisitive eyebrow at Dumbledore and ignored the gentle probing he could feel in his mind. I wouldn't try it, sir, Ali advised. You'll just end up with a headache. Dumbledore jumped, eyes darting away from Harry's. He frowned at Ali but then turned back to McGonagall and motioned for her to precede him to the teachers' section. Let us continue with this delightful tournament. Harry rolled his eyes at Ali behind Dumbledore's back and inadvertently was caught by Snape who, for just a moment and were talking infinitesimal, almost appeared to smile. There was a quirk of the lips and that threw Harry more than anything else that had happened today. Disturbed, Harry hurried back to his seat and ignored all the people staring at him or hurriedly moving aside to let him through. Hermione opened her mouth. Not now, Hermione, Harry hissed. Hermione's mouth shut with a snap and after giving him a few moments of suspicious glare she turned back to watch the next fifth year getting pushed face first into the platform by a heavy dummy foot. Harry shifted uncomfortably under the weight of many stares. Most students kept turning away from the platform to shoot him furtive glances. He didn't need to lock eyes with anyone to know what he would see. Some would be scared, most likely the younger students who had never spent much time with him. Some would be suspicious, likely wondering if he had cheated in some way to bring the spotlight back on him. The rest would be envious, wondering at the ease with which he had dispatched his 5 dummies. Weasley, Ronald. Ron didn't show anywhere near the level of confidence Malfoy had shown, but he did almost strut down to the platform. Harry snorted, Daphne rolled her eyes and Emmy and Abby exchanged amused looks. Ron stepped onto the platform and performed a quick spell before turning back and walking off the platform. There was some jeering as people thought he had chickened out. Then he walked past Ali and she held up her hand for a high five. Nice, she congratulated. I try, Ron grinned. On the scoreboard his name rocketed up to number 4 and quite a few people were looking around trying to figure out what had happened. Dumbledore was chuckling and was the first to start clapping. The rest of the school followed suit, somewhat hesitantly as they had no idea what had happened. A perfectly executed anti-apparition jinx, Mr. Weasley. Dumbledore shouted above the rather quiet clapping. Ron turned and offered a slight bow before returning to his seat with a grin. That night, long after the tournament had finished and the Great Hall had been returned to its former state for dinner, Dumbledore sat behind his desk staring thoughtfully down at his pensieve. In it the memory of Harry's fight swirled around like liquid. He had been staring at it for some time and had yet to build up the courage to watch it. Every moment, every second, was etched into his memory with clarity most would assume a man of his age lacked. There was nothing forgettable about this memory, nothing forgettable about the moment. Harry Potter was truly an extraordinary boy. That was what worried him. Across from him Snape sat staring into the fire with what may have, to the trained eye, been a bored look. He was curious about Harry as well but not curious enough to feel that secret midnight meetings with the headmaster were warranted. He was using the time to strengthen his occlumency shields as he had no doubt this was one memory the Dark Lord could never see. He may not have liked the boy, but he was Lily's son and quite possibly the wizarding world's only hope of defeating the Dark Lord. Snape glanced across the desk to see if Dumbledore had moved from his position, elbows resting on the desk, chin on steeped fingers. He hadn't, so Snape turned back to the fire. Clothed in her tartan dressing gown, McGonagall remained quiet in her chair beside Snape. She was, truth be told, falling asleep. She'd been keeping an eye on Harry ever since Ali first approached her about starting the Adata, and it had only taken her 2 transfiguration lessons and a quick word with her fellow professors to come to the conclusion that Harry had not spent his summer sitting idle waiting for news. He'd sought training, he'd studied hard. She failed to see, like Snape, why this warranted a midnight chat. Ginny wasn't asleep. She was in fact playing the most dangerous game of solitaire ever played. She was playing it with exploding snap cards on top of a low cabinet Dumbledore used to keep rare books in. She was disillusioned and cloaked in silencing charms, shield charms, secrecy charms and the invisibility cloak. She was so well hidden it may even take the Marauders map a couple of tries to locate her. It hadn't. Harry had taken great pride in his father's spellmanship when the map located Ginny without trouble. Still, there was no chance of the three professors having the emergency powwow, locating her. Now if they would only get to the point of this meeting. It was McGonagall who broke the silence. Honestly, Albus, are we here for a reason? Tomorrow is going to be a long enough day as is. I have no doubt we will be receiving many complaints from parents, so may I suggest we do this tomorrow at a better time. Ginny turned to watch, catching the stern look her Transfiguration teacher was giving Dumbledore. Ginny was left in no doubt that Dumbledore had just unknowingly handed over control of this meeting. She was also ridiculously thankful that tomorrow it was Fred who was on Dumbledore duty. I fear you're right, Minerva, Dumbledore sighed heavily. In a weird, more accurately terrifying, moment Ginny and Snape rolled their eyes in sync. Perhaps tomorrow we will be able to make sense of the mystery young Harry has become. Ginny was pretty sure every previous headmaster still awake joined her and Snape in the eye-rolling this time around. Professor McGonagall stood stiffly and exited with a sharp good night to Dumbledore. Snape swept out of the room immediately after her. It was a pity Ginny didn't get the chance to follow them as they exchanged a hurried and whispered conversation about Dumbledore's increasing senility. But Ginny didn't follow them. She had to wait another 15 minutes while Dumbledore returned the pensive to its cabinet and blew out the candles. Once he'd gone, Ginny hopped down from the cabinet and gathered her cards. "How goes the bum?" Anadina joked from her portrait. Ginny didn't bother to question why this particular portrait could see her. Or how it was that she even knew about the numb bum conversation for that matter. "Numb as ever," she replied smartly. "Good night, Madam Smith." "Good night, Ginny dear." It was 15 minutes until breakfast was due to start and Malfoy was pacing back and forth in front of the majority of Slytherin house in the Slytherin common room. His arms were gesticulating wildly and his face was slightly flushed. Daphne was about ready to hex him into a coma and drop him in the lake. One of Malfoy's fists was gripping a copy of a letter his father had sent him and he was regaling the Slytherins with a list of Harry's pathetic A.S.king qualities and his own wonderful pureblood ones. Given that pureblood superiority was a common trait amongst Slytherins, Daphne felt Malfoy should at least be congratulated on managing to get every Slytherin, even those who hated Harry on principle, on Harry's side. She'd never seen so many seventh years fingering their wands and rolling their eyes. Prince of Slytherin, Malfoy was no longer. Even the name Malfoy couldn't sway over the old families after yesterday's abysmal performance. Malfoy, so wrapped up in his "when my father gets here" rant, hadn't noticed half of Slytherin house slipping out of the common room. He also didn't notice Daphne innocently sticking her foot out to trip him. He did notice when he tumbled to the floor and was suddenly surrounded by angry and fed-up seventh years and a happily smug Daphne. Daphne snatched up the letter from Lucius Malfoy and scanned its contents. "Is your father aware of who is teaching defense this year?" she asked casually. Malfoy glared at her, but with 6 wands and a stern glare being pointed at him he wasn't about to argue. He knows she's a stupid, overconfident witch. With stories as bad as Lockhart. Daphne, who had always been given everything she could ask for in life, had never truly understood when people described good things happening like Christmas coming early. Now, thanks to Malfoy, she could understand the saying perfectly. "Oh, this is going to be so fun." The excitement surrounding Day 2 of the Defense Against the Dark Arts tournament was such that just 3 people at Hogwarts read the Daily Prophet that morning. Hermione wasn't even one of them as she was preoccupied with both freaking out and being annoyed. Susan Bones was the only student who bothered to read her copy of the Prophet and as such was the only student aware of Bianca Day's latest article. Unfortunate really is it was her best and most important article to date. It was unedited, unfinished and had been sent in from no one knew where. Bianca Days had gone missing. A note attached to the beginning of the article stated that it had been sent to Bianca's brother asking that he forward it to the Daily Prophet. In the article, Days had listed every attack the Death Eaters had participated in, every accident they had been the cause of, and she had the evidence to back it up. Bianca Days had done what no other reporter or journalist had been able to do. She had provided thorough evidence to support her claims and even went so far as to demand answers from the ministry for their failure to take action against the looming threat. This article was everything Harry needed to whip the wizarding world into action. It was everything that Dumbledore had been working toward. Such a pity it was squished in the opinion page between a rant from Mrs. Gillyhaven about illegal dragon breeding and a complaint from an innkeeper in Bath about the rising price of fire whiskey. Still, it was a good article and Susan felt sure she could put it to good use. She made dozens of copies, gave them to the house elves and made sure they were posted in all of the house common rooms. She sent copies to every wizarding magazine, including Witch Weekly and The Quibbler, she could think of. She sent copies to her aunt and made a special point of sending an annotated copy to Minister Fudge. She may not have been good at the physical aspects of defense, but there was a reason she was a part of the Adata. It was time Susan played her part. Hermione was furious. She was also refusing to speak to Ron, which he was okay with. As long as she wasn't talking to him, she also wasn't lecturing him about unfair advantages and not telling her how easy it could be to defeat her dummy. So while Hermione sulked and refused to speak to any of the people seated in the stands around her, the people around her happily chatted away about just about anything. "What's got you so smug?" Ron asked Daphne suspiciously. Daphne, who was seated behind him, draped her arms over his shoulders and sighed happily. "Malfoy wrote to Daddy Dearest last night and he should be here sometime this morning. And this is a good thing, why?" Ron frowned back at her, not even noticing the way Hermione had taken a brief respite from her furious silence to glare suspiciously at Daphne and Ron. Remember that run-in Harry had with Lucius during the summer? Ron's confusion turned quickly into a smug grin that mirrored Daphne's perfectly. "This is going to be bloody brilliant." And it was. Sort of. Just moments before the first sixth year was set to face her dummy, the doors to the Great Hall burst open and Lucius Malfoy strode in with his son trailing smugly behind him. It was the kind of dramatic entrance that takes meticulous planning and an ego the size of Europe. The occupants of the Great Hall stopped talking to watch as Dumbledore met Lucius and his son halfway. Lucius had on his usual superior smile and he greeted Dumbledore amicably, or as amicably as it is possible to be while wishing the other a slow and painful death. No one noticed Harry rise from the stands and make his way towards them. Except for Daphne, who nudged Ron's shoulder with her chin. She never had gotten around to removing her arms from his shoulders. "Ah, Lucius, wonderful to see you. How unfortunate it is not under better circumstances," Lucius remarked dryly. "And what circumstances would those be?" Harry interrupted coldly. Lucius jumped a foot in the air but chose not to acknowledge it. He turned to face Harry and snarled. "That, Potter, is none of your business," Malfoy returned with a glare. "Funny that," Harry said conversationally, never taking his eyes off Malfoy Sr. He didn't need to in order to know that Ali was coming up behind him or that they were the center of attention. "How's that shoulder coming, Lucius?" Ali queried when she came to a stop beside Harry. Me," Ali acknowledged. "Might I suggest, Lucius, that you leave before Harry here decides it was a mistake to leave you your arm. You dare threaten my father?" The younger Malfoy snapped. "Don't you know who he is?" Ali looked the younger Malfoy up and down with a disappointed coldness and then eyed Lucius the same way. "I'm well aware of who and what your father is, Draco," Ali answered. "And I have a history of being very unkind and often violent to those Death Eaters I arrest. Most of them end up dead," Harry offered helpfully. "I'm still finding bits of McNair in my boots." Dumbledore frowned at Harry while both Malfoys turned a little green. Ali gave him a bemused smile. "What?" Harry demanded. "Brain matter gets everywhere." Ali probably should have stopped him from talking, but as she wanted Dumbledore's attention focused solely on Harry for the time being, she thought it best she just left him to dig a bigger hole. Harry caught her eye and winked. Dumbledore opened his mouth to say something, remembered the shower of splinters he'd experienced yesterday and decided against it. "Perhaps, we should move this discussion to my office," Dumbledore suggested to Lucius, though his eyes never left Harry. "We seem to be interrupting the defense against the dark arts testing." He didn't look happy about it, but Lucius was unwilling to make any more of a scene, especially given the way Harry was looking at him. There was something about the smirk on Harry's face that screamed, "If you do not get out of my way, I will personally make sure your limbs part with your body slowly and painfully." Lucius offered Harry one last glare and followed after Dumbledore. Well, that was disappointing. Ali patted his shoulder as she wandered back toward McGonagall and the first sixth year was called up. Harry returned to his seat in the stands and shared a disappointed sigh with Daphne. I had such high hopes, she said dramatically. Yeah, me too, Ron agreed. Oh, lighten up. Ginny rolled her eyes at her two friends and brother. Can you imagine what old Lucius will do to Malfoy after he finds out what happened yesterday? All three brightened up considerably and returned their attention to cheering on the sixth years. It seemed the sixth years had taken everything that happened the day before to heart and were putting up an impressive fight against their dummies. Just over half of the sixth years managed to defeat their dummies, half of those scoring enough to face a seventh year dummy after lunch, Emmy amongst them. The seventh years progressed along the same lines, though the twins, by far were the best. While Ginny maintained her place in first position, the twins bumped Hermione from her second place spot, disturbingly scoring equal points despite using different spells to defeat their dummies. Emmy nudged in at third and a seventh year managed to make it to fifth place. Much to Ron's annoyance, the morning saw him lose his place in fourth position and drop back to 10th. Hermione was a bit smug about that and actually broke her angry silence to offer him some sharp words. See, Ron, you should have worked harder. Ron rolled his eyes and Hermione's smug smile faltered when both Daphne and Emmy leant forward to place a consoling key on each of his cheeks. They broke for lunch, and then started all over again with those skilled enough to need a tougher dummy. This is going to work a little differently, Ali announced once everyone had settled back into the Great Hall. If you were good enough to defeat your dummy and did it well enough to face a tougher opponent, you will get up on the platform and face dummy after dummy until you get defeated or stop scoring enough. Very much like what Harry Potter did yesterday. Understood. There was the general sound of 100+ students noncommittally agreeing and Ali rolled her eyes. Geez, way to sound enthusiastic. The enthusiasm only showed when the students were cheering, and even then it was shouts of encouragement and a lot of wincing. Round 2 of the testing was tough, quite possibly worse than round 1. The few first years who managed to defeat their dummies the day before lasted just moments against the second year dummies. The same went for the second years. In fact, the first person being retested to actually put up a fight was Jessica, the third year Slytherin girl who had piqued Ron's interest. Jessica fought hard to hold off her dummy, but in the end, after a fight that lasted nearly 15 whole minutes, she was felled by a stunner. Abby was a whole other story. When her name was called, she stomped down onto the platform and kicked dummy ass. The fifth-year dummy she was facing went down hard after a 10-minute struggle, and Abby had just seconds to catch her breath before a sixth-year dummy was bearing down on her. She put up a good fight, firing hexes, curse and jinxes in rapid succession, barely giving the dummy a chance to fire back its own spells. In the end, it was a sharp kick to her left knee and an elbow to the head that sent her down. Luna met her match in a sixth-year dummy. She put up a fight, dodging spells and firing back her own, but in the end the match was too close. She took the dummy down with a cutting curse, but not by a high enough point margin to warrant facing a sixth-year dummy. She was breathing heavily and sweating when she took her seat in the stands. Hermione offered her a cool glass of water that she'd quickly conjured. Luna smiled gratefully. And then came little Ginny Weasley. Ginny's fight wasn't just tough. It was a massacre of dummy limbs, blood and sweat. Her first fight, the one against the fifth-year dummy, went much the same as her fight against the fourth-year one the day before. A quick flick of the wrist and a dodge to the right and the dummy was down. Dummy number 2, the sixth-year one, was quicker. It dodged her spells, threw up ridiculously strong shield charms and attacked her physically. They struggled back and forth until finally a well-placed severing charm took out the dummy's knees. Ginny lay panting on the platform and then had to roll suddenly to avoid dummy number 3's foot. It was this dummy, the seventh-year one, that proved her downfall. After struggling back and forth for 8 minutes and 39 seconds, Ginny went down hard. The dummy swept her feet out from under her and hit her in the chest with a sleep spell. She hit her head hard when she went down, and Madame Pomfrey had to hurry her off to the hospital wing. Ginny was doing everything she could to hold on to her top ranking, but she slipped down to second behind a seventh year. Hermione, like Ginny, found her downfall in the seventh-year dummies. She also put up a fight, but in the end it was too much. Daphne Greengrass managed to defeat a seventh-year dummy but didn't score the necessary points to fight anything of a higher level. She slumped back into her seat behind Ron looking flushed and exhausted. Hermione conjured another glass of water while Emmy rubbed Daphne's back soothingly. That was a bye.ch, daphne.mo.ned. I ache all over. Me too, Hermione groaned. She'd started talking to her friends once she'd fought. She didn't see the point in holding a grudge after that. I feel for you, Harry told them. But it's my turn now and Merlin knows what she's got in store for me now. What she had in store for Harry was a dummy that looked suspiciously like Tonks. It wasn't a Death Eater look-alike, it was a small and faster dummy that had pink hair. Tonks! He shouted incredulously as he ducked a very powerful stinging hex that burned a hole in the platform behind him. You made a replica Tonks. Harry ducked a flying ball of green slime that he assumed was supposed to impair his vision. It was a nifty trick and he was definitely going to look that one up. Made one of Ruby too. Harry didn't like the sound of that, but dummy Tonks was keeping him on his toes. He'd never fought Tonks before, but it wouldn't surprise him if Allie had made a list of all the spells she knew. Dummy Tonks used a combination of physical attacks and spells. The spells were ones that would have done the Weasley twins proud as they combined practical jokes with serious spells that were powerful enough to take off Harry's head if he wasn't careful. Harry hadn't had so much fun since Allie had stopped being able to fight him. He dodged spells, flung back ones of his own and exercised his hand-to-hand skills. 14 minutes and 16 seconds of non-stop, teeth and claw fighting, and Harry was grinning like an idiot. He probably shouldn't have been enjoying it so much, but what the hell. He was made for the fight. The rush of adrenaline and doing it with the knowledge that the world wasn't going to end if he lost made it all the sweeter. And then dummy Tonks went down and an instant later Harry was parrying blows from a dummy that, true to Allie's words, resembled Ruby to a T. Harry was actually laughing by the time he pinned dummy Ruby to the floor with a knee to the chest and wand pointed at its throat. A quick stunner and he was done. He rolled off her and lay back on the platform, letting the cheers of the crowd leak through to his ears for the first time. He breathed deeply and tried to shake the happy smile, but it refused to move. A hand appeared in his line of vision and he let Ally pull him up. I missed that, Harry admitted. Me too, just 2 more months and I'll be back to wiping the floor with you. Can't wait. Breakfast on Monday morning brought with it several welcome letters from home and a letter from Dumbledore that Harry had honestly been expecting the night before. He read that one first as it had been hand-delivered by a nervous and awestruck second year who stood staring at Harry for a full minute before Ron told her to scram. The note was a simple demand to be in the headmaster's office at 7 o'clock and a postscript that contained the password. The man has an obsession with sweets, Harry muttered in annoyance. Ron nodded his agreement and took a large bite off the end of a strip of bacon. Hermione frowned at them both for the not-so-nice words to Dumbledore but couldn't really find it in her to disagree. Then half a dozen owls swooped down on Harry and he disappeared beneath a pile of quivering feathered bodies. He emerged several moments later with a fistful of letters, spitting out a mouthful of feathers. Ron roared with laughter and Hermione hid her smile behind the morning's copy of the Daily Prophet. What have you got there, mate? Harry glanced down at the pile of letters. There was a letter from Sirius, one from Ruby, a letter from Gringotts and a pink envelope with his name written in messy block letters that had to be from Lydia. Harry tossed the letter from Sirius across to Ron and opened the one from Ruby. Harry. I'm coming. It will be when you least expect it and likely there will be a hug involved. Do you know how much work I've had to do to change all those birthday plans? I may have to kill Ally when this baby is born just to get her back. See if I ever plan her birthday party again. He who has been banished to Siberia has yet to return. Beeps, but I'll get over it. Oh, and if you get a letter from Gringotts about me, it's just saying that I'm using the money you gave me to pay for that stuff you asked me to do. Love. Ruby. Harry tossed the letter down on the table and picked up the one from Gringotts. Inside was a short formal letter letting him know that the funds had been transferred, per request, to the account of Miss Ruby Reed. That one hit the table as well and he picked up the letter from Lydia. This one was heavier than the others and when Harry opened it he discovered it contained several drawings and a wizarding photograph. The drawings were all of the Burrow and though they were quite rough they showed that Lydia was quite the talented artist. The photo, a colorful one, was of Lydia being chased around the kitchen of Grimmauld Place by a big black dog. Harry smiled widely and handed the photo across the table to Ron before turning to the letter. Dear Harry. Mrs. Weasley is teaching me to cook. We made cupcakes and cookies yesterday and then we went to Snuffle's house and he chased me around the house. We had lots of fun and Mrs. Weasley said we could visit again if I was good. Tomorrow she said she would take me into the village and we could have ice cream. I really like it here, everyone is nice to me and I don't have nightmares anymore. On Thursday Mr. Weasley even said he would take me to work with him. Thank you for rescuing me. Love, Lydia. It was a nice feeling, knowing that what he had done for Lydia was good for her. Given that the plan, when he went to the Knott family home, had been merely to confront her father, not rescue her from him, he was glad things had worked out for her. Harry also couldn't help smiling at the family he was building himself. Not only did he have his horrible aunt, uncle and cousin, but he now had a girlfriend, a baby on the way, wonderful friends and a godfather. If only Voldemort would drop dead of his own accord, then Harry could have the life he'd always dreamed of having. Ron and Harry exchanged letters and Harry finally got around to reading the letter from his godfather. Ron snorted over the drawings Lydia sent Harry but did admit that he would be placing the one of the burrow's exterior beside his bed. Shaking his head and laughing at his friend, Harry focused on the messy scrawl that was Sirius handwriting. Harry, I don't know how you did it and frankly until I can do something about it I don't want to know. But I can tell you this, what you did for Lydia was a good thing. You did good kid, but when you get home at Christmas you and I are going to talk. There are things I need to know and there are things you need to know. No more traipsing around playing the hero. Leave the fight to Dumbledore and the Order, at least until you know more anyway. Feel free to get as many detentions as you please, though try to stay out of the Forbidden Forest until you can transform into a big hairy beast and stay safe. Say hi to Hermione and Ron and tell Ginny and the twins I expect to hear about all the pranks they've pulled. Love, Snuffles. Feeling that this was a letter that Harry could share with Hermione and not raise too many awkward questions, he passed it to her. He ignored the twinge of guilt he got when he thought about all of the secrets he was keeping from her and all of the ones he was still keeping from Ron. When it came down to it, there was no reason he couldn't tell Ron the truth. He'd been great when Harry told him and the twins about Ali finding him over the summer and offering to train him up to protect himself. Ron had been and was continuing to be very supportive of Harry's decisions and actions regarding the war against Voldemort. He really should tell him the truth both about his relationship with Ali and his not-so-human nature. He was still going to put off telling Hermione for as long as possible, but perhaps it was time he told his oldest friend everything. Harry's thoughts were interrupted by Ali stomping down the row between the house tables towards him. She looked absolutely livid and Harry assumed, judging by the scrunched-up parchment in her fist, that she'd just gotten some bad news in the morning mail. Hermione and Ron's discussion over the latest attempt by Fudge to discredit Dumbledore trailed off as Ali stopped behind Harry. Stupid, ignorant, blind fool. She growled, thrusting the parchment toward Harry. Take my classes today, would you? Sure. Harry glanced down and after unfurling the parchment realized it was a copy of Ali's lesson plans for the day. Can I ask why? Ali rolled her eyes. Slight unfortunate side effect of the Distract Dumbledore plan, Ali explained. He may be focused on you but he had enough time to send an Order member to the house. He what? Harry snarled, shooting a glare over Ali's shoulder at a poor unsuspecting Dumbledore. Did they get in? Ali smiled grimly. They're stuck in the wards in the foyer. Kipper is keeping an eye on them while Tilly came here to warn me. Do you want me to go with you? Harry asked. Ron can handle your classes for today. Ron's ears turned pink and he sat up straighter, flushed with pride that Harry thought him capable of teaching defense against the dark arts, even if it was only for a day. Hermione looked completely startled and her mouth dropped open in astonishment. Ali offered Ron a small, tight smile. I know he can but it's probably best if you're not seen near the house while there are Order members lurking around. Harry shrugged. If you're sure. Next time someone breaks in I promise to take you with. Just be careful and try not to kill anyone. I make no promises, she answered cheekily. Have fun, teach. Ali disappeared out of the Great Hall and Hermione stared after her for several long minutes after she'd gone before turning her gaze on Harry. Harry tried not to notice and instead struck up a conversation with Ron about what he was going to do in his classes the rest of the day. Who've you got first? Ron asked eagerly. Third-year Ravenclaws and then second-year Slytherins, a double with the first-year Gryffindors and then a double with the seventh years. Busy day, yeah, Ron commented. I don't fancy having to teach those Slytherins, Harry admitted. Ron just shrugged, reaching for another piece of toast. I wouldn't worry, Daphne reckons you'll have no problems after the show you put on. Daphne. Harry smirked at his friend. When did you talk to Daphne? We both pulled prefect duty last night, Ron replied, not seeming to realize where Harry was going with that smirk of his. Hermione did, however, and she was momentarily distracted from thoughts that were leading her down a surprisingly promising line of thought regarding Harry and Ally's relationship. There's something going on between you and Daphne. Huh. Ron's complete confusion was a little endearing and, were Ginny there and not still stuck in the hospital wing with an overbearing Madame Pomfrey, she may have actually told him he was being cute. But Ginny wasn't there and Harry was, so he laughed his ass off as he stumbled away from the Gryffindor table and toward his first class. Ron frowned and turned around to ask Hermione what that was all about, but she glared at him and stormed off. Before he could really work up the bother to chase after her, Susan dropped into her vacated chair and started eating breakfast. Wrong table, Bones. I'm aware, Ron, but I need to talk to you. Ron nodded. Walk you to class. Susan smiled tiredly. Thanks, Ron. Harry came to the rather sudden conclusion that if he was to be teaching in Ally's place, then he was going to have some fun doing it. A brief glance at her teaching plan and Harry quickly cast a disillusionment charm on himself and perched on the desk. He always had loved the small tidbits you could overhear whilst invisible. He settled back and waited for the third-year Ravenclaws to arrive, musing on Ron's unknowing relationship with Daphne and the intruder at the house. Wonder where Martin is? A small mousy-looking boy asked. Most of the class shrugged, but Harry had to give them points for warily looking around them. Whatever Ally had been doing in her younger classes was definitely having the desired effect. The third years hadn't just assumed she wasn't there, they'd also started to look around like she might be lurking in a corner invisible. Harry was impressed. When he was a third year he would have been goofing off with Ron right up until the teacher revealed herself by pulling on his ear. Hogwarts had definitely lucked out when Ally signed up for the position of Dada Professor. Harry felt a little unsure of how he would compare to his kick-ass, well-educated and highly intimidating, heavily pregnant girlfriend. He removed the disillusionment charm and greeted the class calmly. Several people screamed while others yelped in surprise. Harry grinned and began teaching without even explaining his presence. There was something about the way no one even questioned him that had Harry wondering just what it was the other students thought of him these days. It was awfully amusing to consider that he might come across as just as intimidating and powerful as Ally. Nymphadora Tonks wasn't an idiot, so when Dumbledore requested she take a look around his new Dada Professor's home on her day off, she'd been hesitant. When Dumbledore told her to take Remus, she was concerned, but when he actually told her that the Dada Professor at Hogwarts was none other than Ally Martin, she knew she was screwed. As instructed, Tonks took Remus along and together they broke into the large manor Ally called home. Much to Remus' confusion, Tonks made sure to go in through the front door. She used her wand just once to unlock the door and wasn't surprised when it slammed shut behind them. Nope, she wasn't surprised at all. When Ally arrived home shortly after breakfast, she found Remus Lupin tangled up in the wards and Tonks sitting cross-legged in the middle of the foyer building a castle out of a deck of Muggle playing cards. Ally smiled slightly at Remus' predicament but chose to address Tonks instead. Nymphadora Tonks, what are you doing? Tonks didn't even jump at the sudden intrusion on the silence, but Remus did flinch, setting off another set of wards that resulted in him hanging upside down, arms and legs spread wide like a star. Watch her, Martin, Tonks said pleasantly, looking up from her cards. Congratulations on the new job. Ally accepted the congratulations with a smile and a slight tilt of the head. I take it Dumbledore sent you two to check up on me. Remus nodded and then immediately wished he hadn't. It felt as though every ounce of blood in his body had migrated to his head. Perhaps you could release me from your wards, Miss Martin, so we may talk. Ally took a few minutes to ponder, rather obviously, on the situation just to annoy him. She then smiled and with a quick click of her fingers released Remus from the wards. Tonks collected together her cards and got to her feet, dusting off her bum as she did. Blimey, Martin, this place needs a good clean. I think that was mud from your boots, Remus interjected. Tonks muttered, looking down at her feet. Seems likely. Ally rolled her eyes. Let's get this over with, shall we? I am sorry, Martin, Tonks admitted sheepishly. But Dumbledore says jump and you ask how high. Ally hazarded a guess. Something like that, she admitted with just a hint of bitterness that Ally grabbed a hold of and tried to exploit. How's your cousin doing cooped up in that wretched house? Ally's words had the desired effect. Tonks tripped over her own feet and stumbled into the doorframe while Remus stopped dead in his tracks, his face drained of all color. Yeesh, Tonks grumped, rubbing her arm where it had hit the door. You really are as good as they say. I'll take that as a compliment, Ally grinned, dropping down on the couch in the living room. You should. Bloody hell, Remus, take a seat, she's not going to bite. I seem to be a bit lost, Remus admitted reluctantly, moving into the room and taking a seat opposite Ally and next to Tonks. Tonks waved her hand at him dismissively. She has this affect on people, she told him without looking away from Ally. How do you know about Sirius? We didn't let anything slip at work, did we? Ally smiled. She'd never had the opportunity to work with Tonks, but just going on what Harry had to say about the bright young Auror and the last few moments of conversation, Ally could tell she was going to like her. She decided to dispense with the pleasantries and get right down to business. Harry trusts you, and if Harry trusts you, then that is good enough for me. What does Harry have to do with this? Remus demanded. He would be the more difficult of the two. Everything, was Ally's simple response. If you trust Harry as much as I do, you'll think before following Dumbledore's orders. He's getting a bit barmy in his old age, isn't he? Tonks agreed cheekily. While neither Remus nor Ally had noticed Tonks' eyes had caught sight of something on the mantel that gave her good cause to believe every word Ally was saying. She just hoped Merlin Remus didn't see what she had seen. Dora, hissed Remus, scandalized. Oh, come on, Remus. He may be Albus Dumbledore, but he sent us to investigate the home of Ally Martin. He's got to be cracked if he thought that was a smart idea. I don't actually think he'd ever heard of me until I applied for the job, Ally admitted, and Tonks' mouth fell open. Man has definitely lost it. Hasn't heard of Ally Martin, huh? Is Dumbledore going to ask to see your memory of this? He might, Tonks acknowledged. Best to do a bit of a tour just in case. One sneaky thief tour of Martin House coming right up. Half an hour later, Tonks was leading Remus out of the house and down the path to the street and a spot outside the wards where they could apparate. Remus grabbed her arm right before she could leave and forced her to look at him. Why do you trust her? I saw something that told me I could. She didn't explain that the something was in fact a photograph of Ally and Harry that sat on the mantelpiece. Or that in the photo a smiling Harry was tossing a giggling Ally over his shoulder, caveman style, and swaggering out of the frame. That was the sort of thing she was going to hold onto until the opportunity to hold it over Harry's head arose. She could have such fun with that sort of blackmail material. What we are about to do could very well get us all killed if we're not careful, Ally informed the assembled Adata with a heavy sigh. It is also, unfortunately, something that needs to be done. Daphne glanced over at Ron, silently asking if he had any idea what she was talking about. He shook his head slightly and then offered the same silent question to Ginny. Ginny shook her head and the three turned back to Ally, who had stopped pacing and was standing directly in front of them with her arms crossed atop her pregnant belly. If you're going to be of any use to this school in the war, then you are going to need to know how to apparate. She let her words sink in before she continued. Now I know that some of you already have your licenses and that others have already started the apparition classes this school offers, but that's not good enough. Tonight, those of you who don't know how will learn to apparate. Those who know how will learn to do it more efficiently and, most importantly, silently. How are we supposed to do that? Emmy voiced the question on the tip of everyone's tongues. You can't apparate inside of Hogwarts. I know, Ally acknowledged. That's why this is going to be dangerous. Not only is there the risk of you getting splinched, but there is also the chance that someone could get inside the school when I temporarily remove the wards. It hasn't been confirmed, but it has been speculated that Voldemort has a group of Death Eaters regularly testing the wards around Hogwarts for weaknesses. I'm going to be lowering the wards in this room for 2 hours, so you need to be prepared. This is a one-time only chance, I don't want to risk it again. There was a moment of somber silence as the Adata members considered Ally's heavy words carefully. How do we do this then? Jessie asked, breaking the silence. Ally smiled. This group of kids proved time and time again why they had been chosen for this advanced defense group. Fred, George, Stephen, I want you off to one side working on doing this quietly. Just move in and out of the hoops and concentrate on appearing without a sound. It helps if you don't turn on the spot when disappearing. They nodded and moved to the side of the room she had pointed out, each taking a hoop and waiting for her signal. Emmy, Jesse, you've had some of the lessons so you understand the basic theory. Work with each other until you can apparate confidently in and out of the hoop. Call me if you have any trouble. Once you're confident you can do it, work with the others on doing it quietly. Emmy and Jesse, though they weren't brimming with confidence, nodded determinedly and headed over to their assigned corner. Allie turned to the remaining Adata members and smiled grimly. Take a hoop, I'm going to talk you through the theory, and when you have that down I will remove the wards and we will jump right into it. Ron, Daphne, Luna, Susan, Abby and Ginny spread out, taking a hoop each and exchanging nervous looks. Allie smiled encouragingly, but it didn't help. She chose not to let them know that she had never actually had to apparate before. For as long as she'd been old enough to apparate, longer even, she'd been able to flame travel. She didn't think it would help their nerves any to know that the witch teaching them to apparate had never actually done it herself. The basic idea behind apparition is using your own magic to move yourself to another place. It takes a lot of focus and determination to propel yourself to another position and still keep all of your body parts. There isn't much to it, just the strength and determination to not splinch yourself. There was a collective wince that Allie tried not to notice. Having never experienced apparition firsthand, she sighed along. Apparated with her aunt once, she'd never had to worry about her experience leaving body parts behind. Close your eyes, Ally instructed. Imagine the inside of your hoop, imagine that specific space, the pattern on the floor, anything to help you focus on that spot. When the wards are down I want you to imagine yourself moving into the hoop, channel your magic and stay focused. Allie led them through the focusing exercise several more times before she stood back and announced she was about to take down the wards. Before I do, are there any questions? Yeah, George said. Where's Harry? Allie smiled. Harry is keeping Dumbledore distracted so he doesn't notice the wards coming down. Most of the Adata grimaced at that distasteful chore, and then Allie took the wards down and they threw themselves into the strenuous task of learning to apparate in 2 short hours. The silence had become uncomfortable right around the time Harry had waltzed into Dumbledore's office and thrown himself down in a chair. Harry wasn't exactly helping things, but he was there to keep Dumbledore distracted, so he was doing what he could. He'd started by not wearing his school robes and instead come to the meeting in black jeans, heavy dragon hide boots that were spelled to make no sound and leave no footprints, and a dark blue t-shirt Ruby had given him as a joke. The t-shirt had the words, Harry Potter Rules, written in white letters across the chest. Ruby had found it hilarious and Harry was enjoying the opportunity to wear it. He'd offered Dumbledore a cheerful greeting and then sat watching him, waiting for the headmaster to explain why he had been summoned. They'd been sitting in silence staring at each other, while Harry was staring and Dumbledore was doing everything he could not to look Harry in the eye, for the last 10 minutes. Harry wondered if he could outwait Dumbledore, but he didn't really have the time to find out. In the silence it would be easy for Dumbledore to notice the wards in a particular room coming down. Harry sighed heavily and leaned forward in his chair. He's not here, you know. He tapped the side of his head and watched with smug glee as Dumbledore's eyes widened. Harry, Dumbledore sighed heavily. I've watched the way you are around me, you're afraid. The great Albus Dumbledore, afraid and too afraid at that to ask the simple questions, Harry went on, ignoring Dumbledore's attempt to speak. You didn't talk to me, didn't ask me the important questions. And what are the important questions? Dumbledore asked softly. He seemed older than any other time Harry had spoken to him. Harry understood the type of aging. It was the kind brought on by times of war and the feeling that, despite all you were doing, it still wasn't enough. You should have come to me, Harry said instead. You've dug yourself a grave, old man, and you expect me to get you out. Dumbledore's gaze sharpened at the sign of disrespect, and for just a moment he looked defeated. It didn't last long. Harry, you don't understand, there are things you don't know, things you shouldn't have to know. Harry rolled his eyes. There was a part of him that wanted to shout at Dumbledore, tell him about Allie and the baby, about all of the training he'd done to prepare for the coming fight against Voldemort, but he couldn't. Dumbledore wasn't ready to listen. He was determined to do what he felt was right, even if it meant keeping his strongest ally in the dark. Harry searched for something to say, something to distract Dumbledore but to also start him on the path to understanding. Did you know that I slept in a cupboard under the stairs until I was 11? Dumbledore stiffened in his chair but said nothing. He didn't get a chance because Harry started talking immediately. Even if he had, it wasn't likely anything he had to say could have redeemed to him any to Harry. Did you know that I was used as a South Avenue in that house by my aunt and uncle? That I cooked and cleaned, did the gardening and never got rewarded for it? Dumbledore gave a tired sigh and tried to interrupt but Harry was on a roll now. Do you understand how hard it was growing up in a house without love? Do you understand what it's like to be that boy on the outside, watching the other children open presents at Christmas and never having one of my own? You did that to me. You took me away from any family I still had. You did nothing to prove serious guilt or innocence. You allowed Remus to ignore the only son of his best friend. Do you understand what you did to me? Harry, I had no choice. And why is that? Harry asked politely. He may have been frustrated with his headmaster but that frustration was a good 3 years old for him, 2 years in the trunk and some decent months outside of it in normal time. He'd come to terms with it and now he was using old issues to keep the old man distracted. He really hoped Allie was well underway in her apparition lessons. Wicked. Ron grinned once he had been successfully put back together. He couldn't say leaving a few fingers behind had been a good experience but it was nice to know he was getting better. Beside him, Daphne was apparating back and forth from her hoop without a sound. Show off, he muttered good-naturedly. She'd poked her tongue out at him and turned to help Susan who had also mastered the basic apparition but was having trouble doing so quietly. Luna sat on the floor under the window reading the Evening Prophet for any sign of misreported information regarding Death Eater attacks. She'd surprised, and frankly scared, them all by mastering perfect and silent apparition after just one attempt. The things Luna could do well while still being unable to function socially amazed them all. A sudden happy shriek announced that Abby had just managed her first successful apparition. Successful, that is, was it not for several of her fingernails still lying on the floor outside her hoop. Ew. She giggled, wiggling her suddenly beady fingers. Allie made her way over and fixed her fingernails back to their appropriate digit. Next time, try it without losing those, shall we? Allie gave Abby an amused smile and went to check on Ginny who was still working out a kink that had her leaving the last few inches of her hair behind. Ron whooped excitedly at having finally, successfully, apparated and gave the nearest 3 people a crushing hug. Susan and Jessie bumped heads and had to shove him off with a congratulatory smile and a pained grimace. It had taken them just under 2 hours to get to this point. They had just 12 minutes left but Allie felt they had made enough progress to be useful. Nobody was leaving behind anything vital anymore, so she was comfortable with the knowledge that they could escape in a hurry. Allie just hoped Harry hadn't killed Dumbledore yet. Dumbledore's office was silent. Things had progressed from a list of grievances Harry had with Dumbledore, a list that was almost the length of Dumbledore's beard, to a list of grievances on Sirius' behalf. Harry was quite enjoying the opportunity to bring Dumbledore down a peg but he run out of topics surprisingly fast. He'd covered his first 11 years of life and the summers after that, including the useless warning from the Ministry that was all Dobby's fault. Dobby's fault. Malfoy. Harry had completely forgotten to raise the topic of Malfoy and so breaking his vow of silence, which had lasted all of 4.2 seconds, he'd taken to asking what the strange instruments in Dumbledore's office did to kill time. Harry spoke up. Sir, it was always best to be respectful when you wanted something. Even if you had just spent the last hour and a half picking out everything said person had done to slight you. Can I ask what happened yesterday between you and the Malfoys? Only I went to visit Ginny in the hospital wing last night and saw Malfoy in there looking like he'd been trampled by a dragon. Dumbledore frowned, his grievances against Harry, a list now just as long as Harry's against him, put aside while he tackled that nasty meeting. Lucius did not take kindly to the insinuation that his son was a poor student and demanded Draco be given the chance to face another dummy. What did you say to that, sir? Dumbledore answered, ignoring the slightly sarcastic nature of that, sir. I offered to show him a copy of my memory of Draco's fight against his dummy. The memory contained a true account of what occurred between Draco and his dummy opponent and was not what Lucius had been told occurred. Sadly, I believe Lucius was embarrassed by young Draco's behavior. Harry took embarrassed to mean completely pissed off to the point of a decent thrashing but didn't question it anymore. He needn't have bothered for Dumbledore had finally reached a topic he wanted to discuss and he wasn't about to let Harry get away from it with mindless chatter. A good thing is Harry had just spotted a portrait he hadn't yet asked about. "Harry, I would like you to view a memory with me." Harry was wary but he was also pretty sure that if he was floating around in a pensieve Dumbledore wouldn't be able to tell when the wards came back up. Unfortunately for Harry, the memory Dumbledore wanted to show him was day 2 of the tournament and more specifically his fight against the Tonks and Ruby dummies. Harry and Dumbledore appeared on the platform just as the Tonks dummy appeared. "Why are we watching this?" Dumbledore never took his eyes off the Harry on the platform. Harry wasn't particularly interested in reliving this particular memory and found his eyes wandering over to Ali instead. He was so intently studying the curve of her stomach, the quirk of a smile on her lips and the way her eyes always lit up when they were fighting that he almost missed Dumbledore's answer. "Am I right in understanding that this dummy is an attempt to mimic Nymphadora Tonks?" "That was the idea. Have you any idea why Professor Martin chose to create an imitation of Nymphadora for you to face?" "Yes," Harry answered simply, cringing when he hit the platform after a rather hard strike from Tonks. Evidently, Dumbledore was expecting more of an explanation. Such a pity he didn't get one. "You have spoken to Professor Martin about this?" "Yep." Harry continued to be uncooperative. It was amusing to say the least. "May I inquire as to where you learnt some of the spells you used against this dummy?" "I read a lot over the summer." Dumbledore sighed and switched to watching Harry instead of Memory Harry. It didn't give him any more answers, and when the memory ended and they found themselves back in Dumbledore's office, another silence descended. This one was heavier than any of the previous ones. Dumbledore was even more worried about Harry now than he had been before. Harry may have assured him that Voldemort wasn't in his head, but his disrespectful, distant and almost cocky behavior had Dumbledore fiercely concerned. He tried one more time to get some answers out of Harry, never once finding it unfair that he felt it his right to receive answers when he was outright refusing to give Harry answers to years-old questions. "Harry, I fear that since you left here at the end of last term you have undergone something that has left you not yourself," Dumbledore began slowly, hesitantly. "I cannot begin to imagine how you must have felt after the events of last year, but I feel that there is more to it than that. You have been involved in incidents with Voldemort before and never have you changed so much. Is it so wrong of me to want to know why this change has occurred in you?" Harry rolled his eyes. "Why does everyone assume these changes are for the worst?" "No, don't answer that. Harry." Dumbledore gave a bone-weary sigh. "We're concerned for you. Over the last few months you have displayed behavior dangerously close to indifference when discussing the execution of Death Eaters. You've proved adept at spells well beyond Newt level, and you openly defied attempts made on my behalf to protect you." Tired with it all, Harry gave Dumbledore answers he probably didn't want to hear, least of all because they were mere half-truths. "The end of last term was bad," he admitted. "When I arrived at the Dursleys I was a wreck. I didn't want to eat. The plan was to sleep away the days until school started. What changed? I met a girl, I fell in love. I discovered that the headmaster I had always respected above all others, the headmaster I had trusted to tell me the truth and keep me safe, had in fact lied to me. You didn't bother to tell me I was being watched, didn't me? You went against everything friendship stands for and forced my 2 best friends to keep secrets from me. You did everything you could to hide me away. Harry, it was for your own good. That doesn't work for me," Harry told him honestly, and he probably would have said more, but a sudden feeling on the back of his neck told him something was wrong with Ali. He stood abruptly and made for the door. "When you are ready, and I really do mean you, to talk, then we will." He walked right through the wards Dumbledore had on his office door to discourage people from leaving before he was finished speaking or interrogating them. Harry barely even noticed they were there, but they provided just another concern for Dumbledore's ever-growing list. Ali was being choked by a black-cloaked figure wearing a white mask and heavy brown gloves. It wasn't the nicest sensation, but it was easily fixed. She winked at her attacker and disappeared in a flash of fire, reappearing across the room in front of her students. The Adata were all hidden behind shields, any other time and she would be impressed by how quickly they had been able to erect them. Now wasn't the time. She beckoned Stephen forward and he fired several spells to distract the Death Eater while Ali quickly repaired the wards. She'd been warned it might happen. Ruby had been very specific when she mentioned the rumors of Death Eaters constantly apparating against the wards looking for weakness, but she hadn't thought there was much to them. Surely someone as powerful and knowledgeable as Voldemort could have figured out for himself, say, the schedule of the 6th-year apparition classes. Why waste time pelting the wards when there was a set time each week when Hogwarts was vulnerable? Ali gave up trying to figure out how the, for lack of a better word, man's mind worked and concentrated on getting the wards up. A strong spell rebounded off Stephen's shield, sending him careening backward just as the wards snapped into place. Ali stepped forward, but there was a sudden eruption of flames behind the Death Eater and Harry appeared. He stepped up close behind the man and reached up, gripping the sides of the Death Eater's head and wrenched it sideways. He tossed the body to the floor and stepped over it without a second glance. He was focused solely on Ali. "Merlin, Als, are you okay?" "Fine," she dismissed, waving him off even as his fingers came up to trace the red marks on her neck. He frowned but let it slide. They had been in much worse scrapes than this. "Who'd I just kill anyway?" he asked instead. Narcissa Malfoy. Who knew the tall slim figure under those Death Eater robes was female, and a highly respected female at that. Ron had been the one to roll her over, once he'd got done staring at Harry in a rather speculative manner. One that Harry knew for sure meant explanations and truths would be flowing shortly. Harry had been the one to remove the mask and check her forearm for the dark mark. It had been there, clear as day for all the world to see. Narcissa Malfoy, Death Eater. Not that they were particularly surprised, the entire Malfoy Black family was heavily into the whole pureblood mania. What had taken them by surprise was that she had been the one to attempt to infiltrate Hogwarts. Even Lucius Malfoy would have seemed a more logical choice, given his regular appearances at the school over the years. Even one of the ministry workers Voldemort had recruited would have made more sense. They at least could have claimed to be testing the wards for the ministry if they ever succeeded and were found out. Voldemort seemed to be making several small mistakes. Harry desperately hoped it was the result of all of his and Ali's unshielded say, and not Voldemort plotting something that Harry was completely unaware of. The Adata wasn't ready to be taken by surprise just yet, they still needed a bit more training. Although from the way they were handling this sudden development they were not too far off. The entire group was taking the sudden appearance of Narcissa and her attack and subsequent death remarkably well. Ron had handled the body with about as much respect as he would a rather ugly slug and about as much fear as he'd show a teddy bear. Once he'd finished, and won, his demanding "I want an explanation" stare down with Harry, he'd gone straight for the fallen Death Eater and began handling the situation like he would any game of chess. He certainly went at it with a better attitude and clinical determination than his homework at any rate. The twins made sure the wards were up and working properly and everyone else went about their usual Adata tasks. They all knew that if they were needed for something Ali or Harry would let them know. "What should we do with her?" Ron asked, standing from his crouch and looking over at Harry and Ali for instructions. "Do we have enough to convict her?" Ali questioned. Luna immediately piped in with an answer. "We have some information," she replied. "Enough, at least, to warrant an investigation." Daphne shook her head. "It's no good, most of that is tied to Lucius as well, it's not enough to get her." "So we make her disappear then?" Harry suggested. "We could feed her to the Acromantula, bury her in the forest." "Toss her to the giant squid," Ron suggested. "There are plenty of creatures in the forest that would eat a human." "What about Tonks?" Ali asked. She wanted to make sure they had covered all of their bases before they just fed her to the giant spiders inhabiting the Forbidden Forest. It seemed almost cold. After all, Narcissa had never been particularly violent herself, just agreed with Voldemort's ideals. "Won't work," Daphne told Ali and Luna nodded her head in agreement. "You know the laws better than any of us, you know there's nothing Tonks can do. There just isn't enough evidence to put this as the result of an unwanted ministry investigation." Ali sighed. "Acromantula it is. Daphne, Luna, I want a copy of everything we have against Narcissa Malfoy. Harry can drop her off in the forest and then take what we have to Tonks. It will be good to have on file once they start to look for her." The girls nodded and quickly walked off to magically make copies of all of their notes and evidence. Ali turned her attention to the rest of the Adata and started doling out instructions for the rest of the night and, in some cases, the rest of the week. Ginny, I want you to help out Fred and George as much as you can. I want the first line of more serious supplies done by the end of next week. Abby, Emmy, keep the tracking to research only for a week or two until this whole narcissa of this has started to settle. All three nodded and hurried off. Abby and Emmy snatched up their bags and folders and scuttled out of the room. Ginny barged into the twins' lab and had to duck quickly to avoid a red jelly-like glob that Fred accidentally launched in her direction when the door had startled him. We need to get someone on Hermione watch soon, Allie said, turning to face Harry. All alone in that library, it's hard to say what she'll find. As long as it's not before she gets the whole thing catalogued, I almost don't care. Just a week before he'd given Hermione the task of organizing the Martin Library, as they dubbed it, he'd nearly been crushed in an avalanche of books. He'd lost a copy of a book on legilimency that he'd really wanted to read, and using a summoning charm to retrieve it had nearly gotten him buried. He'd be glad when she finally finished, even if Hermione did come out with a little more information than they really wanted her to have. Daphne came back then with a large envelope addressed to Tonks. She handed the envelope to Harry and looked to Allie in case there was something else she needed to be doing. Aside from finishing off the latest adjustments to the student profiles, that is. She'd been witness to an incredible bit of magic performed by a 7th-year Hufflepuff that she needed to make a note of. The boy would be great in charge of a small band of students when it came to protecting the castle. Not to mention she'd heard new rumors about a Ravenclaw 3rd year who had suddenly developed some rather high-up ministry contacts in the family. The sudden promotion seemed a little too good to be true. Find Ron, Ally ordered. If you think you can swing it, I want you two patrolling the castle tonight. Peeves mentioned something about a couple of 3rd-year Slytherins mucking about on the 3rd floor the last couple of nights. Daphne nodded. Find them, watch them, and make sure they aren't doing anything Harry will have to kill them for. I was hoping it would be more of a detention situation, Ally joked. I'll see what I can do. Daphne didn't bother turning around and looking for Ron, she just headed toward the door and shouted back at him. Oi, Weasley, prefect rounds. Now. Ron jogged after her with a roll of his eyes at Harry. That's not my imagination, right? Harry asked once they were gone. No, it's not, Ally assured him. Oh, good. Then he smirked. Huh. Who would have thought Ron and a Slytherin? Ron and the Slytherin in question found the group of overly giggly 3rd-year Slytherins in the 10 minutes it took them to walk down to the classroom on the 3rd floor Peeves had mentioned. How handy it was to have Peeves on side. Ron had to admit that giving him free rein to pull whatever pranks he pleased, as long as they were not harmful and managed to distract Filch, had been one of Ginny's better and certainly more vindictive ideas. The 3rd years in question had done nothing more boring than sneak off to drink their way through a bottle of fire whiskey and gossip about everything from the mundane, their housemates, to the serious, Harry and Voldemort. Ron was honestly a little disappointed. He spent a vicious 15 minutes grilling them on the finer arts of rule-breaking and shaking his head in disgust. Fire whiskey. He shouted incredulously, grateful that Daphne had put up a quick silencing charm around the classroom. That's the best you can do. Blimey, that's right, pathetic, that is. The 3 girls stared at him agog as he paced back and forth gesticulating wildly. Daphne stood behind him looking thoroughly amused. The fire whiskey I get, it's worth breaking curfew for, but petty gossip. Couldn't you have been raiding Snape's potion stock, brewing some illegal potion or, bloody hell, nicking something from under Filch's nose? The 3 girls looked at each other and then glanced quickly at Daphne for an explanation, but she was too busy shaking with suppressed laughter. Blimey, this is unbelievable, get back to your common room, Snape will be hearing about this. One of the girls laughed. Snape won't do a thing. Yeah, but Martin will, and we're going to her next. Ron had never seen 3 girls run so fast. I enjoyed that too much. Probably, Daphne agreed. Want to go to the kitchens and get some dessert? Daphne smiled. I'd love to, Ron. Ron soon found himself on what some might consider a first date as he and Daphne settled in to share a huge slice of chocolate cake with both ice cream and whipped cream and a chocolate sauce that Ginny had once claimed was better than a good snog. Ron chose not to consider just who his little sister had been snogging. So what are your theories? Daphne questioned after they'd spent a few quiet minutes appreciating the fine cooking skills of the house elves. It just went to show how much time Daphne and Ron had been spending together that he didn't have to ask what she was talking about. They're together, obviously. Does that weird you out? Daphne asked, honestly curious. I mean, he just showed up after the summer with all these new skills and attitude. Did he even tell you what was going on? Ron nodded slowly, leaning back in his chair to survey Daphne speculatively. It was obvious to Daphne that she was being judged on some level, most likely as to how trustworthy she was. He only really told Ginny, Ron admitted finally. He didn't tell me anything until he and Ginny took down Nott and rescued Lydia. Ginny was a mess and the twins and I demanded they tell us what was going on. That was when it all came out. Everything they thought we were ready to know, I guess. Ron shrugged and he didn't look all that happy about it. Will you tell me what you know? Ron shrugged again and speared another piece of cake onto his fork. It's not like anything I know is all that secret. From what he said, Martin tracked him down at his aunt's house, told him that she believed him and offered to do a lot more about it than Dumbledore. He said something about a trunk and a time spell that made it so that for him 2 years went by while it was just 5 weeks for us. She trained him non-stop for those 2 years, helped him become good enough to fight Voldemort and helped him get over Cedric's murder. Why do I get the feeling there's more? When he came and stayed with us he kept referring to a girl he'd met. The way he talked about her, it seemed like they were in love, I guess. And you've seen the way he and Martin act around each other when they think no one's looking. And sometimes, when people are looking, Daphne added with a smile. You think that Martin is the girl he was talking about? Ron nodded. It's not like it could be anyone else. If he spent all of his time training to be good enough to defeat Voldemort, he didn't exactly have time to meet anyone. Makes sense, she agreed. Still, it is weird though, you know that means he's going to be a father. This time Ron grimaced slightly. I know. Then he smirked. The twins and I ordered him a present just to let him know we know. What is it? Ron didn't answer, instead he filled his mouth with cake and offered her a wink. Daphne laughed and they spent the rest of the night laughing and joking about the Adata and random things that popped into their heads. Hermione was at a loss. She'd separated as many of the books as she could without running out of room and she wanted to wait to tackle the rest once she had the first lot organized. It would be much easier if she had somewhere to put it once she'd decided where it should go. She'd been so distracted she hadn't even had much time to worry about whether or not Professor Martin was all she seemed. How's it going? Hermione jumped a good foot in the air and whirled around to face Martin, who had just appeared out of nowhere and nearly given Hermione a heart attack. She clutched her chest and tried to get her breathing under control. She'd never been alone with Professor Martin before and she'd never actually been in the Martin library with her either. She truly hoped Harry hadn't been joking when he offered her free rein. Professor Martin, you startled me. Sorry about that. Hermione fidgeted while Martin gazed around at the slightly neater stacks of books. I've hit a bit of a snag, Hermione admitted nervously, her own eyes darting around the room to take in all the work she'd already done. How so? Martin asked, focusing on Hermione. I thought it would be easier to put away those I've organized already so that I could just shelve the others when I come across them. Martin nodded. Sounds like a good idea, so what's the problem? Hermione motioned around her. No bookshelves. Oh, right, forgot all about that. Harry was supposed to go shopping but I guess he forgot. Leave it for tonight and I'll send Pip or Tilly to get some shelves tomorrow. Who are Pip and Tilly? Oh, my house elves, Martin answered dismissively, turning to lead Hermione out of the library. Hermione forgot all about her need to research Martin, all about her theories and suspicions and all about the library. She chased after Martin and subjected the poor pregnant woman to her views and opinions about house elf ends, avement. It's a wonder she didn't end up dead at the hands of a hormonal time bomb. Wanting to avoid having to talk to any of the Acromantula he was about to offer a free feed, Harry did something a little tricky that Allie would likely kill him for if she ever found out. In a flash he appeared in the very heart of the nest. He tossed a slightly singed Narcissa corpse to the ground and flashed away before any of the giant spiders that formed a rather large backdrop for pretty much all of Ron's nightmares could attack. It was a lot easier than his first idea of flaming to the outskirts of their territory. He appeared again in a dark field, on a slight hill overlooking what seemed to be a drunken celebration. Tonks was lying low on the hill, wrapped in a good number of concealment charms, watching a group of 5 Death Eaters drinking themselves stupid. He lay down next to her, applying his own spells and managing to not make a sound. Watch her, Tonks. Had she not been shrouded in silencing charms, she would have given herself away when she let out a startled shriek. Instead she just mouthed soundlessly and stared at the spot next to her where his voice had come from. Harry. Though she was mouthing the word, Harry felt sure he had added the correct amount of surprise into his interpretation. He removed a few of the charms wrapped around him so that she could see as he motioned for her to follow. Reluctantly, but intensely curious, she followed him down the slope of the hill and away from the Death Eaters she'd been spying on. Once they were far enough away, Harry threw up some quick wards and silencing charms and removed the final concealment spells on himself. Tonks did the same. After a few moments spent eyeing each other in silence, Tonks started to smirk. "Watch her, Harry," Tonks greeted, giving him a sly smile. Harry didn't like the look at all, but he chose not to comment. "I killed Narcissa Malfoy tonight." "You what?" Tonks demanded. "It was an accident," Harry defended, and then he frowned. "Well, no, it wasn't an accident. She was sort of strangling Allie, but I didn't know it was her when I snapped her neck." Tonks took a moment to sift through his words. So her Aunt Sissy was dead. Well, Tonks couldn't really bring herself to feel bad about that. Still, the fact that Harry had killed her was a little unnerving, but what was the best part in Tonks' view was the way Harry had referred to Martin as Allie. Oh, the fun she could have with that. Ally, huh? The way Tonks was smirking and her eyes were dancing gave Harry the feeling she knew something she shouldn't, but he didn't exactly have the time to ask all the appropriate questions. "Wait," Tonks interrupted his thoughts. "Why are you telling me this?" Harry rolled his eyes and handed Tonks a heavy envelope. Even in the relative darkness of the field she could see her name written on the front of the packet Luna and Daphne had assembled. She peered inside and then pulled out a wand. "It belonged to Narcissa, the rest is a copy of all the evidence we've collected against her. There wasn't enough evidence to really hold her, so we couldn't exactly hand the body over to you and claim it was an investigation turned sour." "So what did you do with her?" Harry shrugged. "Fed her to the Acromantula in the Forbidden Forest." Tonks grimaced. "Lovely. It was that or the giant squid in the lake." "What do you want me to do with this?" "Open an investigation using the information, but put it on the back burner as a low-level priority. Give it a week, roughly, and then adjust it to say that Narcissa is missing. Give it 3 days and then report that her wand mysteriously turned up in the post. Close the investigation with an assumed dead and end it." Tonks grinned wickedly. "She did good." "Who did?" Harry asked distractedly. His arm was itching him something crazy, and that meant that Allie needed him. There was only a low level of panic coming from their strange connection, so he didn't think it was all that important. He had no way of knowing she just needed to be rescued from Hermione's spew rant. "Allie Martin. She's a good teacher," Harry acknowledged simply. "Great incentive to learn, I bet." Harry was pretty sure she was implying something there, but a sudden explosion of fireworks distracted him from Tonks' ever-growing sly smile. "You want me to beat them up or something?" He motioned over her shoulder at the hill concealing the Death Eaters. "Better not. I should get going then." "Might be best." Harry removed his wards and was just about to leave when Tonks said something else weird. "Nice photo, by the way." "What photo?" "The one on the mantle," she replied just as he disappeared. Harry appeared back in Allie's bedroom, well his too, given that he spent very few nights sleeping in the Gryffindor dormitory these days, with a frown. And then it clicked. The photo on the mantle at Allie's. Tonks had been there earlier. He hadn't been himself yet, but he knew instantly which photo she was referring to. It was a Ruby creation. Son of a bi.ch. He swore. Tonks knew. When Harry returned from his morning run, Allie was just starting to stir. He walked silently over to the bed and leant over her, pressing keys up the length of her exposed arm. He keyed every part of her that he could reach and then placed his hand on her stomach. His baby girl was already up and awake, he could feel her moving about. Allie shot up in bed suddenly with a yelp and started shoving him away. Cold hands. Very cold hands. Harry fell off the bed with a laugh while Allie massaged her belly to bring some warmth back. "Happy birthday, Als." Harry got to his feet and crawled onto the bed to key her properly. She wrapped her arms around his neck and pulled him closer, only to screw up her nose and push him away slightly. "You're all sweaty. Wanna be sweaty too?" Allie grinned and pulled him back down beside her. She missed having him lying over her, but the huge bump sort of got in the way. They lay together keying for a good hour before Allie pulled away suddenly and frowned. "This isn't my present, right?" Harry chuckled lightly and got off the bed to retrieve her gift from his bag. Her eyes lit up and Harry fought the urge to roll his eyes when he handed over the carefully wrapped package. So carefully wrapped that it was obvious he hadn't done the wrapping himself. Tilly. The things she does with wrapping paper and tape, Harry murmured with a grin. Allie laughed and began to unwrap the decent-sized rectangular box. Inside she found a black leather-bound folio-style book tied closed with a blue ribbon. Her name was stamped in gold leaf on the cover. Frowning, she opened it up to reveal a letter from Harry. Allie. This would be the moment I wrote something beautiful and possibly romantic, but that's not me. I spent ages wondering what to get the girl who has everything. 300 years is a long time to amass everything you could ever really need. So I give you this, I give you my heart, my soul, and promise to love you always. Now look in the book. Love always and forever, Harry. And you said you weren't romantic. This time Harry really did roll his eyes. Just open it. She lifted out the parchment Harry's letter was written on and found a series of letters her mother and father had exchanged stuck on the pages of the folio book. The yellowing parchment was secured to the page with a simple adhesive charm. They were love letters from her mother to her father before she was born, formed before they'd even been married. She had no idea where Harry had managed to find them. Oh, Harry. Keep going, he instructed her. She did as she was told and turned the rather heavy page and found similar letters on the next page. These were letters written between her aunt and mother that covered everything from the silly little things sisters talked about to her fears about her pregnancy. Allie was astounded. She turned the page again and found her Hogwarts acceptance letter. Each page was filled with something of great significance in her life. Awards from Hogwarts, letters addressed to her from her teachers praising her for her good work. After her days at Hogwarts, the letters changed to those from people she had known and loved throughout her life. There was a childish drawing of Allie and 3 little girls she had been governess to in her 30s. There were extracts from diaries she had kept about her life from different years. The further she got through the book, the more there was. A picture painted on the back of an old student's essay of a phoenix and a little boy with shocking blue hair. Where on earth did you find all of this? Allie could barely get the words out. She was struggling so hard to keep from crying. The most important people in her life were represented here. Some of it came from your vaults, others Ruby and I had to track down through their descendants. I don't know what to say, Allie told him honestly. This is the best gift anyone has ever given me. It gets better, he assured her. He reached back into his bag and produced a small wooden box, the size of a shoe box. The box was covered in gold runes, but Allie wasn't paying enough attention to make out what they were. He handed her the box and she slid it open. Inside were 24 glass vials filled with a misty vapor. These memories go with the later entries in the book. Allie was so impressed, so awed by the gift Harry had given her. She was holding in her hands an account of all of the best moments in her life, all of the people she'd loved and eventually lost. Some she had lost under happy circumstances, old age was a good way to go, and some under bad ones. That didn't matter to her though, because everything in this book, everything Harry had worked to gather for her, was perfect. She could feel the tears beginning to escape and she threw herself on Harry, raining kisses on him. Thank you, Harry, it's perfect. Harry was deep in conversation with Ginny and Ron about his plans for the day as they walked down to breakfast. He'd left Allie soaking in a bath and said he'd meet her after breakfast. Then he'd run up to the Gryffindor common room to meet his friends. That had taken a while as Crookshanks had been hunting during the night and, much to the disgust of most of Gryffindor, a slaughter of mice had taken place in the common room. Apparently the massacre occurred after the house elves had done their nightly tidy up. It wasn't a pretty sight and poor Hermione had needed quite a few cleaning spells to get rid of the mess. So, you think you can do it? Harry asked Ron as they stepped off the stairs and made their way across the entrance hall. I can do it, Ron assured him. Good Becca. Out of nowhere a short, slim bee-own crashed into his side, throwing him off balance and sending him tumbling to the flagstone floor. The bee-own stumbled down on top of him with a yelp and a giggle. Lying on the floor on his back, Harry spat out a mouthful of long hair and groaned. Morning, Ruby, he greeted the petite figure sprawled on top of him. Hiya, Harry. He didn't need to see her face to know she was grinning cheekily. Get off me, you fat lump. Oh, that's real nice, Ruby huffed, clambering to her feet. Oh, Come on, you know I love you. Try showing it, she muttered. Harry rolled his eyes but swept Ruby up in a hug. It had been a while since the two had seen each other, and the tackle-like hug she just hit him with didn't stop him from missing her. She attempted to squeeze the air out of his lungs and then got distracted by the sight of Ron and Ginny. "Oh," she gushed. "You must be Ron and Ginny." And she pulled them both into a hug that had their heads dangerously close to banging together. Then she released them suddenly and grinned sheepishly. "And you have no idea who I am. I'm going to go out on a limb and guess you're the infamous Ruby Reed," Ginny said. "Infamous?" Ruby asked, turning to Harry. "What have you been saying about me?" "Bad things," Harry assured her. "Lots and lots of bad things." She poked her tongue out at him and linked her arm through his, ignoring the curious glances she was receiving from the students passing them as they walked toward the Great Hall for breakfast. "She in there?" Harry tilted his head to the side for a moment and then nodded. "Excellent." She snapped her fingers and suddenly she and Harry were wearing flashing party hats that had "Happy Birthday" written in bright neon colors. Harry wrinkled his nose and snapped his fingers, vanishing the hats and shooting Ruby a glare. "No hats." Ruby gave an aggrieved sigh. "The things I put up with for Allie. I'm hurt," Harry pouted. "And here I thought you liked me." "It's all pretend," deadpanned Ruby. Behind them Ginny and Ron sniggered. "You couldn't help liking Ruby, something about her drew you in." Hermione arrived on the scene looking flustered and extremely confused. She glanced between the two Weasleys and Harry and the mystery woman with raised eyebrows. "What's going on?" "Ruby Reed," Ron answered, as though that explained everything. It sort of did for those who knew who Ruby was. Even Professor Flitwick would have merely nodded his agreement to that one. Harry's contact at the Ministry. Both Ron and Ginny turned surprised looks on Hermione. As far as either could remember, Ruby's name had come up exactly once in conversation, and that was months ago when they were still staying at Grimmauld Place. How on earth did she remember something like that? "Sometimes you scare me," Ron informed her. Hermione glared at him and Harry glanced over his shoulder at the three of them. "You coming or what?" he called to them. Ruby almost skipped through the Great Hall, dragging Harry behind her. Most heads turned to watch their progress, and Dumbledore half rose from his seat as though expecting Ruby to be bearing some form of news from the Ministry. He may not have had a clue who Allie Martin was, but he definitely knew Ruby Reed. She walked right up to the staff table and struck a pose in front of Allie as though to say, "Yes, that's right, I'm here." She pulled her wand from the holster on her leg and shot a spell into the air. Confetti rained down on the staff table and the words "Happy Birthday" fluttered in the air. Surprise. Harry and Ruby were good, but they weren't that good. Allie had known that Ruby would be visiting for her birthday almost as long as Harry had, not that it changed anything. She stood and hurried around the table, pulling Ruby into a tight hug and causing Ruby to receive a sharp kick from a suddenly squished baby. "You're here. Like you're actually surprised," Ruby laughed. "Hey, I could be." "Yeah, sure," Ruby scoffed. "Harry, keep a secret from you." "Yeah, you're right." "Hey," Harry protested indignantly, albeit half-heartedly. "It's been known to happen." "Sure, honey." Ruby offered him a patronizing pat on the shoulder. He glared at her, but before he could say anything more, Dumbledore had risen from his seat at the table and come around to see what all the fuss was about. Though if he were to take a guess he would say it was his newest professor's birthday and her friend, Ruby Reed, had come to help celebrate. He tried not to shudder at the mere thought of Ruby's name. She'd put the Weasley twins to shame when she was at school, and now she was, or so he'd heard, one of the Ministry's top unspeakables. "Miss Reed, to what do we owe the pleasure of your company?" Dumbledore tried not to notice the tightening of McGonagall's lips or Flitwick's squeak that suggested Ruby's company was very rarely a pleasure. "Morning, Dumbledore," Ruby greeted brightly. "Thought I'd stop by and wish Allie a happy birthday." "Indeed. Perhaps in the future you could let a member of staff know you are coming. It doesn't hurt to be too." He paused to search for the right word. He felt almost sure that Harry would not associate himself with someone who did not believe Voldemort was back. Cautious, he settled on. Ruby waved him off. "I did tell Harry I was stopping by." "Slipped my mind," Harry added. "Now get lost you two, you're interrupting my breakfast." "Harry," Dumbledore scolded, but he was ignored. Ruby grabbed Martin by the arm and started dragging her out of the Great Hall, pausing as she passed Harry only to key him quickly on the cheek and offer him some parting words. "Don't wait up." For you, Ruby, I'll be sure to sleep like the dead." Harry looked back and found Dumbledore frowning at him. What? When Dumbledore failed to do more than look at Harry sadly, he shrugged and wandered back along the Gryffindor table to join his friends for breakfast. Ron was beginning to look strangely green and had barely touched his food. Harry glared at Ginny, wondering what on earth she could have said to make him so bloody nervous in the handful of minutes he'd been gone. "What did you do?" She grimaced. "I remembered the twins have Dada today." Harry winced. Maybe things wouldn't work out as well as they'd hoped. As it turned out, Harry didn't have anything to worry about. They had defense against the dark arts first, and Hermione wouldn't stop complaining about their professor disappearing the whole way there. "This is our owl year," she insisted. "How can she just run off even if it is her birthday? How can Dumbledore let this happen?" Harry sighed and grabbed her elbow to stop her from making a wrong turn, so lost was she in her angry tirade. "Look, it's not like she just up and left without making sure someone was there to cover her class," Harry reasoned. "I told you she arranged with McGonagall for me to help out." Hermione gave him a look that told him she wasn't at all impressed. "You have an impressive knowledge of defense, Harry, but you're not good enough to teach a proper class." "I guess it's a good thing I'm not taking it then, huh?" he asked, taking a seat beside her. "What?" Hermione looked around in confusion and her mouth dropped open. Standing in front of Professor Martin's desk was their substitute teacher. And it was Ron. Ron was taking their Dada class. Ron. Had the world gone mad? Hermione gaped at Ron, words failing her. She looked to Harry for some kind of explanation and found him shaking with silent laughter at her reaction. She turned back to Ron, who was shifting from foot to foot uneasily as he waited for the last student to take a seat. Dean closed the door behind him and slipped into a seat beside Seamus. Ron took a step forward, and just like that the nervous demeanor was gone. Standing before the fifth-year Gryffindors was a Ron few got to see. He waved his wand and the sound of paper settling on desks filled the room. "In front of you is a map of Hogwarts," Ron said. "On it you will find all of the rooms and corridors of this school and several key features. Today I expect you to pair up and devise a strategy to protect Hogwarts from outside attack." He let that sink in and then smiled to himself at the confused looks he received. This school represents one of the greatest targets for Voldemort. It's the shining light of each generation. If he manages to take this school, it's likely he'll have damn near won the war. I mean, the Ministry's already lost. "Ron," Hermione hissed, scandalized. He just waved a dismissive hand at her. "If we wish to hold on to this castle, then we need to know how to protect it. I want you and your partner to mark on your map every strong defensible location, any location you think would need to be heavily guarded, and places where Death Eaters would find it easier to enter the castle. I suggest you take this seriously, as you will be marked on it." "You're joking, right?" Lavender demanded. "You can't give us a test." "Actually, I can," Ron informed her. "Professor Martin asked me to do this, so I am. I can tell you that there are 7 weak points in Hogwarts defenses and 32 places that should provide easily defensible positions. Now get to work." Hermione walked out of that Dada class an hour later in a complete daze. Ron had given them 30 minutes to find what they could on the map and then led them through the mistakes they made, both the obvious and the not so obvious. The worst part was that she couldn't fault him in any way. Ron had only insightful suggestions to make and had been helpful and thorough when he made his explanations. He had displayed a truly spectacular knowledge of military tactics that had left the entire Gryffindor 5th year completely gobsmacked. For the first time, Hermione could truly understand what Harry had meant when he had tried to explain to her just how good Ron was. She'd brushed it off, felt hurt that he hadn't thought her good enough, but when compared to Ron, what did she have to offer? She told Harry this as they waited for Ron to gather up the maps of Hogwarts he had been using for his demonstration. "Well, I did tell you." "I know," Hermione admitted, her eyes never leaving Ron. She watched him gathering his things together, trying to figure out when he had developed such a unique and useful skill. "Think you can try and see what we see in Luna now?" Hermione laughed, although it wasn't as steady as she would have liked. If this was what Ron was capable of, creating excellent strategies to defend Hogwarts against attack, then what was Luna capable of? The thought was honestly a little terrifying, and Hermione promised herself she would at least try to see what Harry saw in Luna. She was pulled from her thoughts when Harry tapped her arm to alert her to the fact that Ron was finally ready to go. That was a wonderful lesson, Ron. Ron, taken completely off guard by a compliment on his skills by Hermione, nearly tripped over his own feet. A compliment from Hermione was almost as good as a new broom. Thanks, Hermione. Hermione beamed under Ron's smile, but her happiness wilted slightly when his gaze shifted to something, or rather someone, over her shoulder, and that smile she'd been so taken with became even brighter. If that were possible, she turned around to see what he was looking at just as Daphne stopped next to Harry. How'd it go? It was bloody brilliant, Ron answered excitedly. Then he was off, telling Daphne all about his lesson as they made their way to their shared potions class. Hermione fell behind and Harry fell in step with her. She barely noticed as her attention was focused intently on the interaction between Ron and the Slytherin girl. A sudden tightening in her chest went ignored as she refused to admit that perhaps she'd been a little too late in realizing Ron's potential. It was the first time Harry got to see the house that would soon be home. Ali had shown him pictures of it before, both inside and out, because she'd planned to redecorate while he was stuck at Grimmauld Place. But those photos had never truly managed to capture the emotions brought on by the house. Like the burrow, it instantly drew him in. They had appeared on a small country lane lined with trees, and while Ginny swore and put out her smoldering sleeve, Harry took a good look around. The house was hidden from view by a row of hedges, and a big iron gate stopped muggles from wandering onto the property. A simple stone path led from the gate to the front door of a large two-story house that appeared a little run down, but Harry could tell that was part of its charm. The front garden was large and open, and Harry knew that if he were to go around the back he would find a vegetable garden well tended by Kipper. A chicken coop stood off to one side, surrounded by clucking chooks free to wander about the yard. In the background was a breathtaking view of the mountains and a forest Harry was aching to explore in panther form. Harry could picture it already, how he and his daughter would collect the eggs from the chicken coop in the morning, how they would build an army of snowmen in the front yard in winter. He could already imagine inviting the Weasleys over for a friendly game of Quidditch in the back field in summer time. This beautiful old house that had once been Ali's childhood home would be the beginning of a life, of a family Harry had always dreamed of. It was home. It's beautiful, Harry, Ginny admired, interrupting his thoughts. Yes, it is, he agreed. Come on, we haven't got much time before we're supposed to meet Al's at the pub. Ginny grinned. I can't believe I finally get to see the lonely wench. Harry shook his head and tried not to laugh at her excitement as he led the way up the garden path toward the house. Pip opened the door before he got the chance to test out his key, and for an aging elf she was certainly excited. Master Harry, Pip greeted in her croaky wheeze. Kipper is taking care of the garden and Tilly is waiting for you in the nursery. Thanks, Pip. Harry took a step forward and then realized he had no idea where the nursery was. Where am I going? Pip is showing you the way. They followed Pip through the foyer and up a large staircase to the second floor, where she directed them to a room on the left. Harry had to fight the urge to knock on the door. This was his home, he shouldn't have to knock on a door that was set to be his baby's nursery. So he thanked Pip and pushed the door open, not bothering to close it behind him. Ginny slipped in behind him and let out a low whistle. The room was completely filled with boxes and half-assembled pieces of nursery furniture. Neither could see Tilly anywhere. Tilly, Harry called, taking a few more steps into the room. I is here, Tilly called. And here is where exactly? An arm shot up out from behind a pile of boxes and waved frantically. Chuckling, Harry made for the only part of his house elf he could see. She was buried in a box of stuffed toys, and she'd just thrown an arm around the corner while she continued to search for whatever it was she was looking for. Being raised by Ali had definitely made Tilly a little different for a house elf. What are you looking for, Tilly? This, Tilly proclaimed, straightening up victoriously and holding out a very old-looking white teddy bear. We is ready to start now. Start what? Ginny questioned. She had no idea why exactly Harry had dragged her here first rather than just going straight to the bar. We're going to decorate the nursery for Ali. Tonks was sneaky by nature. When she wasn't being clumsy and tripping over ugly umbrella stands, sneaky was a basic description of her job. This was starting to feel a little ridiculous. When she was a kid, her father had taken her to see a Muggle movie about a secret crime-fighting organization who wore tights. Now, ever since she'd been drafted into helping Harry and Ali, she was beginning to find the whole dynamic of the Order a little ridiculous, similar to how she'd felt after seeing the movie. Were they going about this the right way? Was it really so necessary to hide out in the basement of a dirty old house waiting for the great Albus Dumbledore to come and show them the way? Tonks snorted, and Sirius, who was seated beside her at the kitchen table, shot her a questioning look. In answer she shot a pointed look at the empty chair at the head of the table and then made a huge point of rolling her eyes. Sirius smirked and grabbed her by the neck in a rough hug, ruffling her hair. He had always been her favorite relative. However, the hug was just a way for him to get close enough to whisper in her ear. "You see it too." She nodded her head slightly. She didn't need him to clarify what he was saying, but she was curious to hear what else he had to say. "My room after the meeting." She nodded again and he released her. She took the opportunity to look around the room and found herself being pinned with a curious glare from Snape. He seemed to be contemplating something and she couldn't help wondering if perhaps Snape was seeing it too. She could tell McGonagall was beginning to think they were perhaps going about things the wrong way. Every time she glanced at Dumbledore's still empty chair, her lips thinned and her eyes narrowed. Harry was going to have quite a few people ready to listen when the truth came out. Green flames erupted in the fireplace and Dumbledore stepped into the kitchen. Finally they were ready to begin the meeting. Tonks was sure she wasn't the only one to notice just how tired and weary the leader of the order looked. He took his seat at the head of the table and rested his elbows on the wooden surface and his chin on his steeped fingers. "I fear," he said tiredly, "that Harry Potter is losing sight of the light." After an order meeting spent devising new and wonderful ways to keep Harry from having any sort of life, Tonks excused herself from her conversation with Kingsley and McGonagall and slipped out of the kitchen after her cousin. The meeting had given her a lot to think about and she was eager to discuss it with Sirius, especially now that he was seeing what she was. Perhaps together they could begin to weed out those of the Order who blindly followed Dumbledore from those who could think for themselves. The door to Sirius' room was ajar and she slipped inside, closing the door silently behind her, and cast several spells to prevent people from interrupting or eavesdropping. When she turned around she found Sirius watching her with an amused grin from the bed. She moved forward to sit beside him, tripping over a discarded trainer on her way. "Do you think there is any truth to what Dumbledore says about Harry?" Sirius sounded as though he were asking out of obligation to Harry, not out of any belief that Tonks thought he was going dark side. "Course not," Tonks dismissed readily. "He's just grown some over the summer." "That's a bit of an understatement." "Yeah." They sat in silence for a moment, just thinking about why they were having this secret discussion in the first place. Tonks knew why she was there. She'd seen the changes in Harry and she knew what he was capable of. She also knew that a large part of those changes he'd undergone could be put to his growing relationship with Allie. She just wondered if Sirius was seeing those same things or if he was just itching to defy Dumbledore out of sheer spite over being trapped in Grimmauld Place. "How many Death Eaters do you think he's captured?" "Harry?" Tonks asked for clarification. "Harry and the woman Dung saw him with." "A lot," she guessed. "He killed Aunt Sissy." Startled, Sirius turned to look at Tonks with widened eyes. "I thought the rumors were that she had contracted some sort of illness or that Voldemort had done her in." Tonks shook her head. "She got through the wards at Hogwarts during an Adata session. She tried to kill Martin and Harry snapped her neck." "What about her body? And what are they doing about the wards?" "They were learning to apparate, so the wards were down and he fed her body to the Acromantula in the Forbidden Forest." Sirius let out a low whistle, impressed despite the horrible circumstances. "How do you know all of this?" "Dumbledore sent Remus and I to search Martin's house. Remus got stuck in the wards and when Martin arrived to get rid of us, well, I'm not stupid. Allie Martin is one of the best the Ministry has to offer. If she is involved, then that's the side you want to be on. She's been sending information my way every now and then. Harry came to see me after he killed Sissy to tip me off. He gave me copies of all of their information in her wand. So Harry is working closely with the new Dada professor, who just happens to be a highly qualified ex-Auror and one of the Ministry's best unspeakables," Sirius murmured. "Both of them believe Voldemort has returned." "Without a doubt," Tonks agreed. "McGonagall says Martin is working her students harder than they've ever been worked before, and Reed has been very vocal to the right people about the right things to make her position clear. Harry's not stupid, he wouldn't associate with people who don't believe him." "I know." It was a struggle for Sirius to come to terms with the idea that Harry was out there making a difference while he was stuck inside, hiding away from the world. What should we do to help, do you think? We start by lifting these ridiculous restrictions Dumbledore wants to put in place. Harry has to have some freedom. Why? I don't. It won't be this way forever, Sirius. I know it won't, but I hate the thought that Harry's had to do most of this on his own. I should have been there to teach him half the stuff he's had to do studying out of books on his own. Tonks smacked him over the back of the head and then again on the chest for good measure. Self-pity will get you nowhere, she informed him. Sirius rubbed his chest and glared at her, and then he had an idea of how they could help Harry. What exactly is it the Idea to do? No idea. It's all very hush, hush. Think you could find out? Possibly. What did you have in mind? There have to be some things they can't do while stuck at Hogwarts, right? Sirius began to explain the idea forming in his head. Maybe there are people they can't contact, places they can't get to. You're suggesting we become their link to the outside world. Sirius nodded. I'm suggesting we start fighting dirty right back. Tonks grinned. That was an idea she could get behind. It was love at first sight. There wasn't a thing about the lonely wench that Ginny didn't love. From the crowded bar to the done-up girls selling themselves. The whole atmosphere was one of fun and joy, so far from the atmosphere of distrust that had been hanging around Hogwarts recently. It was comfortable. The moment Harry had entered, he'd been greeted by several people, and not in the hero worship style of strangers who recognized the boy who lived. Harry greeted them all by name and stopped for a quick word and to introduce her. All in the span of 10 minutes she met 2-star Quidditch players, a healer at St. Mungo's, 3 small and frizzy-haired women who were apparently going to be the next big thing on the WWN, and a young wizard just about to complete his Auror training who lived in the apartment below Ruby. It was a little overwhelming, but she enjoyed every frenzied minute in which she forgot several names and was gently directed toward a table where Allie and Ruby sat surrounded by presents. There was a small banner hovering above Allie's head that proclaimed her to be the birthday girl. Ginny sat down with a relieved sigh and was immediately approached by a barmaid loaded down with a tray of drinks. "What'll it be, sugar?" the barmaid inquired, placing a glass of fire whiskey in front of Ruby and a butterbeer in front of Allie. "Butterbeer, thanks." "Fire whiskey, Potter." "Thanks, Fran." Fran wandered back toward the bar, stopping at a nearby table to deliver the rest of the drinks on her tray. Ginny took another long look around while Allie was much more interested in opening her presents. She was bouncing eagerly, and every now and then someone would wander past their table and offer her some birthday wishes or deposit another present. "Can I open them now?" Harry rolled his eyes and leant back in his chair to watch. He had an arm draped along the back of Allie's chair and he was playing with a few strands of her hair. It was interesting, for Ginny at least, to view Harry interacting with Allie in an environment he felt totally comfortable in. Well, an environment he felt comfortable displaying his relationship in anyway. Ginny felt pretty sure you could never be uncomfortable in The Lonely Wench. Allie tore into a small blue package while Ginny eyed a witch taking up the services of a barmaid. She watched as the two disappeared toward the wall and reappeared a moment later on the stairs heading up to the rooms. With a grin over the words her mother would have to say if she ever found out where she was, Ginny turned back to witness the unwrapping of gifts. "Am I supposed to know what this is?" It looked to be a small round fluffy gold object. If you squinted it almost appeared to have little silver wings. Harry grabbed the box to see who it was from. "It's from Dobby. I think it's supposed to be a toy snitch for the baby." "Oh," Ally nodded. "That was nice of him." The rest of her presents were not nearly as confusing, the best bar far being the pensieve from Ruby. "Well, you have to have something to view all of those memories in," she explained. "What memories?" Ginny asked. Harry explained to her the present he had created for Allie and why she would need a pensieve. Ginny gave him a goofy grin and laughed at just how romantic he had unintentionally been. Harry tried to glare at her, but Allie keyed him instead and distracted him nicely. "I doubt it will last long," Ruby laughed. "Take what you can get, Als." Harry poked his tongue out at her. "Speaking of romantics, still no sign of Aiden." Ruby stuck her tongue out at him and then looked around as though hoping her fiancé would magically appear. It would have been nice had it actually happened, magical or not. It would be just her luck he would go and break the record for longest vanished right when they were supposed to be planning a wedding. Still missing, though Richard reckons there have been sightings. Sightings. Ginny was under the impression that those who vanished from the pub were not seen again until they reappeared in Siberia. I thought they just vanished until they popped back out of wherever it is they go. It's a bit strange, really, Ali explained. Usually before they turn up properly people catch glimpses of them, sort of like ghosts. That's horrible. They enjoy it actually, they're always pretty giddy when they reappear. Couldn't that just be joy over finally being back? Nah, Ruby answered. They're drunk off their faces and boasting about strange things. They're just really happy. Though Ginny hoped she wouldn't be unfortunate enough to ever experience vanishing off the face of the earth and appearing in Siberia firsthand, she sort of hoped someone would return or vanish just so she could better understand how it happened. She raised her glass for a toast and to distract her from silly thoughts that involved flashy magical bangs and smoke when someone disappeared. To Eli on her 300th birthday. To Eli. For the first time in a long time Sirius felt like he could breathe properly. He was no longer restricted to the dark hallways of Grimmauld Place, he was free. Admittedly free was hidden under a cloak and a half-dozen glamour charms, but he was still out there. He was still free to do what had to be done to help Harry, to fight the war against Voldemort. While Remus walked around Grimmauld Place concerned for his friend and moping over the state of his not relationship with Tonks, Sirius was skulking around some of the more unsavory magical businesses. He was still hardly able to believe it, could still remember the feeling of Tonks handing him a heavy parchment envelope and a basket of clothes. "I don't do laundry," she'd told with a wink. Naturally he had been confused as he didn't remember asking her to do any washing for him, but then he had opened the letter to find the clothes were part of a care package from Harry and his Adata. Some of it had been quite amusing, especially the letter on noticing the unnoticeably Luna Lovegood had written. The package had also revealed a side of Harry that had only been hinted at during his stay at Grimmauld Place. Though Sirius had had very little actual contact with his godson, most of his information and orders, for lack of a better word, having come from Tonks, it was still apparent that his godson had become a force to be reckoned with. A force that had handed him, via Tonks, a stack of gold and a list of not entirely legal texts he was supposed to track down. The note attached to the list had told him any texts that took his fancy could be liberated also. What Harry hadn't mentioned was that while texts 1 through 7 would be easily bought, or as easy as anything is when threats and bribery are involved, books 8, 10 and 11 were in fact part of a private collection. That was why he was wearing an extra 3 concealment charms and loitering in an alley near a Muggle apartment building that was owned by a respectable member of the Hogwarts Board of Governors. It wouldn't do for anyone to find out that respectable Melissa Jonathan had one of Britain's largest collections of dark arts books hidden away in a simple Muggle apartment. It also meant that when Sirius wandered in and emptied the place of anything useful, there would be no one she could complain to. He had to wait a little over 2 hours before he could make his move. Unfortunately he had picked what appeared to be one of the few days Jonathan spent in her library of sorts. He had to wait for her to leave before he could even attempt to break in. Once he was sure she was gone, he gave it another half hour before he crossed the street and slipped inside the building. The apartment was located on the 4th floor, and it was apparent even before he reached it that there was some serious magic protecting the place. He wasn't going to do anything rash like Remus had done striding into Martin's home. Mostly because Sirius had laughed really hard after hearing about that, and he didn't want Remus laughing at him in turn. The first hurdle was a very subtle charm that was intended to distract anyone attempting to pass with the sudden urge to go for a butterbeer. Sirius wasn't so easily swayed, and he stepped straight through the ward like it was just a cobweb. The second ward wasn't so simple. It was a rather nasty itching hex that, had he walked through it, would have likely had him scratching every available piece of skin against every hard surface. It wasn't something he wanted to be doing while trying to steal things. He quickly dispelled that ward, and this time he made it to the front door. The door handle was jinxed, so flicked his wand casually at the door and opened it that way instead. He promptly ducked a purple ball that came hurtling towards his head. It hit the wall behind him with a wet splat, and what looked suspiciously like a sleeping potion dribbled down the wall. Jonathan was turning out to be his kind of woman. So far she had used simple amusing spells aimed to turn people away and not get her in trouble with the Ministry. The water balloon-like sleeping ball had been particularly genius, and he made a note to mention it to the twins next time he saw them. Finally, through the door he was confronted by one large room. Every wall was lined with bookshelves completely filled with books. A table, about waist high, sat in the center of the room, and though it had chairs pulled up to it Its main function appeared to be a huge display table for a wealth of dark objects that any one of Voldemort's Death Eaters would have loved to get their hands on. Perhaps it wouldn't be a bad idea to send a tip to the Ministry once Voldemort had been defeated. It wouldn't do to have this kind of material in Ministry hands just yet. He pulled out the list of books Harry thought would be a part of this collection and attempted to summon them off the shelves. It didn't work, but it did result in stunning spells being aimed at him from a dozen different directions. He dropped to the floor and rolled onto his back to watch the spells whizzing over him. He let out an exhilarated laugh. This was what life should be like. Still lying on his back, he fired disabling charms at each of the objects, omitting the stunners, and then slower got back to his feet. A quick revealing spell showed that not only was the whole collection jinxed, but each book in turn was then hexed or cursed in some way. Bloody hell. In the end it took him 3 hours to disable all of the curses, wards, hexes and jinxes that Jonathan had used to protect her collection. By the time it was over, Sirius had to take a quick break, slumping into one of the chairs and resting his arms on the table. Right on top of another book. He glanced briefly at the title, intending to shove it out of the way, when the title caught his attention. Physically Manifesting Mental Attacks by Obs. Cure. Sirius quirked a brow and chuckled at his good fortune. What were the chances that he would stumble upon a book that proved to be so promising when in search of others? A quick read-through of the introduction proved just how useful this little tome could be. With renewed energy, Sirius began his search of the shelves, dropping anything that looked to be useful or simply too dark to be left in the care of a witch with questionable loyalty into a bag. He was immensely glad Tonks had charmed it to be bigger on the inside and virtually weightless. By the time he had worked his way completely around the room, the shelves were considerably barer and he was carrying what had to be over 100 books in his bag. He'd even come across a few that had been further down his list, ones that he'd thought he was going to have to shed quite the number of galleons to get a hold of. Life had definitely improved for Sirius Black. It had not, however, improved for Ali Martin, who wanted to be Ali Potter, who was sore and tired, and the Ministry were a bunch of ignorant, weak-minded fools, and her feet hurt and she was trying really hard to pay attention to the words coming out of Luna's mouth, but all she was getting was static, and sitting on the floor had been a stupid idea because she couldn't get up again and all she wanted to do was cry about it, and, well, she wouldn't mind some pudding, but Harry wasn't there. And she knew it was her hormones working her over, but right that moment she wanted to be able to throw a good old-fashioned tantrum like a whiny teenaged girl, or take it out on Harry, which was always good for a laugh and mostly made her feel better, at least until the guilt kicked in, but she couldn't because he was in detention with Snape for something she couldn't even work up the strength to care about, and Ginny's perfume was making her gag. And Harry's damned daughter was kicking her like mad for extra space she didn't have to give. And she was just so sick of being pregnant. The sudden silence in the room had her opening her eyes to find Daphne and Emmy peering down at her in concern. A quick look around told her that her rambling pregnant thoughts had been all the cover the Adata needed to sneak away. A deep breath told her Ginny wasn't around. Both girls extended a hand toward her and heaved her to her feet. "My mother got the same look just before my sister was born," Emmy said with a sympathetic smile. She called it her pregnancy bad phase. Ali snorted to show she was amused but still too tired, sick of being pregnant to bother laughing. "Come on," Daphne laughed, she found the entire thing funny. "We'll help you back to your room." Ali didn't actually need the help once she was on her feet, but she appreciated the thought. Although once she was standing, her daughter started to do an Irish jig against her insides. "Damn kid has her daddy's kick," Ali muttered, rubbing her stomach soothingly. "Next time I see Harry I'll be sure to kick him extra hard." The moment the words were out of her mouth, Daphne froze. Emmy's eyes widened and she shared an alarmed look with her friend. It may have been common knowledge in the Adata, but it was the first time Harry's role in Ali's pregnancy had ever been mentioned aloud to Ali. The whole topic was almost taboo, and though Harry himself had alluded to his role, it still wasn't mentioned. At least not outside of the ridiculous comments Ron kept throwing at Harry just to make him squirm. Daphne knew he'd been conspiring with Tonks. Ali didn't seem the least bit fazed, and anyone who didn't know her well would have thought she hadn't reacted at all. Daphne and Emmy did know her though, at least they knew her well enough to notice the mild pause in her pace. "Make sure you get him in the shin." "Will do," Daphne replied with a relieved sigh. "Fred on Dumbledore duty." "Uh-huh," Emmy answered. George got word that after his detention with Harry, Snape is going to meet with Dumbledore. Ali nodded, though she couldn't help wondering just how much she had missed during her fed up with pregnancy moment. Here's hoping Harry's occlumency shields hold up. Snape scowled at Harry while he scrubbed the second year's cauldrons clean of a tough-to-remove potion. The idea was to keep the boy distracted, leaving Snape free to peruse his thoughts. Dumbledore had warned him that Harry was showing some skill in occlumency, so Snape was merely scratching the surface, skimming through the random memories and thoughts on the top of Harry's mind. It was rather sickening, though greatly enlightening. It helped that the potion Harry was scrubbing away was giving off fumes intended to open the mind. Harry's thoughts were wandering aimlessly and Snape was having a very hard time putting together a simple and coherent memory. Especially when a disturbing fantasy involving the new Dada professor and a desk kept surfacing in Harry's mind. Snape could see some form of memory charm in his future to erase the childish fantasy. He couldn't have known that Harry was merely remembering a rather adventurous earlier encounter with Ali. He did, however, stumble across something rather interesting while mentally closing his eyes. Harry held memories of fights with Death Eaters. Fights that Dumbledore was not aware of, fights that even Snape wasn't aware of Harry participating in. There was a brief glimpse of a bar in Ruby Reed. Ginny Weasley talking with an older man over a glass of mead. There were images of the elusive advanced defense class that included something Snape never would have associated with Ron Weasley: intelligence. The image that provided Snape with the greatest shock was that of Narcissa Malfoy choking Ali Martin and then of her lifeless body falling to the floor. Harry had been witness to the death of a Malfoy. More than that, he had been the cause of her death. Snape struggled to reconcile his two conflicting images of Harry Potter. On the one hand was the arrogant 15-year-old boy who took after his father, getting into pointless trouble and flaunting his disregard for rules. On the other was the image of an older, stronger Potter who fought Death Eaters and was responsible for the death of a prominent member of society. Makes you think, doesn't it? Snape jumped at the sound of Harry's voice, but it was his words that struck him hard. What was that, Potter? Harry gathered his things despite the fact that his detention was supposed to last for another half hour. He shouldered his bag and headed for the door, and Snape was so stunned he couldn't seem to form the words of a protest. Harry paused and turned to look at him over his shoulder. What else am I hiding? Snape was left with the disconcerting truth that everything he had just gleaned from Harry's mind was thoughts and memories he had been allowed to see. Harry had been in control the entire time, and had he not said anything, Snape would never have known. It was more than a little worrying, though it did answer a number of questions that had been burning within Snape since Harry had first appeared at Grimmauld Place a changed boy. Harry had secrets, that was obvious. What he hadn't counted on was that those things Harry was hiding were a great deal bigger and a lot more important than the pathetic teenage rebellion of a wannabe hero he had assumed. They were also far greater than the darkness Dumbledore feared of him. Harry Potter had done what even Dumbledore and his order had not managed to do. He had taken the fight to Voldemort, and he was holding strong. Snape didn't need to see into Harry's head to know that he had merely seen the tiniest percentage of the battles the boy had fought. He didn't need to be granted that access like earlier to understand that Harry Potter was fighting a war while the greatest wizard of the time was sitting behind a desk worrying over the little things. It was a horrible feeling to know that the small secrets he had seen, though not enough yet, were close to that which would sway him from the path Dumbledore had set them on. Snape would find out what he could about Harry, but he would share it with no one. That much he owed Lily. He just hoped he could hold out against Dumbledore in their meeting later. Like many of the Order, he had begun to notice that Dumbledore was slipping. Also, like many of the Order, he wasn't about to do anything. He wasn't sure there was anything that could be done. Dumbledore was Dumbledore, and he would always do things his way. No matter that stalking a 15-year-old boy using highly trained Ministry Aurors was more than a little creepy. But he wouldn't admit that to Dumbledore because deep down he knew how badly Voldemort wanted to see the boy dead. Not that that made him agree with Dumbledore's actions, but he had enough respect for the man and enough experience to know that fighting it wouldn't be worth the effort. He made sure to strengthen his occlumency shields long before he arrived at the stairs to the headmaster's office, just in case. He knocked gently on the door and waited for the gentle words of permission to enter. The moment he stepped into the room, the base instinct he'd long begun to associate with the Weasley twins kicked into gear. It was a sixth sense almost that had allowed him to avoid numerous pranks aimed his way. It may very well have been his magic building up a warning system after so many attacks. Or it could have been a sure sign of early onset madness. It didn't matter how the bizarre skill had come about, only that it had served him well in catching the bloody twats in the act. There was a Weasley twin in the office and he was hidden very well. Snape shook himself. Harry's revelations had put him on edge and he was imagining things. After all, the headmaster would definitely have noticed someone hiding in his office. Dumbledore offered him a questioning look and a drop. He ignored both and took a seat. "How was your detention with Harry, Severus?" It was so unlike Dumbledore to get straight to the point these days that it actually took Snape a few moments to decide whether or not he was actually seated before the headmaster or if it was someone under Polyjuice. It was enlightening. "Oh," Dumbledore murmured, which was in fact Dumbledore speak for, "Please, tell me everything you know. I believe your concerns that the boy has chosen to follow a darker path are unfounded." It was the closest he had ever come to anything remotely positive being spoken aloud about Potter, and it almost killed him to do it. Aligning himself, possibly, with Harry in his head was one thing, but out loud was not something that would or could happen. "You are sure?" Snape once again pictured the quick and efficient death Narcissa Malfoy had suffered and the reasons for her death. He tried not to think too much about that horrific fantasy, but he did take a moment to focus on what he had gleaned about the Adata. He'd seen the face of each member and seen the intelligence that Weasley kept well hidden from view. He'd been shown, a fight against 2 Death Eaters a few months ago between Potter and Reed. He glimpsed the skill Potter was hiding and the lengths he was willing to go to in order to see Voldemort fall. He couldn't imagine the Harry of a year ago killing anyone, let alone Narcissa Malfoy. He looked up at Dumbledore and grimaced. "I'm positive." It was the first time he would get to meet Ali Martin, and it was almost embarrassing how excited he was about it. This was the witch who'd had such a great influence on his godson, who had teamed up with a 15-year-old boy to defeat Voldemort. His excitement could also be attributed to the fact that this meet and greet was taking place in a pub and he hadn't had a good drink in a while. At least not one that was surrounded by the proper pub atmosphere and that smelled like a lot of alcohol had been spilled, consumed and possibly rolled in. "I think I singed the ends of my hair." Sirius looked up from his drink and got his first good look at Martin. Her own hair hung loose over her shoulders and he couldn't help agreeing that the ends looked slightly singed. She had on simple jeans and a t-shirt under a dark cloak, and a charm hung on a long leather cord around her neck. She was heavily pregnant and he had to wonder how it was that a woman who had to lower herself into a chair slowly was supposed to help bring down Voldemort. "How do you manage that?" "Flame travel," she answered with a shrug. Once she was settled comfortably opposite him, she gave him a quick once-over. He shifted uncomfortably under her gaze, very much aware that he was being assessed and hoping to Merlin that she liked what she saw. "You're looking better." Better implied she'd seen him before. "Have we met?" "Nope," she assured him. "But you spent 12 years locked up in Azkaban, I can do the math." He wasn't sure how he was supposed to respond to that. He wasn't really sure how he was supposed to respond to her at all. He felt like a conversation with Harry would get his feet back under him, but that wasn't likely to happen until Christmas. Until then, he would have to do with Tonks giving explanations. "We've got another job for you." "What is it?" Martin nodded in the direction of the bar where 2 young girls were joking with one of the younger men behind the bar. "I see them," he acknowledged. "Bit young to be here, aren't they?" "Oh, they're with me. Shorter one is Abby, the other is Emmy. I need you to take them out tonight and teach them how to track Death Eaters." Sirius shifted in his seat and took another look at the girls. He didn't need to talk with them to know that Abby was younger than Harry and that Emmy couldn't that much older. He gave Martin an incredulous look, sure that she must be joking. "Oh, I'm not kidding," she said, correctly interpreting his look. "The man they're talking to has been seen hanging around a number of known Death Eaters. They know what they're doing, Sirius, they just lack experience. And you want me to give it to them?" Sirius was sure the expression on his face had gone from incredulous to one that said he thought she was insane. "They know how to fight, I've taught them how to apparate, they're good and they need this." "Did they know who I am?" The thought of having to teach a couple of young girls who didn't know who he was, that he was a convicted murderer, wasn't all that appealing. Most people who had accidentally bumped into him had reacted with nothing but fear. "They do. Does everyone know that I'm innocent and working against Voldemort?" "No, just everyone Harry trusts knows." And that is everyone he's ever met. Martin shot him a contemptuous look. We tell who we trust because they have proven themselves worthy, she said smartly, and then she smirked. You're not the biggest news now that Voldemort is back. Even if the wizarding world is trying to deny it, you've shifted down a few notches on their priority list. I don't know whether to be happy about that or a little disappointed I'm no longer considered the most wanted man. I'd be happy, Martin advised, completely ignoring the sarcasm. Harry's working really hard to bring Voldemort down, and it would be a hell of a lot easier to do with you not in Azkaban. Sirius mulled that over for a moment and spent a bit of time considering whether she lacked a sense of humor or it was just a really serious situation. Right, guess I best get tracking. They'll meet you out front in 10. The girls didn't so much meet him out front as materialize out of the darkness about the right time. Sirius jumped at the sudden movement and glanced at the girls standing either side of him. Nifty trick. You weren't paying attention, Emmy told him succinctly. Apparently not. He studied each girl up close for a moment and started to feel all over again that this was a stupid idea. He couldn't in good conscience take these girls out tracking Death Eaters. There was a very real possibility they would get hurt, and he doubted their parents knew what they were up to. He could just see the headlines in the morning's Daily Prophet: Murderer Sirius Black kidnaps and kills young Hogwarts students. It wasn't something he particularly wanted to see happen. You're not half as say. Why, as Ginny said you were, Abby informed him, breaking him out of his thoughts. Have you been letting yourself go? Only Harry says when you're in a funk your hair gets all. She made a strange motion with her hands designed to demonstrate complete chaos of the hair. Sirius gave her a funny look, not knowing whether to comment on the hair or the fact that Ginny had apparently described him as say. Why? Best to go with the hair, it was the safer option. Given that Harry's hair does this, and he repeated her crazy hand gesture, on a good day, I can't see him talking. Fair point, Abby acknowledged. I got him with some Muggle styling gel a couple of weeks ago. Emmy nodded. This, crazy hand motion, went to this. She pulled a scowl and stuck all her fingers up in the air to imitate spikes. Sirius laughed. He hadn't been properly introduced and they hadn't spent more than 10 minutes together, but they'd won him over. He could see a little of himself in them, perhaps even a small twist of the Weasley twins, a dangerous combination for anyone not on their side. So who are we hunting? Emmy motioned back over her shoulder into the pub, though her eyes were focused on the dark lane stretching in front of them. The wizard we were talking to has ties to a half a dozen known and suspected Death Eaters. What kind of ties? He's related to them. And he's the weakest link. Not really, no, but he's easier to manipulate on account of being a hormonal teenager who has the misfortune of being homeschooled. Sirius couldn't help wincing. He remembered being a hormone-driven teenager. He'd had access to plenty of girls and the reputation and good looks to make them willing. Still, he couldn't feel too much sympathy if the boy was dealing with Death Eaters. He'd managed to separate himself from his own evil relatives. There was no reason the kid couldn't if he was so inclined. He's coming now. Did you tag him? Sirius asked, referring to the trick of marking someone with a certain spell or word that made them easier to track, even when they apparated suddenly. Both girls gave him a shrewd look that suggested they thought him an idiot. There was no point in mentioning how often people forgot to do it, or even how often it was impossible to get close enough. They shrank back into the shadows and waited for the young man to pass. For someone who was supposed to be working, he sure was wavering a bit while he walked. He staggered to the end of the lane and then turned on the spot, disappearing from sight. Ready. In answer, Emmy and Abby disapparated, giving him just moments to grab a hold of Emmy's sleeve and follow them. This was going to be an exhausting experience and an exhilarating one. You need to read this. Startled by the sudden interruption to his breakfast, Ron looked up at Daphne with a frown. She held a book out to him and Ron recognized it before his hands had even finished reaching for it. It was a copy of Harry's dating guide. He'd known the twins were discussing publishing it, but he hadn't realized it had already been done. He took it and flipped it over in his hands. Why do I need to read this? Because you're taking me to Hogsmeade this weekend and I expect you to know what you're doing. I'm what? The news that he had a date for that Saturday was completely new to him. When did that happen? Don't question it, Daphne advised. Enjoy your breakfast. She turned and made her way back along the Gryffindor table, Ron staring after her with his mouth open. She bumped into Harry on her way out of the Great Hall and offered him a swift and forceful kick to the shin before brushing past him. What the bloody hell was that for? He shouted after her, rubbing his shin with one hand and leaning heavily on Hermione's shoulder to maintain his balance with the other. Daphne merely grinned at him and kept walking. What was that about? Ron asked. Hermione raised her eyebrows at him. He was reading at the breakfast table. Ron was reading at the breakfast table and ignoring food. She was tempted to lean across the table to feel his forehead. Any idea why Daphne just kicked me? Did you piss her off? He questioned, turning the page of his book. Harry had to think about that for a moment. There was always the possibility he had pissed her off, but he liked to think he'd remember if he had. No, I don't think so. Ron shrugged. I don't pretend to understand women. Hermione rolled her eyes. Honestly, Ron, she probably told you why she was mad and you just ignored her like you ignore everything I tell you. I don't ignore everything you tell me, Hermione, I just choose not to listen. He gave her a winning smile that momentarily stole her breath, but before she could think too much on it he was throwing down his book and turning to Harry. Explain this to me. What is it? Harry picked up the book and flipped it over to get a look at the cover. Then he choked on a laugh. They got this out quick. Yeah, I'll make sure to thank them, Ron growled. Why are you reading it? I'm taking Daphne to Hogsmeade. Whatever Harry might have said in response was drowned out by the sound of Hermione's milk jug tipping over and colliding with her plate. Milk spread quickly along the table and into her lap. She leapt back from the table, almost falling over the bench, and whipped out her wand to clean up the mess. Both Ron and Harry gave her weird looks but then turned back to their conversation before she had to give an explanation. Probably a good thing. Good for you, mate. I like Daphne. Me too, it was just easier when I didn't have to learn all of this stuff. Harry shrugged. Just start with the basics. Look. Harry grabbed up the guide again and flipped lightly though it. On the first date, open the doors, pull her chair out, be the ultimate gentleman, and under no circumstances think that commenting on the way she eats is a good idea. I can do that. It's a start. That's very nice of you, Harry, Hermione commended, having sufficiently recovered from her milk-soaked humiliation. It's good to do the little things. Then she glared at Ron and stormed away from the table. What was that about? You're kind of dense, Ron. Thank you, Abby, that's so very kind of you. You're welcome. Ron glared at her and suggested she sit at her own house table, but she just ignored him and started filling up a plate. Why am I dense? Ah, Ginny said, squeezing in beside Harry. Perfect timing. Harry snorted and Ron glared around at his friends. Fine, go ahead and laugh. Just remember that I at least have a date for Saturday. You've got a date? Ginny gasped. Did Hermione finally ask you? Ron, in a moment that likely would stick with Ginny as one of the few times she saw more than one side to her brother, rolled his eyes. Daphne, Gin. Hermione is still trying to change me. Recognizing the brilliant parting line potential he'd just executed, Ron gathered up the guide and left the table with a smirk. His friends were left staring at the space he'd just occupied, trying to reorder their opinion of Ron's intellect. And not for the first time recently either. I know I had a late night, but that just happened, right? Abby asked. I'm not still asleep. Ginny helpfully leant across the table and pinched her. It happened. I think he's been talking to Mum for advice. I'm a little proud, Harry grinned, draping an arm across Ginny's shoulders. Our little Ronnykins is all grown up. Ginny grinned and then her smile wilted slightly. Was Hermione upset when Ron announced his date plans? There was a river of milk and a desperate attempt to flee. That's me gone, then, Ginny sighed. I might see you sometime around dinner. Once Ginny was gone, looking rather put upon given she was just executing some well-known friend duties, Harry turned his attention to Abby. The dark circles under her eyes were a testament to the long night she had spent Death Eater tracking with Emmy and Sirius. So, how is my godfather doing? Ginny found Hermione in a secluded and dark corner of the library, hiding her pain in a very old and tattered spell book that was likely not too happy with being used as a tissue. She eased herself into the seat opposite and waited patiently for Hermione to broach the usually taboo topic of Ron. It wasn't often Ginny could stomach the idea of a heart-to-heart about any kind of romantic relationship about her brother, and having 2 or 3 in such a short period was going to have lasting effects on her mental health. When it became clear that Hermione was going to be stubborn and not make the first move, Ginny took charge. He has the right to date whomever he likes, Hermione. I know. Hermione lowered the book to the table, giving Ginny a good view of the tear tracks running down her cheeks. Why doesn't he see me? It was a loaded question and one Ginny wasn't sure she was wholly qualified to answer. It was time Hermione faced some truths, and even if they weren't ones she wanted to hear, as was normal with this particular variety, they were ones she had to. Especially if she ever wanted to gain the kind of trust Harry required of his Adata members and friends. I'm going to be honest with you, and I don't want you to interrupt, and I don't want you to get mad at me. Can you do that? Hermione nodded and swiped hurriedly at her damp cheeks. He sees you, Ginny admitted quietly. On some level he's always seen you, but you haven't always seen him. Hermione opened her mouth and then shut it with a snap when Ginny glared at her. Ron is who he is, we've talked about this. With Daphne he gets to be that guy, he gets to be the one good at strategy and planning. He gets to be fun and witty, and there's no pressure of failing. He likes you, Hermione, and maybe one day it will be you he's on a date with, but not now, not like this. Not when you don't see who and what he is. Hermione was quiet for a long time, and Ginny waited patiently for whatever backlash was about to come of her truthful words, not knowing that the same words were ones that Hermione had been pondering just days earlier. Does she see him? Yes. Why her? He hates Slytherins. That was another interesting question that Ginny didn't think she was properly qualified to answer. She didn't know what it was that Daphne had done or said to catch her brother's attention. She wasn't even sure what had happened to help him see past the house stereotypes, but she wasn't about to complain. This new open and observant Ron was much nicer to have around. He was a better friend and much more tolerable big brother. I think they sort of work off each other, Ginny guessed. They complement each other. She's good for him. Will it last? I can't answer that. And I don't want to, she added silently. It will last as long as it lasts. All you can do is get more comfortable being his friend and learn about the Ron he doesn't show too often. Ron has different sides. Hermione attempted to joke, but it fell flat. You'll learn to love them. Must we do this here? One voice hissed, motioning over his shoulder at the children playing in the small park behind him. There is no other place, another voice scolded. This is where we were told to meet, and this is where we will meet. There are people around, a third voice croaked. Might be ears listening. There are muggles around, the second voice scolded. What did they know? The muggle children in question weren't muggles at all, and if things went well the Death Eaters would never know how right the third of their number was. There were ears listening, the latest version of the Weasley twins' extendable ears to be exact. Abby and Emmy were disguised as muggle children out rather late playing frisbee with their dog. The dog, Sirius in animagus form and spelled to be a rather light golden color, chased after the plastic muggle toy with far more enthusiasm than was strictly necessary from a grown man. The laughter wasn't fake, there was something mildly hysterical about throwing a frisbee to a grown man. When is he getting here? Now, a fourth, colder voice announced. The Death Eaters jumped in surprise and looked around, startled by the last member of their circle's sudden and silent arrival. It's tonight, the fourth voice announced. Wheeler, take the Muggle family, kill them all. The second voice, now identified as Wheeler, nodded and gave a rather disturbing grin. Knox, there's a witch that needs a little persuading to join the Dark Lord, use any means necessary. Voice number 1 nodded, showing no emotion. The third voice turned out to be a new recruit named Church who was tasked with retrieving an object from a Muggle museum. They stood milling about for a few more moments, not talking but waiting for something until one by one they apparated away. The fourth and still unnamed voice was the last to go, and he apparated with a slimy grin and a lick of his lips. Abby, Emmy and Sirius continued to play for several moments until they were sure the Death Eaters were gone. You know what to do? Sirius asked the moment he'd transformed back into his human self. The girls nodded, both looking determined. Then go. Emmy drew the baby Death Eater, Church and the museum. She found him quick enough when she appeared on the steps in front of the doors. He was using his wand to unlock the doors, the front doors at that. Emmy shook her head wondering where Voldemort had picked up this idiot. He hadn't checked for Muggle security guards or alarms and he was going in the front door. Emmy didn't know that much about Muggle security outside of the brief explanation Harry had given, but she knew enough to know that the baby Death Eater she was following was taking unnecessary risks. Heavily concealed as she was beneath a multitude of secrecy charms, she had nothing to fear from the cameras Harry had told her about. She could easily slip in and out without notice, but if Church was caught, then that limited her chances of getting some decent face time with whatever it was he was there to steal. She just hoped he pulled his head out and started to correct his mistakes. Once he had pointed her in the direction of the artifact or whatever it was, then she was quite happy to let security nab him. After countless minutes of wandering through exhibits, it became obvious the baby Death Eater had no idea what he was looking for or where he might find it. Emmy turned her focus away from the Death Eater and onto the exhibits themselves. She hoped that if she took a good look around, she might be able to find what Voldemort was seeking without having to wait for the stupid Death Eater to first figure it out. The first exhibit she paid close attention to was one on ancient Egypt, and there were half a dozen pieces that could have been related to the wizarding world. One particularly nasty ceramic vase had depictions of death and dismemberment that the Muggles probably thought were signs of ritualistic purpose, but was in fact the signs of a nasty curse that would. Emmy squinted and tilted her head to the side. Ouch, she murmured. She wasn't fantastic at ancient runes, having given it up long before it would have proved useful, but even she knew what that little spiky squiggle meant. Note to self: avoid scary Egyptian cursed objects. She wandered through the next exhibit on Mesopotamia and caught up with Church in a small exhibit on Turkey. As luck would have it, he appeared to have found what he was looking for. It was, on closer inspection, a small bronze disc with funny markings on it that she didn't recognize. Never a good thing when dealing with powerful objects. Because that's what it had to be. There was no way Voldemort would send anyone after something like this if it didn't have some dark and twisted purpose. She crept close as the Death Eater pulled out his wand and made a sweeping motion at the glass display case. The object began to emit a soft blue light, and Emmy felt the hair on the back of her neck stand up. Not good, she muttered, not even caring that no one could hear her. Church lifted the case up and off the display and then reached forward to grab the object. Emmy was moving before she'd even really processed the thought. It didn't matter, she was too late to stop what was happening. As if sensing the magic, the disc began to pulse and it lurched out of the display with a mind of its own. It shot forward and would have smacked the stupid Death Eater in the forehead if Emmy hadn't leapt forward, knocking him to the floor at just the right time. Church's eyes widened as she stood, shaking off her concealment charms and looking around warily for the magic-hungry bronze disc. "Who are you?" Church demanded, scrambling to his feet and whipping his wand to point at her. "Shut it," she snapped at him. There was a faint whistling getting closer and closer, and then the disc came into sight, hurtling at top speed toward her. She ducked and watched as the disc lodged in the wall behind her. "What the hell is that thing?" "I don't know," Church admitted. "Some sort of Turkish curse most likely." Emmy, who had worked that out for herself straight away, glared at him. "Some Death Eater you are." They both ducked this time as the object flew straight at them. Emmy felt around in her pockets for anything that might be useful, but all she found was a wireless extendable ear and the dog collar she'd taken off Sirius earlier. The disc whizzed back at her but then changed direction partway and latched onto the unsuspecting Death Eater. Church went cross-eyed as he tried to see the coin stuck to his forehead. The light changed from soft blue to a deep green and then Church started screaming. "Just great," Emmy rolled her eyes. The Death Eater collapsed to his knees, breathing heavily and scratching at his face to try and remove the disc. It wasn't helping, he was merely succeeding in scoring gashes into his skin. Unsure what to do, Emmy muttered the first spell that came to mind and fired what turned out to be a stunner at Church. He slumped unconscious and the disc flared an almost angry red. Emmy crouched beside him, wary that the thing was going to detach itself from him and latch onto her. Never taking her eyes off it, she retrieved the knife Sirius had given her from her boot and used it to lever the thing off Church's forehead. She likely did him a fair bit of damage as well, but with a little force the coin popped right off. Before she could think much on it, and hoping to Merlin that it needed skin contact to work, she quickly stomped on it to keep it from moving while she tried to work out what to do with it. Just great. There she was, standing on a crazy cursed coin with an unconscious and probably injured Death Eater for company. She couldn't help wondering if Sirius and Abby were having better luck. Sirius wasn't having any better luck, but he was having fun. He didn't really have to do much, as the witch the Death Eater was supposed to be persuading to join Voldemort was putting up a very good, if not unique, fight of her own. Sirius tilted his head first to the left and then to the right and raised his eyebrows. That was effective. The guttural groan that came from the Death Eater only reinforced Sirius' assumption. He shifted, starting to feel a little dirty just watching what was happening in the window across from him. That didn't exactly stop him from leaning back against the fence and getting more comfortable. There was a sharp crack and a whimper, and Sirius winced right along with the Death Eater. Not quite as effective, but still quite a promising tactic. Sirius shifted again and his movement was followed by a wet splash and the Death Eater's yelp of surprise. Unexpected though the tactic had been, it had the desired effect and the Death Eater started whimpering his surrender and apologies. Sirius had had enough of watching from the sidelines and pushed away from the fence. Not wanting to waste any time, he stepped in through the window and greeted the witch, who didn't even look surprised to see him. In fact, she sort of whimpered a little herself. Sirius Black. How she managed to make the name of a wanted, falsely accused murderer sound so much like a purr was a little bit of a mystery. Sirius blinked in surprise as he realized just who this witch was. She wasn't entirely a witch at all, but she was a half-witch that he recognized. Voldemort is seeking out half-breeds now. She gave a shrug. Even he can find a use for my kind. They both gave a revolted shudder at the images that produced. Ack, bad images, Sirius muttered. Gonna take him off my hands. She motioned to the Death Eater strapped to the dining table with the knife Sirius only just realized she was holding in her hand. That was the plan. Think you can spare a few hours? She questioned with a sultry look. Sirius grinned and aimed his wand over his shoulder at the Death Eater. A heavy clunk signaled that the Death Eater was now wrapped up in heavy chains and unlikely to go anywhere for a while. What the hell, he's not going anywhere. The half-witch half-siren grinned cheekily, grabbed the front of his shirt and hauled him down the hall. Sirius was pretty sure he was about to have as much fun as he did the first time he ran into this particular woman at a party. A party way back when he was a runaway 15-year-old and she was a bored 17-year-old with nothing better to do than educate a young man on the joys of the world. He really hoped Emmy and Abby weren't having this much luck. Abby was not having fun, that was for sure. In fact, given where she was, she might actually have been persuading to spend a little time trading places with Sirius. She was up to her knees in mud, herding a Muggle family away from their burning farmhouse and trying not to notice the distinct smell of cow in the air. She'd been hoping for a simple get in, stop the Death Eater and get out type of night. What she'd got instead was a terrified, magic-aware Muggle family who, for reasons she hadn't had the time to ask yet, were living in a house so well guarded magically that the Death Eater had given up on getting in and just torched the place instead. He hadn't even bothered to use magic, just picked up a nearby fallen tree branch, lit it on fire and tossed it in the living room window. Stupid flammable house, she muttered. She was still unable to believe just how quickly the house had gone up. 1 minute she'd been thinking, bugger, better put that out, and the next the whole place was coming down and the Muggle family of 4 was screaming and running out the front only to end up being attacked by the stupid Death Eater. That was when Abby had stepped in, throwing up quick shields to protect the family while trying to get close enough to attack the Death Eater. But that was half an hour ago. The Death Eater was dead and she wasn't going to think about that for as long as possible, and she was stuck trudging through knee-deep mud to lead the family out of the sudden death trap of a farm. They were triggering wards left and right, but so far none had deemed them worthy of harm, for which Abby was eternally grateful. Finally, after what seemed like hours of trekking but was probably only 2, they stopped at a little cabin on the very edge of the family's property. Abby collapsed onto the ground, not caring that she was sitting at yet another puddle of mud. Why? She asked tiredly. Trekking through mud and battling Death Eaters could really tire a girl out. Why is your house so well protected? We don't know exactly, the husband answered honestly, though his words were an effort to get out. He was breathing so heavily. Once a year a couple of wizards set up camp on the back of our property near the caves. Caves? Abby grumbled. Awesome. She flopped back to the ground and then the wards collapsed, emitting a soft golden warning glow. Bloody awesome. Sirius was the first to appear at their designated meet point and he stood whistling while he waited. Emmy arrived next, sporting a series of strange circular burns on her arms and looking tired and sweaty. Before he could even ask her about them, Abby appeared looking like she'd taken a roll in mud and smelling like there had been pigs involved. What happened to you? Sirius laughed. Burning farmhouse, dead Death Eater and a Muggle family that was far too protected. Ah, he nodded, smile fading slightly. And you, Emmy? Magic beeping Turkish coin. Ouch. What about you? Abby asked. Sirius grinned with a faraway look. Ex-girlfriend with a fixation on silk scarves and a surprisingly hard bed. Both girls glared at him. I'll keep the details to myself, shall I? He suggested wisely. Home. They both glared at him again and vanished back to Hogsmeade. He thought about following them but wisely chose to give it a few days before he spoke to them again. No need to ruin a good mood by inadvertently getting castrated by two very angry teenage girls. True to form, the morning of the Hogsmeade trip found Ron in the Great Hall eating breakfast without showing any signs of being nervous about his impending date. Hermione was watching him like a hawk and Ginny was watching the both of them with something akin to exasperation. It didn't take long before the feel of Hermione's eyes on him was just too uncomfortable to ignore. What, Hermione? Why are you staring at me? You're not panicking. What? Ron gave her a blank confused look and Ginny tried to hide behind the morning's Daily Prophet. I sort of assumed you'd be all nervous and twitchy about your date. Ginny winced over the way Hermione choked on the word date. Ron seemed oblivious to it but you never could be sure anymore about what Ron was or wasn't seeing. It was an uncomfortable feeling, knowing that they'd always underestimated Ron. Why would I be nervous and twitchy? Because Daphne's a girl. I should bloody well hope so, Ron responded. What's your point, Hermione? Never mind. Hermione crossed her arms across her chest and glared at him. Ron merely shrugged in response and turned back to his breakfast. He'd just finished on his third piece of jam toast when Ginny threw the paper down in disgust right on top of his plate. Raising his eyebrows, he picked up the discarded paper to find out what had her so peeved. He didn't find anything on his first glance. Enlighten me. Fudge gave another interview about the Ministry's efforts to catch Sirius. Anything interesting? Ron folded the paper and put it aside so he could get a start on his bacon. Same as usual. What is? Daphne asked as she slipped into the chair Ron had been reserving for a still absent Harry. Hermione opened her mouth to lie or maybe even tell Daphne it was none of her business but Ron beat her to it. Fudge babbling to the Ministry about catching Sirius. Ron. Hermione hissed. He waved her off. All they need is a siren and some scarves. Ginny snorted into her pumpkin juice and Ron gave a surprised laugh. You heard about that? I think the whole castle heard about that, Daphne told him. I was on watch when they came back, heard the whole dressing down. Do tell. Ginny leaned around Ron and started to ask questions about the overheard shouting match that had occurred on her watch of the Hogsmeade tunnel entrance. Great, Ron muttered to Hermione across the table. Just what I need, my sister and my girlfriend gossiping. Now you know how Harry feels. Daphne patted his shoulder and then continued to relate the castration threat to Ginny. Ron snorted. Abby hates to gossip. Lucky bastard, he grouched. Harry's dating Abby. Hermione gasped. What? Ew, no. Ron yelped. Ow. He whipped around and glared at Allie's back as she walked calmly toward the teacher's table. He rubbed the back of his head and turned back to find Hermione looking entirely lost. You okay? Hermione sighed and it was a wary sound that suggested she was sick and tired of being left in the dark. No, Ron, I'm not okay. I have no idea what any of you are talking about and you're not making any effort to explain. You're just like Harry, you have plenty of secrets and you're not willing to share them. I'm supposed to be your friend Ron and all I get are closed-off looks and people stopping mid-sentence when I enter the room. That's hardly my fault, Hermione. No, of course it's not, you're just following Harry's orders. It's always Harry, isn't it? Drawn out of her conversation with Daphne despite not having all of the amusing details just yet, Ginny turned and frowned at Hermione. Taken out of context that could be taken entirely the wrong way. Hermione glared at her. It's true. Daphne knows what's going on better than I do and she's a Slytherin. She's also sitting right here. Daphne snapped. I know what I know because I've proven myself to Harry and Martin. I've given them reason to trust me in my judgment. Perhaps you should be focusing less on the secrets you're not being told and more on the trust you used to feel for your friends. How do I trust people who constantly lie to me? You don't trust friends because they tell you the truth about absolutely everything, Granger. You trust them because they are your friends and in this case have time and again saved you or risked themselves for you. And what have you done to earn a level of trust that even I don't have? Hermione demanded angrily. I doubt liking Ron gives you that much of an advantage. Nobody mentioned the clearly unspoken words that said if that were the case then Hermione would surely know everything. Not that it's any of your business, but I provide the Adata with a unique service and a lot of information that would otherwise be difficult to come by. We all have our unique skills and it is those skills that have earned me their trust. Hermione gave a strangled choking noising and fled from the table with a sharp glare at anyone who dared get in her way. That was pleasant, Ginny said finally, breaking the stunned and uncomfortable silence that had fallen over them. Well, I'm off. I'm meeting someone in the Hogshead at 10. Ron frowned at her suspiciously. Who are you meeting? Ginny blushed and refused to meet his look. An Auror named Matt. Ron gaped like a fish for a moment and then remembered something his mother had said about Ginny being her own woman and being caught on the wrong end of a bat bogey if he put his foot in his mouth. He smirked instead. How old is he? Ginny grinned a little uneasily. 21. That's a little old for you, don't you think? Oh, it's not a date, Ron, she assured her brother. I'm meeting him as a friend and trying to scope out if he can be trusted enough to get Tonks to bring him in or not. Oh, well, good luck then. Back at you, big brother. Ron looked over at Daphne to ask her if she was ready and found her watching Snape with a puzzled look. He followed Snape's gaze and saw that he was studying Martin intensely. Ron really hoped he wasn't developing some sort of crush because he didn't think the potions master would survive whatever Harry would do to him. Do you think he knows something? Daphne asked quietly, as though she expected Snape to hear her if she spoke any louder. Ron shrugged as he slid off the bench and offered Daphne his hand. Harry let him get a look at a few of his memories. I think Snape must have seen something about Martin in there because he's been giving Harry these funny looks for days. Daphne screwed up her nose. She wasn't BPD, was she? 'Cause that would certainly explain it. How so? Daphne paused to glare at Filch as he snarled at them and marked their names on a list. Luna said she was in the staff room a few days ago and Martin was in there alone. She said Snape came in, turned a funny shade of pink and left again. What was Luna doing in the staff room? Daphne shrugged. No idea. Martin didn't even know she was there until she asked if Snape had been infested by some sort of blushing bug or something. That girl really scares me sometimes. You and me both. They walked in silence for a while, feeling no need to speak. It said a lot about them that they were comfortable enough to just be around each other. Ron wasn't even sure when it had started, but he knew it was a good sign. The silence was broken by Draco Malfoy's drawl. Greengrass, associating with blood traitors. Ron clenched his fist and probably would have snarled something stupid at Malfoy, but Daphne squeezed his hand and pulled him onward. She called her parting words over her shoulder. I'm associating with a member of one of the oldest wizarding families in the world. Malfoy yelled something after them that sent Crabbe, Goyle and Pansy Parkinson into fits of laughter, but Ron didn't hear him. Once they were a safe distance away, Daphne released Ron's hand and waited for him to start ranting against Malfoy. To her surprise, he took a deep breath and smiled. She didn't trust it one bit. Don't let him get to you. I won't, he assured her. Then before she could stop him, he whipped out his wand and cast a spell back in Malfoy's direction. What did you do? Bat bogey. Not as good as Ginny's, but it's got a nice kick. Daphne shook her head and laughed. He's going to know it was you and he's going to want revenge. True, Ron conceded. But he'll have a tough job of it. In the distance, Malfoy could be heard shouting about his father around large bats. Do you want to explore Hogsmeade or torment Ginny? Ron eventually questioned once they'd reached the edge of the village. Torment Ginny. Always. Have I told you how brilliant you are today? I could stand to hear it again. Ron thought about it for a moment. Nah. Daphne whacked him across the shoulder and shoved him forward. Ron laughed and darted away. She chased after him, trying not to laugh, and jumped on his back. They didn't pay any attention to the strange looks they were getting from the few Slytherins they passed or those Gryffindors who knew Ron well enough to wonder what had changed his mind about a snake. They landed with a soft squelch and a heavy sigh. She had warned him about the mud, but that didn't exactly prepare him for the soft and soggy sinking feeling. With a small laugh, Abby led the way up the muddy drive toward the wreckage of the farmhouse and the man who was sifting through the charred remains. Hello, Mr. Morgan, do you want a hand? The man straightened and glanced down the drive toward them. Morning, Abby, he called with a little more cheer than was truly warranted from a man who had just lost his house in a fire. Who's your friend? Oh, this is Harry, that friend I told you about. Nice to meet you, Harry. Mr. Morgan removed his glove and extended his hand for Harry to shake. You too, sir. You're here about the cave. Harry nodded and Morgan motioned for them to follow him, throwing down his work gloves. He led them through a paddock of more mud and the occasional cow patty. Abby grumbled all the way, and aside from one comment about Tilly yelling at him for muddying his clothes, Harry kept his mouth shut. When did you first learn about the wizarding world? Harry asked, wrenching his foot free of a particularly deep mud puddle. I've always known, Morgan answered. The family has owned this land for generations. My father told me and his father told him. What exactly did he tell you? Harry was curious to learn all about this mysterious Muggle family and their cave. Well, he used to tell me a story about a great and powerful wizard who was forced to hide from his enemy until his weapon was ready. Father said the wizard found our caves and used them to hide until the time was right. I've been in and out of those caves all my life and I've never seen anything that would suggest a powerful wizard once lived there. I sense coming, Abby murmured to Harry. But every year without fail 2 wizards from the ministry set up camp at the cave entrance and spend a month doing something. I think it's research. I think they know something is there, just like my father said, but I don't think they can find it. Did your dad ever say what is supposed to be in there? He didn't know, could be his weapon, could be nothing. He brought them to the entrance of the cave and offered them one of the old-fashioned oil lamps hanging just inside. They declined and instead pulled out their wands and cast lumos. Thanks, Mr. Morgan. Hope you find what you're looking for. They said goodbye to Morgan and started into the cave. True to all caves, it was damp, dark and more than a little smelly. The light of their wands kept reflecting off metal embedded in the walls. On closer inspection, the metal turned out to be runes formed out of polished steel stuck to the cave wall, probably with a permanent sticking charm. Harry had no idea what more than half of them meant and he wished he'd brought along a Muggle camera so he could show Hermione. Must have some sort of Muggle repelling charms on the entrance, Abby observed. Wandering into a dark cave with a lengthy and violent, if the stories could be believed, history, and not knowing what the creepy runes on the cave walls meant was not the brightest or safest thing Harry and Abby could be doing on a Saturday morning. But since when had Harry Potter done the safe thing? Do you really think it's the ministry that comes here every year? Abby asked, trailing her fingers over the runes as they walked. Doubt it, Harry replied. I got Tonks to ask around. No one at the ministry has even heard about this place and Ruby couldn't even find any trace of it in the Dom. Death Eaters. Shouldn't think so. From what I gather, this has been going on a lot longer than Voldemort and his followers. He knows it's here though. Harry gave a slight chuckle. I doubt there's much about the magical world that Voldemort doesn't know. Or at least thinks he knows almost everything. Do you think there's anything here worth finding? Harry's foot slid across the suddenly slick floor and Abby reached out to steady him. They lifted their wands above their heads, hoping to provide more light to give them some idea of what Harry had slid upon. The rough dirt floor of the cave gave way to smooth stone and the walls were cluttered with the steel runes interspersed with other signs and symbols that Harry didn't recognize. A few feet past the beginning of the smooth stone floor there was a large oak door. That's not something you expect in a cave. Check this out, Abby called to him. She was crouched in front of the door examining weird scratches in the wood. I think this is where the ministry tried to get in. Harry crouched beside her and ran his fingers over the marks. Spell damage, he agreed. Looks like they tried everything they could think of. He touched a scorched portion of the door. Blasting hexes, experimental magic. I think one of these is from an ordinary axe. Any ideas? Harry continued to search the door while Abby turned her attention to the writing on the walls. He looked at every inch of the door but couldn't find anything that would suggest a way inside. He stood and walked over to Abby to see if she'd had any more luck. She was staring at a spread of 3 or 4 languages with her head tilted to the side and her tongue poking between her teeth. Her eyes were squinted. What is it? They were written by different people, I think. Each one at a different time. Harry stepped closer and squinted at the section she was indicating. What makes you say that? The runes are the oldest, probably put here by whoever created this place. Then comes the weird squiggly language done in the red paint and finally the chalk words. This helps us how? I think they all say the same things, like over the years different people have come here and written down their translation of the runes. Again, this helps us how? I once read an article in the Quibbler about mythical languages and I think I recognize some of the chalk words. Harry raised his eyebrows. You read the Quibbler, don't you? Only the stuff Luna tells me I have to. Abby grinned. Either way, I think this word means entrance. She pointed to one of the chalk words that overlapped a red symbol. And this one means power, and I might be wrong, but this one could be lizard. An etching on one of the runes caught Harry's attention and he stepped forward to get a better look. He was only vaguely aware of Abby rambling on about how unlikely it was the word actually meant lizard and that she probably was getting it confused with something else. He caught the words reptile, legs and something about stupid old wizards. Harry, bloody hell, do you know what this is? No, I thought we'd covered that already. Harry rolled his eyes and touched the etching on the edge of the rune. It's not lizard, Abs, it is snake. The bloody thing needs Parseltongue. Oh, Abby exclaimed, slapping herself on the forehead. That's what this is. She prodded the chalk. My grandma was a Muggle archaeologist and she met my grandfather on a dig. He was there researching Parseltongue amongst ancient magical cultures. That's why I remember the article in the Quibbler. They tell that story every year on their anniversary. Harry smiled. I can open that door, he assured her. As long as it doesn't need a password of sorts. Have at it, Snake Boy. I may bury you one day where not even your grandparents can find you. Nah, I know you love me. Very deep down, it's still there. She patted his cheek and he growled. Open, he hissed in the language of snakes. The effect was immediate. With a soft click the door released and popped open enough for them to grab hold and pull it the rest of the way. That was too easy. Way too easy, Harry agreed. They exchanged a glance and then, with a shrug, started through the door. The moment they entered the room, torches sprang into life along the walls, casting strange flickering shadows across an empty room. Moving quickly they darted to the next door and Harry issued the same command. The door sprung open and they stepped forward only to be tossed backward before they had crossed the threshold. They landed heavily near the first door. Not so easy this time. Harry hauled himself to his feet and approached the door carefully. There was nothing in the immediate vicinity that would suggest any way of getting round the throwing hex on the doorway. Abby started to investigate the rest of the room. Maybe I have to speak in Parseltongue as we pass through. Worth a try. A moment later Abby helped him back to his feet. That's a no then. Just a bit, yeah. Any bright ideas? Abby shook her head and the two continued to search the room for any sort of clue. The walls were devoid of any type of script and there weren't any objects in the room. Eventually Abby found what they were looking for in a smudge on the wall beside the door. Blood, she concluded. It's blood magic. Let's just hope it doesn't need blood from both of us. Why? I'm just as capable as you, Abby sniped, misunderstanding Harry's words. I'm a phoenix, Abs, I doubt my blood will work. Abby opened her mouth, gaped soundlessly like a fish for a few moments and then snapped it closed again. Harry shifted uncomfortably. I've never mentioned that to you before, have I? Abby shook her head. It explains a lot, though. How old is Martin? Harry smiled. She was quick, he'd have to give her that. She turned 300 a few weeks ago. Wicked. I thought so. Does Ron know? Abby asked to distract herself as Harry took her hand and sliced into her palm with his knife. I haven't told him exactly, but I doubt he's as in the dark as I think. I'm pretty sure that a room full of Weasleys could solve all of the world's problems. Abby smeared the blood across the wall on top of the old smudges and the doorway shimmered briefly. Guess that worked. Harry nodded and as one they stepped through the door and straight into yet another trap. Allie drew her coat tighter around her and struggled down the soggy path. She was really sick of her new waddle. It wasn't half as stealthy as her walk normally was and it was twice as slow. If she didn't have a load of shopping to do, she would have stayed in bed and marked those essays she'd been ignoring for the past week. She'd passed Emmy and her friends standing outside the bookstore and tried to stalk toward the apothecary. She never got the chance to reach it. A sudden feeling of uneasiness washed over her and she slowed to a stop. Students darted around her, laughing and chatting with friends, but she didn't hear any of it. Something was very wrong. A sudden piercing pain in her chest had her sinking to her knees and crying out. She wasn't aware of the students around her slowing to a frightened stop. She wasn't aware of anything but the scorching pain in her chest. The pain intensified and seemed to move toward her head. She screamed louder but it didn't stop. There was no relief, just burning pain. Ron and Daphne stumbled through the door of the Hogshead and out into the cool October air. Ginny had not been happy with them, and their leaving was the only thing that had saved them from getting cursed. Still, it had been fun while it lasted. What should we? A scream split the air, and in a move that would have made Harry proud, they immediately ran towards it. Wands out, they battled through the crowd of students milling about to find out what was going on. Ron shoved a third year aside and met Stephen and Jessie fighting their way through the students beside him. They emerged from the cluster of students to find Martin on her knees on the ground, clutching her chest in the middle of a ring of confused students. Snape burst through the ring just as the rest of the Adata did. Ron took charge before Snape even got the chance to ask what was going on. Make a perimeter, he ordered the Adata members. Get everyone out of here. The Adata members formed an expanding circle inside that created by the students. Pulling out their wands, they forced all of the watching students back. Snape scowled at Ron but moved to crouch beside Martin. He was thrown backward when she threw her head back and burst into flames. Bugger, Ron swore. Snape whipped out his wand, probably to cast some sort of water charm, but Daphne stilled his arm. It won't work, sir, not that kind of fire. Ron rushed forward and knelt on the ground in front of Martin. He hesitated for a moment before reaching out and gripping her face in his hands. He cried out as the flames burned his hands but tried not to focus on it. Ally, he shouted at her. Ally. She didn't appear to hear him and his sleeves were already burning. He turned to Daphne, who stood restraining Snape, all the while wincing at the feel and smell of his own flesh slowly roasting. Where is he? The cave in Wales, she told him. He and Abby left this morning. Daphne tightened her grip on Snape's arm. Ron turned back to Martin, and with huge reluctance, not because it would particularly hurt her but because of the damage it would do him, he slapped her. She didn't look at him, but she did whimper out a string of words. Dark, Mark, send, Snape. Ron flew back from Ally and Daphne hurried to meet him, wand out and healing spells tumbling from her lips. Ron's hands and arm were a mess of charred and blackened skin. He had tears in his eyes but he ignored them, he was almost beyond pain. He even went so far as to force Snape back when he rushed forward, mouth spilling insults, as he tried his own healing spells. Go, Ron told Daphne urgently. Take Snape to the cave and help Harry. What is the meaning of this? Snape demanded, his fury only increasing when he was once again ignored. Daphne whipped around and addressed the Adata members. Stephen, take Martin to the hospital wing and put in a call to Ruby. Luna, Jessie, distract the professors. Susan, put in a call to the ministry and somebody get the Weasleys. Orders given. She snatched up Snape's arm and disappeared, tugging him along with her. His mouth formed a protest that they couldn't hear as he vanished with a sharp pop. Mere moments after they left, Ron's hard-won control snapped and he fell to his knees before crumpling face first to the ground. With Snape gone, it was easier for the Adata members to do what they needed to do. Stephen ran toward the castle with Ally floating along in front of him under the control of a hovering charm. Emmy darted back through the streets searching for Ginny. She knew the twins were in London scouting out spaces for their joke shop, so there was just one Weasley she could get to Ron's bedside. Luna, Jessie and Susan sprinted toward the castle ahead of Stephen. There was an urgency to their actions that had students leaping out of their path. They were even more eager to move when Stephen came into view directing the burning form of their Dada professor. Ron was left in the care of the third-year Slytherin girl who was slowly becoming a member of the defense group. She only knew the most basic of healing spells that Martin had taught to all of her Dada students and just one extra that she had taught the Adata. None of them could do much for Ron. Ron, Stephanie's head whipped around, her wand not far behind her, and looked toward the sound of Ron's name. Sprinting toward them through the village was Ginny with Hermione fast on her heels. Stephanie lowered her wand and stepped back to give Ginny room. She fell to her knees and quickly evaluated his wounds. Help me get him to the hospital wing. What happened? Hermione cried. How did this happen? Not now, Hermione, Ginny snapped, shoving her out of the way. Emmy, we need a stretcher. Emmy conjured a stretcher and the four girls gently rolled Ron onto it. Once he was settled, Ginny led the way back to the castle while Emmy directed Ron to float along beside them. In order to keep him as comfortable as possible, they walked as slowly as they dared. Hermione walked alongside the stretcher, constantly reaching to touch him and then stopping when she realized it would only hurt him. She swiped at the tears streaming down her cheeks and glared at Ginny, who didn't appear to be affected at all by her brother's injuries. Rather, she was snapping out questions left and right that had nothing, if very little, to do with Ron. "Do we know what happened?" she asked of Stephanie. Stephanie shook her head. "She was already down when we arrived. Ron took control while Daphne fended off Snape." "Where is everyone now?" "Daphne and Snape went to help. Stephen took Martin to the hospital wing and the others are doing what they can to distract people." "Did anyone get a message to Fred and George?" "They're out of range," Stephanie responded dryly. Ginny nodded. "I'll go," Emmy offered. Ginny took over the spell to guide Ron and Emmy disapparated. Hermione gasped and started telling Ginny off for allowing Emmy to leave the school while also scolding Emmy when she wasn't even there. Just outside the school gates, Ginny had enough. She whipped around and glared at Hermione, who had started to demand where Daphne had run off to when Ron was lying injured on a stretcher. "Daphne is dealing with the reason Ron is like this," Ginny snapped. "She'd be here if she could." Ginny didn't wait for a response before turning and stalking up the drive. It was a little harsh as she knew that Hermione was just extremely worried for her friend, but she couldn't help wondering if this would come up later in an argument about Daphne. They were met halfway by a frantic Madame Pomfrey, who started dishing out healing spells on the move. "He touched Professor Martin," Pomfrey queried. "Slapped her too," Stephanie nodded. Madame Pomfrey tutted and hurried them upstairs. Once in the hospital wing, she quickly and efficiently transferred Ron to one of the beds and hurried off to retrieve every potion she had in stock that was designed to heal burns. Ginny smoothed Ron's hair back from his sticky forehead and turned to address Stephanie. "Meet everyone in the data room as they come back and tell me if you get any news." The Slytherin nodded quickly and offered Ginny's hand a tight squeeze before she sped out of the hospital wing. Ginny then turned her attention to the flaming figure that had so captured Hermione's attention. Hermione stood gaping at the sight of Martin hovering inches above one of the hospital beds, every bit of her covered in red-hot flames. Stephen stood beside her bed, maintaining the spell that was keeping her off the bed and stopping her from burning the room down. With one last glance at Ron, Ginny hurried from his side and gave Martin a once-over. "How is she?" "She's stopped screaming," Stephen answered. "Ruby's on her way." As if speaking her name had brought her, the doors to the hospital wing burst open and Ruby Reed flew inside. Despite the situation, Ginny couldn't help but laugh. Ruby was dressed completely in dragon hide. Leather pants, bodice and jacket made up her fireproof attire. She glared sharply at Ginny before tugging on a pair of gloves and heading straight for her friend. She placed one hand against Martin's cheek and the other on her swollen stomach. Hermione, who, despite having her eyes locked on Martin, had remained by Ron's side, watching closely as the sweat beaded on Ruby's forehead. Madame Pomfrey emerged from her office and stopped at the foot of Martin's bed. "This has happened before?" she asked of Ruby. Ruby nodded. "Once or twice, never this bad." "Is the child safe?" Ruby smiled slightly. The child in question moved happily around in her new toasty environment beneath her gloved hand. "Takes after her parents." Madame Pomfrey nodded again, her lips pursed and muttering something about being unable to properly treat her patients if they don't tell her about unique physiology. "Burns can be treated the same as regular burns." This time it was Ginny who answered. "Yeah, they don't normally burn those who come in contact, but this was really bad." "Very well. Miss Granger, I suggest you go back to your common room, you too, Mr. Kennedy." Stephen waited until the bed beneath Martin had been made fireproof, using a spell Ruby had become well acquainted with over the years, before he released his hover charm and left. Hermione looked like she wanted to protest, but under the sharp look Madame Pomfrey was giving, she gave in and left quietly. "Allie," Ruby spoke quietly to her flaming friend. "Shut off the fireworks, you're making me crispy." Ginny giggled nervously, never taking her eyes off her brother as Madame Pomfrey covered his arms and hands in a thick yellow paste that smelled terrible. He woke up with a shout just as she was closing the lid on the jar. She placed a calming hand on Ron's shoulder and pressed him gently back into the bed. Ron let out a string of colorful curses and flopped back, deciding it was probably a good idea not to attempt to get up. "Blimey, that hurts. Ya think?" Ron shot her an annoyed look while Madame Pomfrey performed a quick check to make sure he was otherwise okay. Satisfied with what she was seeing, she placed the jar of yellow paste on the table beside his bed and left him instructions to apply it twice daily until the jar was empty or the burns had healed. She gave Martin another glance, but she was still burning strong. "When Mr. Potter returns, have him come see me," she told Ginny. "I need to give him a complete physical." Ginny nodded, aware that Madame Pomfrey must have been told more than anyone realized when Martin had first begun teaching. Though it likely had more to do with the baby than any real trust of Madame Pomfrey. "They're Phoenix, aren't they?" Ginny spun around and gaped at her brother. He smirked slightly, wincing from the pain in his arms. "How did you? How?" "A couple of things," he said. "I'm right, aren't I? That's why she's burning, Harry's in trouble and she's feeling it." Ginny grinned. "Way smarter than we give you credit for." Ron grinned, and then they all jumped when Martin stopped screaming and shouted out Harry's name. They turned to see Ruby jumping back with a hand on her heart and Martin sitting up on the bed, breathing heavily but no longer burning. That was new. The moment they snapped back into existence, Snape wrenched his arm free of Daphne's grip and pulled his wand on her. She wasn't having any of it. She was off and running before Snape knew it. "What have you done?" he demanded, running after her. "Harry and Ally are looking for a possible weapon to help defeat Voldemort," she shouted over her shoulder. "They're in trouble." Slipping and sliding through the mud, Daphne raced toward the burnt shell of a farmhouse. Snape followed, though he couldn't be sure why. They skidded to a stop outside the farmhouse and Daphne shouted for Mr. Morgan. The middle-aged owner of the house appeared around the corner and greeted them hesitantly. "Friends of Harry's," Daphne panted by way of explanation. "They're in trouble." A boy of about 12 popped around the corner. "I'll take them, Dad." "This way." He took off running and Daphne sprinted after him. Snape grumbled something about leaving the stupid boy to die but ran after her anyway. Mud splattered his robes and he hated Daphne even more for the ease with which she ran through the mud. He was sweating and out of breath when they stopped at the entrance to a cave. Daphne thanked the young boy and started into the cave, but Snape grabbed her arm and pulled her back. "No. Explain to me what is going on." Daphne sighed and then launched into a much abbreviated version of the story. The Adata has been tracking possible Death Eaters. A few nights ago Abby followed one here. She and Harry came back this morning to investigate. Professor Martin says they triggered a trap, something to do with the Dark Mark. That's why you're here. Professor Martin was a pillar of flame. How could she know this? She knows, Daphne almost growled. Now move. She pushed him forward into the cave and they started the trek toward Harry in silence. The first door they reached was ajar and the room beyond was empty. A quick search revealed a smear of blood on the wall beside the door. Blood magic, Snape acknowledged with a grimace. Much to Snape's surprise, Daphne produced a knife from the back pocket of her Muggle jeans and sliced into her palm. She placed her hand against the wall over the previous smudge she knew had to be Abby's and the door swung open. The room ahead of them looked empty and Snape stepped forward taking a good look around. Daphne made to follow him but was stopped by a weakened cry. No. Snape whipped around to see the origin of the voice and found Abby balanced halfway up the wall beside the door. She was crouched on a small lip in the cave wall and there was blood trailing down the side of her face. Daphne stayed where she was and Snape walked over to Abby, who started talking immediately. We bypassed the original traps but Voldemort's been through and he laid some of his own, she explained quickly. This room originally was charmed to test for certain magical qualities, test out just who was trying to get through. From what I can tell, Voldemort changed the test to search for magical qualities he deemed were acceptable. The Dark Mark, Daphne assumed. That's why Snape's okay. What happened? Snape demanded in a cold voice. He did not like so many people knowing that he possessed the Dark Mark, and to have children discussing it like it was a widely acknowledged fact was not sitting well. Cruciatus-like curse, Abby answered. Constant agonizing pain incapacitates you and then traps you so you can't move forward or backward. How did you get on the wall? Harry. He had just enough time to get off one spell and he used it to get me off the floor. Always so noble, Snape sneered. Where is the stupid boy? Abby glared at Snape and pointed upward. Snape followed her finger and gasped in horrified fascination. Daphne leant as far forward as she dared and looked up. Harry was stuck to the roof, mouth moving soundlessly over screams and blood dripping steadily from the corner of his mouth. Is that what the trap is supposed to do? Abby shook her head. It just pinned me to the ceiling. Whatever the original spell was, it's warring with Voldemort's new one over Harry. And I suppose you've been sitting there the whole time waiting for rescue, Snape gloated. He was wondering over the idiocy of these two storming into a trap that was set by the Dark Lord himself. No, Abby snapped. I used a levitation charm on myself and checked out the next couple of rooms. Next one is a simple spell that judges the worthiness of the person entering. Basic, state your business. One after you have to surrender all of your weapons, including your wand, and the last one after that is a complex riddle in Parseltongue that has to be read aloud and answered in Parseltongue. That's why I'm back here. She glared at Snape. Can't get into the last room without Harry. Despite himself, Snape was almost impressed. It didn't sit well with him at all. He stared up at Harry, studying the way the boy focused unseeing eyes down at them, trying to understand the words his soundless mouth was shaping. What's he saying? Daphne asked, having just realized, like Snape, Harry wasn't screaming like she first thought. Abby smiled sheepishly. Sorry, silencing charm. Got a bit annoying. He's muttering about 3 different counter curses, one after the other, just to keep things from getting worse. Worse? Daphne asked. It gets worse. What is he doing exactly? Abby scrunched up her nose as though trying to remember what words Harry had been using. He's stopping the curse from affecting me by limiting it to floor contact, blocking the effects of the curse that's being used on him to the best of his ability, and he's keeping himself stuck to the ceiling because when he touches the floor things start exploding. Bit tricky trying to keep one part operating while the other shuts off. Remove the silencing charm, Snape ordered with a curl of his lip. Abby waved her wand to cancel the charm, and Harry's tired and pain-filled voice filled the room. You have found no way to remove the curse placed on this room by the Dark Lord. He asked the question knowing full well how unlikely it was she would have uncovered such a thing if she were still sitting on the wall. Requires the presence of a dark mark and a certain passphrase. Snape might have rolled his eyes, but no one in the room was quite in a position to see for themselves. He started to explore, going over every surface to try and find some sort of clue that might offer up the passphrase and release Harry Potter from the ceiling. He tuned out the conversation Daphne and Abby were having, wondering on the foolishness of children who could have a gossip session whilst under threat of curse in a cave. The sudden and complete silence was almost as disturbing as a scream might have been. Startled, the occupants of the room looked up and were greeted by the strange sight of Harry Potter perfectly coherent, pinned to the roof with his arms crossed behind his head. Into the silence, Harry spoke what turned out to be some of the most irritating words he'd ever spoken. At least to Snape. Professor, please don't move, you're standing on the answer. Snape looked down and saw that the stone he was standing on, that had once been simple gray flagstone, was now covered in strange green writing. It was not a language he recognized, and as far as he could tell he hadn't actually done more than stand on it. Well, that's sneaky, Abby announced. A safe switch. The only way to shut off the original curse is to step on a stone that can't possibly be reached. She looked up at Harry with a frown. Why aren't you writhing in pain? I think I'm back to confusing the censors or whatever it is that judges your gifts, he guessed. I don't think it knows whether I'm human or not. Why are you still on the ceiling, then? No idea, he answered cheerfully. Get me down, would you? Harry was down from the ceiling and engaged in a staring, really glaring, contest with a confused and angry Snape. It seemed that Snape hadn't appreciated Harry's humor given the situation, and Harry didn't particularly appreciate being told that he couldn't handle the possibly life-threatening situation if he still found it a good time to crack jokes. It's how we cope, Daphne explained before her teacher and boyfriend's best friend started to argue. If we don't laugh, then there is sobbing and despair. Definitely sobbing, Abby agreed. Oh Abs, I'm so sorry. Harry gave her a quick one-armed hug, having completely forgotten about the Death Eater she'd been forced to kill. He then turned to Daphne. We need to employ some sort of counseling. I'll get on that as soon as we get home. You and I are going to have a talk when we get back to the castle, Harry informed Snape. Snape gave a snarl and turned to stomp toward the next room and the next puzzle or trap. The trio of students exchanged glances before following after him. The next room was empty and the door out was open. A quick inspection showed that each original spell only needed to be deactivated once, and Abby herself had done that while exploring. Not wanting to look a gift horse in the mouth, they sped through the still open doors until they reached the final one. Like all the others before it, it appeared to be empty, but that didn't seem to bother Abby. She pushed past Snape and tapped a spot on the wall 7 times with her wand. The wall beneath her wand seemed to dissolve, revealing a small alcove and an old roll of parchment. How did you find that? Harry murmured as Snape reached forward for the parchment. 15 long minutes scanning every inch of these walls. That one point is slightly worn, like it's been poked a lot over the years. Harry nodded, inwardly marveling over her attention to detail. Snape was busy scanning over the riddle, which was turning out to be less of a riddle and more of a list of instructions and a very random question. Like Abby had said, Harry had to speak the question aloud and then answer it in Parseltongue. The simplicity of the task suggested that it had been created by or at least adjusted by Voldemort, and that the answer was actually a lot more difficult than it seemed. Right, what does it say? It says, magic at its deepest, most powerful can be described as one thing and one thing only. I thought you said it was a riddle. Daphne frowned at Abby. I believe it was originally, Snape supplied. It seems the Dark Lord changed it when he came through here. Harry rolled his eyes. Of course he did, so all we have to do is figure out one word to describe magic. Abby frowned. That could be anything. Harry shook his head, as did Snape. If it were anyone else I'd assume it was love, but it's Voldemort, so it has to be something very complicated but still superficial. Snape frowned at Harry and reread the riddle question several times, as though just one more read would give away the answer quickly so they could leave. All of his notions were being turned on their head, and it wasn't sitting well with him. He wasn't sure he'd be able to go on thinking of Harry as an arrogant git after this, and he hadn't even seen him do all that much. The fact that he had even found this place, that he knew Voldemort and his Death Eaters well enough, was enough to upset Snape's view of the world. If he were Dumbledore, I'd say that were true, Snape agreed. However, not everyone views the world in such a simple way. It could be anything. Well, it can't be magic and it can't be power because they're both mentioned in the question. And we know love is out because Voldemort has never felt it and would never believe it could hold power of its own, Daphne added. They stood in silence, each thinking of the possible answer to the question, something that Voldemort would think to be magic at its most powerful. Suddenly Harry clicked his fingers and spoke in the hissing sounds of Parseltongue. The door before them glowed green and opened with a hiss of compressed air releasing. Airtight, Harry grinned. Bodes well for any papers lying about. What did you say? Snape questioned, curious despite his better judgment that anything regarding Harry Bloody Potter was a waste of his time. Knowledge. It's a bloody Muggle saying, knowledge is power. It's about the only thing Dumbledore and Voldemort could probably agree on. Harry gave a shrug and led the way into the next room. Torches burst into life along the walls, illuminating a large room that looked like a research laboratory. The walls were lined with shelves, and the shelves in turn were cluttered with books, scrolls of parchment, potions and vials of potion ingredients. In the center of the room was a large desk, its surface covered in open scrolls, spilled quills and an open ink bottle. It would have looked as though the owner had merely gotten up and left the room if it weren't for the body slumped in the desk chair. Harry approached the body with his wand out, but it was not needed. Whoever the man was, he had been dead a long time, his body shriveled and preserved due to the airtight seal on the door. Harry used his wand to prod the head off the chest to reveal an insignia on the front of the figure's robes. Department of Mysteries researcher, Harry realized. Dead for at least 40 years. And you know this for sure. Snape snarled, approaching the body to perform a brief examination. Unspeakables haven't worn identifying insignia for at least that long. When the war against Grindelwald ended, they removed all sign of affiliation so as best to work around people like Voldemort. Snape glanced at him in surprise. What other useless information do you have stored in that brain, Potter? Oh, this and that, he replied airily, moving away from the body to inspect the papers spread out on the desk. Daphne, Abby, check for curses, jinxes, anything that might be protecting these papers. We take everything we can. What are you going to do? I'm going to see if we can get out of here the easy way. With a quick wink at Abby, Harry disappeared in a burst of flames. Snape whipped around in alarm at the sound, and he barely managed to stop his jaw from dropping. Harry Potter was fast becoming the most curious thing in Snape's life, and it was creating a very frustrating twitch in his left eye. Where did he go? He demanded, although what he really wanted to ask was more along the lines of how he had gone. To check if he can take us straight home from here or if we have to backtrack through these tunnels. Moments later, Harry appeared right where he'd left from with a smug grin on his face. Piece of cake. Apparition wards all over the place, but nothing can hold against me. No wards or anything on the books, Daphne reported. Seems whoever created this place thought you'd proved yourself if you got this far. Any idea what any of this stuff is? Daphne shook her head and Harry turned to Abby. What about you, reader of the Quibbler? Half of it's Parseltongue, the other half is something I've never seen before. It's an old form of Celtic, Snape responded. Written in a rare form of the runic alphabet and in the pattern of some sort of code. What are the chances you can read it? Snape gave Harry a cold glare that told Harry just what he thought of that question. Right then, Hermione. Hermione, the girls agreed. They all started to conjure boxes to pack the books and papers into. It took them an hour to pack using magic and soon they were ready to leave. The only problem being how to get it back to Hogwarts and where to store it when they did. Think we can get a house elf in here? It is possible, Snape replied. They have a way around most human magic. Harry nodded. Pip, Tilly, Kip. 3 sharp cracks announced the arrival of Allie's house elves, proving Snape's theory to be true and providing a much easier way to transport all of the boxes. Master Harry called. Harry crouched down so he was eye level with all 3 elves and smiled in greeting. Has Hermione finished work in the library yet? Pip nodded. She is done. Excellent, can you transfer these boxes to the library and create a separate room within to store them? We is doing it, Master Harry. And could you please ward the room? Yep. The elves snapped their fingers and the boxes disappeared with them, 3 sharp cracks whipping the air. Harry took a hold of Daphne and Abby and then held out his elbow out to Snape. The potions master gave him a sneer but grasped the proffered elbow. Harry made as though to move and then seemed to think better of it. You're not carrying anything heat-sensitive or flammable, are you? I am not. Good. Wouldn't want to explode. We could explode, Abby said in alarm. I don't know, Abby, who knows what kind of potions a potions master carries. Fair, they vanished in a pillar of flames and reappeared in the Adata room, point. Huh, no explosion. Snape ripped his hand from Harry's elbow and stepped back in alarm. He took in the room around him and the few students seated along the walls doing various things. The entire back wall of the old classroom was covered in maps. One map was a detailed plan of Hogwarts and its grounds, another of Hogsmeade and a third, a large and detailed map of Britain. Each map had a number of multicolored pins stuck in them, a system that obviously meant something to whomever had designed the map. What is this? Snape spat, eyes dancing over one of his third-year Slytherins sprawled on a couch doing her homework and using a 7th-year Hufflepuff as a footrest while he read over one of her essays. Across the room Luna Lovegood was playing Exploding Snap with Susan Bones and a 6th-year Ravenclaw Snape didn't particularly dislike because she actually paid attention in his classes. They all looked completely at home in this room. Welcome to the Adata room, Harry said brightly before frowning quickly. Where's Allie? Hospital wing, Stephen answered from the couch. She's okay, he hurried to assure Harry when he saw Harry's eyes widen. Whatever you were doing turned her into a pillar of flames. Ron got burnt, Daphne added. He's okay, right? Emmy nodded and Daphne darted out of the room, no doubt heading straight for the hospital wing to visit Ron. Harry checked his wrist, realized he wasn't wearing a watch and then got the time off Abby. They still had a couple of hours before dinner, hours he would rather be spending with Allie in the hospital wing but would definitely be spent with Snape instead. He looked longingly at the door before turning back to Snape. Emmy took pity on him. Ruby's with her but I'll go and check how she's doing. Thank you. Then Harry switched into the role of leader of the Adata and started giving out orders. Abby, find Hermione and take her into the library to get her familiar with the cave stuff and put her on the right path. Abby nodded. Anything you don't want her to know? Harry shook his head. Just leave out the part where we were tortured a little. Can do. Abby left the room giving Snape a wide berth. He was looking like he was about to combust or start dishing out detentions because he could. Luna, Dumbledore has a meeting with the governors in half an hour and Ron's a little busy. Luna nodded in understanding and slipped quietly out of the room. Susan gathered up the remaining cards and a folder of papers and followed after Luna with a smile. She didn't want to be there when Harry dropped the bomb on Snape. There was a slight chance things might explode. What have you done? Snape demanded. Harry sighed heavily and directed Snape through one of the doors and into the twins' lab. He took a seat on one of the benches, first checking to make sure there weren't any potions spilled on it. Snape stood opposite him and glared. Something happened over the summer that changed everything, Harry began. The first day I got back to the Dursleys there was someone in my room. For a fraction of a second Snape looked alarmed that someone had gotten through the wards. It was Ally Martin. Snape narrowed his eyes. You fathered her child. It wasn't a question and Harry had trouble meeting Snape's eyes. Whether he realized it or not, Snape was the first true adult Harry had told about the baby. Everyone else had gotten to know Ally first before finding out or had guessed on their own. Not to mention that most of those who knew were still just children really. For one horrifying moment Harry felt like he was suddenly seeking Snape's approval. It was a horrible thought, he hadn't realized he thought enough of Snape for that to ever happen. I did. She's the reason I am the way I am, Harry admitted. She saw how bad things were after Voldemort's return and Cedric's death and she did everything she could to get me out of it. Snape breathed deeply and prepared to listen. He had no doubt he was about to learn everything the Order had wanted to know since Harry had turned up at Grimmauld Place over the summer. Not to mention everything Voldemort didn't realize he needed to know. If he played it right, Harry would give him everything Dumbledore was searching so desperately to find out. Potter, you will explain what you have done and maybe then we can fix this mess you have no doubt made. Harry rolled his eyes. Sir, I understand that my past performance pretty much anywhere in your presence doesn't exactly instill confidence, but I think once you've heard what we've done, what I've done to get to this point, you'll understand that I'm not that arrogant boy anymore. Snape was truly at a loss for words. With that one admittedly long Romilly sentence Harry had just earned Snape's respect and begun the steps to earning his trust. If it was an uncomfortable feeling for Harry, it was nothing compared to how Snape felt. Harry was treating him with respect, honesty and maturity. He now understood how everyone had felt when Harry first appeared at headquarters. You wish me to keep this between us? Yes. I know how hard Dumbledore is working with the Order, but I also know that if he continues the way he has that Voldemort will win. He expects me to defeat Voldemort one day but refuses to give me the skills to do it. Professor Martin did. Yeah, I just need to know that if I tell you what happened, even if you don't agree, that you'll keep it to yourself. Snape weighed up the arguments for and against keeping Harry's secrets, but in the end all it took was a quick glance at Harry's eyes. Lily. He would do this for Lily. Tell me. So he did. He told Snape the truth about his summer, how Ally had made herself at home in his room until finally he'd given in and done what she wanted. He told Snape in far greater detail than he had anyone else about the training Ally put him through during those 2 years in the trunk. He also hesitantly explained his connection to Ally and what had made her look for him in the first place. At that point Snape made a startled choking noise in the back of his throat, but he allowed Harry to continue without interrupting. And then we created the Adata as a way of preparing the students for whatever Voldemort will send their way. A heavy silence descended over them after Harry had finished, and he shifted uncomfortably, waiting for Snape to give him some sort of response. Part of him feared Snape would immediately go back on his word and run to tell Dumbledore, another worried what would happen if Snape agreed with the things Harry was doing. Still, when Snape did speak, it was not something Harry ever thought he would hear the man say. Your mother would be proud of you. Huh, your mother and I were once very good friends, Snape explained slowly. I believe she would be very proud of the choices you have made. Taken aback by his sincerity, it was a few moments before Harry could find the words to actually say anything in response. I've killed people. She did too, Snape admitted. And your father, Sirius, Remus, they all killed when they had to, when there was no other choice. There's a war coming, Potter, and I think that you are one of the few, young though you are, that understands what that means. Thank you, said Harry sincerely. For what? For not telling me I can't do this. You'd do it anyway. Harry gave a wry smile. Yeah, I would. It was only later, lying in bed next to Ally, she was drooling on his pillow, that it occurred to him that he and Snape had been almost friendly. He gave an involuntary shudder and tried not to think too much about it. Breakfast on Sunday morning was a challenge, and that was putting it kindly. Harry arrived early, having been woken at an ungodly hour by a swift kick to the ribs from his daughter. She'd gotten surprisingly good at causing both him and Ally pain without having been born yet. Amazing what one could do with a burning hot foot on someone's insides. Unable to get back to sleep, he'd grudgingly gotten up and come down to breakfast while Ally soaked away a few hours in a nice hot bath. It was a pity that Hermione had also decided to make Sunday an early day. There were just some tones that should be avoided at all costs on weekends. Harry. Harry winced, allowing his head to hit the table with a sharp thud. It hurt, but it was better than facing Hermione just that bit sooner. He hadn't gotten the whole story from the twins, but he didn't really need to hear the story to know that the hospital wing was a bad place to be last night. He took a deep breath when he felt her sit beside him and raised his head, forcing a smile. "Good morning, Hermione. If you say so." Harry very nearly growled in frustration. He had enough troubles without being put in the middle of a love triangle he wasn't all that invested in. Of course, as long as Hermione's attention was focused on how unsuitable, apparently, Daphne was for Ron, then she wasn't about to focus on the fact that he'd been missing all of yesterday before showing up with a bunch of old papers and things from a Welsh cave. Better, definitely, to sit through love woes. And he was so going to regret this. "What's wrong, Hermione? Didn't you have a nice time in Hogsmeade?" Hermione gave a strangled noise low in her throat in response, and Harry stuffed a whole piece of bacon in his mouth to stop himself from making a comment that may have been considered snide or sarcastic. "Ginny told you what happened to Ron." "Daphne did actually, but then I talked to Martin and she said she was really sorry. He should be fine." Hermione stared at him incredulously. Harry had the feeling that something he said was about to get him in trouble. "Fine. He should be fine." Higher pitch. "Definitely something to worry about." Harry sighed and put his fork down. "So much for breakfast." "Hermione, I'd love to say that this is something I'm only going to say once, but I'd be lying to myself. Ron likes Daphne. Daphne likes Ron. You had your chance and you blew it by constantly treating him as though he wasn't good enough. I love you, Hermione, but I'm not going to let you ruin something that Ron has just because you want him for yourself." Hermione turned away. "You're about the third person to tell me that. Then maybe you should listen." "I don't know that I can," she admitted quietly. "Every time I think I'm beginning to move on from it, something happens and it all comes back." "What happened this time?" "Ron got barbecued and Daphne wasn't around to be with him when she should have been. Somehow he should have known that no matter how he tried to distract her, Hermione would somehow find a way to bring it back to a secret of his." "Hermione, I know this doesn't really explain much, but I know that Daphne wanted to be with Ron, she just couldn't. What was she doing that was more important than making sure Ron was alright?" Harry wondered if her priorities really were that skewed or if she was still just upset and it was making her see the world on the wrong angle. He really hoped it was the latter, and that if she had have known all the facts she would have understood the need for Daphne to leave Ron in a third-year Slytherin's hands. Ron so owed him for what he was about to do. "Look, Daphne was with me yesterday. Abby and I got into some trouble and she and Snape had to come and rescue us." Hermione's eyes widened and then narrowed. "What were you doing?" Harry shrugged and turned back to his breakfast. "So how about that evil Daphne?" he joked in an attempt to change the subject. It didn't work, of course. Hermione might have been a little tangled in her love life, but she wasn't tangled enough to forget she was suspicious of Harry. "Harry Potter, what have you done? Why do I have to have done something?" he demanded. "Why couldn't I have spent the day practicing my potions and accidentally blown up the potions classroom?" Hermione raised an eyebrow. "Did you?" "Well, no, but do you have to be so suspicious?" Hermione laughed a little, but it wasn't a full laugh. It was one that spoke of hidden secrets and the pain of being left out. "I'm worried about you. You've changed so much, so quickly, and I'm worried that you're going to implode if you're not careful." Harry grinned. "I'm not going to implode. I'm happy and I'd like you to be happy that I'm happy." Hermione smiled slightly. This time it was a genuine one. "I'll try to be happy you're happy, Harry." "Thank you." They ate in silence for a few minutes until Hermione started to almost vibrate beside him. A quick glance to his left showed that she wasn't about to explode from repressed anger, but had in fact only just remembered something that had her doing a 180 from glum and moody to bouncy and excited. Harry had to laugh and took the opportunity to start the morning over. "Good morning, Hermione, something on your mind? I can't believe I almost forgot. Those papers Abby showed me yesterday are incredible. Do you have any idea what they are? What language they're written in? I did a quick test to check their age and some of them are almost 800 years old. Snape thinks they're some sort of Celtic rune alphabet or something. He also thinks they are written in code." "That's not a lot to go on," Hermione pondered. It was obvious how excited she was by the prospect of a good challenge. I'd try cross-referencing with Parseltongue. Abby recognized a few of the words written on the cave walls. Abby reads Parseltongue. Only what she read from the Quibbler. Hermione's nose wrinkled at the mention of that particular magazine. She may have learned to handle Luna's unique perspective on the world, but she wasn't quite prepared to trust anything her father's magazine printed. Apparently they did some special on mythical languages, and the written form of Parseltongue was included. I didn't know Parseltongue had a written form. Neither did I. Hermione turned back to her breakfast, face scrunched up in thought. Harry had the chance to savor his and was just digging into a good pile of scrambled eggs when the twins settled into the seats opposite. Moments later, Ginny flung herself down beside Hermione and Luna into the seat beside Harry. As most of the Great Hall was still empty, it seemed as though everyone was congregating at the Gryffindor table. He wondered if horrible early morning wake-up calls were contagious. "You're up early," he observed. "Peeves," Luna said by way of answer. They all nodded. Truthfully, it was answer enough. Each of them had at least one experience with Peeves early in the morning under their belts. The twins cited business as their reason for being up so early, and Ginny had plans to meet up with Stephanie and Susan to do a little training. Within 15 minutes it seemed the entire Adata had gotten up early and were eating breakfast at the Gryffindor table. With the exception of Ron anyway, he hadn't been released from the hospital wing yet. A stroke of luck had Daphne and Hermione seated at opposite ends of the group and several conversations going in between. What had begun as a tough and annoying breakfast was turning into one of the best. Jokes were flowing out of the twins' mouths at an unchallenged rate, defense tips were being traded back and forth, and Emmy was regaling Susan and Luna the tale of her trouble with the magical Turkish coin. Harry took a break from choking on his breakfast after one of Fred's troll jokes to take a sip of his pumpkin juice. It was then that he noticed Hermione had lost some of her happiness. "What's wrong?" he asked her in a whisper. She turned to him with sad eyes and a weak smile. "Is it always like this?" He gave her a questioning look, unsure what she meant. She gestured around at all of his friends in answer. He tried to look at it from her perspective. A lot of people laughing and having a good time. Trading inside jokes, talking about things she was unaware of, and genuinely having a good time just hanging around. The Adata had become one of Harry's favorite places. It was something he'd never had growing up. Ever since starting at Hogwarts, he had found a home, friends and family. He hadn't realized that for Hermione, Hogwarts was the same thing. Surrounding her with a tight-knit group of friends and telling stories he'd gone out of his way to keep from her was hardly fair. "I'm sorry," he told her honestly. "I've been keeping you away from this." "It's okay." He knew it was a lie, that she was putting on a brave face, but he wasn't ready to let her in completely just yet. She still hadn't shown him that she would trust in him over Dumbledore, or at least enough not to run to him, and until she did, he was going to keep her in the dark. It was only now that he was truly beginning to understand how bad he was making it for Hermione. "I am sorry," he said again, even though he knew there was nothing he could do. The post arrived then, and a dozen owls descended on the Adata, depositing all of the mail in a large pile in the middle. Rolling his eyes, Harry dove into the pile and began to sort out the mess. Copies of the Daily Prophet were handed out to Hermione, Daphne, Stephen and Luna. Luna also got copies of half a dozen other wizarding publications. Letters from home were handed out to everyone, including several from Mrs. Weasley for each of her children and one for Harry. Once Harry had cleared the pile, he was left with his own letters from two Weasleys, Molly and Charlie, a letter from Sirius, another from Remus, and a box wrapped in brown paper and stamped with the insignia of quality Quidditch supplies. He opened the letter from Charlie first, as it was one he was expecting and eagerly anticipating. "Harry, it hasn't reached us yet, but it's close. I'll keep an eye out, but there isn't much I can do from here. We don't get off the reserve much, but I asked around town. Take care of Mom. She's bound to get a little nervous." "The answer is yes. Charlie's in," Harry announced to the table at large. Susan nodded and handed him a sheet of parchment from her own letter from her aunt. He tucked it away in his pocket, not needing to read it straight off. The letter from Remus was a simple one, asking how classes were going and how the Adata was progressing. Sirius' letter was much the same, but he added something at the bottom about possibly meeting to discuss an idea he and Tonks had had. He added that one to his pocket and moved on to the one from Mrs. Weasley. "Am I the only one that received a letter with a rant about Fleur?" "Nope," George assured him. I think we all got one. What does yours say? Asks how I'm coping, if I'm letting the press get to me, and then derails suddenly into asking my opinion of that French Villa girl. Fred nodded. Sounds about right. They all laughed and piled their letters up to give to Ron to have a good laugh. Harry was just reaching to open his package from the Quidditch store when Hermione's sharp intake of breath and her startled words grabbed his attention. My parents think they're being watched. That grabbed everyone's attention. It was common knowledge that Hermione's parents were Muggles, but until then it hadn't seemed like they would be anyone of importance to Voldemort or anyone else for that matter. Harry knew the Adata didn't have anyone watching her parents, and there had been no indication from Dumbledore that he was having the Order watch her parents' house either. Have they seen someone? Ginny asked with concern. Do you want us to put someone on the house? Ginny. Fred hissed sharply just as Hermione exclaimed, you could do that. Well, not right now, Ginny admitted. What did they say? They think they're imagining it, but my mother is sure she has seen a man and a woman dressed in cloaks watching the house in their office. She says it started 2 weeks ago, but it's only been the last couple of days that she's really started to think they're being watched. Do you think they're Death Eaters? Do you think Voldemort is trying to get at Harry through his friends and their families? Harry considered the possibility for all of 2 seconds, and then in unison the whole of the Adata answered. Yes. Bugger, Harry added, he'd just had a rather unpleasant thought regarding the Dursleys' safety outside of Privet Drive. Did they happen to have noticed any particular times they're being watched? Mostly it's at different times, but they say that there is always someone there of an evening when they arrive home. He ran a hand through his hair tiredly and studied Hermione intently for a moment. He could help, of course he could, it was just that helping would give away one of his biggest secrets and the one that needed the greatest secrecy from Dumbledore. Really, there was no choice. When it came down to it, there was no competition. He had to help Hermione even if it gave her cause to go to Dumbledore. All right, Hermione, I'm going to take care of it. Send your parents a reply and tell them to go about their usual business. Their stalkers will be gone by tomorrow. How? Hermione asked, always suspicious even when deeply concerned for her family. Who's free tonight? He asked of the Adata members. The twins shook their heads from side to side in sync, putting forward that they had pulled watch tonight and couldn't do it. A few of the others shook their heads, explaining they had at least 4 feet of homework to do each. I'll do it, Luna volunteered. Me too, Ginny said. Capture if you can, kill them if you can't, but try and find out who they are before you leave them for dead. Hermione almost shrieked. Harry, what are you doing? What has to be done? He said simply. You wanted to know what we do, well, this is it. If you've got questions or problems, go talk to Snape. Hermione's eyes widened and Harry realized he might have snapped that last part, but he was frustrated. She wanted something done about her parents, but she didn't want to hear about what he was doing. And then she did, just not if it had him going against her definition of right and wrong. He couldn't win, and it was annoying the hell out of him. At least she had a teacher she could go to now, one that wasn't pregnant and probably, in Hermione's opinion, the instigator of it all. He stood from the table, grabbed his package and stalked away. He didn't wait to see if anyone was following him, but when he entered the Great Hall it became apparent that Hermione wasn't quite happy with the way things had gone. He stormed through the castle, up staircases and through a few choice shortcuts. Nothing that would lose Hermione, but that would at least force her to run if she didn't want to get lost. He reached Ali's office and left the door open in invitation as he stomped across the office and through the door into her rooms. He huffed a greeting at Snape, who was seated on one of the chairs talking in low tones to Ruby, and went straight through the bedroom and into the bathroom where Ali was still soaking in a bubble bath. Just before he closed the door again, he heard Hermione's startled words to Snape and Ruby. You have no idea how weird this feels, Ali giggled, drawing his attention. What feels weird? She reached for his hand and tugged it under the water, placing it over her belly, and then waited. Soon Harry could feel what almost felt like a drum beat against his hand. It felt like his little girl was lying in there kicking with both feet. He laughed and some of the tension from breakfast faded away. What's in the box? No idea, it came in the post. Well, open it. Rolling his eyes, Harry pulled the card from its envelope stuck to the top of the box. It's from the twins and Ron, Harry said with a frown. Why would they be sending me something from the Quidditch shop? Well, we won't know until you open it. Poking his tongue out at her, he tore the wrapping away to reveal a toy Quidditch set complete with toy broomstick, mini quaffle and a mini goal hoop. Harry grinned and held it up so Ally could see. She frowned disapprovingly and he just pouted. "I think they know," she said. "Who cares?" Harry laughed. "This is brilliant." Ally huffed. "Not until she's 3. Spoilsport," he muttered. "Oh, Ruby's going to love this." He keyed Ally on the top of her head and darted back out into the main room, giddy with excitement. He was half into the room when he remembered Hermione and had to stop midway into an excited exclamation of Ruby's name and toss the box over his shoulder onto the bed. He coughed instead. "Real smooth, Harry," Ruby laughed, her seat giving her the perfect view of Harry's aborted entrance. "Shut up," he scolded playfully. "What's the word?" Ruby gave him an amused look and then glanced at Snape and Hermione. Hermione looked a little alarmed and confused while Snape looked more disgusted that he was surrounding himself intentionally with Harry and people who associate with him. "No word," she answered finally. "We've had a few attempted break-ins in the Dom but nothing that's gotten very far. Dumbledore's order is still stationed outside our door." "It's ridiculous," she laughed. "Where did they think Moody got his eye from? Half the department wears those contacts and there's always someone working late." "Oh, I know," Harry nodded. "I tried to point it out but no one wanted to listen to me." "Well, who would? You're crazy." Harry smacked her arm. "Hey, leave my questionable sanity out of this." Ruby laughed and patted him on the back in a consoling manner. "There haven't been any real new developments. Has he got Death Eaters watching the Muggle families of Hogwarts students?" he asked Snape. "Not that I am aware of, though the Dark Lord has many secrets." "Well, someone is watching Hermione's parents, can you keep an ear out?" Snape nodded. "I have left some papers I think Professor Martin should look at on her desk. I will be in my office if you have any questions." Harry nodded, recognizing Snape's attempt at escape for what it was. Unfortunately, Hermione darted out after him, no doubt with a million questions she wanted answered. Harry waited just seconds after the door was closed to turn to Ruby and pull her toward the bedroom. "You'll never guess what the twins and Ron got me." Exploding Snap probably wasn't the best game for Ron to be playing given that he had enough burns already. Still, he had to do something and Madame Pomfrey wouldn't let him leave. Harry told Hermione a little about the Adata today, Daphne told him, dropping a card on top of the pile and ducking as the pile exploded. "How much is a little?" Ron asked, gingerly brushing himself off. The thick paste on his arms impeded most movement. "Her parents are being watched," she explained. "Ginny and Luna are going to take care of it tonight but he had to give a little of what we do away so that he could tell her it would be taken care of." Ron shrugged. "It was bound to happen eventually. All she has to do is acknowledge that Dumbledore isn't always right and give Harry some assurance that she won't go running to him with all of Harry's secrets and he'll tell her everything she wants to know. I don't really see that happening just yet. I know. She's struggling but she will get there. I just think it's going to take something big to show her what really needs to be done and that Harry is doing what's right." They fell into a comfortable silence, slapping cards onto the table and ducking when necessary. "So what happened in the cave and why did Martin turn into the Human Torch?" Daphne recounted the story of the cave adventure and then told him what Harry had speculated had happened to Martin. He thinks the spell sort of followed his connection to Martin and because it was secondary she reacted differently. While Harry copped the full force of the pain curse, Martin just got a hollowed form. She reacted to the pain by going all pillar of flame and that's when you got barbecued. Ron snorted. "Is everyone saying I got barbecued?" "Pretty much, yeah." They fell into another silence while they finished their game. Daphne won 3 games to 1 and jumped off the end of his bed to do a small victory dance just to rub it in. Satisfied she'd rubbed it in enough, she crawled up onto the bed beside him with a magazine. "Are you reading the Quibbler?" he asked, sounding highly amused. "Yep. Why?" He laughed. "It's proven surprisingly useful." Ron kept his skepticism to himself and settled comfortably beside her. He was bored but he didn't want to disturb her, it was sort of nice just lying there with her. Even if his arms did hurt and it was a bit awkward. "I'm glad you're okay," she informed him from behind her magazine. "Me too." She shook her head and smacked his leg. He had to ruin a nice moment with sarcasm, didn't he? To be continue. I hope you enjoyed this story. Also remember to subscribe and like this video. See you in the next video.